An hour quickly passed, and you now stood deep within the Daeong Imperial Palace, before the renowned Sutra Repository. The towering pavilion, its glazed tiles gleaming in the twilight, bears witness to 1,000 years of military fortune and imperial secrets. Before the ancient and imposing gate of black jade, 13 figures stood as still as rocks, their auras deep and resolute, like 13 insurmountable mountains. They are all pillars of the great Yang dynasty, martial arts giants at the Dharma aspect realm. And among them, the current Prime Minister Wang Xuanfu wore a purple robe, his face refined yet his eyes unfathomable. Apru Qinjian, the prince of Zhenbei, still clad in armor, exuded a palpable aura of menace. Xiao Jingyun, the head of the Zhenwu division, stood with his sword in hand, his expression cold and stern. Lai Xuanji, the supervisor of the Jianshan Academy, had a long beard that reached his chest, and his eyes seemed to hold a star map. In addition, there were several princes surnamed Zhao dressed in python robes, as well as 2 reclusive royal attendants, whose demeanor was almost untouched by human presence. Among these 13 people, Wang Xuanfu, Qin Zhan, An, Lai Xuanji, and the 2 elders have all reached the peak of the Dharma aspect realm, and their strength is subtly superior to Guo Kaishan's. With such a large gathering in front of the Sutra Repository signifies the mobilization of half the court's resources, demonstrating the Daeong imperial family's deep apprehension and high regard for your visit. Upon your arrival, a dignified prince in a python robe slowly stepped forward, his voice booming, "Your strength is unparalleled in the world. Now that a great upheaval is imminent, why antagonize the imperial court? The royal family's resources far exceed the imagination of ordinary people. Oh, isn't your purpose to view the martial arts techniques within the scripture pavilion? If you wish to join the Imperial Academy, you will not only have free access to them, but will also enjoy the blessings of the imperial dynasty." His words were earnest, yet they couldn't conceal his condescending and solicitous intent. You can't be bothered to listen to that kind of talk. Why bother with some nonsense of worshipping what you can obtain through your own abilities? A fight if you want. Before you finished speaking, you took a step forward, your figure instantly traversing space and arriving beside the prince. His right palm swept out lightly, seemingly slowly, yet it seemed to carry the power of heaven and earth. The prince's pupils constricted sharply. Before he could even muster his true energy, he was sent flying like a kite, with a broken string, crashing violently into the outer wall of the scripture pavilion. The entire pavilion shook violently, tiles rained down, and a thin crack spread from the point of impact. The prince was embedded several inches into the wall, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes filled with horror. Enough with all this nonsense. You flicked your sleeve to stop your stance, your tone calm as if stating a common matter. Yet, in that instant when your old strength had just been exhausted and new strength had not yet arisen, a long sword, like a venomous snake striking, silently pierced your back. The one who made the move was none other than Prime Minister Wang Xuanfu. The sword, imbued with a dignified scholarly air, yet also exuded a chilling, ruthless edge, truly befitting a scholar so sinister. But when the sword tip comes within 3 inches of your body, it seems to hit an invisible barrier, making it impossible to advance any further. You didn't even turn around. Your protective true energy had already silently neutralized that sharp sword. Intent. This palm strike and sword strike, like a stone thrown into a pool, completely shattered the stalemate. Those present were no ordinary people. They keenly sensed that your aura was as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, far beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. Therefore, without hesitation, they unleashed their life's cultivation, manifesting their respective proud Dharma forms. In an instant, the world changed color, and 13 towering Dharma images, each over 200 feet tall, rose from the ground one after another, standing like giant pillars supporting the sky above the imperial palace. These Dharma images, some majestic like deities, some ferocious like beasts, and some ethereal like clouds, complemented each other, releasing a powerful pressure that enveloped the entire palace complex in a somber atmosphere. Immediately afterwards, 13 Dharma aspect realm experts, including the martial artist you had previously slapped away, united their thoughts, roared in unison, and unleashed a thunderous combined attack on you, activating their Dharma aspects. EU mountains and rivers stabilizing fist. Domineering Dharma image unleashed its fists like falling meteors, the fist intent condensing into a phantom image of 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, seemingly intent on suppressing all turmoil in the world. Formation breaking king blade. A blade of energy swept across the sky. 100-foot-long giant blade tearing through the clouds, the air itself emitting a sharp, mournful cry wherever the blade passed. Upright and righteous spirit, Confucianism and Taoism reigned supreme. The Confucian sage's image chanted the mantra, and golden light emanated from the sky, the characters intertwining like chains, transforming into a mighty torrent purifying all things. A crimson sun shatters the sky. The fiery Dharma form held up a blazing sun with both hands, its flames so intense they seemed poised to incinerate the entire heavens. The other forms of Dharma also displayed their supernatural powers: frost, light nails, shadows. All sorts of strange phenomena intertwined and collided, converging into a destructive storm powerful enough to shatter cities and split the earth, sweeping towards you from all directions. Well done! Faced with this siege powerful enough to shatter mountains and rivers, you not only did not retreat, but instead let out a long laugh that shook the heavens. 16-foot golden body. Before you finished speaking, boundless golden light suddenly burst forth from your body. The light was not dazzling, but it carried an ancient and enduring weight and majesty. Your form rapidly expanded in the golden light, the essence of heaven and earth condensed into flesh and bones that seemed to transform into flowing gold, every inch of it roaring, reorganizing and sublimating. In the blink of an eye, a towering golden statue, 500 feet tall, stood majestically between heaven and earth. This golden body appears to be cast from immortal divine gold. It is not rigid or solidified, but rather its lines are strong and fluid, its texture distinct, and it is full of explosive, near-perfect power. It stands silently, like an ancient pillar supporting heaven and earth, or immortal being that has walked out of the age of mythology. A faint, mysterious runic glow flowed across the surface of her skin, and with each breath, it stirred a subtle resonance in the surrounding space. The 16-foot golden body, supernatural power, after several upgrades, is no longer comparable to what it once was. At this moment, the ancient, solemn, and immortal aura emanating from it was so rich and intense that it seemed to bear the weight of time, impervious to all laws and unyielding to countless eons. Its very existence forms an absolute domain. The instant your golden body fully manifested, 13 world-destroying attacks arrived as expected, striking your golden body squarely. However, the anticipated cataclysmic collision and energy surge did not occur. The formation-breaking blade, powerful enough to split mountains and cleave peaks, struck the golden body's chest, only scattering a trail of fine golden sparks, before melting away like ice and snow. The fist intent that could seal off mountains and rivers dissipated the moment it touched the golden body, as if it had struck an unshakable, eternal barrier. The scorching sun, capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas, exploded on the golden body's shoulder, yet not even a scorch mark remained. The blazing flames were silently extinguished by the aura naturally emanating from the golden body. Ye the immense shackles that bound all things, before even approaching within 3 feet of the golden body, were shattered inch by that immortal and solemn aura, dissipating into nothingness. All the attacks landing on your golden body were like a gentle breeze brushing across a hillside, causing not a single scratch. Even the terrifying aftershocks of the attack and collision were quietly erased, absorbed, and dissolved by the dense aura of immortality on the surface of the golden body. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, only your 500-foot-tall golden body remained, silently standing, along with the undisguised shock and disbelief on the faces of the 13 Dharma images surrounding you. Just when you thought the Daeong dynasty would summon more Dharma aspect realm cultivators to besiege you, 9 pillars of light instantly rose into the sky around Xuanjing City. Each beam of light was as thick as a mountain peak, piercing the sky and illuminating the entire area as if it were daytime. The surface of the pillar of light was covered with countless ancient runes, which seemed to move and flicker as if they were alive, radiating a chilling pressure. The 9 pillars of light were not isolated. They echoed each other, subtly forming a giant 9-palace pattern that firmly enveloped the entire Xuanjing city. Hold head high. Immediately afterwards, a deafening dragon's roar resounded from above the palace, its sound containing boundless majesty and ancient history, as if an ancient will that had slumbered for 1,000 years had awakened at this moment. Above the palace, the golden dragon symbolizing the nation's destiny, which had previously been merely an illusory and ethereal image, broke free from the sea of auspicious clouds and manifested itself completely in the world. The golden dragon's body was 10,000 feet long, each scale as if cast in gold, gleaming with dazzling light. It hovered above the palace, its massive body slowly moving, obscuring half the sky and casting a shadow that enveloped the entire palace, blocking out even the sunlight, as if daylight had suddenly turned into dusk. Afterwards, you felt a profound and heavy force, like invisible shackles, silently acting upon you. This force is not simply physical oppression, but more like a repulsion and constraint originating from heaven and earth, from the laws of nature. Although the golden light emanating from your body, which is 16 feet tall, negates most of the power. However, small portions still penetrated the golden light's defenses, clinging to you like a persistent, insidious infection, making you feel a slight stagnation in the flow of your true energy, as if an invisible resistance had been added to your movements. This suppression, though not fatal, is ever-present, constantly eroding your momentum and agility. On the other hand, the situation is completely different for the 13 Dharma aspect realm warriors who are besieging you. At the instant the dragon's roar resounded, a faint golden halo simultaneously shone from their bodies, as if resonating with the golden dragon symbolizing the nation's destiny in the sky. Their physical forms became more solid and imposing. The surge of true energy around them rose steadily, and their eyes shone with intense light. The power of national destiny? You understood. The invisible shackles weighing on you were the profound power formed from the beliefs of hundreds of billions of people, and the destiny of the land during the Great Yang Dynasty. Moreover, this is not merely a simple suppression of national destiny. You can sense that the 9 pillars of light and the golden dragon in the sky form a vast and intricate whole, with a unique rhythm of an array resonating throughout the heavens and earth. That's right. It's clear that even the combined efforts of 13 Dharma aspect realm warriors couldn't inflict any real damage on you, not even managing to budge your golden body defense. The emperor of the Great Yang Dynasty, who was deeply entrenched in the palace, finally stopped hesitating and directly activated the Great Yang Dynasty's National Protective Formation, the Imperial Dragon Slaying Formation used to guard the imperial palace and capital. Yet this formation is extraordinary. It is based on the immense national fortune accumulated over thousands of years, uses the dragon energy of Xuanjing City's earth veins as its network, and relies on 9 core array eyes as its fulcrum. Once activated, it can cover the entire Xuanjing City. Under the array's cover, all entities deemed enemies of the Great Yang Dynasty by the array will be suppressed by the omnipresent power of the nation's destiny, like carrying a mountain on their backs and sinking into a quagmire, their strength greatly diminished. Add those officials holding positions in the imperial court, especially martial artists with cultivation, will receive the blessing of the nation's destiny, i.e. his strength has increased significantly in a short period of time. But what's even more troublesome is that this formation is designed to be extremely cheap. Those suppressed by the formation can only theoretically break free by breaking through the core of the formation, besides relying on their own cultivation to withstand the suppressive force. However, breaking the formation would result in a backlash from the nation's fortune. With the Great Yang Dynasty's 1,000-year-old national fortune, even a celestial warrior would be severely injured if the backlash didn't kill them. After being empowered by the nation's destiny, Wang Xuanfu, Qin Zhan, and others felt their strength greatly increased. The frustration of being crushed by you vanished, replaced by a surging fighting spirit. Gay, the prince who initially tried to persuade you to surrender, only to be slapped away by you, let out a long roar, pointing his sword to the sky. Gentlemen, with the aid of this great formation, what is there to fear that this barbarian will not submit? This time, the 13 individuals no longer fought individually, but rather subtly formed a battle formation. Each unleashed their unique skills, their energies intertwined, creating a combined attack. Besides the 13 of them, 5 more figures flew out from the depths of the palace, each exuding an aura no weaker than Wang Xuanfu's. The one leading them was none other than the current emperor of the Great Yang Dynasty. He was clad in 9 dragon armor and wielded the emperor's sword. His imposing presence was unmatched among them. It must be said that the national fortune of a dynasty with a population of tens of billions is indeed powerful. You can clearly feel that the area around the palace seems to have come alive. Every brick, every inch of land is repelling and suppressing you. Although your strength wasn't significantly suppressed due to the golden body's protection, your opponent's power has indeed increased by more than 1 level due to the power of the nation's destiny. The every move they made carried the imposing might of their nation. The swordplay and the clash of spears seemed to echo with the chanting of the people, a sight that shook the very soul. Previously, their attacks couldn't harm you in the slightest, but now their attacks can more or less shake your invincible body. The Wang Xuanfu's sword grazed your arm, leaving a faint white mark. Although it was instantly healed by your golden body, it did leave a trace on your spirit. Qin Zhan's longsword slammed into your shoulder with a resounding clang, making you sway slightly. Good timing, this is more interesting. You grinned, a fierce fighting spirit igniting in your eyes. This is your first real battle since coming into this world, so you should definitely fight it well. Even facing the intensified attacks from the group, you neither dodge nor evade, but instead throw a punch. This punch, though simple and unadorned, contained a terrifying power capable of shattering mountains and splitting seas. Wherever the fist passed, the air was compressed into tangible ripples, colliding violently with Wang Xuanfu's sword energy. With a piercing cracking sound, the sword energy disintegrated inch by inch, but the remaining force of the fist, undiminished, pressed straight towards Wang Xuanfu's face. The latter's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his defenses, but you still managed to crack his Dharma form with a single punch. By this time, A large number of martial artists had gathered outside the Daeong Imperial Palace to watch the spectacle. These people were either local powerful figures from Zhuanjing, wandering cultivators, or spies sent by other forces to gather intelligence. Within the Great Yang territory, almost all powerful forces, upon receiving the news, immediately sent their Dharma aspect realm warriors to project their mental energy over. In eyes of these people, there are two battlefields above the palace. One battlefield is where two giant dragons are constantly fighting and maneuvering, which is your true essence creation and the Xuanlong army formation. The battlefield at the heart of the palace was even more horrifying. A towering golden statue, 500 feet tall, and seemingly cast from immortal divine metal, stood there. The aura emanating from the golden body is timeless, as if it has existed since the beginning of time, unyielding through countless eons. At this moment, the golden statue is surrounded and attacked by 18 different, yet equally towering, Dharma images. The one leading the charge and launching the fiercest attack was none other than the Imperial Dharma image wielded by the well-known Emperor Daeong. This image wears an imperial crown and robes, and wields a giant golden sword symbolizing imperial power. Each swing of the sword is accompanied by the worship of countless phantoms and the flickering of a map depicting mountains and rivers, displaying unparalleled majesty. Then, the Emperor of Daeong, wielding the imperial Dharma form, brought the secret techniques passed down within the royal family to their fullest potential. The first move, Emperor's Sword, severing mountains and rivers, unleashes a sword light as brilliant as the rising sun, carrying the will to judge mountains and rivers and divide yin and yang. This was followed by another move, Imperial Supreme Palm, suppressing the 8 desolations, a massive golden palm print covering the sky, its lines seemingly outlining the territory of the Great Yang dynasty. It was incredibly heavy, enough to pulverize a mountain. Although each strike possessed the power to uproot cities and change the world, the dissipated energy caused ripples to appear in the carefully arranged protective array of the imperial palace below, and even some side halls and pavilions, protected by arrays, began to show cracks. However, for the golden statue at the center of the siege, these terrifying attacks caused no real damage. The sword light struck the golden statue's neck, leaving only a white mark that vanished in an instant. The giant palm slammed down on the golden body's crown, producing a dull thud. The golden body only swayed slightly, and shockwaves exploded in the air beneath its feet, but it did not retreat a single step. My God, who is this incredible person who emerged from the deepest mountains and forests? He's so strong. He single-handedly stormed the Great Yang Imperial Palace and withstood the national fortune, array, and the 18 Dharma aspects. A burly man with a full beard stared wide-eyed, his voice trembling. Yes, yes. Logically speaking, with this kind of strength, he should have been famous throughout the world and renowned far and wide by now. How come we've never heard of him? And look at the divine power he's using. Not only is he so huge, like a giant god from ancient legends, but his defensive power. It's simply unbelievable. A monk dressed as a scholar waved a folding fan, trying to remain calm while analyzing the situation, but the fan was trembling slightly. The aura emanating from this person, that golden light, it's so similar to the indestructible golden body in Buddhist legends. Could this person be some ancient Buddha who has secluded himself from the world? An old Taoist priest who looked somewhat knowledgeable stroked his beard and said with a mixture of surprise and doubt. A burly monk standing next to him, dressed in a pale white robe and with a gleaming bald head, immediately blushed and retorted excitedly, "You're talking nonsense. This man's aura has absolutely nothing to do with Buddhism." The old Taoist priest, though initially choked, wasn't annoyed. Instead, he nodded, that's true. If Buddhism had someone this powerful, they would have shown them off long ago. Who cares what kind of tactics they use? Today's spectacle is definitely worth watching, a once-in-a-century, no, once-in-a-millennium event. Since the founding of the Great Yang Dynasty, when has anyone ever come knocking on our door and caused such a commotion? Many others were simply excited, anticipating an epic battle. Leaving aside the onlookers who were pointing fingers and making wild guesses about this earth-shattering battle, at this moment in the center of the battlefield, the dozen or so Dharma aspect realm X from the Great Yang Dynasty, who were besieging you, were in extremely distress, inwardly groaning in despair. They were all powerful figures who could shake the very foundations of a region with a stomp of their foot. Royal relatives, generals who protected the nation, respected elders. Were they all proud, arrogant, and exceptionally powerful? With the combined forces of the nation and the support of the entire country, this should have been a decisive victory, yet it has turned into such a frustrating affair. Despite the continuous blessing of the vast national fortune, which made them feel inexhaustible, their Dharma form stable, and their attack power greatly increased. But most attacks that struck your majestic golden body were like mud oxen sinking into the sea, only causing ripples of golden light. The few that left a mark were pitifully shallow. What made them most desperate was that even when someone occasionally unleashed a strike beyond their limits, they could barely leave a slightly deeper fist mark or sword mark on Jin's body. The wound shimmered with golden light, and in the blink of an eye, it healed completely without leaving a trace. How could anyone fight like that? They can't hurt you, but your punches are an unbearable burden for them. Your attack method is simple and brutal, yet extremely effective. Every punch you throw reflects your profound understanding of the principles of power. As the fist struck, faint phantom images of dragons and elephants appeared, accompanied by roars, a manifestation of ultimate power. The force of the punch was heavy, as if it truly compressed the weight of an ancient mountain into a small space. What's even more terrifying is your frighteningly sharp combat instincts. Every punch strikes directly at the nodes of their Dharma body's operation, the core of their energy convergence, or the relatively weak points in their defenses, hitting the vital points with chilling precision. Ew! Puff! The image of a royal prince was punched in the chest. The bronzed, giant-like image instantly became covered in cracks, and its light dimmed rapidly. The prince's true form turned pale, coughing up blood. His divine form could no longer be maintained. With a mournful cry, it dissipated. He himself was sent flying like a meteor, crashing into a distant side hall, where he was buried under rubble. His aura weakened, and he lost his fighting ability for a short time. Another worshipper, wielding two hooks, with a nimble and agile appearance, attempted a sneak attack, but you parried it away with a counterpunch. The mere aftershock of the punch shattered one of his Dharma image's arms, along with half of his body, into a hazy, transparent state. He screamed in agony, his Dharma form nearly collapsing, his physical meridians damaged, forcing him to retreat rapidly from the battle. He barely managed to stabilize his injuries with the help of the nation's fortune, but he would need time to recover before rejoining the fight. Thus, a comical yet awe-inspiring scene unfolded on the battlefield. 18 imposing Dharma images besieged a single golden body, only to be repeatedly targeted, their Dharma images shattering and their physical forms injured, forcing them to temporarily withdraw from the battlefield. But meanwhile, the vast national fortune system of the Great Yang Dynasty was also displaying its astonishing depth, with the pale golden power of its national fortune flowing like a warm tide. They swiftly rushed towards the injured and forced to retreat Dharma aspect realm warriors, nourishing their bodies, repairing their dharma aspects and healing their injuries at an astonishing speed. Would often, within a few dozen breaths, the departing warriors would recover, grit their teeth, reform their dharma bodies, and rejoin the attack. Your golden body remains as steadfast as Mount Tai, showing no sign of fatigue. Problematic ad? Report it here, damn it. Why isn't the patriarch making a move yet? If he doesn't, I'm going to be beaten to death. At this moment, the Emperor of Daeong, wielding the imperial dharma image, no longer felt the initial imperial majesty and unwavering belief in victory. Instead, he was filled with growing fear, a sense of oppression, and a barely perceptible hint of regret. On the surface, he remained aggressive and composed, but inwardly he was roaring with rage. Because, according to his original plan, he absolutely did not intend to personally participate in this level of hand-to-hand combat. After all, he is the supreme leader of the dynasty, the emperor, and a man of immense wealth. He can simply activate the National Protective Array, mobilize the power of the nation's destiny, and command his experts to encircle and annihilate them. Would I personally get involved? What if something went wrong and I got punched to pieces by this thug? You came from who knows where. That would be a matter that shakes the foundations of the nation. The risk is too great. However, before the formation was activated, a celestial ancestor of the royal family, who had awakened from his slumber, used a secret method to transmit his voice to the Emperor of Daeong, saying, "Your Majesty may personally come to the battlefield to display imperial might. This old man will seize the opportunity to take action and surely suppress this fiend." Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Daeong thought to himself, with a celestial being personally intervening and under the premise of activating the National Protective Array, is the situation unstable now? With the Patriarch in charge, all I need to do is attract attention from the front, showcasing the Emperor's might and gaining prestige at the same time. Why not? So, for the sake of his prestige, the Emperor of Daeong decided to go ahead with it, even specially donning a 9-dragon armor. This armor is a divine weapon left behind by the founding emperor of the nation. It was forged from the scales of 9 dragons, possessing astonishing defensive power. Even a full-force attack from an ordinary celestial being would find it difficult to penetrate. He knew you were strong, but he didn't expect you to be this strong. A full 18 Dharma aspect realm cultivators. 10 of them are at the peak of the Dharma aspect realm. Not to mention, everyone's combat power has skyrocketed under the blessing of the nation's destiny. This scale is enough to overwhelm even a celestial being, yet it can't do anything to you, and there's even a risk of being counter-killed. The Emperor of Daeong couldn't understand it. The world had only recently been revived, and even their imperial ancestors needed the protection of the nation's fortune to unleash their full power. Otherwise, they would incur the backlash of the heavens. And you, a powerhouse whose strength is clearly at the celestial realm level, are able to attack so recklessly without showing any signs of backlash. When did such an awesome person appear in the Great Yong territory? Oh, ho, you still dare to get distracted at a time like this. Looks like you didn't hit me hard enough. So, you decided to give the Emperor of Daeong a harsh lesson. Your right fist was poised to strike, and the originally intense and dazzling golden light on the knuckles suddenly collapsed inward, as if even the light itself was being swallowed up, transforming into a dark and deep vortex, seemingly capable of devouring everything. All the power was compressed to its limit. Even the surrounding space distorted slightly, emitting a low groan of unbearable strain. The next moment, the fist slammed out. This punch was no longer the heavy, domineering force of the previous ones, but rather a concentrated burst of power, with the intent of the punch concealing a sharpness that could pierce through all laws and an explosive force capable of destroying the universe. Where the fist's force passed, a dark trench seemed to be ploughed into the void, failing to heal for a long time. Crack boom. As you unleashed your punch, a series of crisp, shattering sounds, like glass breaking, rang out, the sound of the Imperial Tao Dharma form, internal structure being violently torn apart and its Tao patterns shattering. Immediately afterwards, a deafening explosion swept across the heavens and earth. A dazzling golden light erupted from the point where fist and sword clashed, like a blazing sun exploding. The giant golden sword, symbolizing supreme imperial power and the power to unite the nation's destiny, was the first to be struck, shattering into countless sparks of light, which were then scattered by the fierce wind. The force of the punch did not diminish in the slightest. On the contrary, it spread upwards along the Dharma image's arm with unstoppable momentum. Wherever it passed, the Dharma image shattered like porcelain being struck, revealing countless spiderweb-like cracks, from which glittering yet fragmented streams of light seeped. Finally, the force of the punch penetrated completely into the core of the Dharma image's chest, exploding with a deafening roar. The Emperor Da Yong's imperial image, under your earnest punch, crumbled and vanished like a sandcastle caught in a turning into a shower of light. The instant the Dharma form shattered, the Emperor of Daeyong's true form was struck as if by lightning. His face turned deathly pale, and he spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood, his aura instantly weakening. But you didn't stop moving, your figure following like a shadow, and you unleashed another punch. This punch was faster than the perception of time, landing solidly on the chest of the great young emperor. Under this attack, the Emperor of Daeyong instantly transformed into a blurry streak of light, shooting backward like a meteor, crashing through 3 inscribed, impregnable palaces. Bricks and stones flew, beams and pillars broke, and finally embedded themselves heavily into the black iron rock wall of the 4th palace, creating a deep, human-shaped crater. His 9-dragon battle armor, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a celestial realm expert, was now shattering inch by inch, its dragon patterns dimming and disappearing. A half of his body was crushed by the force of the punch. His breath weakened to the point of a flickering candle in the wind. Even with the continuous flow of national fortune attempting to heal him, the destructive power remaining in that fist strike was like a bone-deep ulcer, constantly eroding his vitality, making it impossible for him to recover his fighting strength in the short term. At this point, the emperor who ruled the great Yang dynasty and looked down upon all directions was completely incapacitated and withdrew from the battlefield in disgrace. But, just as you blasted the Emperor of Daeyong away, a sudden change occurred. A golden sword light, refined to its utmost and dazzling beyond description, seemed to have been lying dormant deep within the void, merging with the pulse of heaven and earth, only now suddenly revealing its fangs. It precisely seized that fleeting 1/10,000th of a millisecond gap, when your old strength was exhausted and your new strength had not yet arisen, tearing through space without warning and striking straight at your vital point. This sword appeared so abruptly, yet so naturally, as if it were an integral part of the laws of heaven and earth, simply descending as a matter of course. There was no grand scale, no overwhelming pressure, only an extreme speed and sharpness. So fast it transcended the limits of thought, so sharp it seemed capable of cutting through anything. Outer space itself was silently torn apart like paper before this sword light, leaving a smooth mirror-like black crack that lingered for a long time. What the heck? Not again. Is this some kind of lack of martial arts spirit? Always resorting to sneak attacks. This thought flashed through your mind for a moment, even tinged with a touch of helpless irony. From Wang Xuanfu's sudden attack at the beginning, to the endless stream of underhanded tricks and dirty tricks used during the siege by the 18 Dharma masters. The masters of the great Yang dynasty seem to have a particular fondness for sneak attacks and taking advantage of weaknesses, as if the principle of all's fair in war is ingrained in their very bones, a stark contrast to traditional martial artists who value direct confrontation and possess a grand demeanor. However, despite the complaints, your body and intuition reacted extremely strongly in the first instance, because the threat posed by this sword strike was far greater than that of Wang Xuanfu's previous strike. The sword intent contained the Taoist principle of harmony between heaven and man, chilling to the bone, locking down space. Wang Xuanfu was already a top expert among those at the peak of the Dharma aspect realm. The identity of someone so far stronger than him is obvious, a celestial realm martial artist. I really didn't expect that at this point in time, a celestial being would actually awaken in the royal family and be so patient, only launching an attack when the emperor was on the verge of death. They're quite patient indeed. Your mind raced, knowing it was too late to dodge. The sword light was too fast, and it locked down the surrounding space. But you never even considered hiding. Although the golden the right around you frantically contracted and compressed inward, as if refining a myriad of rays of light into a tiny space, forming an extremely dense, dark golden, glass-like film on the surface of your indestructible body. You were crystal clear yet indestructible. Your defense has reached an unprecedented peak. A clang. A golden sword light pierced your back with pinpoint accuracy, unleashing resounding clang like divine weapons clashing, sparks flying, and ripples spreading through the air. Despite your full defense, this sneak attack, powerful enough to instantly kill an ordinary celestial being, failed to pierce the layer of dark golden glass-like light membrane, leaving only a faint white mark on its surface. However, in the next instant, another unexpected event occurred. The dazzling golden sword light was not shattered upon touching the protective golden aura surrounding you. It suddenly collapsed inward, then violently exploded, not dissipating, but rather differentiating and multiplying, transforming into billions of tiny sword beams, as fine as cow's hair, yet condensed to the extreme. These sword beams weren't just randomly splashing out. Rather, they seemed to possess a life of their own, following some mysterious trajectory, bursting forth, covering every inch of the space around you without any blind spots. Each tiny sword beam draws upon the power of space, cutting countless, crisscrossing spatial cracks within a radius of several thousand meters, as if transforming this area into a shattered world of crystal. These spatial rifts, constantly open and close, tearing and hissing, emitting a teeth-grinding hissing sound, frantically eroding your golden body. The power of space is indeed not to be underestimated. Even a single crack may not cause you any real harm, but thousands upon thousands of cracks intertwined, like countless invisible saw teeth repeatedly cutting, tearing your indestructible body, until it was covered in wounds, and countless fine bloodstains appeared on the surface of your golden body, with pale golden blood slowly seeping out. However, with your almost superhuman self-healing ability and the operation of your endless life, supernatural power, every wound is healing and merging at a visible speed. The new flesh gleams with a glassy luster and is even more resilient than before. Just as you were trapped in the spatial storm, the clouds above suddenly parted to the sides, and an old man in a purple-gold robe slowly emerged. The dragon's aura, the aura of mountains and rivers, and the aura of all people intertwined on his body, forming countless gilded laws that coiled around him. Each law seemed to have a life of its own, flowing ceaselessly and radiating an aura of majesty that suppressed the 8 wastelands. The imperial law and heavenly mandate sword, The old man uttered ancient and majestic syllables, each word resonating with the heavens and earth. Thousands. Golden runes surged forth from the void. These were not ordinary sword energies, but rather divine decrees inscribed with ancient seal script, converging into a magnificent colossal sword that pierced through heaven and earth. A vast, illusory image of mountains, rivers, city people, and the rise and fall of dynasties appeared on the sword's blade, as if the entire history and destiny of the great Yang dynasty were forged into it. Immediately afterwards, a colossal golden dragon symbolizing the nation's destiny soared into the sky, unleashing a roar that shook the heavens. It instantly broke free and merged into the giant sword, its dragon form coiling around the blade, its eyes shining as brightly as the sun and moon. At this moment, the sword embodies the ceaseless flow of the power of mountains and rivers, the destiny of the nation, and the livelihood of all people. This sword strike transcends mere personal martial prowess. It influencing the national destiny and laws of the entire land, transforming into an irreversible ultimate judgment. Wherever the sword points, that is the mandate of heaven, and all laws shall submit. Those who disobey will be executed. The sword's cry, like the resounding torrent of a celestial bell, echoed between heaven and earth. The golden greatsword, carrying the overwhelming power to suppress all ages, slowly tilted, and then, with unstoppable force, slashed straight at you. Where the sword energy passed, space itself was locked by the law, leaving no escape, no way to avoid it, as if the entire world had become a cage, and you were the prisoner awaiting execution within it. This sword strike, bearing the punishment of the entire world and the supreme law, will utterly condemn, suppress, and annihilate you, from body to soul. This should be considered one of the strongest trump cards of the great Yang royal family. Well, we've had enough fun today, it's time to end this. You gazed at the falling heavenly sword, your eyes showing no fear, but rather a satisfied smile, as if a long-awaited feast had finally reached its final main course. Just as the giant sword was about to strike your head, an indescribable intent erupted from the deepest part of your body. That wasn't an aura, nor was it intimidation. It was a concept, a declaration, a domineering will of absolute self. The instant it rose, the spatial rifts that had been frantically opening and tearing apart instantly froze. Even the aura of finality carried by the fallen greatsword of law was blocked by an invisible barrier. This fist intent is unparalleled, dominating heaven and earth, supreme and unrivaled. It doesn't concern itself with future trends, but only with the present moment. It transcends the realm of martial arts, becoming an embodiment of a certain rule, a declaration of absolute supremacy in this world. And above and below the heavens, I am the only one who reigns supreme, dominating the present, invincible in the universe. The fist the present. You spoke each word with a voice as resounding as a bell, each syllable seemingly striking the very laws of heaven and earth, stirring up ripples upon ripples. A punch was thrown, without dazzling light and shadow explosions, without a deafening roar. Yes, but it's just a kind of replacement. Your fist intent, that absolute will to dominate the present and be the only one to reign supreme, is like an invisible tsunami or a rewritten law of heaven, sweeping across the entire world centered on you in an unstoppable and incomprehensible way. Snap! The first thing to shatter was the imperial law. Sword, which embodied 1,000 years of national destiny, vast lands and rivers, and the aspirations of hundreds of millions of people. It wasn't shattered by immense force, but rather as if the very foundation of its existence was instantly negated and altered. The laws that carried it were overshadowed by a more domineering fist intent, and the national destiny that supported it was suppressed by a more absolute force. The illusory images of mountains and rivers on the sword crumbled inch by inch, and the image of people's livelihood vanished like smoke. The runes of the law wailed and faded, the mighty golden dragon of national destiny letting out a mournful, unwilling howl, forcibly suppressed and imprisoned by you. At this moment, whether it was the celestial ancestor of the royal family, the Dharma aspect realm warriors who had previously besieged you, or even the countless cultivators and mortals who were watching this battle, regardless of their location or cultivation level, at this moment, in their eyes, or rather, in their perception, all things in heaven and earth vanished. The sun, moon, stars, rivers, buildings, people, turbulent, energy flows, spatial rifts. Everything faded, disappeared, vanished. Only one thing remains. A fist imprint that spans heaven and earth, simple and ancient, yet containing the power to suppress all possibilities of the past, present, and future. It doesn't belong to the past, nor does it hold promise. Exists only in the present, and the present is exclusively possessed and defined by this one punch. This punch originates solely from the present moment, from the true self, from that absolute will that transcends all constraints, shatters all authority, and reigns supreme. With just this one punch, there is no one left to rival me, neither in heaven nor on earth. As your fist slowly retracted, all was silent, except for your golden body standing alone in the air. Those Dharma aspect realm warriors who had just attacked you, as well as that celestial ancestor from the royal family, all knelt on the ground as if their spines had been removed. Their auras were weak, their fates unknown. It seemed that even their will and cultivation had been completely shattered by that one punch. It's worth mentioning that you also gave the giant black dragon, formed by Guokaishen's military formation power a boost, and now those soldiers are already fast asleep. A gentle breeze stirs up a few specks of dust, but it cannot dispel the lingering aura of dominance that permeates the air. After a satisfying battle, you didn't forget your purpose. You used your powerful divine soul to access all the scriptures in the Imperial Library, as well as the cultivation techniques recorded in the Jade Slips. While browsing through martial arts manuals, you feel several gazes fixed on you. You guess these people are the other celestial ancestors of the royal family. Perhaps these people saw that you were genuinely just reading martial arts manuals and had no intention of killing, and they weren't sure if they could defeat you if they attacked together, so they didn't show themselves. In their view, while the cultivation techniques in the Sutra repository were valuable, they weren't that precious. How could something that could be reused compare to the life of a celestial being? October 20th, 2005 of the Dayangyang era. After more than 10 days of public attention, the whole world now knows that a formidable figure has stormed into the Daeyang Imperial Palace and escaped unscathed. If we were to name the most bewildered people at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Qin Rui and Zhao Jing, EA's transmigrators who possessed the script. They initially believed they could navigate this world with ease and control. But I never expected that someone like you, completely out of the plot, would appear out of nowhere, although they had long understood that there would inevitably be discrepancies between reality and fictional depictions. For example, in Qin Rui's eyes, Zhao Jing was an anomaly that shouldn't exist. But your appearance was a bolt from the blue for Qin Rui and his companion, completely shattering their sense of premonition and composure. Because your strength is too great. You're practically not someone who should appear in this era. Neither of them knows whether their accumulated trump cards are enough to escape from you. At this moment, both Qin Rui and Qin Rui wondered if they were not the only transmigrators in this world. In their eyes, you who stormed the palace that day might actually be a transmigrator with a system for showing off or a system for manifesting divine power. The sense of pressure brought by this unknown con caused Qin Rui and Zhao Jing to unusually restrain their sharp edges and act with extraordinary discretion in the days that followed. Without the suppression of the two, Yi Xiao, the native protagonist, seemed to have triggered a bottoming-out rebound mechanism, encountering several great opportunities in succession. In just a few days, he first stumbled upon a lost sword technique in an ancient cave in a desolate mountain, and then unexpectedly encountered a spiritual herb to temper his body on the edge of a secret realm, causing his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, with the gradual recovery of spiritual energy in heaven and earth, and the subtle loosening of the great Tao's rules, Yi Xiao's realm has actually approached the fourth grade mountain and sea realm, just one step away from breaking through the barrier and truly joining the ranks of the strong. For the past 10 days or so, you have been studying the martial arts techniques and cultivation methods collected in the Imperial Palace's library. It must be said that the vast collection of books in the Imperial Palace's library has greatly benefited you, and the top-tier martial arts techniques recorded in the Jade Slips have significantly enhanced your martial arts foundation. On November 20th, 2005 of the Dia Yang era, since you tasted the benefits of borrowing books from the palace, an even bolder plan has taken root in your mind. To do so, a month ago, you created hundreds of avatars, that within this month, aside from hidden forces like the Great Evolution Heavenly Palace that reside within small worlds, you've visited over 90% of the top forces in the entire world using your avatar. These incarnations you created have different appearances, different temperaments, and vastly different martial arts styles. Some are as fierce as thunder, some as ethereal as clouds, some as unpredictable as shadows, and some as solid as mountains. Yeti, but everyone isn't stupid. The way your avatars act is remarkably similar to that of the person who stormed the palace. No one believed there was no connection between them. So when you visited another major sect, someone from that sect mustered up the courage to inquire about your background. The boundless heaven of creation, the palace of creation, you see that no one in the world has realized that those collecting cultivation techniques are all avatars, and you really think your faction can send out so many powerful individuals. Also, your mischievous side kicked in, and you fabricated an origin story, claiming you were a powerful, hidden force. Although you don't intend to create your own faction, you've decided that when you're posing as someone else. In the future, you'll occasionally mention the faction's name, gradually deepening the impression among martial artists worldwide that the fictional power, the creation limitless palace, is unfathomable. In March of the year 1006 of the Great Yang Dynasty, the spring breeze caressed mountains and new green shoots began to emerge. Outside your secluded cave, fallen petals were already scattered everywhere. After more than 3 months, you have finally mastered all the martial arts techniques you have collected from around the world. The martial arts principles contained within these techniques intertwine in your mind, forming a dazzling galaxy. Such a wide range of martial arts concepts will not only greatly enhance your martial arts foundation, furthermore, it helped you successfully break through the limits of the two cultivation methods for spiritual soul and true essence, namely, the record of one thought to divine intervention and the scripture of limitless creation. A breakthrough in the record of one thought to divine power awakened your third divine power, a soul-type ability. In that instant, your soul left your body, soaring straight up to the heavens, where you saw the intricate fabric of heaven and earth, the past and future faintly visible, and the threads of cause and effect entwining all living beings. Yet this supernatural power allows your soul to perceive heavenly secrets, foresee the future, and see through cause and effect. However, judging from the artistic conception contained within this supernatural power, it is actually a time-related supernatural power. It's not a static observation, but rather it makes you feel as if you're standing on the banks of a long river of time, able to reach out and gently touch the surging waves. Given its mysterious effects, you named this supernatural power predicting the future. The breakthroughs in these two cultivation techniques directly elevated your divine soul and true essence to a level far exceeding that of ordinary celestial realm cultivators. His divine soul is as solid as crystal, capable of encompassing 30,000 miles of mountains and rivers with a single thought. His true essence is as vast as the sea, each drop containing the vitality of creation, self-generating and circulating, almost inexhaustible. At this moment your essence, energy, and spirit, as well as your understanding of martial arts, far surpass those of ordinary celestials. Even your physical body has exceeded the scope of the celestial realm. However, in terms of overall cultivation level, you are still only a celestial. Perhaps this is why you haven't been suppressed by heaven and earth, and now that you have accumulated sufficient knowledge of martial arts, coupled with abundant creation energy, the breakthroughs in these two techniques are just the beginning. The next period will be a phase of explosive growth in your strength. The question now is whether I should break through to the celestial realm, or, like when I first delved into the golden body realm, improve my divine soul and true essence from another aspect. Unlike before, you now know how to break through from the Dharma aspect realm to the celestial being realm, and you have met all the requirements for the breakthrough. For a martial artist to break through from the second-grade Dharma aspect realm to the first-grade celestial being realm, the core lies in completely fusing their condensed Dharma aspect with their physical body, forging a unique celestial being Dharma body. But once the Dharma body is formed, the physical body is no longer a mortal form, but becomes a natural vessel for the laws of heaven and earth. Every breath it takes subtly harmonizes with the rhythm of the heavenly Tao, and every movement it makes influences the changes in the surrounding spiritual energy. The most profound aspect of the celestial body lies in its ability to achieve a deep resonance with all things in heaven and earth. The mind can briefly merge with the surrounding environment, at that moment seeing every blade of grass and every tree, feeling every breeze and drifting cloud on the skin. Even the subtle pulse of mountains and rivers can become an extension of your perception and an extension of your will. The universe is no longer just an external entity, but an integral part of you that breathes together. Furthermore, the domain unleashed by a celestial warrior using their celestial body possesses greater control over heaven and earth, and greater suppression over enemies within its domain, compared to the Dharma domain of a Dharma aspect realm cultivator. While the Dharma realm still needs to rely on the power of heaven and earth, the Dharma realm generates its own laws, like a deity descending upon a microcosm. Hence, it is called the celestial Dharma realm by the world. Calmed your mind and pondered for a while, and finally decided to break through to the celestial realm first. This decision is not rash. In your view, since when breaking through to the Dharma aspect realm, one condenses the limitless Dharma aspect of creation based on the profound meaning of the great Tao inherent in one's innate talent. Your inherent nature will be enhanced by your talents, allowing you to better unleash their power. After breaking through the celestial realm and forging the limitless creation law, you will definitely undergo further baptism and transformation from the limitless creation talent. That baptism is not only an elevation of power, but also a leap in essence. At that time, you will be able to more deeply harness the power of the limitless creation talent, laying a more solid foundation for your future path. On March 10th, 1006th year of the Dayong reign, after you leave Xuanjing City once more, your figure appearing outside the city on another desolate mountain range, rarely visited by humans. But it's quite a coincidence that when you broke through to the Dharma aspect realm, your Taoist aura naturally emanated, causing that barren mountain to regain its vitality and give birth to some spiritual energy. And now, that mountain has been occupied by a sect with a fourth-rank martial artist stationed there, who considers it a blessed land. Biting mountain wind blows, amidst jagged rocks. You find a sheltered valley, and just as you did when you broke through to the Dharma form realm, you activate the transformation into mortal technique, then, with a slight slide of your fingertips, strands of profound spiritual energy, guided by you, silently seeped into the earth's veins, rocks, and void within 100 miles, inscribing layers upon layers of incredibly complex hidden runes. Either the array formed by these runes has effects far beyond simply shielding ordinary martial artists from detection. Its deeper purpose is to construct a temporary barrier to isolate this world from the unseen gaze of fate. At this juncture in our era, the rules of heaven and earth have not yet fully loosened. Openly breaking through the barrier between the celestial and the human realm could very likely invite unpredictable suppression or backlash. With everything arranged, sit cross-legged, your heart as still as an ancient well, and take out several bottles of auxiliary pills that have been prepared beforehand, including spirit-stabilizing pill to stabilize the soul, sea essence jade liquid to boost true energy, and golden marrow protecting powder to protect the meridians, etc. The elixir, once ingested, transforms into warm currents that permeate your limbs and bones, elevating your physical and mental state to its peak. Then, you close your eyes and introspect, sinking your mind into your sea of consciousness. The colossal Dharma image, symbolizing the boundless Tao of creation, rises behind you. The light flows, resonating and merging with every inch of your skin, every drop of your blood, and every bone in your body. This is a meticulous process, the fusion of the physical form and the spiritual body is not a crude superposition, but a subtle and gradual permeation and reconstruction of the laws and the material realm. Time passed silently, the sun rose and the moon set, and 3 days and 3 nights went by in the blink of an eye. Finally, on the 3rd day, as the sun rose and purple clouds appeared in the east, your body suddenly trembled, and every pore on your body opened, bursting forth with an indescribable chaotic glow. It was as if some barrier within my body had shattered with a deafening roar, and a brand new, vast power, closer to the very origin of heaven and earth, awakened and surged forth from the depths of my soul. That creation of limitless Dharma image has completely disappeared, or rather, it has perfectly merged with you. Your body, at this moment, is the Dharma form, and the Dharma form is your body, the limitless Dharma body of creation, accomplished. As you predicted, at the instant the Dharma body took shape, another part of the profound meaning of the great Tao, hidden deep within one's innate talent, was activated. It is like the purest source of creation, thoroughly cleansing and reshaping your essence, energy, and spirit once again. You can clearly feel that your soul has become more refined and pure, your true essence is more abundant and pure, and its circulation carries the rhythm of laws. Your physical strength has also leaped to a new level. The most important change lies in your mastery and application of the talent, limitless creation. Many previously obscure and difficult to understand methods of application have now become clear and understandable, as if the clouds have parted to reveal the sun. The innate powers you can draw upon whether it's the generative and transformative power of creation that generates and evolves all things, or the all-encompassing and limitless realm of limitlessness, have all been significantly enhanced. On June, Danshan's sixth year of the Dayong reign, yet on this day, in a secret chamber 1,000 meters underground deep within your mansion, you are sitting cross-legged in meditation. The surrounding area was encased in thick, dark iron walls, isolating all external sounds. Only the subtle airflow created by your breath could be heard circulating in the darkness. You close your eyes slightly, your mind sinking into your body, a domineering yet ancient fist intent slowly emanating from your body. At this moment, the intent of the fist seems to come alive, rising and falling with your breathing, sometimes as blazing as the sun in the sky, sometimes as a dark current in the night, constantly shifting between reality and illusion. Suddenly, your body trembled slightly, and the previously outward radiating fist's intent began to collapse inward, as if the stars of the universe were returning to a singularity, an end. It is in this very instant that all your past contemplation of martial arts, your understanding of combat, and your perception of life flow into the core of that fist intent, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Finally, a silent shattering sound resounded from the depths of his soul. Intent of the fist was no longer ethereal, but had solidified into a tangible form. It emanates from every pore of your body, like light and mist, yet as heavy as a mountain, instantly filling the entire secret room. The dust stirred up by the breakthrough, which was originally swirling chaotically, now seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. Its falling and floating speed slowed down tenfold or 100-fold, and even time itself seemed viscous and sluggish. The materialized fist intent continued to expand, and the instant it touched the wall of the secret chamber, an incredible change occurred. The seemingly indestructible black iron, as if weathered by time, lost its metallic luster, turning into grayish-brown rock, then softening, disintegrating, and transforming into the most primitive soil. This is not destruction, but a fundamental reconstruction, where the intent of the fist reaches, the structure of matter is reshaped according to your will. Then, the intent of the fist flowed and transformed once more, condensing into a tiny world in the center of the secret chamber. It contains the illusory shadows of mountains, the winding rivers, and even flickering light and shadow, resembling the embryonic form of a real world. This world existed for only a moment before collapsing and annihilating. The immense energy released in its annihilation had not yet erupted before it was effortlessly smoothed and dissolved by your fist's intent. Like waves returning to a tranquil deep pool, you slowly opened your eyes, and within them seemed to be the rising and falling of stars. This is materialized essence of martial arts reconstructing matter, interfering with time, and creating space. As expected of a cheat code, this talent, it's truly outrageous. I never imagined I could actually materialize the martial arts of human immortals realm from the novels of my past life in this world. The martial arts of immortals originates from a famous novel you remember. At the time, you simply felt that the path of the immortal martial arts, which purely uses qiyad and will to penetrate the void and shatter everything, had a great similarity in its spiritual core to the 9th grade martial arts of this world. Because, although the 9-rank martial arts prevalent in the Great Yang Dynasty, and even this world, cultivates both true kai and spirit, the martial will, especially the true martial intent condensed in the later stages, is the fundamental principle that runs through it all. Without the true essence of martial arts, one cannot condense a martial arts spirit, let alone manifest a dharma form and ascend to a higher level of life. It can be said that the true meaning of martial arts is not only the core of combat power, but also the essential path for martial arts cultivation in this world. to see through illusions and realize one's true self. The fist intent in the martial arts of Immortals echoes this perfectly. It relies not on external objects, but solely on one's own mind, using the intent of a single punch to penetrate time and space, condensing the void into reality. The essence of fist intent you have achieved today can be said to have opened a new window on the path of martial arts in this world. It is a path of interfering with reality with pure will, and even reshaping the rules. And it's not just about the physical essence of the fist. You also need to try to recreate the flesh and blood extensions, endless transformations, and even the shattering of the vacuum behind the human immortal. Martial arts. Actually, if you're not pursuing the ghost immortal martial arts path, you need to undergo a tribulation of lightning. The essence of undergoing a tribulation of lightning is the thought of devouring the vast world. Otherwise, would you also like to try and see if you can cultivate into a yang god? Unfortunately, not all heavenly laws are as generous as the vast world. However, without relying on tribulation lightning, the amount of energy required to cultivate one's divine soul to a level comparable to the tangible essence of fist intent within the ghost immortal martial arts is significantly greater than the amount needed to cultivate the tangible essence of fist intent. The main issue is that the original novel doesn't offer a method to combine human and ghost immortal martial arts to achieve instant ascension, so it's not worth wasting your extra cultivation energy. As you were thinking this, you slowly stood up. The materialized fist intent receded into your body like a tide, and the secret room returned to calm, leaving only the traces of the four walls turning into mud, silently telling the story of the transformation that had just occurred. You've reached the essence of fist fighting. Your strength has improved by several levels. You've roughly estimated that, with your materialized fist intent, if you were to unleash this fist now, it would be enough to directly shatter the millions of miles of territory of the great Yang dynasty. If you add the Wheel of Limitless, which allows you to condense the heavenly man's Dharma body, you can elevate your martial arts by 1.5 levels. It's possible to shatter the world with a single punch, of course, assuming this world is as it is now. Based on the current situation, this world is clearly not that simple. Who knows what ancient, powerful beings might be lurking in the shadows. But while you might not be able to destroy the world, you'll be more than capable of handling the upcoming update. With your current strength, even if an ancient powerhouse surpassing the celestial realm by 1 or 2 major realms were to appear the next moment, you would have nothing to fear. Judging from the situations of the native protagonist, Yi Xiao, and the transmigrators Qin Rui and Zhao Jing, this world shouldn't have a situation where being realm higher automatically makes you invincible. After all, in most novels of this type, the protagonist has to defeat enemies far stronger than themselves. Of course, if this world truly doesn't play by the rules, for example, if the next realm of a celestial being can destroy a world with a single finger, you have nothing to say but to run away. With your current reserves of creation energy, exchanging it for a one-time cross-dimensional item is still possible. At 20 years old, more than a month has passed since you broke through to the essence of fist intent. During this period, your fighting spirit surged like a mighty river, not only without ceasing, but also becoming increasingly solid and profound through day and night tempering. And you too have begun your journey towards the realm of flesh and blood. With your experience in condensing the celestial body, coupled with your innate power, fusing that materialized, vast fist intent into every inch of your flesh and blood will be a natural and effortless process. August 10,006 of the Yang era, on the vast grasslands beyond the northern border of the great Yang dynasty, within the golden tent of the barbarian royal court, a low, mournful horn sounded. Sizable barbarian cavalry, force crossed the border and launched a harassing invasion of the northern border of Daeong. However, this conflict, which many predicted would be the prelude to a major war, ended rather abruptly and in a rather anticlimactic manner. Only a few brief clashes broke out between experts at the Dharma aspect realm along the border. Before they could penetrate further, the barbarians retreated like the tide, leaving only some smoke and doubt. From the perspective of the imperial court, this is more like a border skirmish than the start of a national war. In the grand scheme of the world, this matter is but a speck of dust. For you, it is merely a trivial matter on your path of cultivation, something you need not worry about and can disregard. Your mind is already immersed in a deeper exploration of the essence of boxing and the mysteries of the physical body. However, Qin Rui and Zhao Jing were unusually concerned about this invasion, which was all bark and no bite. After the storm subsided, the two men reacted in completely different ways. Qin Rui's reaction was one of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Because, in the original novel, a sword soars to the heavens, as he knew it, this august invasion was the fatal beginning that led to the death of his father, Prince Qin Jan of Zhenbei. In the original story, the barbarians' actions were actually a carefully planned bait and trap. The Prince of Zhenbei was ordered to go north to quell the rebellion, but unfortunately he was surrounded and ambushed by several powerful barbarian warriors. Ultimately succumbing to his injuries, he tragically passed away, which became the poignant prologue to the turning point in Qin Rui's fate. In the original novel, as a transmigrator, Qin Rui has regarded the Prince of Zhenbei as his greatest support and blood relative since his arrival in this world. How could he allow this tragedy to repeat itself? Moreover, Qin Jan is currently his biggest backer. Therefore, several months ago, he spared no expense in spending a huge amount of his hard-earned reputation points to exchange for a precious life-saving item called Mysterious Turtle Life-Protecting Talisman from the system, and then seized the opportunity to give it to Qin Jan. However, because of Zhao Jing and your presence, Qin Rui harbored a deep unease. He couldn't be sure whether the Mysterious Turtle Life-Protecting Talisman could truly protect his father under the influence of unknown variables. Until the battle report from the northern frontier arrived, it was found that the barbarians had only engaged in small-scale harassment, and the anticipated fierce battle had not occurred. Furthermore, Qin Jan, the Prince of Zhenbei, had not even ventured north. This unexpected calm filled Qin Rui with immense relief. The certain death trap that had hung over his father seemed to have been quietly wiped away by an invisible hand, as if it had never happened. At its core, this subtle turning point in fate is intricately connected to you. The barbarians should have taken advantage of this period of revival to seize resources and fortune, and attempt to hunt down the vital forces of the great Yang dynasty, thus preparing for the true revival of the world. However, when your avatar visited various powerful forces, the barbarian royal court and several major tribes far beyond the northern border were also on your visit list. It was precisely because of that severe beating, coupled with the fabricated, hidden power of the boundless creation haven you created, that the barbarians abandoned their plan to cause a major disturbance before the revival of heaven and earth. Therefore, the original plan to hunt down one or two powerful figures from the great Yang dynasty was completely shelved. They simply sent some soldiers to harass them. Not only that, but there's also the reason you forced your way into the palace. Although some time has passed since you stormed the palace, the events of that day have still put the Emperor of Daeong in a state of shock. The Emperor of Daeong deeply felt that the defenses of Chuanjing City and its high-end combat forces were still insufficient. At a time of great unease, how could he easily let Qin Jan, the Prince of Zhenbei, a top-tier expert at the peak of the Dharma aspect realm and a pillar of the nation, leave the capital? It was this mindset that led Qin Zhan, who should have gone north to oversee the situation, to remain in Chuanjing City, thus. By a twist of fate, the Prince of Zhenbei remained safely away from the northern battlefield where he should have met his end. In stark contrast to Qin Rui's secret relief, another transmigrator, Zhao Jing, was extremely depressed. He had meticulously planned to take advantage of the barbarian invasion to secretly fuel the flames, and ensure that even if Qin Zhan, the Prince of Zhenbei, possesses the life-saving item provided by Qin Rui, he will surely perish amidst the flames of war in the north. As a transmigrator who knows part of the plot involving Qin Rui, Zhao Jing was confident that his understanding of the plot points and his own methods were enough to create an accident in the chaos that surpassed the original story, rendering even the life-saving item powerless. Unexpectedly, just as he was preparing to place his crucial piece after a long period of preparation, he discovered that the chessboard had suddenly changed. The anticipated fierce battle never materialized, and the Prince of Zhenbei didn't even step out of the capital. All his calculations and plans suddenly vanished, like a heavy punch hitting empty air, leaving him with nothing but frustration and defeat. As for why Zhao Jing was so determined to kill Qin Zhan, the root of the problem lies in the novel featuring Qin Rui as the protagonist. Thanks to Qin Rui's help, Qin Zhan, the Prince of Zhenbei, not only survived in the north, but also broke through to the celestial realm shortly after the world revived, experiencing a surge in strength. For a long time afterward, they were the protagonist Qin Rui's strongest and most reliable support and backing, shielding him from the storm and clearing away numerous obstacles. As Zhao Jing knew that if he didn't eliminate Qin Zhan, this heavenly backer, who was bound to break through in the future, it would be even more difficult to deal with Qin Rui, who also possessed a system after the world was restored. Furthermore, killing Qin Zhan would allow him to plunder a considerable amount of villain points and directly complete the system's mission to kill Qin Zhan. It could be said that this barbarian invasion was, in his eyes, a godsend, the perfect opportunity to weaken Qin Rui and gain villainous points, but he never expected the plot to take such a dramatic turn. In the 10th month of late autumn, the year 10,006 of Diayang reign, inside the secret chamber, time seemed to be blocked by the thick stone walls, with only your seated figure and the pervasive martial arts intent flowing within. Since entering the realm of substantial fist intent 4 months ago, your aura has become increasingly refined and profound. Now, you are beginning your assault on flesh and blood derivation. The tangible intent of the fist, like a golden torrent, surrounds your body, yet under the guidance of your mind, it slowly recedes inward, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, quietly seeping into every inch of skin, every strand of fascia, and even the depths of every cell. You can clearly sense that the intent of the fist is no longer an outward projected force, but rather resonates and merges with your flesh and blood, as if etching immortal runes into your veins. Time slipped away silently. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, we've reached the most crucial moment. Suddenly, your body shattered, not disintegrated, but bloomed like a lotus, transforming into countless crimson gold blood droplets that hovered in the air. Each drop of blood was crystal clear, shimmering with an inner glow, as if carrying a small world within it. They did not fall, but floated silently, like billions of stars in a galaxy. Then, a miracle occurred. Each drop of blood began to wriggle and stretch, gradually transforming into a human shape under the shaping force of the fist. Countless miniature versions of you sit cross-legged in the void, eyes closed. This scene was like a divine miracle. Thousands of tiny, crimson gold figures hovered in mid-air, forming hand seals, their auras interconnected, as if one were all and all were one. However, this wondrous sight lasted only a moment. The next instant, all the little figures, as if summoned, transformed into streams of light and converged towards the center. Boom. A powerful aura, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing, erupted from your reassembled body, instantly filling the entire secret chamber. The stone. Walls trembled, dust flew, and even the air seemed to freeze in a shudder. You slowly open your eyes, golden flames seemingly swirling within them. At this moment, the intent of your fist has been completely imprinted into every fiber of your flesh and every cell. After more than 4 months of arduous study and reflection, I have finally taken this step. Flesh and blood give rise to life, dust becomes immortal, countless forms are created, and a drop of blood can regenerate you. Even if your physical body is completely destroyed, you can be rebuilt and revived in an instant. The line between life and death becomes blurred the moment your fist intent permeates your flesh and blood. Moreover, this breakthrough, just like the previous breakthroughs to the Dharma aspect, realm and celestial realm, fundamentally enhanced your life essence and further unleashed the vast, dormant power within your talent. After all, the fist intent you've condensed, though magnificent and overwhelming, cannot be simply summarized by the word domineering. Its true core is always rooted in the supreme Taoist, meaning embodied in the innate talent of limitless creation. Breaking through to the realm of flesh and blood on the surface seems quite similar to the transformative and reshaping process of condensing a celestial body. However, its impact on and transformation of the physical body is actually more thorough and profound. It not only reshapes your meridians, acupoints, and the principles of Qi and blood circulation. Furthermore, in every inch of your flesh and blood, in every breath of life, an almost immortal mark of life has been etched, causing your body to begin to move closer to a state of continuous life and endless evolution. At this moment, you have a premonition that, after experiencing another fundamental sublimation like this, your mastery and understanding of limitless creation talent will break through existing barriers and step into an unprecedented new level. But this opportunity won't last long, because the next breakthrough in the realm of flesh and blood evolution, ever-changing transformation will follow. It's a physical transformation even more extreme than the evolution of flesh and blood. Metamorphosis that pushes the body's potential to its peak. The March 1st, 1007 of the Da-Yang era. As dawn broke, golden rays bathed the glazed tiles of the capital city of Dayang, as if the entire city were coated with a sacred luster. This day marks the annual imperial ceremony of the Great Yang Dynasty, a grand event established since the founding of the dynasty. It was both a solemn ceremony to worship heaven and earth, and to comfort ancestors, and an excellent opportunity to demonstrate the majesty of the dynasty and unite the people of all directions. However, this year's imperial ceremony was completely different from previous years. An unprecedented tension and anticipation filled the air, and even the whispers of ordinary people in the streets and alleys were lowered, tinged with a sense of awe and curiosity. According to rumors circulating among the people, this grand ceremony is unprecedented in scale, with representatives from almost all the top powers within the Dayang territory dispatched to the capital. Even more noteworthy is that neighboring states bordering Dayang, such as the Kanglang dynasty and the Yunmeng's kingdom, also sent letters of credence and delegations to witness the ceremony early on. Eophora. Time, carriages and horses thronged the capital, banners fluttered, and the streets were filled with warriors and envoys of all kinds of attire and accents, as if all the heroes of the world had gathered here. This grand occasion has two causes. First, it is a sign of the revival of heaven and earth, which concerns the overall situation of the world. These days, as the spiritual energy has become increasingly abundant, rare and precious natural treasures have begun to appear. This invisible wave has stirred up the entire cultivation world. Whether it's ancient sects or ambitious kingdoms, everyone senses an atmosphere of both opportunity and danger. Using this grand imperial ceremony, the leaders of various factions tacitly gather and discuss, probe each other's bottom lines, and clarify the boundaries of future cooperation or competition. Secondly, it provides an unprecedented stage for the next generation of outstanding talents. As heaven and earth revive and fortunes shift, many exceptionally talented individuals have emerged among this generation of young people, carrying the hopes for the future of their respective factions. Letting these young people appear and compete before the world is not only a form of training, but also a silent declaration showcasing their potential, vying for opportunities, and laying the groundwork for the coming era. The core ceremony of the grand event was held at Chengshan Square in the center of the imperial city. The vast plaza, paved with white marble, was surrounded by colossal stone sculptures symbolizing the four-directional mythical beasts, with a 9-Zhang-high altar for worshipping heaven at its center. As the morning bell tolled and ceremonial music played, Emperor Yang, dressed in a ceremonial robe adorned with 12 imperial symbols, led civil and military officials, members of the imperial family, and nobles in a solemn and dignified ceremony to worship heaven, earth, and their ancestors. However, all the representatives attending the ceremony knew in their hearts that after these elaborate rituals, the real highlight was about to begin: the 3-day martial arts competition for prodigies. The training ground is located in the martial arts hall on the east side of the plaza. The hall is reinforced with array formations, and the floor is paved with specially made azure stones, capable of withstanding the full force of attacks from those below the mountain and sea realm. The surrounding stands rose in a ring, large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people, and the martial arts exercise officially began that afternoon. The first day mainly featured matches between domestic sects, intended to warm up the atmosphere, but also included many exciting and thrilling duels. The first match was a clash between the younger generation of Buddhism and Taoism. Representing Buddhism in this competition is Mingxin, a true disciple from Zumi Temple, one of the 4 great Zen temples of Buddhism. Mingxin was just over 20 years old, with a handsome and serene face. He wore a simple gray monk's robe and held a string of ancient Buddhist beads in his hand. His steps were steady, and a faint golden Buddhist light flowed around him, giving him a dignified and solemn appearance. His opponent was Qingxu, the current chief disciple of the top Taoist sect, Zhuanyuan Temple. Qingxu, dressed in a blue Taoist robe and carrying a long sword, possessed a refined and otherworldly air, standing there like a solitary pine tree, exuding the natural charm of the Tao. Both of them have reached the peak of the wind and fire realm. After exchanging greetings, the two spoke little more. Mingxin softly chanted a Buddhist prayer and then made the first move. He didn't use any weapon, but simply thrust out a palm. Instantly, Buddhist light surged forth, transforming into a solidified golden giant palm. A swastika swirls in the palm, carrying a magnificent and overwhelming will that suppresses all things, slowly pressing down on Qingxu. This is one of the unique techniques of the Sumeru Zen Temple, the starting stance of the Sumeru mountain palm. It appears slow, but in reality, its energy locks in all directions, leaving no room for escape. Qingxu's expression remained unchanged. He pointed his fingers like a sword, and with a flick of his finger, a clear, autumn water-like sword aura burst forth from his fingertips. Even though the long sword behind him was not drawn, The sword energy grew longer in the wind, transforming into a long, azure rainbow that precisely pierced the center of the swastika symbol in the palm of the giant golden hand. With a soft hiss, the sword energy and the Buddhist light collided, but there was no violent explosion. The golden giant palm, like a bubble being punctured, rippled from its center before slowly dissipating. The azure sword energy continued its relentless advance, heading straight for his heart and face. A hint of surprise flashed in Mingxin's eyes. With a thought, a layer of tangible golden bell phantom instantly enveloped his entire body. A clang. The sword energy struck the golden bell, producing a clear and melodious chime that reverberated, causing the eardrums of nearby spectators to tremble slightly. The illusory image of the golden bell flickered a few times before finally settling down. This attack and defense, both executed in the blink of an eye, already revealed the profound skill and exquisite control of the two. The power of the enlightened Buddha is pure and vast, with a solid foundation. The sword energy of the pure void is refined and sharp, and the Daoist techniques are profound. And in the final moments of the duel, Qingshu, with a swift and powerful sword, move reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens, pierced through Mingxin's protective Buddhist aura. His fingertips lightly touched the front of Mingxin's monk's robe, before he gracefully retreated, smiling and bowing. Mingxin returned the gesture, readily conceding defeat. Besides that, there's also the raw, visceral passion of combat between body-refining martial artists. The sounds of bones pounding and muscles roaring filled the air, sweat and blood splattering everywhere, vividly demonstrating the fierceness and passion of martial arts. However, the most eye-catching event was undoubtedly the competition among the female cultivators, especially the duel between the Ninth Princess and Wang Xiayun. When Ninth Princess Zhao Lingyugu gracefully entered in her palace attire and stood opposite Wang Xiayun, the entire audience held their breath. The Ninth Princess's swordsmanship was as light and agile as a flowing spring under the moon, while Wang Xiayun's sleeves danced like flying rainbows, her figure graceful and ethereal. Their exchange of blows, though lacking some of the raw power, possessed a flowing, poetic beauty. The young people in the audience, both men and women, were mesmerized. After all, everyone appreciates beauty, and this kind of scene is appealing not only to men but also to women. Furthermore, even though these people's fights seem like children's brawls to you, you still enjoy watching them. On the third day, the martial arts competition reached its climax, with the local prodigies of Daeong beginning their clashes with the talents from neighboring countries, who had traveled from afar. The warriors from the Kanglang dynasty possess immense strength and fierce techniques. The warriors from the Yunmeng Marsh Kingdom are unpredictable and cunning. The young people of Daeong displayed their skills and fought bravely, resulting in both victories and defeats, making for an exceptionally intense and exciting battle. Among them, Yixiao, Qinrui, and Zhaojing stood out the most, and were among the few young people to reach the mountain and sea realm. Their names, as the spectators dispersed, quickly spread throughout the land, and they were regarded as the most outstanding representatives of the younger generation of the great Yang dynasty, carrying the hope of coping with the great upheaval of the world's resurgence. May, 1007th year of the great Yang dynasty. On this day, the once clear sky suddenly darkened without warning. It was a deep, oppressive darkness, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, spreading from the depths of the heavens, a nameless sense of oppression enveloping the entire world. In that moment of utter silence, boom, the thunderclap boomed, the sound seemingly erupting simultaneously from the depths of everyone's heart, from every inch of the earth beneath their feet, and from every breath of air above their heads, with an ancient, awe-inspiring grandeur, as if heavens and earth had been created, it instantly pierced through everyone's eardrums and souls. Before the loud noise subsided, strange phenomena suddenly occurred. A magnificent glow, like a celestial river pouring down, or like countless divine flowers blooming from the dark sky, swept across the entire field of vision. The waterfall cascades down, carrying a gentle yet powerful vitality, sprinkling its light upon mountains, rivers, towns, and countryside. In every corner of the world, the concentration of spiritual energy is rising, condensing, undergoing a qualitative change at an alarming rate. Plants sprout new buds at a visible speed, withered trees come back to life, old trees sprout new branches, and mountain streams become clearer, with a faint shimmering light. The world's recovery has begun. This revival means that this world will return to ancient times, and some ancient forces hidden in history are about to return. Its changes continue to ferment amidst the rosy glow and spiritual tides. And after the initial shock and uproar, a deeper and more fundamental evolution will follow. Time seems to be stretched out, yet also sped up, flowing slowly in a mysterious rhythm. A stronger martial artists could vaguely sense a deep and powerful pulse emanating from beneath their feet, like the heartbeat of a giant. The soil has become denser and richer, containing far more life and energy than ever before. The mountains rose silently, the hills became more majestic, and the view of the plains expanded imperceptibly. The rocks became increasingly hard, and in some places veins shimmered with a strange metallic luster or possessed a spiritual quality were exposed. The earth's roots seemed to be sinking downwards, deeper into the earth, becoming more intimately connected with the origin of the world. Then came the sky, the firmament appearing higher and deeper than ever before. The clouds, once seemingly within reach, were now impossibly distant. Even space itself was reinforced by an invisible force, becoming more solid and stable. What might have caused the slightest spatial ripples in the past, when a martial arts master unleashed a full-force attack, is now barely noticeable. The sense of distance between heaven and earth has been reshaped. Thousands of miles seem even more distant than before. Deep within certain famous mountains and rivers, on isolated overseas islands, and even in desolate deserts and gobi, space begins to undergo violent distortion and folding. Like a pebble thrown into a pebble-filled reflection on water, rippling outwards in circles of transparent waves. Then, at the center of these ripples, as if a curtain has been drawn back, it reveals a landscape hidden behind it for countless years. Those were realms seemingly connected to the main world, yet not quite, but imbued with an even more ancient and desolate aura, as some of the fairy mountains float in the air, shrouded in mist, with pavilions and towers appearing and disappearing in the rosy glow, accompanied by the clear, melodious cry of cranes. As some areas exuded a menacing aura, with ancient trees reaching for the sky, and a wild, untamed atmosphere emanated from them, as if colossal beast lay in wait. Some scenes present a tranquil and peaceful pastoral landscape, yet the underlying Taoist principles are chilling. These are precisely the things that, as the main world's spatial structure strengthens and stabilizes, can no longer maintain their independent concealment. These are small worlds, paradises, or secret realms that begin to emerge from the depths of space, reconnecting and merging with the main world. In a desolate wasteland, where no one paid attention, the once empty sky suddenly revealed a continuous series of majestic palaces. Phantoms, with jade towers and winding corridors, shrouded in endless profound Taoist charm and dazzling starlight. This is the great evolution heavenly palace you saw that day. Now, the protagonist, Yi Xiao's greatest backer, has officially emerged. This earth-shattering upheaval lasted for a full 20 days and nights. The rosy glow gradually subsided after the 10th day, but the surging spiritual currents and structural reshaping of the world never ceased. Day and night alternate, but with each sunrise and sunset, the world seems subtly different from the day before. Is the morning sun of the 20th day. Pierced through the atmosphere, clearer and purer than ever before, and shone upon this brand new land, everything gradually settled down. The world now is completely different from what it was 20 days ago. It feels like a different era. The most obvious sign is the abundance of spiritual energy. In some parts of the world today, the spiritual energy has almost transformed into a light mist, lingering among the mountains and forests. Even more astonishing is the world's volume. Its total surface area is more than 10 times larger than before the cataclysmic changes. Many areas that were once adjacent may now be separated by new hills and forests, and even more numerous are vast, completely unfamiliar lands, never before recorded, appearing on or between the known borders, awaiting exploration. Of course, only martial artists at a high level can perceive the changes in the world. Most ordinary people don't understand why. They just feel that their bodies seem exceptionally light and comfortable over the past 20 days or so. The fatigue from the heavy labor has lessened considerably. Breathing is much easier and my hands and feet feel stronger. In street conversations, there's a growing sense of simple joy about auspicious omens and better air quality. Perhaps only when they can see those extra spaces will they understand how much the world has changed. However, based on your observations, most of those extra places are sparsely populated, so it may take some time for ordinary people to notice the changes in the world. To be honest, whether in this life or the last, ordinary people are almost always the last to know about major world events like these. This is why you, already possessing such strength, continue to improve. While there is joy in the elevation of one's essential life, the greater reason is that you don't want to be swept along by the times, don't want to drift with the tide. You want to be someone who changes the times. At 21 years old, more than a month had passed since the world began to recover. During this period, the world order began to change dramatically. Those ancient sects that emerged from small worlds or hidden realms possess unfathomable foundations and operate in a style vastly different from those of the modern era. While announcing their high-profile return, they also conducted a large-scale selection of disciples within their sphere of influence and quickly established their own unique system of order. The current Daeyong imperial family's actual control over various regions within its territory has declined to its lowest point in history. Fewer and fewer documents are being submitted from various localities, and local officials are mostly adopting a wait-and-see attitude. Moreover, not only are the suddenly emerging ancient forces unrestrained, but even the major sects and aristocratic families originally rooted in their localities are gradually developing different intentions as their patriarchs awaken from their slumber. Although at the Imperial Assembly that day, the major powers declared they would form a united front with the great Yang imperial family, but this did not prevent them from secretly carving out their own territories and establishing autonomous regions. For the central government of the Great Yang Dynasty, currently based in Zhuanjing, the territory they can effectively control is limited to the area centered on Zhuanjing City and radiating to dozens of surrounding prefectures. However, it is worth mentioning that the national strength of the Great Yang Dynasty not only did not decline due to the weakening of imperial power, but actually increased significantly. Above Zhuanjing City, the enormous golden dragon symbolizing the nation's destiny was even more solid and majestic than before the revival of heaven and earth. At this moment, even without activating the National Protection Formation, martial artists below the celestial realm will have their strength suppressed by more than half as long as they are within Xuanjing City, even Celestial Realm. Cultivators will be affected. This creates a seemingly contradictory phenomenon. One reason is that the mysterious, cohesive power of national destiny, which relies on territory, subjects, institutions, and cultural identity, seem to be bound by an invisible shackle in the past, making it difficult to fully manifest its power. I.e., now that the rules of heaven and earth have changed drastically, spiritual energy is active, and the rules are manifesting, this shackle has been broken. The power of the nation's destiny seems to have been truly unleashed, its essential strength resonating more clearly with this land and its inhabitants, thus appearing even more powerful. The second reason is that some martial artists at the peak of the Dharma aspect realm within the royal family took advantage of the revival of heaven and earth and the loosening of the rules to step into the celestial realm. Those who are celestial beings have a basic grasp of the laws of heaven and earth, can invoke the power of heaven and earth, and their lifespan is greatly extended. During this period when the world was just beginning to recover, and higher-level powers had not yet fully manifested, the Celestials were definitely among the strongest in the first tier. Each additional member represents a stabilizing force for the royal family, adding to its strength and deterring any potential threat. Moreover, although various local forces were restless and attempted to carve out their own territories for autonomy, as long as they did not openly raise the banner of rebellion or establish their own kingdoms, the Daeyong imperial family remained the nominal master of this vast land. This flag, in the early stages when people were eager for stability and the situation was uncertain, still possessed considerable unifying power. Many small and medium-sized families, ordinary people, and even some forces loyal to the imperial court still regard the royal family as the legitimate dynasty. August 2007 of the Daeyong era. On this day, an ancient power called the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion announced 3 different ranking lists to the entire world. These 3 lists correspond to the pinnacle of existence at 3 different levels in the martial arts world. These are the top prodigies list, which ranks the most talented young people under the age of 35. The Grandmaster ranking assesses the strength of martial artists of the top 3 ranks, and the Heavenly ranking gathers the world's strongest warriors. The Prodigy ranking has 100 seats, the Grandmaster ranking has 30 seats, and the Heavenly ranking has only 10 people. These are collectively known as the 3 Heavenly rankings. The news sent shockwaves throughout the world. Even more astonishingly, the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion claims that these lists were not compiled by humans, but were automatically generated based on the sequence revealed by a rare artifact called the Heavenly Dao Golden List. These are wondrous objects of heaven and earth, unique existences, born from the very fabric of nature, each possessing unimaginable power. According to rumors, the founding emperor of the Great Yong Dynasty was fortunate enough to obtain a rare and extraordinary artifact, which enabled him to sweep across the land and establish this vast dynasty that has lasted for thousands of years in the heart of the world. The Heavenly Golden List is said to possess the profound ability to communicate with the mysterious Heavenly Tao. Those who make the list will receive the blessing of heaven's fortune, which will greatly benefit their cultivation path and may even influence the rise and fall of an individual or a powerful force. Upon learning this news, your first thought wasn't curiosity about the rankings, but rather a slight interest in the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. The 2 possess such a wondrous artifact capable of revealing the true nature of the world's strongest individuals, and to have survived the long years without being attacked, robbed, or wiped out is a miracle in itself. Perhaps the heavenly ranking itself possesses some unknown constraint, preventing its abilities from being abused. Or, perhaps, the heavenly secrets pavilion, adhering to some transcendent creed, never sold any secret information obtained through the golden ranking, except for regularly publishing this authoritative list, thus winning the tacit approval of the major powers in the world at that time. With the combined efforts of the heavenly mystery pavilion and numerous top-tier forces, the 3 lists were posted in every town and city across the land at an astonishing speed, though in an instant the world was in an uproar, in streets and alleys, in the imperial court, and in the martial arts world. Everyone's focus of discussion converged on this. Countless martial artists flocked to the notice board, craning their necks to search for their own names, or those of people they knew. Exclamations of surprise, admiration, doubt, and resentment rose and fell. On the list of prodigies, people saw many young talents who had already made a name for themselves. The names Yi Xiao, Qin Rui, and Zhao Jing were prominently listed, testifying to their talent and strength. However, somewhat surprisingly, these highly anticipated prodigies all hovered around 30th place in the rankings, with none of them breaking into the top 10. Upon closer reflection, it makes perfect sense. We are currently in a great era of spiritual energy revival, and martial arts are flourishing. While those under 35 who have broken through to the refining spirit stage are not everywhere, they are certainly not rare either. The top 20 on the prodigy ranking are almost all at the spirit refinement stage. The competition for the top 10 is incredibly fierce. Perhaps only those peerless geniuses who have touched the edge of the Dharma aspect stage or possess heaven-defying inheritances can occupy them. Looking at the Grandmaster ranking again, there are 30 spots, but even the 30th place is at the celestial realm. This confirms that, at this point in time, there are at least 30 celestial beings. The most eye-catching feature is undoubtedly the heavenly ranking, which has only 10 seats. The 9 individuals ranked 2nd through 10th are all clearly marked with the 2 characters. Martial Saint. The Martial Saint is a realm that transcends even the celestial beings. As many ancient, long-forgotten forces gradually return to the world, a more complete and ancient system of realms also begins to circulate. In the distant past, there was no detailed 9-rank martial arts system as we have today. The top 3 ranks were collectively known as the 3 realms of Grandmaster. Refining Spirit was Grandmaster, Dharma Aspect was Great Grandmaster, and Celestial Being was Supreme Great Grandmaster. This is also the ancient origin of the name Grandmaster ranking. Above the Supreme Grandmaster, Celestial Being, is the Martial Saint. Above the Martial Saint realm lies the realm of Land Immortal, revered as a reincarnation of a saint, almost transcending heaven and earth. However, the revival of heaven and earth is only just beginning, and the world is not yet strong enough to support the full awakening of those beings. Only a handful of martial saints have awakened ahead of schedule. However, when people's eyes swept over the top of the 3 lists, almost everyone was stunned, followed by an even more heated discussion and speculation, i.e. the top spots on the prodigy ranking, the Grandmaster ranking, and the heavenly ranking. These 3 prestigious positions representing the best in their respective fields are all currently vacant. Not only is the name field blank, but even specific information about their cultivation level is not displayed. It only indicates that such a person does exist. That's what that strange causal fluctuation I sensed a while ago was all about. Others might have doubts, but you, the moment you saw the list, knew perfectly well who else could be at the top of those 3 lists besides you. Regarding age, although you are strong, you are indeed under 35 years old, meeting the inclusion criteria for the prodigy ranking. In terms of cultivation level, You haven't broken through to martial saint. You're still within the celestial realm. It's reasonable for you to be listed on the Grandmaster ranking. EAs for true strength. Those so-called martial saints are no different from ants to you. The top spot on the heavenly ranking truly belongs to you. However, this wondrous object of heaven and earth is indeed extraordinary, you thought to yourself. They were able to bypass all the concealment I had laid out, determine my approximate age, and even sense the general level of my cultivation and strength. So it seems the saying that the heavenly Tao golden list is connected to the heavenly Tao is indeed true. After all, although you are special, you have not yet transcended this world, and although this physical body has undergone several reshapings, it is still fundamentally connected to this world. The heavenly Tao may not be able to directly see all your information, but it can still deduce your general information from the sidelines. The release of the list was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples in its wake. As some are overjoyed to be on the list, feeling blessed with good fortune and their cultivation bottlenecks suddenly cleared, others, dissatisfied with their rankings, are resentful and retreat into seclusion, vowing to advance even further. Furthermore, countless forces have begun to reassess overall situation and plan their next moves. August-September, 2007 of the Da Yang era. On this day, as you stand quietly in the courtyard, you suddenly realize that the opportunity for a breakthrough is at this very moment. Without further hesitation, your figure swayed slightly, and in an instant, you traversed thousands of miles of clouds, arriving at the barrier space that belonged only to you. This is a corner of the space you created with your supreme power several months ago. Stars swirl around you, and spiritual energy is like mist. You stand in the center of the void, slowly sit cross-legged, close your eyes and concentrate. Gradually, your body begins to emit a low, continuous hum, the sound initially like the distant tolling of a bell, then growing louder and louder, as if resonating from the depths of your blood and marrow. The surrounding air trembled, and even the starlight at the edge of the barrier flickered slightly. This hum is not chaotic, but contains an ancient rhythm, like the pulse of all things at birth, or the prelude to the rearrangement of the laws of heaven and earth within you. At the moment when the buzzing reached its peak, as if the entire space itself was about to shatter, but suddenly, countless fine streaks of light appeared on your physical body. The next moment, your body slowly dissipates, transforming into countless invisible particles, like a cascading galaxy or the spreading morning mist, silently suspended in the void. Each particle, though small, carries completely all the information of your physical body, the imprint of your bloodline, your understanding of martial arts, the mark of your soul, and even the life trajectory left by every memory and every breath. This is precisely the fundamental difference between the ever-changing nature of things and previous realms. The flesh and blood derivatives of the past, at most, involved separating the flesh and blood to develop into individual entities. They could not possibly be reduced to the smallest, most primitive particles. And at this moment, you have returned to the most primitive, smallest unit of life, as if returning to your original state before chaos and creation. The starlight shifts, and time seems to stand still. Suddenly, all the light particles trembled slightly and began to converge and recombine towards the center, but this time, they no longer coalesced into a human shape. Light particles intertwine, merge, and extend. Scales solidify from the ethereal. Claws and teeth condense like gold and jade. The long body meanders like undulating mountains. In the blink of an eye, a true divine dragon appeared, coiled in the void. It was hundreds of thousands of feet long. Its entire body covered in cyan gold scales, its eyes like the sun and moon, clouds and mist rising with its breath, and lightning seemingly flickering beneath its claws. This is neither an illusion nor a simulation of true essence, but a real reconstruction of the physical body and a complete transformation of life form. You can clearly feel the surging power within the dragon's body, the oppressive bloodline of an ancient divine beast, and its innate supernatural abilities to soar through the clouds and command the wind and rain, all of which become a part of your being at this moment. Ever-changing, the ultimate physical form. At this moment, your physical body has fully entered a level where reality and illusion coexist, and where gathering and dispersing are at your whim. From this day forward, with a single thought you can transform grass and trees. With a single movement you can create mountains and rocks, birds and beasts, wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and even the world itself. Unless your opponent's cultivation far surpasses yours, allowing them to instantly suppress all particles with overwhelming power, you are practically immortal. As long as even a single particle remains, you can recover. Furthermore, even if someone possesses extraordinary cultivation and can perceive the laws of nature, they would still find it difficult to see through your changes. Because your changes are real, they are transformations between substances. And this method, when combined with the supernatural power of transformation into a new form, will reveal even more wondrous applications. Even things you've never seen before can be conjured out of thin air and possess some of their abilities. Your dragon form slowly unfurled, circled the barrier several times, then dispersed into countless particles, before coalescing back into human form. Now that my strength and immortality have increased significantly, I really don't know what level of being can kill me. And beyond the improvement in strength, as you predicted, after achieving the 1,000 transformations, your application of talent has indeed reached a completely new level. Besides the fact that the speed at which you gain proficiency in your skills is dozens of times faster than before, what will surprise you even more is, nowadays, not only your own actions can generate creative energy, but your influence on the outside world and the changes you make to the fate of others can also bring you creative energy. The greater the influence, the more creative energy is generated. These creative energies, in essence, originate from cause and effect, and change. When you intervene in the world as a variable, stirring up the trajectory of destiny, the resulting ripples and echoes can generate transformative energy. This should be a quantification and feedback mechanism for influence. This is asking me to cause trouble. You chuckled softly to yourself, a hint of amusement and contemplation flashing in your eyes. In your view, influencing the world, influencing others, isn't that just stirring up trouble? Your original plan was to quietly observe the world's development from the shadows, occasionally revealing your strength and showing off your abilities in public, enjoying that carefree, detached existence. After all, with your current level of understanding, worldly power and fame are long gone. You are more interested in the laws governing the world and the myriad aspects of human life. But, since influencing the world can grant you creative energy, you'll need to plan this carefully. Creation is only half of your cheat code. It's never enough. AEAs for why you plan this instead of directly suppressing the world with absolute power. It's not because you're afraid of those so-called immortals who haven't yet awakened. Back when those ancient forces had just returned, you had already quietly ascertained the specific strength of martial saints and terrestrial immortals. I also took the opportunity to look through all the martial arts manuals collected by these factions. After some comparison, you discover that when you reach the level of fist-intent substance, your strength surpasses that of a martial saint, and even exceeds that of most terrestrial immortals. And this doesn't even include the numerous martial arts techniques you've mastered that far surpass those of this world, as well as the wheel of limitless. When you reach the level of flesh and blood evolution, your strength will far exceed the realm of terrestrial immortals. With every gesture, you can manipulate the laws of heaven and earth, and a single drop of blood can create an avatar. Moreover, you have now reached the even more advanced level of ever-changing transformations. If such power is enough to destroy the world, your attacks can even coalesce into an indestructible law. However, while examining the ancient texts collected by these ancient powers, you noticed a term that caught your attention: ancient sages. These ancient forces, from different regions and with different lineages, all coincidentally record in their scriptures that in ancient times, 5 sages descended to earth, enlightening all living beings and spreading the way of martial arts. Today, the human race, the northern barbarians, the sea creatures of the East Sea, and the demon race that roams the mountains and forests, all seem to bear the shadows of these 5 sages. According to these cryptic accounts, after the sages completed their teachings and enlightened minds, they all vanished from this world without a trace. From this, we can infer that these so-called saints are not beings of this world, but rather powerful beings from beyond the heavens, possessing the ability to traverse worlds. To you, traveling the world isn't such a big deal. Because previously, when you achieved flesh and blood regeneration, you could already feel that the constraints this world placed on you were weakening, like a thin veil that could be easily pierced with the slightest force. You once used your supernatural powers of seeing and hearing to explore beyond the world. It was a boundless void, filled with bizarre and chaotic phenomena. Moreover, given your physical and spiritual strength at that time, you were already capable of attempting to break through the barrier and enter that void. You should be fine for the time being. However, you didn't rashly leave the world and enter the void. After all, in your view, this world was like a starter village for the so-called protagonist to practice in. Even if there are extraterrestrial enemies, you should proceed step by step. It's perfect for you to accumulate strength here. If you rashly enter the void, you might encounter some unknown beings, and there's always a big boss waiting to ambush you in the starting area. What truly makes you wary is the word saint. These 5 people can be called saints, so you can't afford to be careless. After all, in my previous life, the title of sage wasn't something just any powerful person could claim. Even in a different world, sage might simply be a respectful title used by people to address those who spread their teachings. But in your opinion, if this world is truly a fictional world, then these 5 people, as background characters in the beginner's village, must be quite extraordinary. In that case, the title sage becomes quite interesting. You speculate that what descended back then might not have been their true forms, but rather projections, avatars, or even just reflections of their will. Therefore, before you ascertain the truth about these so-called saints, even if you want to cause trouble, you shouldn't expose your strength too much. To make things go more smoothly, it seems we need to prepare more backup plans. Thinking this, you instantly vanished from your spot and reappeared outside the barrier. Then, in another flash, you passed through the world's boundary and stepped into the void beyond. Here there is no sun, moon, or stars, no direction, only a seemingly eternally dark and silent backdrop. In the void, the power of rules becomes thin and fleeting, far less stable and clear than within the world. In its place are the turbulent void currents that roam freely, like invisible blades, sometimes passing by silently, sometimes suddenly stirring up a vortex of rules. Even a martial artist at the terrestrial immortal realm couldn't last a second in the void. You stand still for a moment, letting the aura of the void envelop you, your powerful fist intent spreading out, capturing that faint, elusive stirring within you. Suddenly, a primal feeling arose from the depths of my heart. Without the slightest hesitation, you clench your fist, raise your arm, and swing. The fist of now. An indescribable intent bursts forth from your fist, producing no sound, no ripples, yet seemingly solidifying, amplifying, and unleashing the very essence of this moment. The void trembled like a mirror, and then a fist imprint covering an area of tens of thousands of miles appeared out of thin air, solid as a substance, and as brilliant as a dim star. Where the fist imprint struck, a massive, dark void was blasted open. At the edges, fragments of void peeled away and scattered like glass, revealing an even deeper, unknown realm beyond. You draw out a few physical particles from within your body. These particles carry your complete Taoist essence, memories, and life imprint. And with a slight wave of his arm, particles fell like a galaxy, silently disappearing into the slowly shrinking depths of the void. The void gradually healed under the self-healing power of the void, and in the instant before it completely closed, the rules of space created ripples, carrying those particles and sending them to a distant place that could not be predicted or named. They might fall into some unknown world, or they might remain trapped in spatial turbulence. Okay, with so many resurrection points and the accumulated creation energy, we shouldn't die in this world where the highest realm is only the land. Immortal realm, as you sense the scattered particles of your physical body throughout the void, a weight lifts from your heart. Though with these physical particles, even if you die in this world, you can use these particles to reshape your physical body. Moreover, you always use half of the energy of creation you acquire, reserving the other half to solve problems at crucial moments. After doing all this, you're ready to start your own mischievous plans. You've been quite interested in the Heavenly Path Golden List before, and you feel this item is destined for you, so you're planning to take a look. You first return to your own courtyard, where under an old locust tree there was a stone table and chairs, and the tea was still warm. You sit down leisurely, your divine sense traversing thousands of mountains and rivers, locking onto the majestic pavilion standing atop a sea of clouds millions of miles away, the heavenly mystery pavilion. The next moment, you reach out with one hand. As your palm probed into the void, the spatial laws within a radius of 10,000 miles trembled slightly before returning to normal. Meanwhile, millions of miles away above the heavenly mystery pavilion, a sudden storm arose. Amidst the churning clouds, a gigantic hand, obscuring the sky and the sun, appeared out of thin air. That hand was not made of flesh and blood, but rather formed from countless Taoist runes. The lines on its palm resembled mountain ranges and ravines, its knuckles like pillars supporting the sky, and every inch of its skin radiated a divine glow. The moment the giant hand appeared, the entire suspended divine mountain, where the heavenly mystery pavilion was located, suddenly sank. A powerful enemy has invaded. Quickly activate the sect's protective formation. The alarm bells rang loudly within the heavenly mystery pavilion, jolting countless disciples awake from their cultivation. Looking up at the sky, their faces turned deathly pale. The elders rushed out, their voices filled with rare panic. Hundreds of streaks of light shot into the sky from various parts of the pavilion. These were the celestials and martial saints guarding the various peaks, all now converging below the giant hand, forming an array to await their arrival. The sect's protective formation was fully deployed. 99 layers of light shields stacked one on top of the other, each layer inscribed with ancient runes, enough to withstand a full-force attack from a terrestrial immortal for a quarter of an hour. However, facing that giant hand, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Even before the hand landed, the oppressive force emanating from it caused the array's protective barrier to distort violently, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. "Awaken the ancestor," a white-haired elder roared, and the next moment, several slumbering terrestrial immortals deep within the heavenly mystery pavilion slowly awoke. The leader appeared old, yet his eyes seemed to hold the light of the sun and moon. It stepped forward and looked up at the giant hand. Its pupils contracted sharply, its dry lips moved, and it finally uttered only two words, "A sage, Tiino." "That doesn't seem like it." The ancestral immortal immediately dismissed his own judgment. Although the aura of that giant hand was vast and unfathomable, it did not contain the aura unique to a saint. Even so, it was still far beyond the reach of any terrestrial immortal in this world. At this moment, all martial artists within a radius of hundreds of thousands, even millions of miles, felt the effects. The farmer in the field stopped hoeing, the cultivator in the city leaped onto the roof, and the demon king in the deep mountains opened his vertical pupils. Everyone saw the colossal hand that seemed to reach down from beyond the heavens. Despite the vast distance between them, the overwhelming aura emanating from that hand, capable of suppressing heaven and earth, controlling the universe, still spread like a tide, sending shivers down one's spine. "That's the direction of the heavenly mystery pavilion. What's going on? Run." If that hand falls, millions of miles of mountains and rivers will be reduced to dust. Panic spread like wildfire. Countless people knelt in prayer, and even powerful individuals attempted to probe with their divine senses, only to be blasted back, coughing up blood, upon touching the edge of the giant hand. At this moment, the eyes of the entire world were focused on the heavenly mystery pavilion, and on that hand that seemed capable of destroying everything. However, you clearly have no interest in destroying the world. You're just interested in the heavenly ranking and want to take a look. And then, your giant hand, suspended above the heavenly mystery pavilion, gently grasped, not pressing down, but rather making a grasping motion towards the heavenly mystery hall, at the deepest part of the heavenly mystery pavilion. A boom. The dome of the heavenly mystery hall suddenly shattered, and a dazzling golden light shot into the sky from within, attempting to resist. Dense ancient characters emerged from the golden light, each character seemingly carrying a piece of heavenly law, a reaction of the heavenly ranking protecting itself. However, the giant hand merely clenched its 5 fingers slightly, and the golden light was easily shattered like a firefly. A dark golden scroll, about 3 feet long and 1 foot wide, was lifted into the air and landed in its palm. The entire process took less than a breath. The next moment, the giant hand vanished into thin air, as if it had never appeared, leaving only a deathly silence inside and outside heavenly mystery pavilion, and countless pairs of terrified eyes. The light of the mountain protecting formation gradually dimmed, and the leading patriarch of the heavenly mystery pavilion, a terrestrial immortal, staggered, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. It wasn't an injury, but rather a backlash from the turmoil in his mind. He gazed in the direction of the heavenly mystery hall, his expression extremely complex, and finally let out a long sigh. I passed down the order. Today's events are to be classified as top secret within the pavilion, and no one is to divulge them. As for the Heavenly Path Golden List, let it be lost. It's not that they don't want to take it back, but that they're powerless to do so, even if they have a trump card. The instant the giant hand appeared, all the high-ranking members of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion clearly sensed an absolute disparity. That's not a matter of strength, but a fundamental difference in their level of life. Like an ant facing a dragon, even if the ant possesses sharp teeth, it cannot muster the courage to bite. At this moment, the Heavenly Tao Golden List silently floats on the stone table before you. The surface of the dark golden scroll flows with a divine aura that is both water and light, with countless tiny runes faintly appearing and disappearing. You didn't rush to proceed, but instead savored the unusual fluctuation you'd felt when you grabbed the gold list. The instant your palm touched the golden list, something deep within the heavenly mystery pavilion seemed to tremble slightly. It fluctuated for only a moment, yet it made you feel a long-lost threat. If that power were to fully erupt, it would be enough to shatter your hand that traverses the void, and might even harm your physical body. This must be a method left behind by a so-called sage, right? A thoughtful look flashed in your eyes. After all, if there's anything in this world capable of unleashing power far surpassing that of terrestrial immortals, it's only something related to the 5 sages. It seems that the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion's ability to control the Tao Golden List and publish the Heavenly Mystery rankings largely stems from the methods left behind by that sage. Right now, what you really want to know is whether those 5 ancient sages were projections. If it were not a projection but a real body, given the level of power held by the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, to you now, even now. So-called saint is nothing special. However, if it really is just a projection, then that's a different story, and you can't estimate the upper limit of a saint's potential. Of course, regardless, you still need to remain hidden, not only to guard against those so-called saints, but also to guard against unknown enemies in the void. While thinking, you picked up the heavenly Tao Golden List and examined it closely. Only this seemingly ordinary golden tablet, warm and smooth to the touch like jade, has a faint, flowing light on its surface, and trembles slightly as if it were alive. You slowly probe your consciousness into it, and in an instant, countless law runes unfold in your mind like a galaxy. They are the most fundamental condensation of the rules of heaven and earth, pure and vast. Through in-depth research, you gradually came to understand its essence. The Heavenly Tao Golden List, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, is not an ordinary magical artifact, but a concrete manifestation of the laws of heaven naturally condensed over countless years. It was born at the beginning of time, bearing part of the operating rules of this world. However, the form in which this wondrous object exists is exceptionally pure, like a mirror that only reflects a specific scene, its function extremely singular. Take the heavenly ranking for example. Although it can access data on martial artists worldwide and rank them by strength, that's all it has. It lacks the ability to kill. In no time, you will have thoroughly analyzed the Heavenly Path Golden List from top to bottom. Now you not only fully understand its operating mechanism, but you are also able to create similar wondrous objects of nature with your bare hands, based on your own comprehension of the laws. Moreover, the wondrous objects of heaven and earth that you create can also connect to the heavenly Tao of this world. You're planning to revamp the heavenly ranking to contribute to your scheme. You slowly infuse the true essence of creation into the heavenly Tao Golden List, beginning its reshaping and transformation. Just as you were engrossed in your artistic transformation, news of the colossal hand appearing above the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion instantly spread throughout the world. Countless martial artists witnessed a gigantic hand covering the sky emerge from the depths of the clouds and, with a gentle grab, snatch away a beam of golden light soaring from the top of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. This scene was so breathtaking, like a myth descending to reality, that within half a day, the news spread like wildfire throughout the land. A martial artist, who was relatively close to the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion later, described the incident with lingering fear. That giant hand was as large as a mountain range, and its palm lines resembled crisscrossing rivers. Its mere pressure was enough to immobilize us. When the golden light was taken away, the heavens and earth fell silent for a moment. In an instant, panic and speculation arose worldwide. Some believed it was an extraterrestrial demon about to destroy the world, while others thought it was an ancient sage returning to reclaim what was rightfully his. Especially Qin Rui and Zhao Jing, they've become somewhat numb. They feel the world's plot has completely collapsed. At this moment, the two of them completely lost their arrogance as transmigrators. Of course, they didn't give up either. After all, they still had the system's cheat code. Besides the panic, what intrigued everyone most was what the giant hand took from the heavenly mystery pavilion. After analysis by some martial artists, everyone concluded that the golden light was very likely the heavenly Dao golden list. In response to the speculation and inquiries from the public, the heavenly mystery pavilion remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. However, everyone perceived this as Tianji Pavilion's tacit approval. Upon learning that the heavenly ranking had been stolen, the whole world had one question: what would a divine being like you need the heavenly ranking for? However, they didn't question it for long. They soon found out what you wanted the heavenly ranking. 5 days have passed since you took the heavenly ranking. That morning, 5 deafening roars suddenly echoed from the depths of the sky, as if the heavens were being torn apart by an invisible giant hand. Immediately afterwards, 6 dazzling golden rays exploded from the clouds, transforming into 6 enormous scrolls that blotted out the sky, slowly unfurling beneath every inch of the heavens. At this moment, all living beings in the world, simply by looking up, can clearly see the magnificent list shimmering with golden light. On the list, runes moved like dragons and snakes, their daoist aura flowing, radiating a vast, star-like pressure of the heavenly Tao. These 6 lists vary in form. Some resemble upright swords, sharp and intimidating. Some bloom like lotus flowers, pure and ethereal. And some are like ancient stone tablets, etched with the marks of time. 3 of these are the well-known lists: the Prodigy list, the Grandmaster list, and the Heavenly list. The lists that people saw in the past were simply paper lists printed by the Tianji Pavilion. But today, these 3 lists have transformed into a golden scroll spanning the heavens and earth, eternally imprinted on the firmament, as if becoming part of the laws of heaven and earth. 8 of the other 3 lists, however, are entirely new and have never appeared before. On the left, the scroll's edges are adorned with peach blossom and flowing cloud patterns, and celestial music faintly drifts through the air. The 3 characters' list of peerless beauties shine as brightly as the moon. In the middle image, phantom images of swords, halberds, and spears emerge from the golden light, their clanging sounds echoing through the heavens. The title on the list, written in bold, iron-like strokes, reads, "The Divine Weapons List." The scroll on the right exudes a dark, blood-red aura of malevolence. It appears to be cast from black iron, with chains binding its edges. 3 large, menacing characters read, "Execution List." This is precisely the result of your transformation these past few days. With your supreme power, you have reforged the Golden List laws, not only ensuring their eternal manifestation in the sight of all beings, but also adding 3 brand new lists, each carrying unique rules of the heavenly Tao. The list of most beautiful women is not just about physical appearance. It judges those who excel in appearance, talent, and character. Stunning looks are merely the starting point. Exceptional talent is required, and a pure and virtuous heart is essential. This list aims to highlight the wonders of nature and that beautiful things should be remembered. The divine weapons ranking covers all weapons, magical treasures, and even natural wonders in the world. Anyone possessing spirituality and inherent power can compete for a place on the list. Rankings are determined by their foundation, potential, and degree of resonance with the universe. The kill list was a blood-red list, although those listed above are all heinous. criminals burdened with countless sins. The ranking is based on a combination of their strength and the depth of their evil. The stronger and more wicked they are, the higher their ranking. You have expanded the capacity of all leaderboards to 100 people, and they are no longer limited to the human race. Demons, sea creatures, even spirits of plants and trees, and spirits of rocks, as long as they meet the criteria, their names can be inscribed. Furthermore, you've expanded all the rankings to 100 spots and broken down racial barriers, allowing all spirits to compete. Do you want these 6 lists to continuously stir up waves and create a stir across the world, thereby bringing you a continuous stream of transformative energy? The most beautiful women list may seem like a joke, but it's actually designed to broaden its influence and attract more attention and discussion. All walks of life, from the love of beauty and admiration for strength to the hatred of evil and the promotion of hatred. All kinds of emotions and conflicts can be transformed into a surge of energy. To further motivate the masses, you have not only retained the heavenly blessing of the original rankings, but also added unprecedented tangible rewards. The reward is the energy of creation. You will extract 1,000th of the energy of creation generated by the influence of the heavenly ranking on the world as a reward for those who make the list. We don't underestimate this 1,000th. 1,000th may seem like a tiny proportion, but its actual value is enough to drive even the strongest people in the world crazy. The energy of creation, in a sense, is almost omnipotent. While it cannot directly elevate cultivation, it can, according to the owner's will and understanding, evolve into elixirs that help them improve their cultivation and break through bottlenecks. To comprehend martial arts, one can create pills that enhance comprehension. To recover from injuries, one can create healing pills. With the power of creation, one can achieve their goals in various ways. The amount of the reward is directly related to the ranking. The top scorer may receive hundreds or thousands of times more than the bottom scorer. On the first day of each month, when the rankings are updated, the rewards are distributed. Of course, the divine weapon ranking and the slaughter ranking are 2 special cases. Not only do those who commit heinous crimes on the kill list receive no reward, but their ranking itself serves as a bounty. The energy of creation that should have belonged to them will accumulate and become the bounty for the killers. Whoever can slay the villains on the list can, through the divine intervention, receive corresponding blessings from the golden list. It is believed that once this list is released, those who fight evil and uphold justice will be mobilized, and the villains on the list will be subjected to endless pursuit, living in constant fear. The divine weapon ranking, on the other hand, bestows the energy of creation upon the person wielding the divine weapon at the moment the reward is distributed. Regarding the distribution of rewards, you will not give the top-ranked individuals physical energy, but instead quantify the creation energy and construct an exchange system centered around the heavenly Tao golden ranking. Those who make the list only need to connect their consciousness to the golden list to check their accumulated creation points, as well as the number of creation points required for the items they create. In this case, if the martial artist's desired item is not of a high level, you can even directly provide the item, or use your own true essence to replace the creation energy, thus saving that bit of creation energy. I was really too generous, actually giving away 1,000th of it as a reward. Do you feel you are absolutely the epitome of conscience? Be the 6 lists hang in the sky, attracting the attention of all beings. Upon learning of the benefits of being listed, martial artists throughout the world were first shocked, then filled with fervor. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. The 8 wastelands were in turmoil. reclusive old monsters emerged from seclusion. Young talents were eager to try their luck, and even some previously low-profile alien powerhouses were moved by the boundless rankings. In their view, the fact that this list has caused stir suggests that what it says must be true. And you, hidden behind the scenes, quietly observe the changing world, your divine sense sweeping over the chaos, feeling the ever-flowing energy of creation, a smile appearing on your lips. October 1st, 10,007 of the Great Yang Dynasty. At this point, more than 10 days had passed since the heavenly Dao Golden List first appeared. During this period, the entire world was gripped by a frenzied restlessness. The major sects, families, and dynasties of the human race have all brought out their accumulated resources over the years, spiritual herbs, precious mines, and secret manuals. They spared no expense in investing in their disciples and scions who had already made the list. Everyone understands that ranking directly determines how much creation energy one can obtain. A young swordsman ranked 73rd on the prodigy ranking, with the full support of his sect, broke through 2 minor realms in 3 days, his sword intent as awe-inspiring as a rainbow. A female martial artist, who ranked 49th on the list of most beautiful women, attracted countless suitors and prying eyes simply because of her name on the list. Her sect had to activate its protective mountain formation and be on high alert. On the divine weapon ranking, an ancient sword that had been silent for 10,000 years suddenly resonated, and an unknown youth accidentally gained the recognition of this divine weapon as his master. Those on the kill list are hiding as well as possible during this period, because they know that once the first round of rewards is distributed, they will be easy prey for others. And today is the day everyone has been eagerly awaiting, the first distribution of rewards from the heavenly ranking. EDA's public attention focused more on the rankings. You, the once celebrated and mysterious top-ranked player on all 3 lists, began to fade from public memory. At the same time, within the space inside the golden list, the dozen or so avatars you had created simultaneously opened their eyes. They each perform their own duties. Some retrieve data from the rankings, some calculate creation points, and some maintain the connection between the golden rankings and the consciousness of countless living beings. Countless points of light appeared in the space, each representing a person on the list. The data flowing between them was like a reversed galaxy, vast and precise. The next moment, a mysterious sensation arose simultaneously in the hearts of all those on the list, as if a warm yet majestic power was pouring into them from the top of their heads, reaching the depths of their souls. Then, they saw the number of creation points they possessed. On the snowy plains of the western regions, a ascetic monk ranked 42nd on the heavenly ranking obtained a pill of enlightenment through his willpower. The elixir appeared out of thin air in his palm, surrounded by golden light, its fragrance permeating the wind and snow. On a secluded island in the South China Sea, a mermaid girl, ranked 8th on a beauty list, used points to conjure a long-lost rainbow feather robe technique. Her body instantly shimmered with iridescent light, and her beauty became even more ethereal and otherworldly. Within the Great Yang territory, a young man, using a reward from the divine weapon ranking, created the ancient sharpening stone, capable of enhancing divine weapons. As more and more people utilize the energy of creation to evolve elixirs, cultivation techniques, rare treasures, and even things never seen before, and completely different from the cultivation system of this world, these began to circulate in the world. The hearts of the people were completely ablaze. The heavenly ranking was no longer merely a symbol of ranking and fortune, but had become a bridge to infinite possibilities. Amidst the fervor and gratitude, more and more people began to look up at the sky, the same thought arising in their minds. Other the master of that giant hand that tore through the sky and took the golden list from the heavenly mystery pavilion was by no means an evil being. He bestowed such an opportunity, benefiting all living beings. Clearly, it is the descent of a sage, the embodiment of heaven, coming to enlighten this world that has been stagnant for too long. A sage has descended to earth. It must be so. An elderly scholar cried out in the academy, his voice trembling, tears streaming down his face. That's right, I'm practically a living saint. You believe that the world's assessment of you is quite accurate. October 20th, 2007 of the Great Yang Dynasty. Now, more than a month has passed since the world-shaking announcement of the imperial examination results. The initial panic, shock, fervor surrounding the announcement of the Golden List have now settled into a new normal. People gradually became accustomed to the existence of the 6 dazzling beams of light in the sky, and to seeing the list symbolizing supreme glory and opportunity every day when they looked up. This has led to the acquisition of creative energy, also beginning to stabilize within a certain range. However, this was within your expectations, and this situation is only temporary. With your current strength, there are certainly more ways than just the golden ranking to cause trouble. And although the golden ranking currently only has 6 lists, it doesn't mean that there will only be these 6 lists in the future. On November 2007 of the Da Yang era, the north wind first blew. A slight chill was in the air. On this day, there were no unusual omens or signs, just like any other ordinary late autumn morning, as suddenly a voice, without warning, resounded in the deepest recesses of the consciousness of every sentient being, whether he is a mortal living in a bustling capital city or a cultivator living in seclusion in the deep mountains and forests, whether his cultivation level is as insignificant as a 9th-rank martial artist or a terrestrial immortal standing at the pinnacle of this world. This voice arrived equally, disregarding all spatial barriers and differences in strength. I am the creator of limitless heaven, the creator of limitless heavenly venerable. Now, seeing the difficulties faced by all living beings in the world in seeking the Tao and cultivating their spiritual potential obscured and their methods ineffective, I hereby bestow upon them 3,000 wondrous methods and tens of thousands of divine skills scattered throughout the 4 corners of heaven and earth. Those with affinity will seek them, and those with the will obtain them. Every word and phrase seems to be directly imprinted on the depths of the souls of all beings. Its sound is magnificent and vast, filled with an ineffable supreme majesty and compassion. At the instant the words fell, above the heavens, the 6 eternally hanging lists, radiating a soft golden light, suddenly shone with dazzling brilliance. It was as if 6 blazing suns erupted simultaneously, unleashing an endless torrent of golden light. Instead of remaining stagnant, it transformed into millions of fine, rain-like, and star-studded golden streams, cascading down from the heavens. I don't ask why there are millions of golden rays, despite tens of thousands of divine skills. You've copied some of them multiple times. These golden rays streaked across the sky like shooting stars, scattering to every corner of the world. Majestic mountains, vast lakes and seas, boundless deserts, deep forests, bustling cities, and even remote and perilous places rarely visited by humans. Just before they touched the earth, they vanished like a dream, disappearing without a trace, as if they had never existed. Only a sliver of intuition remained in the space where they vanished, waiting to be discovered by a destined person. I wonder what kind of changes these techniques will bring to the martial arts of this world. You withdrew your gaze from the world, your eyes sparkling with anticipation and amusement. Could the celestial venerable of limitless creation be but you? Spreading your cultivation techniques throughout the world is yet another of your plans to cause trouble. You've been in this world for several years now, so you know all too well how intensely martial artists here pursue cultivation techniques and martial arts. The martial arts techniques you've spread will definitely captivate the hearts of all martial artists, because none of the martial arts techniques you've disseminated are bad. The tens of thousands of divine skills, each a martial arts treasure of this world, with a complete system, all pointing directly to the realm of martial saint. Among them, a few particularly dazzling top-tier divine skills contain even more profound and vast mysteries, and martial artists who are compatible with these skills can even use them to break through to the level of terrestrial immortals, is sufficient to serve as the ultimate legacy for a sect, clan, and nation. The 3,000 wonderful methods, however, completely transcend the traditional martial arts realm classification framework of this world. They don't focus on breaking through realms, but rather on cultivating the techniques themselves and comprehending their underlying meaning. Each profound technique is like a work of art that needs constant refinement and perfection. Reaching the pinnacle of cultivation can even grant power surpassing that of a terrestrial immortal. These wondrous methods are entirely based on famous cultivation techniques from fictional works in your past life, which you have carefully adapted and sublimated, combining them with the laws and energy system of this world. For example, the 4 great martial arts skills of Bodhidharma in Dragon Tiger Gate. The Yi Jin Jing Jing grants supreme power, the Qi Sui Jing allows ascension to immortality, the Jin Zhang Zhao is invincible, and the Tong Zi Shen Gong forges the path to immortality. And the 9 Yang divine skill, capable of unleashing a nuclear-level attack like the 9 Yang Great Thunderclap. For example, the Buddha's palm in the legend of the emperor symbolizes the highest martial arts of Buddhism and Taoism, i.e. the Han Tian Baojian, which embodies the evolution of all things in nature and the beginning of chaos, the Tian Zi Jian Fa, symbolizing destiny and cleaving through the void. In addition, there is the 13 swords of Zuan Yin, filled with treacherousness and destruction, the 10 absolute martial arts, encompassing all things and infinitely changing, and the Maha Boundless, a fusion of wind and clouds that draws upon the power of heaven and earth. Regardless of how these martial arts techniques were portrayed in their original stories, after you created them, they are all roughly at the same level. Perhaps there are still differences between them, subtle distinctions in strength and weakness, but any one of them, once it circulates, would be enough to create a genre and a legend in this world. People have reacted differently to your act of spreading the Dharma throughout the world. After a brief moment of shock and disbelief, the lower-level martial artists and insignificant forces erupted in near ecstatic gratitude and hope. An elderly man with white hair, sitting serenely at the bottom of a precipice, suddenly opened his eyes. He gazed into the void, his expression more solemn than ever before. A single word can spread throughout the world, and a casual gesture can bestow tens of thousands of high-level cultivation techniques. Even a saint would be unable to match such power, right? Just what kind of supreme being is the creation limitless, heavenly venerable? After the initial shock, the eyes of the younger generation of prodigies and talents blazed with a burning brilliance and an overwhelming fighting spirit. A young swordsman, clad in pristine white, stood atop towering peak, unable to contain his excitement, and roared, "Techniques are everywhere, opportunities abound. Whoever obtains the most wondrous methods, whoever comprehends the divine arts, will rise with the wind and soar to the heavens." The great struggle has only just begun. A similar passion and fighting spirit burned in the hearts of countless young martial artists who were eager to throw themselves into this unprecedented competition for the Tao. In an instant, mortals, sects, demons, ancient powers, and countless living beings felt gratitude, awe, excitement, or fanaticism, in different languages and different ways, yet seemingly converging into an invisible torrent, resounding between heaven and earth. Thank you, Creator of limitless heaven, for your grace. The entire world is in an uproar because of your actions this time. Thus began the great age of seeking the Dharma in this world. A December 1008th year of the Da Yang reign, you sit quietly atop the cold mountain, and all 365 acupoints on your body light up in sequence, like the stars in the heavens illuminating the world. Though within each acupoint, a primordial, nascent world breathes forth spiritual energy, evolving the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. When the last acupoint is fully opened, all realms resonate, and a boundless aura beyond mortal comprehension awakens within you. You have opened up the rudiments of your own inner world through the major acupoints around your body, breaking through to a realm above the celestial being level. However, you are not a martial saint at this moment, because you have now embarked on a different path of cultivation, one different from the path of cultivation in this world, just like the path of the human immortal martial arts. In this world, for a celestial to break through to martial saint, they need to thoroughly comprehend a law and perfectly fuse their condensed Dharma realm with their physical body, causing a qualitative change in their celestial Dharma body and forging the foundation for martial saint. Martial saints' every move can be guided by the laws of nature, making them 10 or even 100 times stronger than ordinary celestials. However, for a martial saint to ascend to a higher level and reach the realm of a terrestrial immortal, they must delve into the profound mysteries of a single law, or draw upon the strengths of many laws and cultivate several of them simultaneously, ultimately using the power of laws as fire and the true essence of martial arts as material. The divine soul is tempered, condensing into an immortal and indestructible martial primordial spirit. The day the primordial spirit is perfected will be the day a terrestrial immortal descends to earth. When you saw this part, you decided not to continue down this path of cultivation. Even though you don't know whether the cultivation path of the sage who preached the Tao was the same as the martial arts of this world. But, in your opinion, the cultivation system of this world isn't particularly outstanding, and its essence is only in the early stages. It becomes somewhat cliched from the celestial realm onwards. EEAs for the martial arts primordial spirit. During this period, the record of one thought to divine power has broken through its limits 3 times, and has not only given birth to 2 more divine soul abilities. Furthermore, it has elevated your divine soul to an extremely terrifying level. Its inherent strength is already comparable to any martial arts primordial spirit recorded in history, since you've already embarked on the path of human immortal martial arts. Changing your cultivation method again won't be a problem. You decided to pursue a cultivation system with few realms, but a vast range of combat power. What you need is not a slow, step-by-step accumulation, but a complete leap in your life level with each breakthrough, an exponential increase in combat power. After successfully establishing the rudimentary form of your celestial abode, even without relying on the power of immortal martial arts, you will be able to create objects from the void, teleport, and even reshape your physical body. Ayu March, Nandan in 7th year of the Great Yang Dynasty. After months of arduous cultivation, consuming a vast amount of rare and precious treasures, the 365 grotto heavens within your body have finally taken full shape, their energy interconnected and their meridians linked, faintly forming a miniature yet complete prototype of the myriad heavens. This is not a simple spatial superposition, but a multidimensional world model containing an inherent cycle of birth and death, and then the nascent emergence of rules. The resonance and vibration of the power of all realms have naturally granted you a power that allows you to permanently rewrite the fundamental rules of the world around you. With a single thought, one can freeze flames and reverse gravity. Such power is not much weaker than the 1,000 transformations technique, and when you combine this newly born power with the already mastered and unparalleled martial arts of a human immortal, what is produced is not a simple addition, but a mysterious qualitative change and resonance. Two forces flowed and merged within you, as if chaos had been reborn. You have a vague feeling that if you were to fight your current self when you were still in the celestial realm, it would probably only take one move to decide the outcome. During the time you were advancing in your cultivation level, the whole world was incredibly lively. Several months have passed, and many lucky individuals around the world have already obtained the miraculous techniques you have spread throughout the land. An unnamed beggar, by chance, inherited one of the most wondrous techniques, and within just 1 month, he was able to directly defeat a martial artist at the golden body realm. According to those present at the time, this nameless beggar unleashed a palm strike that produced 18 golden dragons, causing the golden body realm martial artist to vomit blood. A young man burdened with a blood feud receives a divine inheritance, wielding a sword technique that is unpredictable, treacherous, and sinister. What puzzled everyone was that after practicing this sword technique, this person became increasingly handsome, and his masculine aura gradually disappeared. Everyone speculated that if the other party continued like this, he might end up on the list of most beautiful women. Among these lucky individuals, naturally, are Yi Xiao, the native protagonist, and Qin Rui and Zhao Jing, 2 transmigrators with hidden fortune. With among them, Yi Xiao obtained the heavenly sword technique, which you have fully optimized and upgraded. This sword technique not only fully preserves the original 6 sword forms, Heaven's Witness, Heaven's Pardon, Heaven's Silence, Heaven's Unpredictable Will, Heaven's Impartial Will, and Heavenly Sword returns to the heart, which embody the profound principles of heaven. There are also techniques such as sword energy as fine as silk and sword energy as thunderous sound, and even how to condense one's own heavenly sword realm with sword intent, crushing all living beings with the power of the realm. With this sword technique, Yi Xiao was like a tiger with wings, his swordsmanship improving by leaps and bounds. Qin Rui, on the other hand, inherited the Hun Tian Baojian, a powerful text on astronomy and astronomy. This skill is divided into 10 levels, corresponding to the 10 fundamental powers of heaven and earth in the original book: white clouds and mist, rose-colored clouds, earth kunlun, azure snow and ice, purple star river, profound chaos, indigo ocean, golden dawn, blood sky, profound universe. The cultivators need to absorb the essence of heaven and earth of corresponding attributes to gradually unlock their abilities, with power increasing layer by layer and limitless potential. This is perfect for transmigrators like Qin Rui, who can exchange for treasures from the system. As for Zhao Jing, he obtained the Buddha's palm technique. This palm technique consists of 10 forms, from the basic Buddha's light appears to the ultimate 10,000 Buddhas pay homage. Each form requires a corresponding state of mind and immense Buddhist power to drive it. The palm force is extremely powerful and contains supreme Buddhist principles such as universal salvation, subduing demons, and nirvana. Just as the Hun Tian Baojian requires special resources to cultivate, for the Tathagata palm to unleash its full power, Zhao Jing himself needs to forge 10 Buddhist artifacts according to the forging methods within the technique. To be honest, these two peerless martial arts techniques, originating from another world but reborn in this one, really seem tailor-made for you two fellow countrymen. They are connected by time travel, and due to their respective ambitions and paths, they are destined to stage a series of dramatic scenes of fellow countrymen meeting, stabbing each other in the back in the future. However, you're not paying much attention to these two transmigrators anymore. At most, you're wary of their special abilities. Your main focus now is on breaking through to a higher cultivation level. The nascent form of the myriad realms has taken shape within my body. It's time to prepare for the next stage of breakthrough. Your mind is as clear as a mirror. You know the next step is crucial. Then you mobilize the energy of creation to develop a cultivation technique for elevating the true spirit, the Heart Sutra of the illumination of all heavens. This practice is not an ordinary cultivation method. Its core lies in purifying self-consciousness, seeing the existence of the true spirit, and gradually elevating the essence and level of the true spirit. For you, this is not only a stepping stone to breakthrough, but also a profound exploration of what it means to be unique and singular. Upon receiving the cultivation manual, you didn't hesitate at all. You immediately calmed your mind, entered a meditative state, and began practicing, with your unparalleled wisdom, the profound mysteries that ordinary cultivators would need years, or even decades to comprehend are but a snap of your fingers. Behold, in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, you have successfully mastered the basics of the Heart Sutra, the reflection of all heavens, only I am. In that instant, it was as if a bright light shone in the deepest part of your consciousness, and you clearly saw your own true spirit. That was a luminous light that neither increased nor decreased, neither defiled nor pure. I don't know if it's your imagination, but you feel that your true spirit is of extremely high quality. Could it be that I am some kind of powerful being reincarnated? My innate talent and cheat abilities were given to me in my previous life? If you can't figure it out, you simply stop thinking about it. You believe that when the time is right, you will understand. After mastering the basics of the technique, you didn't stop there. Instead, you tried using the sensing techniques recorded in the technique, with your nascent true spirit as antenna, to extend your perception into the endless void. As you slowly awaken your true spiritual power and begin your first cross-world sensing, an unprecedented sense of vastness envelops you. In the depths of your heart, endless worldly light and shadow flow, and in the depths of each of those worlds, you sense a vague yet familiar presence, the infinite number of you. These you come in all shapes and sizes, with vastly different fates. They might be mortals struggling to survive in the mortal world, powerful demons soaring through the mountains, or lonely souls wandering in the netherworld. They are scattered throughout countless worlds, as numerous as the stars, yet they share an unbreakable, invisible connection with you. You were quite surprised that you were able to clearly perceive these things on your first try, and you suspect that this might be related to your unique spiritual nature. However, I was right after all. This world also has a multiverse and contains countless worlds. I just didn't expect that I, a transmigrator, would actually have so many so-called projections of other selves. You were originally thinking that if it weren't for him and me, you would take the path of self-ascension to become a legend. By now, everyone should understand, yes, it's the one life. System. April 1,008th year of the Daeong calendar. This past month, you've devoted almost all your energy to two things. Firstly, continuously cultivate the Heart Sutra of the illumination of all heavens, constantly purifying and strengthening your true spirit. Secondly, use your true spirit to repeatedly try to sense and locate those other selves. This is a process that requires extreme patience and meticulous control, like trying to catch a few tiny glimmers of starlight in boundless darkness. On the end, in the intervals between cultivation and perception, you were not completely isolated from the outside world. One day, with a slight thought, you issued the 7th Heavenly Dao Golden List, the Supreme Divine Skill List, to this world. Unlike previous rankings, the Divine Skill ranking also has 100 slots. However, the miraculous skills and techniques you spread will not be included in the rankings. The list includes and evaluates only the martial arts and techniques created by martial artists in this world based on their own wisdom and comprehension. The ranking criteria comprehensively consider the skill's learning threshold, the speed of progress, its actual combat effectiveness, and the depth of martial arts philosophy and knowledge it embodies. When the Supreme Divine Skills ranking first appeared, those ranked at the top were naturally the legendary divine skills that had been passed down through generations and tested by time. They represented the pinnacle of martial arts civilization in this world to this day. However, you know in your heart that the profound martial arts you passed down, whose core elements come from different worlds, and whose unique theories contain, will inevitably give rise to new martial arts. Wisdom and innovation. Before long, these martial arts techniques currently on the list may appear outdated and obsolete in the face of the new tide of martial arts. This list is both a summary of the past and a silent impetus for future change. May, 1008th year of the Daeong calendar. After nearly 2 months of dedicated intuition and preparation, you have finally made a breakthrough. Accusing your own true spirit as a guide, and the nascent forms of the heavens already taking shape within you as a bridge, you successfully locked onto several projections of other selves. Location complete, the next step is enlightenment. You concentrate your mind and spirit, transforming your own great Tao will, forged through countless trials and tribulations and integrated into your own path, into strands of formless and intangible spiritual light, yet imbued with supreme enlightenment, and project them along the connection of the true spirit towards those distant others. These individuals, each with their own lives and destinies, live in their own worlds. But when your great Tao will descends, like the dawn piercing through the fog, they instantly understand a deeper truth. I am not alone. I have another origin. This is not about devouring or replacing, but rather a higher level of awakening and integration, i.e. they retain their individual memories, yet simultaneously recognize themselves as a projection, an avatar of you in endless time and space. And the process by which you enlightened others, because of the power it contained that transcended the common sense of the world, triggered all sorts of incredible celestial phenomena. In the worlds in which these others resided, in addition, you can also see the scenes of other worlds through these other selves, and you can wield power through these other selves, because these other selves can serve as an extension of your power. If, for example, in a world shrouded in darkness and despair, in this world I am a wild god who barely survives by relying on scattered offerings and living in a remote village. In this world, demons roam freely, feeding on humans. Evil gods wreak havoc, extracting faith and souls. A humanity huddled amidst ruins and fear, the flame of civilization flickering and dying, living in abject misery, with no hope for tomorrow. However, all of this took a turn for the better the moment you turned your gaze to the world. The celestial venerable of limitless creation has arrived. There is hope for humanity. When your thoughts traverse the endless void and descend upon this being, the weak spirit that was nearly scattered due to meager faith and sparse offerings instantly receives unimaginable replenishment and sublimation, becoming solid, radiant, and emitting a magnificent divine glow. Following this, under your will, the The countless unclaimed incense offerings and vows generated by the desperate prayers and lamentations of humanity in this dark world. Like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, they began to converge upon your newly formed divine body. A vast power of will surged forth, rapidly condensing and forging a solemn and sacred golden statue, as if cast from pure gold. But this is only the beginning. You were not content with the power of incense offerings. Once your golden body was complete, you began to use it as a medium to draw upon the energy of this world's origin more deeply. Other the earth pulsates, the sky exudes pure air, all things radiate life. You have used profound methods to activate and absorb all these primordial forces. With the infusion of massive amounts of energy, your divine body begins to expand and grow taller at a visible rate, seemingly without end. Soon, a majestic divine image, its head reaching the heavens and its feet firmly planted on the earth, stood in the center of this dark world. Its radiance dispelled the gloom that stretched for miles, and its oppressive aura made all living beings tremble, yet also filled with hope. Whether it be ancient demons lurking deep in the mountains, or evil deities dwelling in temples, they all appear as insignificant as ants before this supreme power. Without the slightest hesitation, your divine gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the ravaged land. Then, with a wave of your hand, the laws followed and divine power surged forth. The demons that ravaged the land were purified, and the evil gods that plagued humanity were suppressed, driven away, or annihilated. The darkness and terror that once shrouded the world have melted away like ice and snow under your supreme power. After sweeping across the world, you did not leave. As you know, it's better to teach someone how to fish than to give them a fish. You look down upon the humans on Earth, survivors of the catastrophe, kneeling and weeping yet filled with hope, and transform the human immortal martial arts, cultivation method, into countless points of light, scattering them across the world, imprinting them upon the consciousness of those with resolute wills and hearts filled with light. From then on, the human race of this world not only received the protection of the gods, but also grasped the seeds of their own power to fight against fate and pursue strength. A glimmer of hope truly illuminated this once hopeless world. May 1008th year of the Daeong calendar. Something's not right? Why is it so hard to position the projector? At this point, a month has passed since you enlightened several other self-images. In this month, you have enlightened several more other self-image projections. Yet today, I have enlightened more than 10 of them. However, you are not satisfied with this. In your view, the speed at which you enlighten others should increase with the continuous improvement of your cultivation technique, especially since your true spirit is extraordinary. Furthermore, given the strength of the void, I could easily traverse it with my physical body, so why is it so difficult to locate my projection across worlds? Could it be that the world I'm projecting into isn't in the void, but on another map? Although you can sense the existence of these other beings through your true spirit, and you are unaware of their distance from you, when you try to locate them, you only have one feeling: they are very far away, extremely far away. At the time, it was so easy to locate several projections of other people that you thought it was just a feeling, when in fact they weren't that far away. Who would have thought it would actually be this far? So you're guessing that the worlds these projections of others might exist in are not in the same void as the world you're currently in. If you consider the world you currently inhabit as a planet, and the void as a universe, then these projections of others should exist in another universe. I knew it. The cultivation system in the world I projected into was completely different from this one. It seems we really aren't on the same map. The reason you were able to locate those previous projections of others so easily is probably because the void they were in is quite similar to the void you are in. Forget it anyway. I don't need too many people to enlighten me for my breakthrough. I'll figure these things out after I break through. June, 1008th year of the Daeyong calendar. The power of creation provided to you by the heavenly golden list has suddenly surged. The reason is that Chu Yunxian, the sword master of the azure sky, who currently ranks first on the heavenly ranking and is hailed as the strongest person in the world, has finally opened the door to a higher realm after accumulating creation energy for several months. Chu Yunxian not only obtained a breakthrough method beyond the land immortal realm from the heavenly ranking, but also successfully broke through to the next level in one fell swoop. Thanks to his unparalleled talent, I's next move shocked the world even more. This man, who was ostensibly the #1 person in the world, actually revealed all the secrets of his cultivation levels, which he had obtained by exchanging the energy of creation, without harboring any selfish motives. The news caused an uproar among cultivators throughout the land. Countless old monsters stuck in the terrestrial immortal realm emerged from seclusion, gazing up at the golden list, their eyes burning with renewed fervor. On this unusual day, you didn't cultivate. You went to a tea house in Xuanjing City, sat by the window, and listened to the excited conversations of the cultivators around you. Oh, have you heard? Sword Master Ling Xiao has broken through. He's surpassed even the Earth Immortals and become that so-called carefree immortal. Ayo, Senior Chu, you are truly virtuous to publicly display such a precious opportunity for good fortune. According to information Chu Yunxian obtained from the heavenly Tao, using his creation energy, the realm above terrestrial immortals is called free and unfettered immortal. For a martial artist at the land immortal realm to break through the free and unfettered immortal realm, there are 2 key points. Firstly, one must comprehend the laws of space. It's not simply about tearing through the void or teleporting, but about truly understanding the layering, folding, and growth of space, capable of creating something vast at the microscopic level and folding the universe at the macroscopic level. Secondly, it involves using the laws of space as a framework and one's own Tao principles as a foundation to create a truly real miniature world within the Dantian or sea of consciousness. When the world was first formed, it may have only been a few miles in radius, but as cultivation increases, it can gradually evolve into mountains and rivers, plants and living beings, and even give rise to simple rules. Once a cultivator achieves the status of a carefree immortal, they can roam freely within this world, their body following wherever their thoughts lead, truly realizing freedom within the world. The discussions in the tea house grew increasingly heated. Condensing a small world, isn't that like creating a world within one's own body? More than that. It's said that small worlds can exchange spiritual energy with the outside world, making their magical power almost limitless during battles, and they can even use the power of the world to suppress powerful enemies. As you listen to the discussion and feel the surging energy of creation within you, a smile appears on your lips. Chu Yunxian's breakthrough is a pleasant surprise for you. July 18th, 1008th year of the Daeyong reign. You have celebrated your 22nd birthday. October of the 108th year of the Daeyong reign. The autumn is deep, maple leaves are like blood. In a small world you created, you sit cross-legged, surrounded by countless flickering phantoms. Each phantom represents a self you have conjured in the infinite world. Farmers, scholars, emperors, monks, foreigners. 100 lives, 1,000 experiences, all flow within your heart. You have mastered the Heart Sutra of all heavens reflecting myself, and your understanding of this practice has reached an unprecedented depth. The process of enlightening others was once like groping for a lighthouse in a vast, foggy sea, requiring a great deal of mental effort to sense, locate, and resonate. But now, all of this has become much easier. Your consciousness seems to have transformed into invisible tentacles, easily penetrating the barriers of the world and capturing those beings that resonate with your original true spirit. With each enlightenment you gain about another self, your understanding of self becomes clearer, and you gain a deeper understanding of the structure of the universe within you. The power is quietly accumulating, and the true spirit is silently being tempered. You know that you are not far from that crucial critical point. February, 2009th year of the Daeyong reign. The winter fades and spring arrives. All things revive. In the quiet room, you slowly open your eyes. His eyes held a deep, calm stillness, like a deep, still well, yet seemingly reflecting the entire universe. The Heart Sutra, the reflection of all heavens, I am alone, has now reached its perfect state. Ayo, I am who I am, you murmured softly, realizing that the so-called I did not merely refer to this body, this consciousness, or this existence on this timeline. The true self is the unchanging essence that permeates countless possibilities, countless worlds, and countless lives. It is the fundamental imprint that determines who I am. The experiences and insights of over 100 individuals, like rivers flowing into the sea, ultimately converge into your profound understanding of your own true self. At this moment, you clearly perceive that, if you so desire, you can readily draw upon the power of those 100+ other selves, unifying them, elevating their true spirits, and allowing them to initially enter the realm of legend. However, you didn't do that. A thought flickered in your mind, and you suppressed the urge to break through immediately. A perfection is not the limit. With your talent, the Heart Sutra reflecting all heavens, only I am, has the potential for further advancement. The stronger your foundation and the deeper your knowledge, greater your future achievements will be. Perhaps you can try to achieve legendary perfection in one step. May 1009th year of the Daeyong reign. The early summer sunlight streamed through the window panes, casting dappled shadows inside the room. You didn't deliberately cultivate. You were simply breathing and resonating with the void. However, the already perfected Heart Sutra of all heavens. Reflecting myself within his body spontaneously reached a certain extreme, like water overflowing from a full cocoon, or a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. A buzz, a profound Taoist voice, audible only to yourself, resounded deep within your soul. This cultivation technique has, first time, broken through the original theoretical limits, achieving a breakthrough. In that instant of breaking through the limit, you have a sudden realization that the long-awaited moment has finally arrived. No more hesitation, no need for preparation. Your will is like a knife, severing all doubt. Return to one. Or these two simple words seem like a decree commanding the heavens. In that instant, the hundreds of others you enlightened, regardless of their world or life circumstances, resonated with you at the same moment. The farmer's hoe paused slightly, the scholar's ink froze a little, the emperor's jade seal gleamed faintly, and the cultivator's flying sword trembled gently. On them, the part of their true spirit that belonged to you suddenly shone brightly. This is not a simple transfer of power, but a deeper layering of existence. Though hundreds of different life perspectives, hundreds of insights into the world, hundreds of sources of power, strong or weak, all converge on your true self, along an unbreakable causal link. Your true spirit is being tempered and refined like a furnace. But this is not a painful tearing apart, but a perfect completion. Although with each fusion of self and other, your true spirit becomes clearer and more elevated. It began to break free from the constraints of its physical body and the present world, rising ever higher along some mysterious trajectory. Rising to infinity, This is not a high place in a spatial sense, but a high level in terms of life level and existential status. When your true spirit finally settles in that incredible infinite height, an unprecedented perspective unfolds. Previously, your perception of him was like viewing flowers through a fog. You needed to actively search and locate him. Now, the true spirit, located at an infinite height, seems to have become an absolute reference point in the infinite world, and naturally can see the almost endless points of light of other selves scattered in the unknown land, a densely packed, like grains of sand in the Ganges. Each point of light is a potential or already enlightened other self. The time has come. Your deep and majestic Taoist voice resonated directly upon the very foundation of existence, in all the heavens and myriad realms, echoing within all the causal threads connected to you. In my name I illuminate all worlds. In my cause I summon all selves. The instant the words fell, centered on your location, centered on your true spirit residing at the infinite heights, countless dazzling lines of cause and effect, beyond description, erupted forth. They transcended the realm of light, disregarded the barriers of space and time, pierced through layer upon layer of worldly crystalline walls and turbulent voids, and shot towards that perceived, endless, other self. At this moment, the heavens trembled, and the myriad realms rippled. Some powerful beings began to calculate what had happened, but ultimately found nothing. Followed by this torrent of information, far greater than the impact of the previous hundreds of instances of unity between the two worlds, by billions of times. Countless scenes from different worlds. Memories of countless lives, countless emotional experiences, countless insights into spiritual cultivation. Like billions of galaxies simultaneously bursting their banks, flooding towards your very consciousness. That is joy, the first cry of a newborn baby, the trembling of lovers embracing. That was sorrow, the desolation of a hero's end, the emptiness of losing a loved one. That was love, burning like fire, tender as silk. That was hatred, cold and piercing, knowing and searing. It was the mundane details of daily life, yet also the grandeur of a great epic. The countless lives belonging to the infinite other selves, vast and boundless, converge into a terrifying torrent capable of instantly shattering any solidified consciousness, crashing violently against your primal ego. However, the core of your consciousness remains like an ancient, unyielding mountain amidst a torrent. The profound truth of who I am, which you have already grasped, acts as a stabilizing force at this moment. It will let the world be vast and complex, with all sorts of appearances. My true nature remains unchanged, neither increasing nor decreasing. You are the observer, bearer, and integrator of all these experiences, not a victim who is assimilated and overwhelmed by them. Though the impact is fierce, it can only serve as a whetstone to temper your will, making your true self more transparent and stronger under the endless flow of information. When the flood of information has passed, seize that fleeting moment of clarity. The light of the true spirit shines once more from the infinite heights, this time carrying an unquestionable, unique will. Sever the cause and effect. It's not about truly severing all connections, but rather redefining the relationship with all other selves by using the true spirit at the infinite heights as a fulcrum. In the past, it was about enlightenment and connection. Now, it is time to establish the absolute hierarchy between the original and the projection. You are the sole source, the fundamental cause of the existence of all other selves. The infinite worlds, the infinite others and others, are all reflections of me, extensions of me. The Taoist status of unique among all realms, of the same origin for all, is thus established. Boom, a deafening roar, as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart, echoed deep within my soul. The power of the infinite others is no longer merely borrowed or superimposed, but truly returns to oneness, returning to you alone. Your aura has begun to surge at a speed that transcends all logic and common sense, easily surpassing the limits of your strength, and it continues to climb endlessly. At the same time, an incredibly mysterious quality begins to develop within you, omnipresence. It's not that your physical body has split into countless parts, but rather that the essence of your existence has been imprinted in every world inhabited by those infinite others. As long as one I exists, you can say that you exist in that world. The true spirit resides in infinite heights, its projections scattered throughout all the heavens and myriad realms. The soaring momentum finally subsided, stabilizing at a vast and boundless level, much like the universe itself. You exhale softly. A meteoric rise to power, the legend complete. You can clearly feel that from this point on, without you needing to actively guide them, your projection of the other self will naturally emerge with the birth of the new world and the appearance of new life. Your power will continuously increase along with the growth of the number of other beings in all the realms and the growth of these other beings themselves. This is a passive and perpetual process of growth. I never expected to actually reach the legendary perfection in one step. A faint smile appeared on your lips, a smile that reflected both the satisfaction of achieving your goal and the confirmation of your success on your own path. Although this legendary realm was created by you using the energy of creation, referencing concepts from your previous life's novels, it lacks the support of the real world found in the original work. However, through in-depth adjustments and consolidation of the essence of the technique, you have ensured that this realm, in terms of basic strength and core characteristics, is no less impressive than the original description. In the original work, you possess all the abilities and characteristics that the legendary perfection possesses. Ubiquitous, the true spirit resides infinitely high. Its projections pervade all heavens. With a mere thought, its true form can descend upon any place where I or others are. Extremely attentive, with perception extending to the smallest details of all realms, discerning even the slightest nuances, altering the rules of heaven and earth. Single word can govern the laws of all realms, possessing the initial ability to influence and interfere with the rules of many worlds through one's own reasoning. You have achieved a preliminary transcendence of the constraints of time and space. Ordinary time freezes and spatial confinement are no longer effective against you. You can, to some extent, reverse the flow of time, glimpse fragments of the past, and even fold space, making the ends of the earth seem near. The true spirit overlooks all heavens. It is immortal, a legend of eternal life. As long as one projection of itself exists, even if the current true body is completely destroyed, it can be resurrected from any of these projections. The true spirit is never obscured. According to some accounts from my past life, I should have now reached the single universe level, or even the super single universe level. You made this judgment, sensing the immense power within you that seemed capable of easily shattering the void and creating worlds. This really is like rising to the top in one step. Before your breakthrough, your normal strength was only at the galaxy level. Even with the superposition of the myriad variations of the human immortal martial path and the one life system, your destructive power would only reach the light-year level. On the truly vast scale of the universe, you would still appear as insignificant as dust. The leap from the galactic level to the single universe level is by no means a simple aggregation of forces. It was a fundamental leap, like a two-dimensional being suddenly glimpsing the entirety of a three-dimensional world. The difference was immeasurable, more like a threshold from the finite to the infinite. But if we were to draw an analogy with the world written by a certain red-haired monster, this is almost like starting from the great sage realm, leaping over the two great chasms of quasi-emperor and great emperor, and directly reaching the immortal realm without needing 9 lifetimes of accumulation. May 10th, 1009th year of the Daiyang reign. 10 days have passed since I entered the legendary realm of perfection. Over the past 10 days, relying on your legendary abilities, you have absorbed fragments of information scattered throughout endless space and time like a sponge, finally piecing together a relatively clear picture of the world's background. Just as you guessed, the worlds where those other versions of yourself exist are indeed not the same place as the void you are currently in. First, tell me about the void you are in. In the understanding of those light beings in the void itself, and the myriad worlds it nurtures, together constitute a complete superior existence, the Kangyuan world. The void region within the Kangyuan world is known as the endless void. It is not a silent darkness, but rather like a boundless mother sea, from which countless worlds are naturally conceived and evolved, scattered like floating islands. These worlds are divided into 4 orders based on their size, energy level, and the maximum number of powerful beings they can support. That the world of dust, like grains of sand, has rudimentary rules, scarce spiritual energy, and beings with weak talents, making it difficult for anyone to transcend the mundane. Lower-level world, with a complete cycle of laws and sufficient spiritual energy capable of giving birth to powerful cultivators. In the intermediate world, the laws are stable and the energy is abundant, sufficient to support beings capable of moving mountains and filling seas, and achieving a preliminary transcendence of life and death. In advanced worlds, the rules are nearly perfect, capable of giving rise to powerful beings who can traverse the void. The world you are currently in is in the middle range. However, even within the same level, worlds can be worlds apart. Although this realm is of medium quality, it merely lingers in the lower middle range, lacking in the completeness of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the laws of the great Tao. This is why the maximum number of powerful individuals the world can nurture is at most the level of a carefree immortal. In this void, cultivators are roughly divided into 2 fundamental levels: the mortal realm and the immortal realm. And the mortal realm encompasses all cultivators below the level of carefree immortals. Although this realm has many names and is called differently in different worlds, such as Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and others called Innate, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, etc., by the so-called terrestrial immortals of your world, despite having the word immortal in their names, are still within the realm of mortals. Only by breaking through that invisible barrier and undergoing a fundamental leap in the essence of life can one transcend the mortal realm and enter that enchanting fairyland. The path to immortality is divided into 7 heavenly realms, each further subdivided into 4 stages: early, middle, late, and peak. Each advancement requires not only the accumulation of immense magical power, but also a profound understanding and integration with the fundamental rules of the world. Every step forward after reaching the immortal realm requires tens, hundreds, or even thousands or tens of thousands of years. The first level of the fairyland is naturally the carefree wandering of immortals. Having made initial contact and mastered the profound mysteries of the laws of space, one is able to create a small world within the body, and true essence is completely transformed into magical power. This is the starting point of the path to immortality, and also a symbol of transcending the mortal realm. The second level of the fairyland is called free and unfettered immortal flight. When a cultivator in the immortal realm has a deep understanding and mastery of the laws of space, and their inner world is constantly being perfected, expanded, and stabilized, they may hope to enter this realm. At this point, the cultivator's use of space had reached a level of unparalleled mastery. The inner world begins to provide some energy support and initially breaks free from absolute dependence on the original world. Able to briefly escape the world's protection and conduct preliminary exploration and travel on the edge of the void or in relatively calm areas, though while one still needs to be cautious in avoiding the void turbulence, one has truly acquired the qualifications to traverse the void. The third level of the fairyland is the cave-true immortal realm. The key to this realm lies in grasping even the basics of the laws of time. The practitioner begins to perceive the flow of time and may even be able to rewind, accelerate, or pause time on extremely short time scales. More importantly, they were able to gain a preliminary understanding of some of the mysteries of the intertwining of time and space, see some threads of cause and effect, and foresee fragmented scenes of the future. Reaching the true immortal realm signifies that the cultivator has a profound understanding of the two fundamental laws of time and space. Only in the vast and boundless void did he finally gain a foothold, becoming capable of establishing his own power, gathering subordinates, and even becoming a regional overlord in some remote places. The fourth level of the fairy realm is occupied by chaotic celestes. This is a crucial watershed moment in Wonderland. At this stage, practitioners must deeply integrate and unify the previously separately comprehended laws of time and space, understanding the true meaning of the unity of time and space. Its internal microcosm will undergo a qualitative leap, with timeline becoming completely stable, seasons changing, space expanding steadily, mountains and rivers evolving on their own, and a preliminary complete ecological cycle and basic rule system forming. At this moment, the inner world truly transformed into a complete world capable of supporting and nurturing living beings, possessing a relatively complete set of laws governing heaven and earth. For cultivators at the celestial immortal level, their inner world has become a stable source of energy and laws, resulting in a dramatic transformation in their strength. Among the many forces and civilizations in the void, celestial immortals are considered a backbone force. Wherever they go, they receive considerable respect and courtesy, and are qualified to participate in higher-level resource allocation and affairs. The fifth level of the fairy realm is the myriad mysterious immortals. Once the rules of heaven and earth within celestial immortals' body have reached a certain level of perfection, sufficient to support a complete Tao, the practitioner must then take the Tao they have cultivated and deeply comprehended as the core, and condense it into a great Tao core containing its essence. This core will serve as the heart of the world, thoroughly establishing the fundamental laws governing the universe within, shifting it from natural evolution to governing the realm with the Tao. Subsequently, the cultivator must deeply integrate their immortal soul and body with their inner world, triggering a great world calamity. This tribulation stems from the intense conflict and resonance between the inner world's rules and the external void during the process of perfecting and advancing within it. It is extremely dangerous. Only after successfully overcoming this obstacle can one, based on the heart of the world, condense the mysterious immortal Tao fruit, which contains infinite mysteries. Achieving the status of a mystic immortal signifies that the cultivator has completely mastered the power of their own world, able to mobilize the power of the entire universe within their body with every gesture. Possessing immense power, It can also initially invoke and borrow some of the power of the laws of the Kanyuan world, and its status is extremely revered. The sixth level of the immortal realm is occupied by an immortal golden immortal. This is the highest realm that countless practitioners dream of. Zhuangxian's Dao fruit and inner world need to grow and accumulate to their peak, reaching the pinnacle of their potential, before they can face the even more terrifying immortal tribulation. This tribulation aims to test whether the cultivator's path is resilient enough, whether their world is stable enough, and whether they can maintain their eternal and indestructible nature throughout countless eons of emptiness. Once successfully overcome, one can condense the golden immortal Dao fruit and achieve the status of an immortal golden immortal. The golden immortal possesses limitless lifespan, living as long as heaven and earth, and decaying with the world. Its immortal body, immortal soul, magical power, Dao fruit and world are integrated into one, making it nearly indestructible. Even if it suffers severe damage, as long as its Dao fruit and core world remain intact, it can slowly recover. Golden immortals are among the strongest beings in the void, and they rarely show themselves. However, both the world tribulation from celestial immortal to profound immortal, and the immortal tribulation from profound immortal to golden immortal, are extremely dangerous life or death tests, with a very high elimination rate. Throughout the long river of history, countless brilliant minds have perished under these two tribulations, their bodies and souls destroyed. Of those who successfully overcome them, only 1 in 100. However, the various forces in the Kanyuan world, having developed over countless years, have naturally discovered methods to assist in transcending tribulations and weaken their power. Among these, the most widely recognized, effective and righteous, is to acquire heavenly merit. This merit is a special reward bestowed by the heavenly Tao of the Kanyuan world upon those who have made outstanding contributions to the world's development, the improvement of its rules, and the stability of its order. Accumulating merit can protect the soul, stabilize the foundation of one's cultivation, dispel calamity energy, and bring good fortune in times of danger. It is naturally capable of miraculously neutralizing some of the power of tribulation lightning at crucial moments. In this vast emptiness, the easiest and most common way to gain heavenly merit is through spreading the way, that is, to travel to newly born worlds in the void, where laws are initially established and life is just beginning to emerge, or to dilapidated worlds where civilizations have been severed and traditions have been lost, to spread basic cultivation methods and the seeds of civilization that conform to the direction of the heavenly Tao. This act helps the world grow rapidly, perfect its own laws and civilization system, and is of great benefit to the world, thus earning a reward of merit. However, preaching is also a skill, requiring a balance between breadth and depth. If one merely scatters some of the most rudimentary techniques, touching too few living beings, the impact on the world is limited, and the merit gained is naturally meager. However, if one's teachings become too profound, not only imparting advanced methods but also providing meticulous guidance and establishing a rigorous lineage system, then it is no different from personally instructing disciples and founding a sect. This behavior will be judged by the heavenly Tao as deep intervention, and the resulting causes and effects will mostly be attributed to the preacher himself, rather than purely promoting the natural evolution of the world. Therefore, the heavenly merit he can obtain will be greatly reduced. Therefore, a wise preacher often only sows the seed, sets the basic framework, and guides the direction, then lets it grow freely. In this way, the merit is maximized. And in the world you inhabit, there were the 5 so-called ancient sages who spread their teachings throughout the world in ancient times. These are 5 peak-level celestial immortal cultivators who came to earn merit. In the intermediate world, the highest level of power that can be created is a true immortal. Only higher worlds possess the resources to give birth to celestial beings. It's worth mentioning that although some ancient treasures or legacies can be found in the void, attracting countless cultivators to explore and search for them, however, overall, the void environment is actually extremely barren for cultivation. Most of the resources available for cultivation in the Kangyuan world are concentrated in the top-tier advanced worlds. In the endless void of the Kangyuan world, the vast majority of higher-level worlds govern numerous middle-level and even lower-level worlds, forming a strict and orderly hierarchical system. At those worlds ruled by higher realms, where cultivators can be guided to ascend to immortality upon reaching a certain level. However, the world you inhabit does not have an upper realm. While this eliminates one layer of exploitation, it also eliminates a channel for upward mobility and powerful protection. Given the current state of this world, without your presence, there would inevitably be scenarios involving extraterrestrial enemies. EU meticulously compared the realms of the void, the abilities and powers displayed by cultivators at each level, with your own situation. The conclusion is that before you break through to the legendary perfection level, your normal combat strength is roughly equivalent to the initial stage of a chaotic celestial immortal. And however, even an immortal golden immortal cannot compare to you now. Although, broadly speaking, immortal golden immortals and you are on the same level, roughly at the single universe level. But you discover that even a peak immortal golden immortal can't match you in terms of stats, and in terms of mechanics, they are far inferior. Beyond the Kangyuan world lies boundless chaos, filled with endless streams of chaotic energy that surge, collide, annihilate, and are reborn, forming a vast sea of chaos. Within this chaotic sea, there is not only the Kangyuan world, but also countless boundless worlds as vast as, or even more expansive than, the Kangyuan world. They are like bubbles spontaneously forming in chaos, each encapsulating entirely different laws, civilizations, and life forms, separated by a despairingly vast distance measured on a chaotic scale. What do you call this? Totality, which includes the Kangyuan world and all other boundless worlds, and is connected and filled by infinite chaos, the chaotic universe. But speaking of the chaotic universe, the immortal golden immortals of the Kangyuan world also have some understanding of it. In the ancient history of the Kangyuan world, those immortal golden immortals who stood at the pinnacle had long been aware that there is another world beyond this one. In the past, many extraordinary golden immortals have resolutely stepped out of the solid barrier of the Kangyuan world and personally ventured into the chaos, attempting to explore the mysteries of this endless chaos. However, most of them gain nothing, because in the chaotic universe, the distance between boundless worlds like the Kangyuan world is astronomical, even for immortal golden immortals. Moreover, traversing chaos requires resisting the erosion of chaotic energy currents. Even with the strength of an immortal golden immortal, even if it takes hundreds of millions of years, they might only be able to linger at the gates of the Kangyuan world, and those other versions of yourself that you speak of exist within the chaotic universe, in those boundless worlds distinct from the Kangyuan realm. However, after reaching the legendary perfection, you realize that you haven't actually enlightened all your other selves. Although this didn't affect your breakthrough, there are indeed some other selves that you haven't enlightened. You have only enlightened the other self within the chaotic universe. However, beyond these other selves, there exists another other self, seemingly hidden deep within the mist, its connection to you both close and distant, seemingly present yet absent. Before they ascend to legendary status, You can't even sense their presence, based on the interdependence. Between the Kangyuan world and the Chaos universe, you speculate that other worlds may exist beyond the Chaos universe. Perhaps it's another chaotic universe, or perhaps some completely different space-time dimension. These unknown worlds, along with the chaotic universe, are all dependent on a larger world system. You immediately wondered just how many layers of boxes were stacked. Unfortunately, although your current mechanics are incredibly powerful, even those powerful mechanics will be affected if the numerical values are insufficient. Of course, it's also possible that your mechanics aren't powerful enough yet. However, as things stand, you are still far from reaching the limits of the chaotic universe in terms of raw power. You are currently incapable of traversing the chaotic universe to enlighten someone else in another chaotic universe. After all, your world isn't like the real world in the original story, which is the source of all worlds and can transcend all realms. The chaotic universe, though vast, is a relatively independent entity, separated from other worlds by insurmountable natural barriers. It was already quite incredible that you were able to traverse the Kangyuan world and sense others in the chaotic universe with only galaxy-level strength. It all depends on your extraordinary talent and your unique true spirit. If you want to enlighten other beings in other chaotic universes now, you'd need to be in a place similar to the real world or possess a divine weapon from another realm. Otherwise, you can forget about it at the legendary level. You can only wait until you reach the next level and have some hope. June, now the 9th year of the Daiyang reign. Having learned the general background of the world, you believe that nothing in the Kangyuan world can threaten you anymore. So you decide to expand the scope of your troublemaking to the entire Kangyuan world. You first used your legendary, perfected abilities to create a projection of yourself in each of the infinite worlds within the void of the Kangyuan world. Following this, the Heavenly Dao Golden List was upgraded, and finally, you projected its image into countless worlds within the Kangyuan void. Not only within the world, but you have also connected the Heavenly Dao Golden List to the primordial Heavenly Dao of the Kangyuan world. From then on, no matter where one was in the Kangyuan world, even in a dangerous place, isolated from the outside world, as long as one looked up, one could see that magnificent and dazzling list, radiating an irresistible majesty, like an ancient and eternally existing gilded list. A heavenly ranking probably never dreamed that one day he would reach such a level. Just like the scene when the golden ranking first appeared in the Great Yang world, this projection spanning countless worlds instantly alarmed all living beings in the Kangyuan world. All beings in the Kangyuan world, regardless of their cultivation level or race, at the same instant, felt something in their hearts, looked up at the sky, or looked inward at their spiritual platforms and witnessed the incomprehensible, yet undeniably real and dazzling golden list. A confusion, shock, vigilance. A tidal wave of emotions swept across the entire Kangyuan world. Low-level cultivators and mortal beings often felt awe and reverence, regarding it as a divine revelation or miracle. Those powerful beings, who stand at the pinnacle of cultivation and are accustomed to controlling everything, are more filled with astonishment and curiosity. Countless people pinched themselves hard or chanted mind-clearing mantras to confirm that this was not a hallucination or a collective illusion. Especially those old monsters who stood at the pinnacle, believing themselves to know all the secrets of the world, frowned deeply, their divine senses frantically churning, trying to decipher the origin and purpose of this golden list. But all their efforts were like throwing a stone into the sea, yielding nothing. As some hot-tempered, powerful cultivators who believed in the supremacy of strength unleashed terrifying attacks capable of tearing apart stars and annihilating space. blasting them towards the seemingly close projection of the golden list. However, to the horror of all onlookers, every attack, upon touching the illusory image of the golden list, seemed to strike the deepest illusion, passing straight through without causing even the slightest ripple, let alone any damage. The golden list seemed to exist in another dimension completely beyond their comprehension, parallel to their own time and space yet never intersecting. Having completed these preparations, enough to overturn your understanding of the Canyuan world, you cast your gaze upon the bustling masses of this realm from an endless, distant place. He began to ponder what content to publish on the heavenly ranking to push this game to an even more interesting climax. Then, memories of reading. From my past life surfaced. You're thinking of those online novels known as exposure and review series, which often feature settings like Heavenly Golden List or Lists of All Heavens. However, unlike the straightforward announcement of rankings and rewards in the Great Yang world, novels are often more adept at creating suspense and anticipation. The rankings are revealed one by one, accompanied by detailed explanations and stunning phenomena. Each announcement feels like a shock and reshaping of one's worldview. Rewards are often closely linked to the content being featured, creating a ripple effect. One by one, to create sustained buzz and discussion. You nodded slightly, agreeing with this approach. It resonated with you perfectly. Once a thought is made, your heart can move as you please. Although the Heavenly Dao Golden ranking projections, suspended across the Canyuan world, suddenly erupted with an unprecedentedly intense golden light. Many powerful beings who were intently staring at the golden list with their divine senses felt a sharp pain in their souls. It was as if an ordinary person were staring directly at the blazing sun. Everything before their eyes was a blinding white, and for a moment they lost all perception of anything else. This incredibly domineering opening effect ruthlessly gave all the onlookers a rude awakening and forcefully grabbed the world's attention. The golden light, bright enough to dazzle all beings, slowly subsided. Endless rays of light flowed and converged on the projection of the golden list, finally condensing into a massive, naturally elegant line of gilded ancient seal script. Every stroke seems to be drawn by stars, exuding an aura of overwhelming power that suppresses all ages. A review of the top 10 physiques in the Canyuan world. Immediately afterwards, a voice that transcended language and resonated deep within the souls of all living beings slowly spread out. The voice was unusually indifferent, calmed, undisturbed, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet it carried supreme authority, as if the very essence of heaven itself was proclaiming it. A path of cultivation is one of defying fate and fighting against destiny. It is extremely cruel. Among all living beings in the universe, those who have awakened their spiritual intelligence are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, yet 99% of them are cultivators of mediocre talent and ordinary innate abilities. Even with an unwavering will and tireless self-cultivation, one could not break free from the shackles of the mortal realm throughout their entire life. However, there is always a kind of chosen one, born with the favor of the world, endowed with exceptional talent and extraordinary gifts. For them, the foundation building that ordinary people consider vital is merely a natural progression. The rare treasures and ancient artifacts that countless cultivators fight tooth and nail for are perhaps just icing on the cake. Their practice was as natural as breathing, as smooth as the flow of a river. The root of all their extraordinary abilities is in their innate powerful physique. Some are born with the very essence of the Tao, drawing forth the manifestation and worship of all laws from the moment they are born. Others possess an indomitable fighting spirit, sweeping aside all opponents of the same level. and engaging in battles beyond their level as if it were commonplace. Today, let's take stock of 10 most brilliant and promising supreme physiques in the Kangyuan world. Those who make the list will receive unparalleled rewards, a surge in cultivation, a physical enhancement, supreme supernatural powers, divine skills and wondrous techniques. The world, at this moment, deviated from its predetermined course. A review. An unparalleled physique, a gift from heaven. This sudden, grand narrative and subversive announcement left all living beings in the Kangyuan world in a state of unprecedented bewilderment. Not only were the people of the Kangyuan world bewildered, but Qin Rui and Zhao Jing, the two transmigrators from another world, were even more bewildered. The shock they felt after hearing that soul-stirring declaration was 10 times greater than that felt by the natives of the Kangyuan world. Kangyuan world. Top 10 physique ranking? Rewards distribution. What on earth is all this? Qin Rui's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did this Kangyuan world come from? Is this a setting in the original work? Or am I not just transported to a simple world in a book, but a hybrid universe similar to countless worlds? Is it really that complicated? On the other side, Zhao Jing was mingling in a tea house in a small border town, listening to the terrified discussions of the cultivators around him. He appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was already churning with turmoil. Whether it was Qin Rui or Zhao Jing, the novels they were reading, while containing elements of extraterrestrial enemies, still depicted the world of Dayong on the map, and the novels did not describe the process of crossing into the void. Kangyuan world. Heavenly Dao Golden List? The list is revealed. This is too strong. This operation method, this familiar routine. Could it be that fellow villager again? Thinking about this, Zhao Jing was almost moved to tears with envy. Was the difference in their cheat-like abilities really that vast, despite both being transmigrators? He's still stuck here, miserably suppressing the chosen ones to gain his own fortune. While now even fellow villagers are putting on this kind of grand spectacle. In Zhao Jing's view, there's a 90% chance that this Heavenly Dao Golden Ranking and the Heavenly Dao Golden Ranking of the Great Yoyang world was created by the transmigrators' cheat abilities. However, his thinking isn't wrong. After all, your current strength is a result of the talent you gained after transmigrating. Talent can be considered a kind of cheat code. In this situation, it can only be said that there are different levels of cheating, and different types of cheats cannot be compared. However, sitting behind the scenes, you naturally wouldn't care whether the masses were bewildered, panicked, or excited. What you wanted was precisely this effect of stirring up a storm. Therefore, after a brief, suffocating silence, the heavenly ranking began its first review without the slightest delay. Above the golden list, the rosy light flowed once more, and boundless Taoist energy condensed, revealing the name of the first constitution to be assessed, along with related information. The characters seemed to be formed from the purest, coldest moonlight, exuding a cool and aloof aura. 10th of the 10 top physiques. Taiyin Physique, or the current owner of the Taiyin body. Yu Qingli, the current holy maiden of the Taiyin Divine Palace in the Kangyuan world. Meanwhile, a hazy image appears beside the list of successful candidates. Above an endless snowfield, a magnificent palace, entirely constructed of millennia-old black ice and moonstone, floats in the air. The deep within the palace, the figure of a woman dressed in a plain white gown, her face veiled, appears and disappears. She was surrounded by an incomparably pure yin energy, like a fairy from the moon palace descending to earth. Although her exact features were not clearly seen, her aloof, otherworldly, and unapproachable aura was evident. The voice of heaven then provided commentary. remaining indifferent. The Taiyin body is a supreme constitution that is naturally close to the fundamental principles of Taiyin. One who bears this body will receive 100-fold amplification when cultivating yin attribute techniques and supernatural abilities, and will be able to easily draw upon the yin laws and ultimate yin power of the Kangyuan world for their own use, as long as one doesn't perish along the way. Cultivate step by step, one is almost destined to reach the realm of the profound immortal. Even the immortal golden immortal Tao fruit is not an unattainable dream. After the introduction, a silver beam of light, purely condensed from the laws of Taiyin, descended from the golden list, ignoring the barriers of time and space, and directly entered the body of the Taiyin saintess in the scene. The voice of heaven announces the reward. Bestow upon the rank-listed Yu Qingli the cultivation method of the Taiyin system's great divine power, Taiyin divine light. When this supernatural power reaches its ultimate state, it can wield the extremely yin and cold Taiyin true power to freeze all things, imprison time and space, freeze stars with a single thought, and solidify all laws wherever its radiance shines. Up in the scene, the Taiyin saintess Yu Qingli, who had been meditating, trembled slightly and suddenly opened her eyes. Within those eyes seemed to spin like an ice wheel, with moonlight flowing within. A surge of clarity and overwhelming joy welled up within me. She could clearly sense that a profound, mysterious, and infinitely powerful cultivation method had been deeply imprinted into the very essence of her soul. Its exquisite nature and the profoundness of the yin laws it contains surpass even the core inherited supernatural powers passed down through generations of the Taiyin divine palace, which are considered the foundation of its sect. Especially the profound mystery of freezing time and space involved, which was a realm she had never heard of or even imagined. This reward, for her, is nothing short of paving another solid stepping stone on her path to becoming a golden immortal. Almost the instant the reward arrived, the Taiyin divine palace trembled. Meanwhile, other top races and forces in the Kangyuan world also possess immortal lineages and extensive knowledge and influence, including human holy lands, divine dynasties, ancient families, demon ancestral courts, dragon courts, and more. At this moment, their eyes burned with fervor. They truly hadn't expected the Golden List to actually award prizes, and such generous ones at that. If the previous appearance of the Golden List only aroused curiosity and probing, then now, with the tangible heavenly reward falling into the hands of the Holy Maiden of the Taiyin Divine Palace, something that would make any power envious, the attitude of the top powers in the entire Kangyuan world has undergone a fundamental shift. Greed, desire, vigilance, calculation. A complex mix of emotions permeated the air. The heavenly Golden List, with its undeniable, tangible benefits, instantly became the absolute core of the biggest upheaval in the Kangyuan world. All factions understand that this is not merely a simple assessment, but potentially a massive storm, sweeping across the entire world order, redistributing resources and destiny. Of course, there were also those who refused to believe in such superstitions, or those who were overconfident in their martial prowess, who, after witnessing the authenticity of the rewards, couldn't resist and made another move. This time, it was a true immortal golden immortal who made the move. Actually, when Jinbang was distributing rewards to Yu Qingli earlier, they wanted to intercept the rewards, but ultimately they didn't make a move, because they wanted to see if the reward was real and how valuable it really was. Now that it's confirmed the Golden List truly rewards people, and that the reward's divine powers are valuable even to immortal beings like themselves, they've decided to take the risk and give it a try. A colossal hand, encompassing countless worlds and bound by the supreme laws of destruction and rebirth, slowly reached out towards the projection of the Golden List, attempting to analyze or even control this mysterious entity. A dazzling sword light, severing the river of time, pierced straight towards the core of the Golden List with unwavering resolve. Even more bizarre and unpredictable causal curses, following the connections in the dark, trace back to you, the manipulator behind the Golden List. However, the result was exactly the same as before. A colossal hand of chaos swept through the shadows, as if grasping at nothingness. The sword light that severed time disappeared into the Golden List, like a mud ox entering the sea, without causing the slightest ripple. That vicious karmic curse was reflected back at you with double the force, and the caster lost half their life on the spot. Unable to obtain the Golden List rewards now, these immortal golden immortals gave up. However, they wouldn't give up so easily. They planned to try and intercept the rewards when the Golden List rewards were distributed next time. However, just as everyone was preparing to review the list of the second top-tier physique, the list of top performers directly announced that the next review will be held in 1 month. That's right. You decided to do a monthly review to build anticipation and give everyone time to adjust, discuss, so that more creative energy can be obtained. At 23, you achieved a higher level of understanding, successfully and perfectly comprehending the way of Earth, touching upon the profound meaning of the Earth bearing all things and nourishing life. The way of Earth and cannot only gives you a deeper understanding of the connection between your physical body and the world, but also allows you to perceive a subtle balance between the illusory and the real. The boundary between reality and illusion is no longer a blurry barrier in your eyes, but a veil that can be sensed and touched. This insight will elevate your mastery of the human immortal martial arts to a new level, successfully breaking through from the 1,000 transformations to the shattered void. Truth is real, emptiness is illusory. Shattering the vacuum is not simply about breaking boundaries with force, but about breaking down conceptual barriers between reality and illusion with willpower and a Taoist heart. At that moment, you felt as if you were standing on the edge of the world, and with a single punch, everything vanished, all phenomena ceased to exist. A space shattered like glass beneath your fist, and time itself seemed to ripple. What you feel is not only a surge of power, but also a subversion of your understanding. All things in heaven and earth are woven from reality and illusion, and breaking through the void is to shatter all these concepts, break free from constraints and move towards true transcendence. Of course, that's true. Its ability to shatter a vacuum is indeed extremely powerful. At most, he's only equivalent to the peak of the profound immortal realm in this world, not even close to the immortal golden immortal realm, let alone your current legendary perfection, where you're about to touch the realm of creation. What you care about isn't the combat power to shatter the vacuum. What you care about is the insights and perspectives on the path of cultivation brought about by the Yang God system, which are completely different from those in the world of Supreme Being. Different cultivation systems are like different prisms for observing the world, reflecting different aspects of the Great Tao, and these are precisely the key nutrients you need to break through to higher realms. Whether it's the Yang God or any other being in this life, there's the concept of a sea of suffering. In the world of Yang Shen, the sea of bitterness is the world itself, the eon of calamity that plunges all beings into oblivion and submerges everything. A sea of suffering in the game. A supreme being is essentially a long river of time and destiny that binds all living beings, flowing with all the possibilities and destinies of the past, present, and future. All beings struggle within it, searching for the other shore. Although the seas of suffering in the two worlds are different things, they share a striking similarity in the concepts of bondage, drowning, and the difficulty of transcendence. Understanding and mastering the sea of suffering is an indispensable key to breaking through from the realm of legend to the realm of creation. You need more perspectives and more insights to piece together the true full picture of the sea of suffering. During this period, the list of successful candidates was also reviewed for the second time. This review focuses on a powerful physique known as Overlord body. This physique originates in the blood and manifests in the bones, enabling cultivators to maximize their physical strength and potential, possessing enviable talent in physical training and close combat. At the end, the reward you prepared for this supreme body is the 1,000 transformations cultivation method, adapted and transformed to fit the rules of the Kanyuan world. Upon reaching mastery, the cultivator's physical body can change at will, gathering and dispersing as desired, regenerating from a drop of blood, possessing near immortality, similar to the original realm of endless transformations. This reward is essentially a tailor-made path for those who possess the invincible body to directly reach the profound and ultimate realm of physical prowess. However, unlike the first reward distribution, the rewards for the second gold ranking will be distributed differently. Several immortal golden immortals, unable to contain themselves any longer, either extended colossal hands that blotted out the sky or unleashed invisible nets of laws, attempting to transcend space and seas. This opportunity, once is acceptable, but twice is not. You weren't as indifferent as you were when they searched for the golden list before. Your gaze narrowed slightly. You didn't rise, but instead unleashed a punch towards the violently fluctuating void, a punch of the present moment. This punch embodies the invincible intent to dominate the present, the absolute will to seize the moment and suppress all variables. The intent of the fist did not materialize into a physical fist aura, but instead directly invoked the mysterious rules of thunder, transforming into dazzling, divine thunder of the present, imbued with the aura of destruction and judgment, tearing through the sky and striking with unparalleled precision at each golden immortal who made a move. The 4 golden immortals who made the move instantly felt an immense heavenly might lock on to their very existence. No matter how they dodged and weaved, or even used their supernatural abilities to travel into fragments of the past and future, the divine lightning followed them relentlessly, as if their present was completely anchored there, with no escape. One of the golden immortals is the very one who used magic to curse you when testing your chances on the golden list. He's the first to be targeted now. Now that the divine lightning has struck, his protective immortal light, his inner celestial aura, and even his immortal Tao principles are all melting away like ice and snow under the fist intent of dominating the present. Before even uttering a scream, it vanished completely, its form and spirit utterly destroyed, leaving only a faint, scorched mark between heaven and earth. The other 3 golden immortals, though fortunate enough to survive, paid a heavy price. The divine lightning pierced their bodies, instantly shattering their painstakingly cultivated inner worlds and damaging their foundations of the great Tao, i.e. the golden immortal Tao fruit, representing the realm of immortality, dimmed and was forcibly demoted to a profound immortal Tao fruit realm, its billions of years of arduous cultivation almost wasted. This strike shook the heavens. All the cultivators who had been secretly observing now clearly understood that the being behind the golden list was not powerless to intervene, but simply chose not to pay attention before. Now that swift and decisive measures have been taken, no one dares to easily challenge the authority of the golden list. 6 months after the golden list review, after breaking through to the void-shattering realm, due to abundant creation energy, and the ability to generate your own lightning tribulation, you began cultivating the ghost immortal path within the Yang God realm. Ultimately, you spent several months using the boundless power of creation, along with a bit of innate talent, to simulate the will of the vast world. Afterwards, you directly overcame 9 tribulations of lightning and successfully comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth, breaking through to the Yang God realm. 10 months after the Golden List was compiled, the Heavenly Tao Golden List, which spanned all realms, slowly dimmed its light, marking the official conclusion of the first batch of physique assessments. 10 names, 10 legendary physiques, have already stirred up a storm in countless worlds. Aside from the Taiyan body and the Overlord body, the other 8 body types also possess immortal powers. A celestial body born with an affinity for the origin of all things, capable of inspiring life and evolving laws with every gesture. The pure Yang true body, with its body brimming with Yang energy like the blazing sun, is impervious to all evil and repelled by all demons. An ancient demonic body, its bloodline contains demonic intent accumulated over millennia, its physical strength comparable to a divine weapon. With a primordial Tao embryo, the resonance with the great Tao is as natural as breathing, making the path of cultivation virtually unhindered. Every constitution is a favorite of heaven and earth. Not only will the holder be guaranteed to reach the profound immortal realm, but their chances of condensing the golden immortal Tao fruit in the future are also hundreds or thousands of times greater than those of ordinary people. Such talent has led countless cultivators to exclaim, "The merit of being reborn into the right family is greater than 10,000 years of arduous cultivation." However, what's even more exciting are the rewards bestowed upon those who pass the imperial examination. Each one is a chance to defy fate. Obtained from the immortal body of creation, this is the Kangyuan world version of the heaven-mending technique. This technique not only compensates for defects in the physical body and soul, but can also repair incomplete cultivation methods, broken laws, and even cracks in the heavenly Tao of a region. The pure Yang true body obtained the 9 Yang divine skill, capable of reaching the 10 Yang white flame realm. 9 Yangs represent the ultimate strength and intensity. 10 Yangs represent pure white as day, their radiance capable of incinerating the entire universe. The ancient demonic body is bestowed with the summoning demon scripture. Upon cultivation, it can not only awaken the most ancient demonic power deep within its bloodline, achieving physical immortality, but also summon the obsessions of fallen demonic cultivators for its own use. Those with a prenatal Tao embryo are gifted with a spiritual root Bodhi tree, which, once implanted in their spiritual platform, allows for cultivation that follows the natural order of the Tao, with all its profound principles automatically emerging, thus paving a smooth and unobstructed path to enlightenment. The rewards for other physical constitutions are also extraordinary. There is the compass of destiny that allows one to glimpse the river of fate, and the chaos furnace that can forge all kinds of laws. None of these rewards were ordinary, even golden immortals were envious. However, having learned their lesson from the previous attempt to steal them, no one dared to try and snatch them this time. At 24 years old, after a month and a half of silence, the Heavenly Tao Golden List once again shone brightly under the watchful eyes of countless worlds, beginning its second round of assessments. This time, the list of winners is for the 20 most beautiful people in Kangyuan, the world. Unlike the list of beauties in the Great Yang world, this list does not consider cultivation level or social status. It judges only by the purest appearance. On the Golden List, each name that appears is accompanied by a lifelike illusory image, some as serene as a moonlit orchid, some as radiant as the first rays of the rising sun, some as spirited as the wind rustling through the pines in the mountains, drawing countless beings from all realms into awe and wonder. At 25, the second round of the Heavenly Path Golden List review has officially concluded. The 20 cultivators on the list, regardless of their race or sect, all received unique rewards. It could be a captivating smile that subtly enhances approachability, or a Taoist art like peerless elegance that harmonizes one's temperament with the rhythms of heaven and earth. And most precious of all is the way of beauty practice you developed, which you derived from the essence of beauty. This method does not teach people to beautify their physical appearance, but rather guides practitioners to perceive the rhythm of heaven and earth from the beauty of all things, nourishing their outward appearance with inner beauty, and ultimately reaching the state of beauty in both form and spirit, and harmony with the Tao. The emergence of this method sparked a wave of spiritual practice in many worlds in pursuit of the path of beauty, with some sects specializing in enchantment and illusion even regarding it as their supreme scripture. After this inventory review, you did not immediately begin another one. Instead, following the previous practice in the Daeyong world, 7 lists were also released in other worlds in the void. Each list has been subtly adjusted according to the laws of nature and cultivation system of that world, making it both universally applicable and retaining its local characteristics. After that, you entered into a deep period of seclusion. At 26 years old, since reaching legendary perfection, you have been meticulously cultivating microcosms within each of the billions of cells in your body, thereby strengthening the nascent forms of the myriad realms within you. Now you have finally succeeded in creating a vast and complete world within every single cell of your body. These worlds resonate and echo each other, with your meridians as the Milky Way and your acupoints as the sun and moon, together forming a flowing, vibrant panorama of the universe within your body. At this moment, you are able to stand on the edge of the river of time on the outskirts of the chaotic universe, without relying on legendary projections to evade it, enduring the temporal turbulence and the erosion of time that are enough to obliterate ordinary immortals. Standing on the riverbank, I see fragments of the past fleeting like flowing light, and future branches shrouded in mist, while you stand firm like a reef, unmoved by the surging waves. At 28, after spending several years, you have successfully experienced the sea of suffering that binds all things within the chaotic river of time and destiny of the universe. At 33, you successfully combined your learning, cultivation, and insights with your innate talent of limitless creation to sublimate and refine them. Finally, in a moment of seemingly eternal silence, all the essence converged at a single point, bursting forth with a light as if the heavens and earth had been created. A phantom path that belongs to you alone, shimmering with a hazy glow, has been born. It is not a physical entity, yet it is more real than any physical entity. It contains your unique Taoist essence, a manifestation of the true nature of your being. The illusory path transforms into an invisible boat, carrying your essential existence, slowly drifting away from the shore, floating on the so-called boundless sea of suffering woven and converged by the rivers of time and destiny. Though the boat is small, it seems to possess the power to stabilize the sea, sailing steadily through the turbulent ocean. At this very moment, you successfully ascended from legendary perfection to creation. The nascent universe within you, composed of billions of cells, has begun a tremendous and astonishing transformation. The essence of every world is rapidly evolving. Space is becoming more stable. The flow of time is beginning to harmonize with the chaotic external universe, and even starting to generate more complex cycles of rules. The heavens, which were originally just in their prototypes, are evolving into a true, multi-layered, and vibrant cosmic form. At the same time, your true spirit, with its breakthrough in realm and the formation of the illusory Great Tao, generated an incredible resonance and radiation. You have successfully broken through the isolation of the chaotic universe and sensed other self, existing in other distant, even different dimensional, chaotic universes. You begin to enlighten these other selves through the illusory Great Tao. As these other selves return to their proper places, the rate at which the nascent essence of the heavens within you improves becomes even more astonishing. But ultimately, when all that you have perceived the other self has returned to its proper place, the essence of the heavens within you has been elevated to an astonishing level. It is infinitely close to, and even rivals, the chaotic universe outside in some aspects. Once your realm of creation advances further, and your understanding of the Great Tao deepens, these inner heavens will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with this naturally born chaotic universe, becoming truly unique inner heavens within you, containing immeasurable worlds. You stand on a small boat of suffering, feeling the boundless power within you. At this moment, you are not only able to alter the fundamental rules of the chaotic universe on a small scale, but also, through your own illusory Tao, to mobilize the power of the chaotic universe's river of time and destiny. Soon, it was the second day after your breakthrough to the creation realm. Under your control, the long-dormant heavenly Tao Golden List finally began its third round of assessments. On this day, golden light suddenly spread across the sky like a tide, instantly covering every corner of the entire Kangyuan world. All living beings simultaneously raised their heads, and once again, that familiar, magnificent, and majestic golden curtain of light stretched across the heavens. The theme of this heavenly Tao Golden List review is the top 10 strongest individuals in the Kangyuan world. Unlike the previous two reviews, which did not rank individuals, this review includes a ranking. As the short line of golden ancient seal script appeared on the list, countless beings felt a surge of overwhelming emotions. Since the heavenly Tao Golden ranking fell silent in recent years, the entire Kangyuan world seems to have lost something. For ordinary people and low-level cultivators, the Golden List is their only window into the upper echelons of the cultivation world. Each time the list of successful candidates is announced, it is a grand event that sweeps the world. Tea houses and taverns are filled with endless discussions. Sects and academies are filled with debates and interpretations, and even old farmers in the fields will marvel at the list's glowing screen during their rest. But for those high-level cultivators who have already reached the pinnacle of the world, what they crave is the ancient secrets revealed by the Golden List, and the heavenly Tao rewards that even immortal golden immortals find moving. Since the last round of reviews, these past 10 years should have passed in the blink of an eye for them. However, the long silence on the golden ranking made many ancient monsters who had lived for countless years feel that time was exceptionally long, and even cultivation seemed somewhat tedious. Over the years, everyone has been eagerly anticipating the next review of the Heavenly Path Golden List. Seeing the anticipation of everyone, you no longer hesitated and began to list the first person on the list. When you first reached the pinnacle of the legendary realm, you discovered 34 immortal golden immortals through observing the Kangyuan world. However, you've killed one of these golden immortals and demoted 3 others, leaving only 30. However, immortal golden immortals possess infinite lifespans. Those who rank among the top 10 of these 30 immortal golden immortals and ascend to this heavenly Tao Golden List are all giants with astonishing foundations and unparalleled combat power in their era. Daithen, Golden light gathered on the list to form the first name Ao King. The instant the two characters appeared, a faint dragon's roar echoed between heaven and earth, as if it had traveled from the primordial era, carrying an aura of vastness, majesty, and immortality. Throughout the vast and desolate world of Canyuan, all descendants of the dragon bloodline were simultaneously filled with excitement. Some of the older dragons even opened their cloudy eyes, their dragon bodies trembling slightly. It's the dragon ancestor. Ao King, the dragon ancestor, is on the list. But Ao King, one of the three great dragon ancestors of Canyuan world, whose true form is an ancient azure dragon, is skilled in the laws of water, life, and space-time, and his name resounds throughout the ancient traditions of the Canyuan world, but few know how he became the immortal dragon ancestor who traversed the world. With a slight shift in your mind, the scene on the Golden List's illuminated screen changes abruptly. This time, it's no longer static text, but fragments of images spanning countless ages, unfolding like an epic. The ancient times, billions of years ago, when Ao King hatched from the dragon egg, he was not born divine being, but rather a mixed dragon with a mottled bloodline. Though he originated from the dragon clan's main camp, his blue scales were dull, and his dragon horns had not yet grown. In the strict hierarchical system of the dragon race, he could only dwell in the most remote part of the dragon territory, hidden dragon abyss, where he competed for food with lower-level sea beasts every day. But a fire burned within him, a deep-seated resentment from the depths of his blood. Every full moon night, he would leap out of the sea, inhale the moonlight, and refine the meager trace of true dragon blood within his body. 100 years, 1,000 years. His scales gradually took on a bluish-gold luster, and his dragon horns began to sprout. He began to venture out of the hidden dragon abyss, challenging even stronger sea beasts, and even diving into the deep sea's secret realms to search for the remains of ancient dragons. At the age of 30,000, Ao King faced the most important hurdle in the dragon race's life, leaping over the dragon gate. That was a golden gate of light that connected heaven and earth, a celestial artifact forged by the first immortal golden immortal of the dragon race. Leaping over the dragon gate could refine one's bloodline and transform one into a true dragon. But on that day, several pure-blooded geniuses of the dragon race joined forces to obstruct them, unwilling to let a mixed dragon be ranked alongside them. Before the dragon gate, Ao King faced 9 true dragons of the same generation alone, their blood staining the vast ocean red. In the end, he lost a horn and a claw, but with his broken body, he shattered the dragon gate's restrictions and leaped over the heavenly gate amidst a sky full of lightning tribulations. At that moment, the winds and clouds changed color, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the vast land. His bloodline underwent a complete transformation. His azure scales transformed into crystal-clear dragon crystals, 2 horns sprouted from his forehead, and his might overwhelmed the 4 seas. After leaping over the dragon gate, Ao King did not stop. He left the dragon clan's stronghold, traveled throughout the various realms of Canyuan, and finally, at the age of 300,000, successfully survived the immortal tribulation. On that day, all the dragons in the Canyuan world simultaneously sensed a connection and bowed their heads to Ao King. The third immortal golden immortal of the dragon clan was born. The image fades, and the list of successful bidders reappears. O Dragon Clan Ao King. 10th Reward 1. The method to break through to the immortal golden immortal realm. The Chaos Origin Chapter. The Reward 2. Dragon Clan Divine. Power, Chaos Dragon God Transformation. These 2 items weren't something you developed yourself, you obtained them from elsewhere. The chaotic universe contains many powerful individuals and forces capable of traversing the chaos itself, and these forces naturally possess methods for breaking through to the level of immortal golden immortal. Once you break through to the creation realm, your perception is no longer limited to the Kangyuan world and its surrounding chaotic region. You can learn about information within the chaotic universe by utilizing the long river of time and destiny in the chaotic universe. Yet therefore, you only spent a little time completing the information above the immortal golden immortal level that I had previously explored using his help. In the entire chaotic universe, an immortal golden immortal, while not exactly a nobody, is not a particularly important figure either. And only those above the immortal golden immortal level can be considered to have just stepped into the threshold of chaos. This realm is collectively known as the Chaos Realm. The Chaos Realm is divided into 3 levels, each representing a leap in the essence of life and the starting point for truly becoming the master of chaos. A first level, Chaotic True Saint Realm. Those who reach this realm have completely transcended the constraints of the great universe that gave them birth and upbringing. Their physical bodies and souls have undergone the baptism of the primordial chaos, allowing them to traverse the chaos on their own and no longer rely on any laws of the universe for survival. With every gesture, he can manipulate chaotic energy. A single strike can pierce the boundaries of an ordinary universe, making his combat power far surpass that of an immortal golden immortal. Only upon reaching this level can one truly leap out of the well and see the boundless chaos. The great universe here refers to a world like the Kangyuan world, capable of nurturing more than 10 immortal golden immortals. Some powerful universes are even capable of directly giving birth to Chaos Saints. A second level, Chaos Overlord Realm. If a Chaos True Saint can advance further and reach the level of control over chaos, he can be called the Chaos Overlord. Such beings often rule over a vast territory within the chaos, potentially encompassing hundreds or even thousands of universes like the Kangyuan world. They can create or destroy vast universes at will, condensing their own unique chaotic laws, whose power radiates across the entire chaotic star field. They are powerful rulers who dominate a region of chaos, and only one such ruler can emerge every trillion years. At the third level, Chaos Supreme Realm. By comprehending the ultimate laws of chaos, the Tao merges into oneself, making one impervious to all Taos and unharmed by chaos itself. One can establish the order of chaos, rewrite the rules of chaos, stand at the pinnacle of chaos, and reign supreme in the endless era of chaos and existence, revered by countless powerful beings of chaos. Your strength at the peak of your previous legendary realm was roughly equivalent to that of a Chaos True Saint. Before breaking through to the creation realm, when you had already created worlds within every cell of your body, your strength had barely reached the Chaos Overlord realm. However, after breaking through the creation realm and connecting with other versions of yourself in the Chaos universe, your strength has increased several times over, and you are now probably at the peak of the Chaos Supreme realm. Above the Chaos Supreme is the realm of the Chaos Controller. Those who reach this realm can completely control a whole chaotic universe, establishing all rules from the very beginning. The birth and death of the universe are but a thought away. You are still some distance from being a so-called master of chaos. You guess that at least until the essence of the heavens within you reaches the same level as the chaotic universe, you can be considered to have reached the level of a chaos controller. However, in your chaotic universe, no such being has ever been born yet. You also learned of scattered records of this realm while in other chaotic universes. Therefore, this chaotic universe is no different from your own backyard. The many secrets that are taboo to ordinary people, and breakthrough methods that countless strong people dream of, are nothing more than taking candy from a baby for you. You can take whatever you want from them. With the rewards distributed, This review has officially concluded, but the excitement in the Canyon world has only just begun. Countless cultivators still gazed up at the fading golden light, their hearts filled with turmoil. They knew this was only the beginning. Next, 9 more top experts will be identified, and even more secrets and opportunities will be revealed to the world. Among them, the most excited were undoubtedly the immortal golden immortals of this era, who had absolute confidence in their own strength, because the reward this time was actually a method to break through to the golden immortal realm. This was an absolutely tremendous reward for those of them who had cultivated for countless years without even a clue about the path to becoming a golden immortal. At the age of 34, the assessment of the top 10 strongest individuals has come to a successful conclusion. This review has caused a far greater stir than the previous 2, arousing immense awe and longing in the hearts of countless cultivators. Because, for the vast majority of cultivators, the immortal golden immortal is merely a fleeting legend, an unattainable moon atop a mountain peak. Even those disciples who attach themselves to the forces created by the golden immortal may never see the true face of their founding ancestor in their entire lives, let alone learn about the glorious past that has been lost to time on their path to rise. The presentation of the heavenly ranking reveals these hidden yet glorious journeys to the world, each scene and description captivating the senses. At this time, the rewards you gave to those ranked 10th to 4th were all twofold. In addition to the breakthrough cultivation that every golden immortal possesses, each person on the list received a divine ability that allows them to reach the chaos realm. And the top 3, in addition to their cultivation techniques and supernatural abilities, will also receive chance to comprehend chaos from you. That was an opportunity to confront the very essence of chaos, within which lies the principle of the birth and death of all things, and the order of the rotation of time and space. This realization may be the key for them to break free from their shackles and step into a completely new realm. And in that same year, you further elevated the heavenly path golden list. The golden ranking projection, which originally only appeared in the Canyon world, has now spread like sparks, quietly appearing in the skies of countless universes in the chaotic universe. A golden light swirled, Tao patterns intertwined. Wherever one was, as long as one looked up, one could see the magnificent inscription stretching across the sky. This strange phenomenon instantly startled supreme beings who were either slumbering or hidden deep within the chaos. They either deduced the secrets of heaven or personally investigated, trying to find out the origin and purpose of this golden list. However, even with the immense power of the Chaos Supreme, they could not shake the golden list in the slightest, nor could they trace its origin. After several unsuccessful attempts, the supreme beings could only attribute it to a grand phenomenon affecting the entire chaotic universe. I'm on guard, what can I do? Just wait and see how things develop. At 36, you released your 4th roundup, this time themed, the top 10 immortal artifacts of the Canyon world. The golden light of the list shone, the forms, powers, and even the brilliance they had displayed throughout the ages of the immortal artifacts were projected onto the heavens and earth. Having witnessed how those celestial artifacts, in the hands of Exwanxian, could unleash power comparable to that of a golden immortal, all beings truly understood the extent to which a weapon aligned with the great Tao could enhance cultivators' abilities. Although everyone knew the value of powerful immortal artifacts in the past, they had always been like looking at flowers through a fog. Only now do they understand what the power of immortal artifacts truly is. But what truly shook the entire Canyon world were the 3 immortal artifacts presented at the end of this review. Or rather, they shouldn't be called celestial artifacts, but rather chaotic divine artifacts, because they have all surpassed the level of celestial artifacts and entered the threshold of the chaotic realm. And, most incredibly, these 3 chaos artifacts actually have owners. It's worth noting that 3 of the 7 powerful immortal artifacts we reviewed earlier are still unclaimed. These 3 chaotic artifacts, surpassing even celestial artifacts, have already recognized a master. Furthermore, the cultivators who possessed the chaos artifact were not the powerful golden immortals everyone was familiar with, nor even profound immortals. They were merely 3 young people at the celestial immortal level. Unfortunately, these 3 disappeared without a trace after receiving their rewards, and even immortal golden immortals could not find them. As the head of the golden list, you are naturally aware of the identities of these 3 people. These 3 individuals who possessed the chaos artifacts, like Qin Rui and Zhao Jing, were also transmigrators, and it also possesses a so-called system. Speaking of systems, you only truly saw the systems hidden within these transmigrators when you reach the creation realm. You discover that these systems are actually man-made, but the person behind them doesn't exist in the current chaotic universe, but in another chaotic universe. Through your exploration, you discover that the entire chaotic universe is teeming with transmigrators. In the Kanyuan world alone, there are more than 10. Looking at these time travelers, you're preparing for a major production. Of course, the big undertaking isn't something you can do now. With your current level of strength, although you've reached the pinnacle of the current chaotic universe, it's still not enough to support your plan. Only when you truly reach the realm of perfect creation, that is, the level of a chaos controller in this world, will you have enough power to handle that big undertaking. Before that, you need time to settle, accumulate experience, and ultimately transform. In the long years that followed, the heavenly Dao ranking of the Kanyuan Great World once again fell into a deep hibernation, no longer releasing any new rankings. However, projections of the heavenly Dao Golden List, scattered throughout the chaotic universe and connecting to other vast cosmos, continued to operate efficiently. They continuously conduct various assessments, deductions, and public announcements, providing you with a constant stream of inexhaustible creative energy. Key at 75. Over these decades, you have poured almost all your energy and the vast amount of creative energy you have accumulated into the internal heavens within your body, which is about to evolve to its ultimate state and resembles a miniature chaos. Finally, today, a fundamental qualitative change has occurred within the universe of you, and its weight has now reached the same level as the chaotic universe. Your strength has now fully entered the level of a chaos controller in this world. You have begun to touch upon a space-time realm even higher than the river of destiny in the chaotic universe. 76. After a year of preparation, you feel the time is ripe, though with a slight thought. All the projections of the heavenly Dao Golden Lists existing in every corner of the chaotic universe, whether in the bustling world or the desolate borderlands, simultaneously unleash a gentle yet undeniably brilliant light. Following this, whether it was the lowest-ranking mortal beings, the powerful Chaos Saints who dominated their respective regions, or even the Chaos Supremes who had long since transcended the mundane world and remained hidden in the depths of time and space. Deep within their consciousness, a calm yet grand question resonated clearly. Would you like to join the heavenly Dao Golden Ranking chat group? Because the heavenly ranking has existed in the chaotic universe for decades, its authority and mystery have long been deeply ingrained in people's minds. Therefore, when this invitation, directly derived from the Golden List, appeared, the vast majority of beings, after a brief period of astonishment and curiosity, chose to join with a sense of awe, inquiry, or self-interest. In an instant, countless points of consciousness connected through a strange network formed by the Golden List, converged at one point, with the influx of a massive number of members. This unprecedented chat group instantly became very active. A communication at the level of consciousness transcends language barriers. Wherever the mind goes, words appear. Outer passerby a mortal realm, incredible. This chat group can directly capture my inner thoughts and turn them into text that everyone can see. A passerby b mortal realm, chat group. Judging from the name, it's a place for everyone to communicate. I never imagined I could actually speak with cultivators who might be billions of miles away, or even from other worlds. I can clearly see everyone's messages right now. The Supreme Being of Heaven, Supreme Being of Chaos. Interesting. This group is extraordinary. The principles by which it is constructed can ignore the barriers of chaos, connect the space-time and dimensional boundaries of the entire universe, and temporarily gather the consciousness of all beings here. The power of the heavenly Tao Golden List is unfathomable. The Great Evolution Supreme, Chaos Supreme, fellow Daoist Tianzhong, with your insight, is it possible for you to glean even a trace of the heavenly Tao Golden List from the chat group? Where exactly does its foundation lie? Oh, of course, not all supreme beings maintain an unfathomable demeanor. Qi, a Chaos Supreme Being, Yang Supreme Being, with a fiery temper and surrounded by the power of ultimate Yang, seems to have finally found a channel to speak across endless time and space. His speech was imbued with strong legal energy. Some of his more inflammatory words were even automatically muted by the chat group. Old man Lin Yu. Did you see my message? You bastard who stole my 9 yang burning world fire seed? Don't think I can't find you just because you're hiding. Give the fire seed back. As his roar immediately silenced many low-level cultivators in the group. A lord of the heavenly sun, overlord of chaos, master, calm down, calm down. Countless beings are watching this chat group. We should be a little more mindful of our image and speak politely. Ibirk Swan Yu Supreme, Chaos Supreme, Yang Ji, you barbarian who only grows tall but not head, I'm doing you a favor by taking your fire seed. If you've got the guts, come find me. Picking nose JP, Yang Supreme. Countless conversations unfolded in every corner of the chat group, ranging from curious explorations and serious discussions to the eruption and mediation of personal grudges. This super chat platform, spanning the entire chaotic universe, quickly revealed its complex and diverse ecosystem. Just as all living beings were gradually becoming familiar with the chat group's functions and began to enthusiastically exchange information on cultivation difficulties, strange tales, and even resource trading, the Heavenly Tao Golden List has officially begun its first comprehensive review of the entire chaotic universe. As that familiar, cold, majestic, and emotionless voice echoed throughout every inch of the chaotic universe where the Golden List was projected. This was also clearly transmitted to the very core of the consciousness of every member of the chat group. In the vast and boundless chaos, for high-level cultivators, the reincarnation of souls, the rebirth of true spirits, and the possession of another body are not difficult matters. However, regardless of the circumstances, the essence of their souls and true spirits all originates from this chaotic universe. However, there exists a special group of people whose souls did not originate from this chaotic universe. Their true spirit imprints carry a completely different outside aura. These chaotic true spirits crossed unimaginable barriers of space and time, arriving in this world whether willingly or unwillingly. Among them, most share a similar concept and cognitive framework of hometown, and through different means such as reincarnation or possession of another's body, they embark on this vast chaos with a special mission and cause and effect, whether clear or vague. These beings can be collectively referred to as transmigrators. Today, the theme of the Heavenly Dao Golden List's massive review is the chaotic universe, the 10 strongest. Transmigrators. As the announcement of the winner's name faded, the projection appeared. Whether it was the flood of messages in the chat group or the clamor in the chaotic world of reality, everything seemed to freeze at this moment. All living beings, from the highest to the lowest, held their breath and focused all their attention on the golden ranking projection in their respective worlds, or the live broadcast interface that was simultaneously open in their chat groups. After the announcement of the winner's name was announced, the heavenly ranking began to project images. First to appear is a single universe with a relatively standard structure, but by no means small in scale. As the camera rapidly zooms in, traversing a dazzling galaxy, passing countless civilizations, it finally focuses on a blue planet located in a desolate region at the edge of the universe. The final scene freezes on a country on the planet, on an ordinary intelligent life form named Yi Kang. In the scene, Yi Kang jumps into the swift-flowing river without hesitation to save a young girl who has fallen into the water. Ultimately, due to exhaustion and the strong currents, he only manages to lift the girl to the shore. Yet the girl was pulled up by other rescuers at the last moment, while he sank to the bottom of the water forever. Immediately afterwards, the visual style shifts abruptly, moving from realism to an abstract and magnificent style that almost reveals the laws of nature. Yi Kang's soul, which had already separated from his physical body, had not completely dissipated. His core true spirit did not enter the cycle of reincarnation like ordinary dead people. Instead, it was suddenly captured and enveloped by an extremely subtle yet powerful unknown energy originating from within the blue planet. Then, as if propelled by an invisible giant bow, it accelerated instantly to an unbelievable speed, in a way that transcended all the physical laws of that universe. His true spirit transformed into a barely perceptible yet incredibly resilient point of light, instantly bursting out of his galaxy, beyond that galaxy, and even directly shattering the fragile boundary of his own individual universe. This isn't the end. The scene shows that this wisp of true spirit continues to travel through the indescribable sea of chaos. Ultimately, it broke through once again an incredibly thick ultimate barrier, one that even the Chaos Supreme could not overcome, the outer membrane of the chaotic universe. The scene that unfolded after passing through the outer membrane sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it, including the most knowledgeable Chaos Supremes. It was an ultimate space that could not be described by existing concepts, more profound, more ancient, more terrifying, and more vast than the chaos they knew. It was as if the chaotic universe they inhabited was merely one of the bubbles floating in this ultimate void. Yi Kang's true spirit drifted through this despairing space. The scene, using fast-forwarding and abstract flashing, depicted the length and loneliness of his journey, spanning countless eras and traversing immeasurable distances. Finally, it was captured by the gravity of the current chaotic universe and fell towards this bubble. Then he was reincarnated into a remote village in a remote county of a remote dynasty in a remote world, in a vast, remote universe. The reincarnation process ends, and the scene begins to rapidly pan across Yi Kang's growth trajectory in this life at an epic pace, from the innocent ignorance of a mountain village child to the accidental awakening of past life memories, and then, relying on his advanced understanding and unwavering spirit, he gradually leaves the village, enters the county town, and ventures into the imperial court. Through a series of fortuitous encounters, he stumbled upon minor cultivation path, and from then on, there was no stopping him. The scenes interweave countless crises he faced, various fortuitous adventures he encountered, the many companions and beauties he met, and the diverse opponents he defeated. Yi Kang's growth rate is astonishingly fast. Not only is he blessed with abundant luck, often discovering astonishing treasures in ordinary places, but it also seems as if some unknown force is helping him, enabling him to solve problems in unexpected ways each time. In just a few 100,000 years, Yi Kang rose like a comet rising. From an ordinary mortal, traversing countless realms, and finally attaining the position of Chaos Overlord, becoming a powerful figure in the Chaos domain. His growth trajectory can be considered a legendary template. As the footage showcasing Yi Kang faded, it finally settled on his majestic figure, having become the Overlord of Chaos, establishing his own Dewe's temple within the Chaos, and receiving the worship of countless beings. This concludes the first part of the review. The resounding announcement of the heavenly ranking did not immediately resound, seemingly allowing time for all beings to digest this explosive information. An unprecedented silence fell over the Jin Bang chat group. No new messages popped up. This silence was a collective speechlessness born of utter shock, confusion, and deep contemplation. Even those Chaos Supremes who had long transcended the mundane world and believed themselves to have grasped parts of the essence of chaos were now experiencing a tremendous cognitive shock. Is there an even more expansive, ultimate space beyond chaos? Can ordinary souls from other universes traverse there and become overlords, transmigrators? This is a group concept they've never systematically understood before. The information implied behind them about chaotic structures, the origin of the soul, and even higher-level rules is enough to make them re-examine their own path and their understanding of the world. The silence lasted for several dozen breaths. Then, as if a long-suppressed volcano had suddenly erupted, the chat group's message feed began refreshing and scrolling wildly at an explosive speed. The Great Evolution Supreme Being was the first to utter a long sigh, his words filled with shock and a hint of bewilderment. Boundless chaos. Only today do I understand what it means to be a frog in a well. I thought chaos was the ultimate end of everything, but I never imagined that beyond chaos there is such an immeasurable and vast space, and there may even be other chaotic universes. Indeed, there are heavens beyond heavens, and paths beyond paths. This phenomenon of time travelers is probably just an occasional ripple between different heavens and different paths. A passerby see, mortal realm. Esteemed seniors, I dare to speak. The growth of Overlord Yi Kang that I just witnessed was indeed incredibly exciting, and his fortune was boundless. But I always feel there's something strange about this. For example, some of the opponents he encountered early on seemed to have a logic that was too simple, or even somewhat foolish. It's as if he exists solely to highlight his brilliance and prowess, and those fortuitous encounters seem to occur at far too coincidental times. Could this be related to the fact that he's a time traveler? The chosen one of a certain world, true saint of chaos. Hey, young brother, this is nothing. You've never been the chosen one, so you don't understand the intricacies of this. Let me tell you, a speculation, debate, amazement, and requests for advice surged like a tsunami within the chat group. Our discussions about time travelers, imagining the void beyond chaos, doubts about the reality of one's own world, and anticipation for what secrets the Golden List will reveal. In the future, a mix of emotions and thoughts collided, completely igniting this newly born, chaotic chat platform. And all of this is merely the beginning of the list of 10 strongest transmigrators. However, if we're talking about who was most shocked by this review, it would undoubtedly be the transmigrators lurking in every corner of the chaotic universe. They originally thought they were the only anomalies in this endless space-time, or one of the few lucky ones, but they never expected that the heavenly ranking would directly thrust their group into the spotlight of the entire chaotic universe. Due to these time travelers, the heavenly rankings operating model had a familiar, almost mischievous style. Initially, many transmigrators, like Qin Rui and Zhao Jing, believed that the heavenly ranking was orchestrated behind the scenes by a powerful fellow transmigrator for entertainment or resource consolidation. However, when the projection of the Golden List not only clearly reflected Yi Kang's growth process, but even the bustling traffic and towering buildings of the blue planet he had traveled to before his transmigration were displayed in meticulous detail. The sliver of hope and cynicism in the hearts of all the transmigrators froze instantly, and even a sense of panic arose. The exposure is so thorough, even the scenes before he time-traveled were revealed. This guy's ability to unpack things is incredible. Moreover, while others may not know, these transmigrators are very clear that the unknown power helping Yi Kang in the Golden List projection is most likely a cheat code. The feeling of having their secrets openly displayed and dissected made them extremely uncomfortable. While everyone was engaged in discussion and contemplation, Yi Kang, the protagonist of the review, had already fled with the dojo the moment the projection appeared and was now nowhere to be seen. When some supreme beings finished reviewing the inventory and turned their gazes over, the spot where they stood was already empty. Even the slightest trace of Daoist energy had been perfectly erased. I was wondering why even the Chaos Overlord couldn't find Blue Star. Who would have thought Blue Star was actually in another universe? Hidden in the cracks of a completely new and unknown dimension, Yi Kang stabilized the defenses of his dojo, while his mind raced. Who would have thought that my beloved homeland isn't even in this chaotic universe? Then, his thoughts turned to the list of successful candidates in the Imperial examination. Speaking of which, this heavenly Dao golden ranking must have been created by some fellow villager, but this is too outrageous. Exposing it so thoroughly, what level of system is this? Yi Kang even suspected that, if the Golden List were willing, it might even dig up trivial details about his past life, such as how old he was when he wet the bed, or which classmate he had a crush on, and display them to the public. Thinking of that scene, even with his current state of mind, he felt a strange sense of shame and anger. After the Golden List was exposed, transmigrators became incredibly sought after. Those Chaos Supremes would definitely try to plunder the mysteries of other Chaos universes from them. It's just that I reacted quickly and sensed something was wrong at the very beginning of the inventory, so I ran away immediately. Otherwise, I might be stuck here now. Thinking about this, Yi Kang admired his own foresight. However, the thought of having to hide for the rest of the time dampened Yi Kang's enthusiasm. He was now seething with hatred for you, the leader of the golden ranking. Sigh. I can't show my face for a while. I can only wait for the other brothers to share some of the pressure. Currently, only Yi Kang has been explicitly identified as a transmigrator. Therefore, the vast majority of curious, inquisitive, and even greedy gazes in the entire chaotic universe are naturally focused on him. Countless powerful beings who could deduce the secrets of heaven attempted to pinpoint his location. Some supreme beings reached a temporary agreement to share information and lay a trap. The invisible pressure Yi Kang felt was increasing every moment. He knew that only when more other time travelers were exposed and some attention was diverted could the pressure of being the center of attention he was under be alleviated. And 9 months have passed quickly, and this roundup of the top 10 strongest transmigrators in the chaotic world has finally come to an end. Following Yikang the time travel processes, main experiences, and achievements of 9 more time travelers were made public by the Golden List in a similar format. These 9 subsequent transmigrators each had a legendary experience. Their growth trajectories were even more rapid and dazzling than Yikang's. The one ranked first even reached the realm of the Chaos Supreme before he was even 10,000 years old. Dua's the illustrious resumes of one time traveler after another were revealed. The billions of beings in the chaotic universe went from initial shock and uproar to later amazement and envy, eventually becoming somewhat numb. The speed at which these transmigrators grew completely overturned their understanding of cultivation, growth, and talent. In traditional thinking, even the chosen one favored by the entire universe, or the chaotic one whose talent surpasses that of an era, is considered exceptional. Its growth also requires time to accumulate, the tempering of hardship, and a series of fortunate coincidences. But what about these time travelers? Their path to power seems to ignore conventional limitations, break established logic, and defy common sense. Like riding a rocket, faster than the chosen ones of every era in the vast universe, even the chaotic universe. However, some astute practitioners noticed something unusual in the images displayed on the Golden List. They discovered that when the Golden List showcased the crucial leaps in the growth of these time travelers, the images would skip over them entirely, as if some vital element or event had been intentionally or unintentionally downplayed or hidden by the Golden List. Therefore, they had an unprecedented anticipation for the next review of the heavenly ranking, a mixture of curiosity, greed, and vigilance. They hoped the Golden List would reveal the true nature of this power, and they also hoped to obtain that incredible power. As expected, there are still more smart people than smart people. To live up to everyone's expectations, you've decided to drop some more bombshells. At 77 years old, amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, the heavenly Dao Golden List, stretching across the chaos and radiating eternal majesty, once again began broadcasting to the entire chaotic universe. The second major review had begun. That familiar, majestic, and indifferent voice once again resounded deep within the consciousness of every living being. Time travelers are a very special group. Their origins are varied and complex. Some, by chance, had their souls traverse infinite spatial distances, enduring endless dangers and unexpectedly fall into another world. Some are able-bodied men actively recruited from other dimensions by certain world consciousnesses in order to cope with calamities and remedy deficiencies. Even worse, their act of time travel itself may be an experiment or a pawn artificially created by certain supreme beings to achieve some purpose. Regardless of their reasons for time travel, the vast majority of them will possess a magical item during or after their journey, which time travelers call a cheat code. The manifestations of a cheat ability can vary greatly. It could be an unparalleled talent that reverses one's aptitude, a powerful bloodline or physique that carries ancient power, extraordinary comprehension that can see the essence of all things, or a mysterious book that records knowledge beyond its time. Among all the known and numerous golden fingers, there is one that is widely considered to be at the top of its food chain. It integrates multiple functions, boasts the highest degree of standardization, modularity, and intelligence, and its capabilities are often the most unpredictable and mysterious. That is the system. What is a system? A system is an aggregate of fundamental rules, which, after being materialized, personified, or pseudo-personified in a special way, becomes an auxiliary existence. It possesses incredible powers, capable of providing assistance, distributing rewards, and even directly modifying the host and its surrounding environment in ways that defy common sense. Systems can be naturally formed, often born in strange places where rules collide, or they can be meticulously created by powerful beings for certain purposes. But regardless of its origin, a truly successful system possesses the terrifying power to allow an ordinary transmigrator to transcend social classes, break through limits, and rise rapidly in a very short time. As the sound reached this point, the dazzling light in the center of the golden list converged once more, projecting a dynamic image, as if to provide the most direct and awe-inspiring demonstration of the system's power. The scene first presents a vast world of cultivation, filled with ethereal beauty, numerous sects, and rampant demonic beasts. The mountains and rivers are magnificent, the spiritual energy is abundant, and the swords of cultivators flash. Across the landscape, what a prosperous scene. Then, the perspective shifts, and a bewildered modern youth's soul transmigrates and possesses the body of an outer disciple who has just died from injuries sustained in a sect competition. The transmigrator, newly arrived in this strange world, after a brief period of panic and adjustment, discovers that he is unusually sensitive to spiritual energy and progresses rapidly in his basic cultivation techniques. This seems to be a benefit of the soul mutation brought about by his transmigration. With this talent, coupled with his cautious personality and some advantages in thinking from modern society, he struggles to survive and grow in the perilous world of cultivation. In just a few years, he accomplished the path that ordinary cultivators would take hundreds of years to complete. Condensing his golden core, breaking through to become an infant, and becoming a supreme elder of the sect. Just when the spectators thought this exceptionally gifted transmigrator would proceed smoothly, continuing his meteoric rise to become a powerful figure in this world, a sudden change occurred. The scene focuses on the Wang family, an ancient and powerful clan with an extremely deep-rooted history in this world. The young master of the Wang family, a second-generation immortal born with a silver spoon in his mouth, may not be exceptionally talented, but he enjoys inexhaustible resources. One day, while he was in seclusion in his family's secret realm, he received a vague revelation from the heavenly Dao of this world. In the revelation, he learned of the existence of the time traveler, and clearly sensed that the time traveler was his destined nemesis, who would seriously affect and even threaten his and the Wang family's future fortune. Initially, the arrogant second-generation immortal was quite unconvinced and tried to compete fairly with the other party through his own efforts. However, in several indirect and direct confrontations, he was consistently at a disadvantage, overwhelmed by the transmigrator's illogical pace of progress and unimaginable luck. This left him feeling deeply powerless. However, this second-generation immortal had a very powerful background, and he was not a pedantic person. With the help of his family, he successfully captured the transmigrator. The scene on the golden list clearly shows a gloomy royal dungeon where the transmigrators, their cultivation sealed and dressed in rags, are forced to kneel on the cold ground, richly dressed, arrogant second-generation immortal, surrounded by a group of family experts, slowly walked forward. He leaned down slightly, reached out, and gently patted the transmigrator's face, which was covered in blood and dust. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of slapping echoed through the dungeon, carrying a distinctly insulting tone. The second-generation immortal's lips curled into a cruel and gleeful smile, and he spoke in an extremely arrogant and domineering voice that everyone present could hear. When you're in this business, you need connections and influence. No matter what kind of extraterrestrial demon you are, no matter how high your talent or how strong your luck, in this world, how can you compare to the accumulated wealth and deep roots of my Wang family over generations? a firefly's light, dares to rival the moon's brilliance? Today is your death day. Your opportunities and your fortune will become another pillar of my Wang family's strength. Having said that, the second-generation immortal's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He slowly raised his palm, gathering terrifying immortal energy in it enough to cause the space itself to tremble slightly, and was about to strike down on the transmigrator's crown. The Wang family members in the dungeon all wore cold or cruel smiles, as if victory was in sight. The transmigrator himself, his eyes bloodshot with rage, filled with resentment, anger, and despair, tried to break through the restrictions within his body, but to no avail, and could only watch helplessly as death approached. At this critical moment of desperation, ding! A superhuman, electronic notification sound resounded deep within the transmigrator's mind. At the same time, the ding sound seemed to penetrate the projection of the golden list, clearly reaching the senses of every chaotic being watching the projection. This ding sound sent a chill down the spines of countless cultivators who were intently watching the projection, regardless of their cultivation level or location, making their hair stand on end. It was as if what I heard wasn't a notification sound, but something terrifying. Then the projected image of the golden list switched from a third-party objective perspective to the transmigrator's own first-person perspective. The crowd seemed to possess the body of this traveler in dire straits, observing everything that followed through his eyes. As the ding echoed in my mind, a cold, mechanical, and emotionless voice followed. The host has been detected to have lived in the cultivation world for 100 natural years, meeting the conditions for hidden activation. Invincible immortal cultivation sits successfully bound. Welcome, host, to this system. This system is designed to assist you in achieving invincibility in this world. The host is currently in an extremely dangerous state, meeting the requirements of the newbie protection regulations. The newbie gift pack has been upgraded to the ultimate newbie gift pack. Host, would you like to receive the ultimate newbie gift pack immediately? The transmigrator, facing dire straits, had no time for hesitation. In his mind, he practically roared, "Receive! Receive immediately!" A command confirmed, opening the ultimate beginner's gift pack for the host. Congratulations, host! You have obtained Immortal Emperor Level Cultivation Experience Card, Permanent Version. Cultivation infusion begins. As the system's mechanical voice faded, the projected image began to shake violently. It wasn't the dungeon that was shaking, but rather the transmigrator's own senses undergoing a radical transformation. An indescribable, overwhelming power seemed to emerge from nothingness, ignoring all the restrictions placed by the Wang family, and brutally and precisely poured into the transmigrator's limbs, bones, and dantian. Within the dungeon, centered on the spot where the transmigrator knelt, a terrifying aura that made all things tremble and all paths groan erupted like a supervolcano dormant for billions of years, shooting skyward. The once impregnable royal dungeon, riddled with protective barriers, was instantly torn apart and vaporized like paper before this aura. All the experts from the Wang family present, including that second-generation immortal, didn't even have time to fully display their shock before they were instantly pulverized into the finest cosmic dust by the sudden burst of immortal emperor's pressure, their souls and spirits utterly annihilated. In the scene, the time traveler slowly rises from the annihilated ruins. He looked down at his hands, now as white as jade, seemingly containing an endless galaxy, and gently clenched his fists. The surrounding space shattered like glass, revealing the raging chaotic energy behind them. He looked up, his gaze seemingly able to pierce through the barriers of the world and see the mysterious laws of heaven. A transmigrator who has reached the immortal emperor realm is now incredibly powerful. With a single thought, they can reverse mountains and rivers, cause stars to fall, and control the birth and death of all things. He merely swept a detached glance across the vast immortal realm where the Wang family resided. Wu, the royal family, which has been passed down for thousands of generations, with numerous branches and affiliated forces, including a celestial king ancestor, and countless territories, formations, hidden realms, and members of the family living abroad, yet at the same time, they were completely erased from the level of existence by an invisible, supreme force of rules. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no fierce and desperate resistance. It was as if a giant casually wiped away a speck of dust from a sand table, clean and swift, leaving no trace. This concludes the projection of the gold list. The entire chaotic universe was now plunged into a deathly silence. Countless beings were still reeling from the incredibly dramatic reversal and the shock of the system's terrifying, almost bug-like ability, a celestial emperor. The aura displayed in the image is at least equivalent to a Chaos Supreme Realm being, and yet it can be obtained directly through a newbie gift pack. This has completely gone beyond the realm of chance. This is simply cheating. It's a merciless mockery of all those who cultivate step by step. Just as everyone was shocked by the system's incredible performance, the annual ranking of the top performers officially began. The title of this review is The Top 10 Strongest Systems in the Chaotic World. The first system to be listed is called the Strongest Mission System, and its owner is none other than Yi Kang. The system interface is simple yet sophisticated, consisting of only 2 columns, a task list and a reward repository. This system can generate tasks that best suit Yi Kang's growth path based on his environment, changes in his state of mind, and even causal relationships, whether it's to punish evil and uphold justice, to help the world and save lives, or to explore hidden realms. You'll receive a reward for completing the task. There's no penalty for failing. This system's inclusion in the top 10 systems is naturally extraordinary. The rewards for its tasks are exceptionally generous, for a task that Yi Kang could easily complete, the system would issue rewards that were vastly different in difficulty from the task itself. For example, rescuing a dying spirit fox in the Demon Beast Forest directly rewards the system with the Celestial Fox bloodline and a master-servant contract. Adopting a little beggar girl will directly reward you with a god-level cultivation technique. Slapping a spoiled brat in the face, the system directly rewards you with a peerless divine artifact. And moreover, these rewards seem to be scarce resources, perfectly suited to Yi Kang's current situation, calculated with precision by the system. For example, when he was stuck at the peak of a realm and unable to break through, the system issued a task to meditate in the frigid pool of the far north for 3 days, which upon completion directly rewarded him with a wisp of primordial purple ki, helping him achieve a perfect breakthrough. These rewards always seem to precisely address Yi Kang's cultivation bottlenecks, as if the system had already foreseen his future cultivation trajectory. Seeing Yi Kang in the projection effortlessly complete a simple task and receive such a reward, it would be a lie to say that the beings of the chaotic universe weren't envious. Countless cultivators beat their chests in despair, wishing they could take their place. Sect elders sighed to the heavens, lamenting that their disciples' centuries of arduous cultivation were no match for someone who casually completed a single task. Those Chaos Supremes, with profound gazes, deduced the heavenly Tao rules behind the system. In the tea houses and taverns, the conversation revolved around, what if I had such a system? the fantasy spreading like wildfire. However, in their view, Yikang's system was far inferior to the system that was displayed on the Golden List. Before the review began, which gave players the cultivation level of an immortal emperor at the start, that's equivalent to the realm of a chaos supreme, something countless geniuses in the chaos have cultivated for eons without ever achieving, yet the system gifted it directly, as if it were an ordinary object. In comparison, while Yikang's strongest mission system has a long-lasting impact and unlimited potential, it ultimately requires time to accumulate. Many beings privately discussed, no matter how good the mission system is, you still have to complete missions slowly. Starting as an immortal emperor means being at the peak from birth. How can you compare? Besides, I think these systems also have their limits. They become somewhat powerless later on. After all, Yikang is only a chaos overlord right now. Though of course, this is only the 10th ranked system. The remaining 9 systems are still unknown, and we shouldn't jump to conclusions so quickly. As time passed, the remaining systems were revealed one by one. The bizarre and wonderful system names and descriptions were etched into the hearts of all living beings. Infinite devouring system. The holder can devour demonic beasts, magical treasures, spiritual energy, demonic energy, divine souls, and even the rules of heaven and earth, converting them into their own cultivation. In the scene, a young man in black swallows a star, his aura surging. He walked through the shattered sea of laws, devouring spatial rifts and forging a divine body from the void. This system is incredibly powerful. It can devour anything, becoming more invincible with each devourment. There are no bottlenecks on the path of cultivation. The only paths are devouring and evolution. The all-encompassing synthesis system, the holder is like a master of creation, able to synthesize elixirs, weapons, talismans, and formations at will. In the demonstration scene, a young girl throws countless ordinary herbs into the system's furnace. With a flash of golden light, a reincarnation nirvana pill is created, allowing cultivators below the chaos realm to be reborn once. Ameshi then used scrap iron and low-level beast cores to forge a sword of severing the Tao, which could make all laws retreat when drawn. Low-grade materials can be combined to create heaven-defying treasures, achieving self-sufficiency and becoming invincible in alchemy and weapon crafting. The more they are combined, the more outrageous the results become, overturning the common sense of the alchemy and weapon crafting world. A sect development system. The holder transforms from a rogue cultivator into the head of a sect. The system panel allows for recruiting disciples, summoning powerful individuals, building the sect, issuing quests, and enhancing the sect's fortune and foundation. In the projection, a scholar-like young man summons ancient war spirits to guard the mountain gate with a wave of his hand. He issues a task that attracts a blessing of heavenly merit, bestowing great fortune upon every disciple in the sect, and multiplying their cultivation speed. His subordinates are all geniuses and peerless experts. The sect itself is his strongest weapon. Invincible face-slapping system. Holder is the master of dealing with all kinds of dissent. When taunts, provocations, or contempt are triggered, as long as you can retaliate, you will receive various rewards. The scene changes extremely quickly. At a banquet, he is ridiculed for being poor, but he retaliates by pulling out a lost ancient book, instantly proving the other side wrong. After being mocked for his weak strength in the arena, he defeats his opponent in one move, and is rewarded with a divine artifact. Scorned by a powerful being in a secret realm, he immediately breaks through his cultivation level and overpowers them. He specializes in punishing all kinds of pretentiousness, provocation, and disdain. The more ruthless the slap in the face, the richer the reward. A walking weapon of causality, anyone who sees him for the first time will want to mock him. In addition, there is a destiny gacha system. Using luck as a bargaining chip, you can draw anything. You might get a supreme treasure in one draw, or you might get nothing but weeds in 10. At a critical strike cultivation system, cultivation alchemy breakthroughs, and defeating enemies all have a chance to trigger 100-fold or 1,000-fold critical strike. The more you use your luck, the stronger it becomes. You break through to higher realms at the drop of a hat. Each system sparked endless imagination. The beings of the chaotic universe were captivated, as if witnessing a feast beyond comprehension. These systems, whether domineering, bizarre, stable, or playful, all break free from the shackles of traditional cultivation, opening up entirely new paths. And the number one ranked system is called the God-level sign-in system, whose owner is none other than the person who ranked first among the top 10 strongest transmigrators in the last roundup. This system allows daily check-ins at specific locations, randomly granting cultivation points, techniques, divine weapons, elixirs, and heavenly luck. In the scene, this time traveler had previously checked in at the world remains and obtained a fragment of the law of destruction. Upon my first visit to the Chaos Realm, I received the supreme chaos artifact, Ace-a-sign in during the river of time and space to obtain the essence blood of a chaos ancient beast, which can greatly enhance physical strength. His most powerful sign-in was undoubtedly at the center of chaos, where he obtained the supreme fruit, successfully helping him break through to the chaos supreme realm. This review concluded, the beings of the chaotic universe felt somewhat unsatisfied, as if something was missing. It wasn't that the systems reviewed weren't powerful, but each of these systems could create a dominant figure in their time. Their ingenious mechanisms and profound potential are truly astonishing. But in everyone's eyes, although these systems have many functions and broad prospects, they are nothing compared to that system that gave you the cultivation level of an immortal emperor at the very beginning. It lacks that sense of awe that instantly overturns one's worldview. That kind of simple, brutal, and instantaneous shock is deeply imprinted in the minds of people and is hard to forget. I sense that this type of system wasn't included in the inventory. Everyone speculated that it might exist in another chaotic universe. After all, it's impossible that their chaotic universe alone has so many transmigrators, right? At 100 years old, more than 20 years have passed since the review of the top 10 strongest systems. However, discussions about the system within the Golden List chat group remain exceptionally heated. Some people believe that the system treats the host as a puppet. The so-called tasks, rewards, and upgrades are nothing more than intricately crafted puppet strings. The host may seem to be ascending to the heavens step by step, but in reality, every step is treading on the trajectory preset by the system, ultimately turning into a puppet that has lost its true self, making it difficult to achieve perfect Tao heart. Some people believe the system is simply an unusual treasure and shouldn't be viewed with excessive caution. Even magical artifacts require blood to refine before they can recognize their master. Divine skills also retain the will of their predecessors. So why can't a system be considered a kind of living treasure with intelligence and greater interactivity? As long as one maintains a clear mind and uses its power to build one's own path, how can one be considered a puppet? Excessive vigilance is merely an excuse for the weak to fear power. Most importantly, with such a powerful system, what could possibly be coveted by the person behind it? An ordinary person who has achieved neither great success nor great fame, a cultivator who is neither high nor low in status. The two opposing viewpoints clashed fiercely, citing numerous examples and seeking evidence from countless cases of hosts gaining or losing their systems, creating a tumultuous and information-filled debate within the group. Occasionally, the mysterious and rarely seen chaos supreme would chime in with a word or two, uttering seemingly casual yet incisive remarks. In an instant, the debate could be steered to a deeper and more profound level, causing the powerful figures in the group to hold their breath in deep thought, and subsequently triggering a new wave of intellectual fervor. Over the past 20-odd years, you've never been idle. Even in your spare time, you haven't forgotten to take stock. The brilliance of the heavenly ranking has illuminated endless chaos time and again, and you have successively released several brand new reviews, the 10 strongest, divine artifacts of the chaotic universe, reveals to the world those treasures hidden in ancient history, possessing power sufficient to create the world or recreate the past, sparking a treasure-hunting frenzy and bloodshed among countless powerful individuals. The 10 strongest beings of the chaotic universe, ancient beings whose names resound throughout the ultimate space, were ranked together for the first time. Although this sparked considerable controversy and covert competition, it also solidified the unshakable credibility of the ranking. There are also the 10 most dangerous places in the chaotic universe, those perilous situations where even supreme powerhouses might be annihilated. Stepped into them, marked one by one, becoming a death map. Not only that, you've upgraded the heavenly Dao Golden List yet again, transforming it directly into a divine weapon of creation. Afterwards, you also published the heavenly Dao Golden List in other chaotic universes in the ultimate space where no chaos controller existed. The radiance of the Golden List began to truly illuminate the entire ultimate space, gathering even more creative energy. Speaking of chaos controllers, based on observations over the years, you'll find that the total number of chaos controllers in the entire ultimate space is probably less than 10. Moreover, most these chaos controllers are exceptionally reclusive, with a single deep period of seclusion for enlightenment, often lasting hundreds of millions of years or even longer. During this time, he traveled in his spirit through the vast emptiness, comprehending the mysteries of the ultimate space, and almost never left a trace in the mortal world. So much so that in their own chaotic universe, the vast majority of cultivators, throughout their entire lives, and even through countless generations of inheritance, may never know that there is a supreme master silently watching over this chaotic realm they inhabit. Of course, there are exceptions. Aside from you, the one in charge who's active in the spotlight because of the Golden List, the most restless are those behind the scenes who continuously supply time travelers, or rather, the balls behind the scenes. Initially, after discovering that the chaotic universe contained so many transmigrators, you did so out of curiosity and to obtain more information for inventory. After your cultivation reached the pinnacle of the creation realm, you gained a far greater control over space-time and causality than those who directly control chaos, thanks to your cultivation of different systems. You have traced and deduced the origins of every observable time traveler. The projected images of the time traveler's past life and the moment of time travel that later appeared in your review stemmed from this in-depth research. At first, you thought that behind these transmigrators existed beings like you, not belonging to any chaotic universe or even the ultimate space, but rather transmigrators from outside the ultimate space. To boot, as you gradually learn more, you discover that it's not true at all. Behind these time travelers lies Earth itself, or it should be called the will of Earth or the will of Gaia. In the chaotic universe from which the transmigrators originated, Earth, or its conceptual counterpart, seemed to be a fundamental rule embedded in the foundation of numerous worlds. The will of Earth, through an unimaginably long period of evolution and continuous self-transformation, has become the chaos controller of this chaotic universe. Your first reaction upon hearing this news was, Earth truly deserves its title as the #1 planet in all the universes. It holds its own no matter where it is. It's a pity that your strength was only at the same level as theirs back then. Otherwise, you would have definitely explored the specific process of the Earth's will's ascension. At 200 years old, a continuous stream of creative energy propels your strength forward. During this period, besides regularly publishing review lists, you devoted most of your attention to understanding the subtle, yet enormous, differences in rules between different chaotic universes within the ultimate space. Every chaotic universe possesses unique, even drastically different, rules or characteristics. Some champion absolute order, with rules as clear as ironclad laws. Others are filled with chaos and randomness, where miracles and accidents are the norm. You walk among these chaotic universes, carefully savoring the unique charm of each rule and analyzing the fundamental principles that constitute it. Though you draw these insights into the myriad realms within your body, observing their conflict, fusion, and evolution with the existing rules. Your goal is to gradually elevate and solidify the essence of the heavens within you, ultimately reaching a level comparable to the ultimate space. When then the myriad realms within your body truly become a miniature ultimate space of extremely high essence and limitless potential, you can consider breaking through to the other shore. Speaking of which, it's precisely because of the unique nature of the Supreme Being system that you are able to traverse freely through the chaotic universe, unaffected by the repulsion of the primordial will of those who control chaos, though able to traverse the ultimate space, find it difficult to step into another chaotic universe. The fundamental will of each universe acts as an invisible barrier, instinctively isolating the controllers of other universes. The reason you were able to transcend this is because your cultivation foundation has long since transcended the constraints of this world, and the myriad realms within you have formed their own independent system. At 2,000 years old, over this 1,000-year period, you have refined and sublimated the essence of all the heavens within you, thread by thread. You roam through various chaotic universes, absorbing the essence of different primordial rules. You delve into space-time rifts, observing the most subtle ripples in the river of fate. You have elevated the essence of the heavens within you to a level equal to that of the ultimate space. On that day, you sat in the center of your own universe, witnessing countless worlds resonate simultaneously, their chains of rules weaving into a dazzling net of light, its stability and vastness no less than the ultimate space outside that holds countless chaotic universes. But you feel your existence has been elevated to a completely new dimension. At this moment, with your status higher than the chaotic universe, you are able to completely control the space-time and the river of fate within the chaotic universe. If we disregard the ultimate space, you are already considered a being of divine intervention by those chaotic universes. Your current strength is roughly half a level above that of a chaos controller. Now you're preparing to break through to the other side. You are now only one condition away from breaking through to the other side, and that is to occupy the timeline. Only by imprinting one's own mark upon the source of time, permeating all possible futures, can one truly achieve eternal freedom across all time and space. However, as you turn your attention to the ultimate space, a fundamental problem arises. The ultimate space does not have such a thing as a river of time. Although many novels or certain so-called voids or chaos in the world say that there is no concept of time and space, but that's only a limitation of cognition for relatively low-level life forms. Looking down from a higher perspective, the concepts of time and space permeate everything. However, without sufficient strength, one cannot perceive the concepts of time and space within specific environments such as the void and chaos. These concepts of time and space are often presented in the form of a long river of time, or in the form of a timeline like in science fiction. However, although you can sense the concept of space-time in the ultimate space, but the concept of space-time in ultimate space is somewhat unusual. It is a uniform, stable, and almost solidified space-time structure. It lacks the fluidity of a timeline with upstream and downstream, past and future distinctions. Here, time is more like a flat scroll, with only the present moment as its single facet. There is no vertical extension. The past is untraceable, the future unfathomable, and everything is locked in the eternal present. You don't know if this is because your level of understanding hasn't yet touched the essence of the ultimate space, or perhaps this space-time structure is simply a setting of some higher existence. But in any case, if you want to reach the other side, you must break this fixed pattern of time and space. At 10,000 years old, you sit cross-legged deep within the ultimate space, your aura resonating with the endless chaos. Here there is no light, no sound, only the most primordial darkness, reflecting the faint light of the heavens within you. Your figure appears tiny in the boundless space, yet the aura emanating from you causes ripples to spread across the very essence of the nearby chaotic universe. You have begun your assault on the other side. You first resonate with the myriad realms within your own body, connecting them to the entire ultimate space and the chaotic universes within it. Billions of worlds vibrate simultaneously within you, emitting a Dewa sound that only the highest being can hear. This sound wave pierced through the void, subtly resonating with the stable structure of the ultimate space, like the first pebble thrown into a calm lake. Then you produced 1,12996 billion sources of time, derived from the energy of creation. Each one is like a sparkling star, containing the power of vast space and time. You have arranged these sources of space-time according to the profound principles of the celestial sphere's rotation and the ebb and flow of the great Tao into a space-time disorder array that covers the entire ultimate space. The nodes of the array are connected by causal lines, and the flow of energy is like the breathing of a living being. The source of time and space not only contains immense space-time energy, but it can also disrupt the stability of space-time. With the added enhancement of the array, this space-time disrupting power will grow exponentially, enough to tear apart the seemingly impenetrable space-time structure of the ultimate space in a localized area. After doing all this, your expression grew even more solemn. You knew the most crucial step was about to begin. You begin to connect the concepts of space-time in the ultimate space and the long rivers of space-time in all the chaotic universes with your own true spirit that soars above the 9 heavens. Your true spirit seems to exist simultaneously in countless perspectives. You perceive the present as uniform as the background in the ultimate space, while simultaneously connecting the ceaseless flow of time with past and future in the myriad chaotic universes. You must use the flow of time from the chaotic universe as a torrent to impact the ultimate state of spatial temporal solidification. The battle begins. With a thought from you, the space-time disruption array was activated with a roar. 1.2196 billion time-space sources simultaneously illuminated, their dazzling light piercing the eternal darkness of the ultimate space. A vast energy surged, roared along the array's veins, instantly causing countless cracks to appear on the ultimate space, which had been stable for countless epochs, like ice being struck by a boulder. The frozen now began to tremble and distort, emitting a crisp sound like shattering glass against the level of rules. Then, seizing the opportune moment, at the most vulnerable instant of the space-time structure, You forcibly merged the space-time river of the chaotic universe with the space-time concept of the ultimate space, using your own essence, which is equivalent to the ultimate space. This is as if countless rushing rivers were forcibly poured into a vast ocean with no direction, and the ocean was ordered to reshape itself according to the laws of the rivers. Your will becomes the bridge, your power the furnace, brutally and precisely welding together two completely different concepts of space-time. Splash. A sound like surging waves resounded throughout the ultimate space, spreading across all the chaotic universes. That wasn't the sound of matter, but the sound of space-time being reshaped and time beginning to flow. All living beings, regardless of strength, heard this deafening roar deep within their souls, like the first thunderclap at the dawn of creation. This commotion instantly alerted all the chaos controllers, who turned their attention to the ultimate space. Even across the endless distance and layers of cosmic barriers, they still saw that mind-blowing scene. A vast river, spanning the entire ultimate space, slowly began to emerge. It has no beginning and no end, is silent and still, yet it seems to echo the clamor and sighs of all life throughout history. The tributaries of this long river, though slender, are resilient, flowing like blood vessels through all the chaotic universes, connecting their respective rivers of space-time into a unified, unprecedentedly vast network. And this long river is the river of time. It was you who, in order to break through to the other side, directly reversed the concept of time and space in the ultimate space, giving birth to this river of time and space that possesses past and future. From this point on, the ultimate space was no longer limited to the present. It had a traceable origin, a future that could be extended, and countless branches to choose from. This is the most fundamental change in the rules of the ultimate space since the beginning of time. In order to break through to the other side, you directly reverse the space-time structure. Space, giving birth to a space-time river that possesses past and future. At this moment, your figure becomes blurred and vast, and your mark appeared at the source of the new river of time and space. In every future possibility as the river flows forward, your figure is reflected. You have traveled back to the very beginning of the creation of the ultimate space, and have even encompassed and occupied the infinite future. Your existence has since permeated the entirety of this new river of time and space. At this moment, the memories of all beings in the ultimate space, whether ignorant mortals or chaotic rulers who govern the universe, have been altered. A modification originating at the rule level naturally permeated all consciousness. In their memories, heaven and earth were created by the creator of limitless heaven. He awoke from nothingness, cleaved through eternity with a wave of his hand, opened up the ultimate space, created the chaotic universe, and established the rules for all things. He is the creator, the ancestor of heaven and earth. The heavenly list is a manifestation of the will of the creator of limitless heaven. All these memories are vivid and rich in detail, as if they have always been so, and no one questions them. The ultimate space has changed its fundamental rules because of you. The river of time and space was born and flows because of you. From this day forward, you are not only the celestial, venerable of limitless creation, the supreme being of the world, but also the master of the river of time and space. And, just as you completely occupied the entire river of time and space, the illusory great Tao within you, which had already evolved to its ultimate state, underwent transformation. This great path encompasses your understanding of all rules, including cause and effect, time and space, destiny, creation, and the infinite. Now, with the blessing of the river of time flowing through the past, it begins to converge, settle, and condense. Countless Tao runes, like rivers flowing into the sea, finally condensed deep in your true spirit into a phantom Tao fruit. This fruit seems both real and illusory, appearing tiny, yet it contains within it the infinite cycle of creation and destruction of the universe. It signifies that you have perfected your own path to its current level and touched the edge of a higher realm, up by occupying the past and future and condensing the embryonic form of the Tao fruit. You can directly attain the status of the oldest being on the other shore in one step. In the instant you become the oldest, you feel your perspective rise once again. Every wave and every whirlpool in the newborn river of time is clearly reflected in your heart. The past and future of the ultimate space hold no secrets for you. You can easily arrive at any point in time and exist simultaneously in countless time points. Moreover, from the moment you reach the other shore, the river of time and space becomes completely integrated with you. You are the embodiment of space-time. You can command all the power of the ultimate space from the beginning of time to the present and into the infinite future. You are now the will of heaven for the entire ultimate space, and no one can take control of the river of time from you. After all, unlike the first world, there is no other shore in this world, and if you don't allow it, there can be no other shore. You are now utterly invincible. In the ultimate space, reaching the pinnacle of existence, 20,000 years old, after becoming the oldest being, you travel through endless timelines, collecting rare divine materials scattered across different eras and chaotic universes. There are primordial crystals born at the dawn of creation and threads of destiny drawn from the fates of all living beings. You simultaneously initiated the refining process across countless timelines, coordinating the entire process with supreme will, ultimately successfully transforming the heavenly Dao Golden List into a divine weapon. Of the other shore, at that moment, the brilliance of the list illuminated all of history and the future. Its name was deeply etched into the foundations of time and space, becoming a part of time and space, existing in every moment of the past and future. Using the heavenly ranking as practice, you have accumulated unparalleled proficiency through countless parallel trials, reaching a state of mastery in the transformation of matter and rules, and in the weaving of space-time and causality. Therefore, you felt it was time to forge a divine weapon, the true embodiment of the path you had cultivated for your own path. At 200,000 years old, during this time, you used yourself as a furnace, and the two supreme Tao principles contained within your boundless creation talent as fire, fusing the endless divine materials you collected with your own understanding of the Tao into one, through ultimately two natal Tao weapons, each bearing the essence of your original Tao fruit, were born simultaneously at the source and the end of the river of time, shining brightly together. The one of them is the Wheel of Infinity, whose predecessor was the wheel that topped your head when you first condensed your Dharma image. Although you have rarely, if ever, used the Wheel of Infinity, it undeniably symbolizes the boundless essence within your innate talent. This divine weapon from the other shore is not a physical entity, but rather a manifestation of a concept, a halo, existing between existence and nothingness, i.e. the wheel's surface swirled with a deep, chaotic color, seemingly containing the nothingness before the birth of all things, and also signifying the ultimate state, after all things return to their origin. It slowly rotates, causing time to slow down and space to fold, blurring the boundaries between order and disorder. The Wheel of Infinity embodies the true meaning of infinity within your innate talent, without beginning or end, boundless and infinite. It is an absolute power that transcends all relativity and definition. By wielding this wheel, one can restore all things to their primordial state and also define entirely new rules from nothingness. The second is the Jade Disc of Creation. On the Jade Disc, Endless Tao patterns are engraved, each pattern constantly being created, destroyed, and recombined, giving rise to new rules and life patterns. The disk contains infinite worlds whose birth, growth, and decay enact a complete cycle of creation. This jade disk is the ultimate manifestation of your creative talent, governing creation, nurturing evolution, and sublimation from nothingness. It is the source of all possibility and beauty, although the wheel of infinity and the jade disk of creation symbolize, respectively, the ultimate nothingness and the being from which all things arise. These two elements complement each other, creating a continuous cycle that perfectly reflects the profound meaning of your innate talent of limitless creation. They are not only your weapons, but also an extension of your Tao, the crystallization of your Tao fruit. You are 300,000 years old. 290,000 years have passed since your breakthrough. During this time, besides forging the divine weapon of the other shore, you also didn't forget to transform the world in your spare time. The world today is vastly different from the world before your breakthrough. Once, although the ultimate space was vast, the chaotic universes within it each had their own barriers, and the trajectories of the fates of all beings were relatively fixed. Now, under your will, the entire ultimate space and its radiating infinite timeline are unified by a grander, more precise order, and the channels between chaotic universes are opened. The heavenly ranking connects the past and the future, capturing every important moment in time. The birth of a legend, a spectacular scene, all of these will be automatically captured, evaluated, and recorded by the heavenly ranking, and projected simultaneously onto the heavens at all points in time in a way that transcends comprehension. Those who lived in the past could glimpse the splendor of the future. Those who will live in the future can witness the epic tales of antiquity, and the present becomes the stage where the past and the future meet. History is no longer a dusty memory, but a living, observable, and learnable present. This consistent principle of information equality has greatly promoted communication, competition, and integration among people, leading to an exponential explosion and iteration of knowledge. In addition, you have also assembled a battleground for geniuses from ancient times to the future. You blurred the barriers of timelines, constructing an eternal arena that transcends the concept of time. Here, the most outstanding geniuses, chosen ones, and rulers of eras from different eras, worlds, and timelines can transcend the barriers of time and space to compete on the same stage. Their contest was not merely about supernatural powers and magical abilities, but also about their understanding of the laws of the universe, their grasp of the vicissitudes of fate, and their mental fortitude and wisdom. The pure sword intent of an ancient sword immortal may collide with the ultimate weapon principles of a future technological civilization. A grand mage from a magical era must confront the innate Tao physique of a cultivator from a celestial era. This great battle not only greatly benefited the participants, but its process and the wisdom it contained, broadcast, lived through the heavenly ranking, also became supreme nourishment for all living beings, giving rise to countless new schools of cultivation and intellectual revolutions. At 1 million years old, under your continued guidance and nurtured by the environment of the ultimate space itself, which is constantly revitalized and sublimated due to the heavenly ranking and the great battle of the prodigies, more and more chaotic controllers are emerging within the space. They are the true pinnacle beings who have emerged from countless worlds and countless beings, and have begun to touch upon the essence of time and space. At 3 million years old, among the native beings of the ultimate space, for the first time, a being surpassing the chaos controller has been born. This being is none other than the will of Earth. After you created the river of time, the foundation of the ultimate space has been strengthened, and the pool has expanded, making the constraints on the fish within it less. Yonder these circumstances, the earths will absorb the boundless flow of information from the heavenly Tao golden list and observe the Tao and methods of countless geniuses throughout history and the future. Finally, with your help, its consciousness completed an astonishing leap. It is no longer simply the will of one world, but has successfully consolidated its traces of existence across all timelines within the sphere of influence of ultimate space, unifying countless possible Earth wills. Achieving absolute uniqueness at the space-time level, you witnessed this moment and bestowed a name upon this new realm, which transcends the controllers of Chaos Ultimate. You declare to all beings that, to reach the ultimate state, the Chaos Controller must undergo the most perilous and mysterious space-time convergence. They must perceive, locate, and integrate the possibilities of all selves across infinite timelines, overcome existential conflicts, and ultimately unify all selves to achieve the unique true self in the space-time dimension. This step is not merely a surge in power, but a fundamental transformation of life form, a crucial leap from being an existence within space-time to becoming a component of space-time. The ultimate existence, in its level of life and essence, can be compared to the otherworldly realm to some extent, both touching upon the mysteries of the root of space-time, of course. In terms of strength, they are still worlds apart from you, the oldest being on the other side. Your very existence is the source of the concept of space-time, having long transcended the simple convergence of timelines, reaching the realm of defining timelines and compiling possibilities. I know. Matter how many ultimate beings there are, they are no match for you. At 10 million years old, the ultimate space has now reached a new height of unprecedented prosperity and stability. Besides you, the oldest being on the other side, there are 9 other great beings within this space who have reached the ultimate realm. That these 9 ultimate beings have different origins. Some are like the sublimation of world consciousness, like the will of Earth. Some are supreme beings who ultimately transcended the great battle between geniuses of the past, present, and future, and some are mysterious beings naturally conceived in the ultimate space. However, the existence of 10 chaos controllers or higher is already the limit that the current ultimate space can contain. This is a natural bottleneck determined by the world's inherent size and energy level. In fact, based on the space's original potential and size, it should have been able to nurture and support up to 18 ultimate beings. However, your strength is too great, and the weight of your existence is simply too vast and immense. Your existence alone is like a towering tree rooted in the origin of space, naturally occupying a share equivalent to 9 ultimate beings. Your power has subtly raised the overall ceiling of the ultimate space, but it has also made the spots for other beings to climb to the ultimate space even scarcer and more precious. At 100 million years old, during this long period of time, you began to use the will of Earth as the ultimate vessel for subtraction and emptiness, slowly transferring your own foundation of existence, authority, cause and effect, and even all traces of the past and future to it, like peeling away layers of an onion. You are like a meticulous craftsman, weaving the vast karma embodied in the title of creation. Unlimited celestial venerable into the celestial network of Earth, allowing the will of this blue star to gradually become your soul projection and continuation in the world. As for yourself, you retain only the most essential rudimentary form of the Tao fruit and pure primordial power, gradually returning yourself to the profound state of emptiness and nothingness. Perhaps because you, as a transmigrator, have an inexplicable bond and karmic connection with Earth, deep within your soul, This grand transfer proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Moreover, because there are no other obstacles in the afterlife, you can calmly detach yourself, shift cause and effect, meticulously design each step, and push the process of subtraction and emptiness to perfection. Your focus is on one word: stability. A billion years later, the will of Earth finally fully inherited the foundation of your existence, becoming your sole trace in the world. From then on, no one in the myriad realms remembered the creator of heaven earth, the one who created the world, except for the name of Earth's heavenly Tao, which transcended time and space and ruled over everything. Just as you were about to completely return to emptiness, you suddenly opened the last ray of light deep within your consciousness. Ignite. Condense. Using your unparalleled power at the peak of the Othershore realm as a catalyst, you resolutely shattered and ignited your final, innate talent, boundless creation. That primordial energy exploded like a dazzling, starry sky, its radiance illuminating the past and present. Mixed with the immeasurable creative energy you've collected from countless eras over the past billion years, the two merged and surged, finally condensing into a boundless and powerful power of epochal cycles in the void. This power surges like a long river, like the cycle of time, bearing the birth and death of countless eras, and is the final fuel needed to achieve the Tao fruit. The power of the epochal cycle is gradually absorbed by the nascent Tao fruit. It begins to grow and transform at a visible speed. Countless Tao patterns, interwoven with the laws of the great Tao, emerge on its surface, their light piercing the barriers of the ultimate space and illuminating the void outside. Do you sense that you are about to take that step, transcending this space and ascending to the true realm of Tao? Fruition, the moment has finally come. It's a pity that my talent has reached its limit. My Tao fruit can't compare to the Tao fruit in the original story. Although your strength in the Othershore realm is comparable to that of the Othershore realm in the original story, you are aware that the Tao fruit you are about to achieve is significantly different from that in the original story. The Tao fruit you have achieved is only one level higher than the Othershore, at most 1.5 levels higher. But the Tao fruit in the original work, that unknowable and indescribable realm state, where every word is wrong and every thought is erroneous, is immeasurably higher than the Othershore. Could you also have this speculation? The reason why the Tao fruit in the original work is so transcendent is because it transcends not just a single world, but the entire worldview itself. The original work never describes what lies beyond this world. Therefore, transcendence means leaping out of the framework of all narratives. Settings. But you are different. You know clearly that beyond the ultimate space lies nothingness, and within that nothingness exist other worlds. Therefore, your transcendence is merely leaping out of this world and into a broader void. It does not transcend the constraints of your overall worldview. You're still operating within a large framework, so it's naturally difficult to reach that outside the rules level. Of course, you've also considered another possibility. Perhaps the cyclical power of the eras within this world is inherently several levels higher than that of the Othershore. If your limitless creation talent were stronger, and you were able to condense the corresponding power of the epoch cycle, perhaps you could leap across several levels in one step and directly enter the true realm of Tao fruit. The last wisp of epochal cycle power merged into the Tao fruit. You felt the limitless creation talent that had accompanied you for countless years completely dissipate, like a star extinguished in the long night. In its place lies a perfect, self-sufficient, and radiant Tao fruit, quietly suspended in the deepest recesses of your consciousness. It no longer relies on any external force, nor on any talent. It is self-sufficient and proves its own eternity. You have finally achieved the Tao fruit realm, completely transcending the ultimate space. In that instant, you feel yourself freed from the constraints of the world's energy levels, like a fish leaping out of the water or a bird flying away from its cage. What lies before me is no longer the ultimate space, but an endless void within which faint glimmers of other worlds can be seen, like distant lights, flickering on and off. A simulation ended. A host detected to have transcended the simulation world. Exceptional clearance granted. Simulation ends. Devaluation. You are the master of the heavenly ranking, the biggest mastermind behind the world's changes. You have condensed the river of time and space, becoming the source of time and space. You are the creator of heaven, the one who created heaven and earth and brought about the creation of all beings in the eyes of all living beings. By subtracting and seeking emptiness, you attain the fruit of the Tao, transcending the primordial world and receiving the mark of transcendence bestowed by nothingness. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the level. You are rewarded with one chance to participate in a real-world simulation. The probability of drawing a higher level affix next time will be increased. Your life score is 10,000 points. Exceptional. You can use ratings to purchase the following items. Divine Weapon of the Other Shore, Heavenly Golden List, 2,000 Natal Tao Weapon, Wheel of Infinity, 3,500,000 free. Natal Tao Weapon, Jade Disc of Creation, 3,500,000 IV. System Gift Pack, containing all systems fabricated by the will of heaven, 1,000. A detection has indicated you have completed this world. Do you wish to inherit all the strength and memories from this simulation, as well as the attribute Limitless Creation? No wonder it was the first red entry. That's awesome. Lin Yu was extremely excited. He had originally thought that this simulation would only allow him to reach the Immortal Emperor realm, or at most the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm. After all, the higher you go on the path of cultivation, the greater the difference between each realm. I didn't expect the entry to be as powerful as ever, and the simulated self lived up to expectations, successfully transcending the middle 1,000 worlds and reaching the realm above the Immortal Emperor. After inheriting the strength from this simulation, I should be no weaker than the owner of that black sword light, and may even be stronger. Simulator inherit. In an instant, a bright yet not blinding white light emerged from nothingness and completely enveloped him. The light contained fragments of time and ripples of space, as if countless worlds were born and then vanished within it. A minute later, the white light dissipated, and Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, his will silently permeated the entire real world. The Milky Way is like a sand table, and time is like a long scroll. The birth and death trajectories of infinite worlds, and every tremor of the past and future in the real dimension, are clearly reflected in my heart. He even felt that with just a slight thought, he could reduce this real world to nothingness. But this did not stop him. A stronger will, like invisible roots, instantly broke through the boundaries of the real world and probed into the boundless void outside. The hazy visions that once required transcending the imprints to glimpse are now as clear as the lines on a palm. The world is like a floating bubble, rising and falling, bright and dim, in a sea of nothingness. In addition, Lin Yu was able to clearly perceive the specific locations of the true spirit projections he had cast in the previous simulations. Lin Yu felt that he could now traverse the infinite void and descend to the side of these projections with a single thought. It could even be said that as long as Lin Yu has the coordinates, he can traverse the infinite void and reach any place in the void. As expected of a realm above the Immortal Emperor, it is so much stronger than the Immortal Emperor, it's not even in the same league. However, Lin Yu did not choose to descend upon these other beings, since he was unaware of their current situation. The waters of the void are too deep. It's best to be cautious, he muttered to himself, finally suppressing the urge to act immediately. While a surge in strength was exhilarating, blind confidence often led to unpredictable crises. So after Lin Yu used his score to redeem the first 4 options, he immediately began a new simulation of reality. Simulator, start reality simulation. The host has been detected to have one more opportunity for reality simulation. Reality simulation is now activated. On the first day, you did not immediately descend upon those around you, but instead prepared to accumulate some power of creation. Unlike in the simulation, you still possess the limitless creation attribute. If you accumulate some creation energy, you can exchange a broken attribute for a temporary surge in strength, i.e. the mods provided by the simulator are special. Although mods have clear quality classifications, the bonuses they provide will not disappear regardless of the quality of the mod. Even the most ordinary white entry can have a boosting effect on you right now, although the effect may be so slight as to be almost imperceptible. Similarly, the effect of shattering the red attribute of the limitless creation talent is unimaginable. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to condense the power of the epoch cycle and help you break through to the Dao fruit stage. Next, in order to obtain a large amount of creation energy, you begin to transform the real world and even many surrounding worlds. From your current perspective, the real world is actually in a rudimentary state. Its rules and framework are clear, but not robust enough, and its energy currents are surging but lack a complete cycle. You raised your hand. Waved, casting a ray of pure light, brimming with infinite potential for growth into the real world. That was the power of creation, above the level of an immortal emperor, that you had condensed based on the energy of creation, i.e. that radiance, falling upon the very source of the real world, instantly created ripples on a global scale, like a pebble thrown into a still lake. The structure of matter and energy is being optimized at an accelerated pace. The dimensions of space-time are quietly expanding, and the underlying rules are becoming more tightly interwoven and harmonious. A profound, boundless, and all-encompassing aura appeared. Emperor Kang was successfully born. The successful gestation of Emperor Kang signifies that this world has completely moved beyond its infancy and growth stages, entering a mature phase where power and rules are stable and limitless possibilities exist. Immediately afterwards, your thoughts flood back into the river of time and space in the real world, not through violent invasion, but through a kind of tracing back and overwriting. Starting from this current point in reality, we travel backwards along the timeline, traversing the rise and fall of countless civilizations, the succession of life, and the gathering dispersal of worlds, until we reach the very point where this world was first born, i.e. your existence is imprinted at the origin of time, and your will flows downwards along the timeline, covering all possible future branches, past, present, and future. Every coordinate along the entire river of time resonates with the echoes of your will. You became the ancestor of the real world, the one who created and defined everything. Speaking of which, shouldn't De Kang now call me Father God? The rest is simple. You simply use the golden list to quietly begin taking stock at every point in time, past, present, and future in the real world, and even the surrounding virtual world. At 100 years old, you've collected enough creation energy to ignite your limitless creation talent. You believe that even if you're surrounded by 10 or more beings of the same level, you can still burn your cultivation points and escape if you can't defeat them. So you no longer hesitated and directly used your supreme power to traverse the infinite void, arriving beside a projection of a true Spirit based on your location. The scenery before you shifts, and you find yourself in a strange void. Upon arriving here, you keenly sensed the abnormality of the environment. The nothingness here, its concentration or erosive power, was far inferior to the profound nothingness surrounding the real world, which was capable of eroding and assimilating everything. In the center of this thin void, one scene captures your full attention. It was a completely frozen world. It wasn't dead, but rather as if the pause button had been pressed. The stars stopped moving, the clouds were frozen in place, and the mountains and rivers remained in the same position for a single moment. Time lost its meaning there. All matter and energy were in a state of absolute stillness. Like a piece of crystal amber suspended in a sea of nothingness. The presence of an extremely faint, shared spiritual energy fluctuation within this world proves that this is one of your simulated worlds. Brother, you've really suffered. Sensing that faint fluctuation of true spirit, a sigh escaped his lips. Aside from the true spirit projection of the first simulated world, this world's projection had the worst fate, leaving not even ashes. However, you didn't immediately lift the world's frozen state, or revive this true spirit projection. After all, so much time has passed, whether it's sooner or later doesn't matter. You float outside this frozen world, calm your mind, and carefully and deeply feel the subtle, yet essential connection between yourself and the projection of the true spirit. As you experience this, you discover that the connections between these projected selves and other selves are entirely different from the connections you experienced with those other selves in the simulation last time. The simulated me is more like another version of myself in a parallel universe, born from different choices, possessing an independent personality and destiny. These projections of true spirits, created and projected directly by the simulator, have a much closer and more unique connection to you. They are not entirely independent individuals, but rather more like a special embodiment that carries some of your essential information, i.e. they possess independent bodies and the potential for independent growth. However, the root of their existence, the most fundamental imprint of their true spirit, resonates completely with you and is fundamentally influenced and constrained by you. Simply put, they are you but you are not them. This is not a simple relationship between an incarnation and a subject, but a more profound and subtle relationship involving a level of existence. This relationship is roughly similar to that between the primordial celestial venerable of the small world and the primordial celestial venerable who can reflect the heavens. These projections of your true spirits are similar to the primordial celestial beings of those smaller worlds. They are a projection of your true self, each living their own life in their own world. However, upon closer examination, you'll find that this metaphor still has some differences. Although the manifestations of the great beings of the heavens are often extensions of their own Tao, essentially different manifestations within the same Tao system, and your relationship with these projections seems to have an added layer of flexible autonomy and difference. Doesn't this seem like an alternate account? Your relationship with these true spirit projections is particularly similar to the relationship between great Luo immortals and their alternate identities in certain high-level prehistoric novels from my past life. The so-called great Luo immortals in the novel, besides having their Taoist lineages spread throughout the heavens, also operate various aliases. These identities are not simple clones or incarnations, but rather completely independent entities with distinct cultivation systems, destinies, relationships, and growth processes, existing independently from their original forms. The ultimate goal of using pseudonyms is to contribute to the ultimate path of the original body, from different angles and in different ways, providing new insights or possibilities. There is a fundamental connection between the pseudonym and the real person, but outwardly they can be two completely unrelated individuals. In that primordial world, even beings of the same level couldn't distinguish which disguises a great Lu immortal might possess. You feel that your relationship with these simulator-created projections of true spirits carries a subtle sense of being a disguise. They are the seeds you planted. They will grow in their own worlds, according to their own circumstances and opportunities. They may walk a path similar to yours, or they may forge a completely different path. Their experiences, lessons learned, and even their ultimate achievements will become valuable resources for you. They are the potential extensions of you, and you are the source and destination of all possibilities. If that's really the case, we'll never be able to repay the simulator's kindness. Whether it's a pseudonym or not, you decide whether to first save this world and revive this true spirit. Projection. Then you exhaled a breath towards the solidified Xuantian realm. That breath seemed to contain the primordial chaos of the beginning of creation, silent yet containing boundless power, though in an instant, the frozen state that enveloped the entire Xuantian world was shattered like ice melting and snow melting. Time and space began to flow again, and all things flourished once more. And, just as this breath permeated the universe, the calamity of the world's advancement subsided in an instant, like a gentle spring breeze and nourishing rain. The Xuantian realm has successfully advanced to an infinitely large minor world. The Xuantian realm, having completed its ascension, is now radiating unprecedented vitality and grandeur. The central heaven continent, originally the core of the world, was nourished by the laws of the newly formed world. Its spiritual veins transformed into the roots of immortal spirits, and its mountains and rivers were bathed in eternal radiance, transforming into a supreme sacred realm resembling the immortal realm. The countless life-bearing stars surrounding it, under the reweaving of the heavenly Tao's rules, established a close connection with the central heaven world for ascension and guidance, like stars surrounding the moon, becoming the myriad lower realms below the immortal realm, providing foundation and inheritance. A distinct and interconnected new world, with its flowing traditions, has already unfolded in the void. Immediately afterwards, as if in response to the birth of this world, a soft yet magnificent golden light suddenly shone down from the depths of the endless sky. Where that light shone, the laws resounded with joy, all things revived, and a faint chant echoed throughout heaven and earth. At the point of greatest radiance, a faint aura of true spirit reshaped itself within the golden light. As the form solidified, the figure slowly opened its eyes, a look of vicissitude and enlightenment passing through them, as if it had merely been slumbering in a long dream. Your true spirit projection, the supreme Xuantian, worshipped by all beings in this world, has successfully returned with your help as the world ascends. I didn't expect it to actually work. You're somewhat surprised that the resurrected true spirit projection still retains that disguise characteristic. But in that case, the great Xia Emperor, who had already died in the first simulated world, must also be resurrected, since he was, after all, a special avatar created by a simulator. Now you understand, nothing related to simulators is simple. We can never repay the kindness of the simulator. Then you arrived before the resurrected Supreme Xuantian. From now on, the true spirit projections will be addressed by their titles, separate from the original body. The Supreme Xuantian's body was enveloped in a flowing Taoist aura. Though he had just begun to recover, he was already subtly resonating with the entire Xuantian realm. Upon seeing your arrival, he cupped his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist." Then you looked at each other, and in that exchange of glances, it was as if you had traversed countless ages. After a moment of silence, you all burst into laughter simultaneously, a mixture of the joy of finding kindred spirits and the anticipation of endless possibilities ahead. The latter pierced through the newly solidified barriers of the world, stirring ripples within the nascent laws, as if infusing this realm with the first glimmer of life and vitality. After exchanging words with the Supreme Xwantian, you took another step beyond the world, standing in the void, looking back at the Xwantian realm. One sees you directly invoke the rules of space-time, and an invisible yet vast and unfathomable power of time descends, enveloping the entire Xwantian realm. You have initiated a comprehensive time acceleration of the Xwantian realm. A time flows like a mighty river, and in the accelerating torrent of time, the Xwantian realm has undergone a tremendous transformation. In the blink of an eye, billions of years have passed within this realm. During these billions of years, the laws of heaven and earth have continuously improved and sublimated, and the origin has continued to grow stronger. Finally, in a violent resonance of the rules, the Xwantian realm once again completed a fundamental leap, successfully upgrading to the energy level of Middle Thousand World. During this upgrade process, you discover that as the energy level of the Xwantian realm continues to increase, its coordinates in the void do not shift significantly. But the surrounding void energy began to intensify its corrosive and erosive power at an unprecedented rate. And initially, it wasn't enough to threaten a celestial king-level being, but when the Xwantian realm reached the peak of a lesser thousand world, that power was enough to threaten a celestial emperor. And at the instant it ascended to become a middle thousand world, the power of nothingness suddenly surged to a level that could instantly annihilate even a celestial emperor. The void seems to possess a life of its own, growing in tandem with the power of neighboring worlds, its enhancement seemingly limitless, filled with profound and dangerous unknowns. Faced with this phenomenon, you pondered for a moment, but did not choose to investigate further. You have a vague feeling that this may touch upon the most fundamental mystery of nothingness itself, concerning the ultimate balance between the existence of the world and the nature of nothingness. Even with your current cultivation level surpassing that of an immortal emperor, which gives you the right to glimpse some of its secrets, truly understanding its principles would require an immense amount of time and effort. You calm your mind and focus all your attention on the Xwantian realm in its accelerated time state, or more precisely, on the Xwantian Supreme within the realm. During this period of time acceleration, since the Supreme Xwantian had already reached the realm above the Mahayana stage before his resurrection, he successfully broke through to the Mahayana stage shortly after his resurrection. Furthermore, because the principles of idealism and self-centeredness have penetrated deep into the core of the Xwantian realm, every expansion and every increase in energy level of the Xwantian realm directly translates into an increase in the Xwantian Supreme's own cultivation. This symbiotic relationship allowed his power to leap forward in tandem with the world's ascension. The Supreme Xwantian did not refer to this realm as the immortal realm, because he greatly approved of the Xwantian realm's cultivation philosophy of pursuing the unknown realm of immortality. The Supreme Being of the mysterious heaven, adhering to the concept that the path of Mahayana is endless, still refers to this realm as Mahayana. Only by transcending the world can one be called an immortal. But afterwards, the Supreme Xwantian began a massive transformation of the world, creating the conditions for its ascension. Firstly, there was research into the cultivation system. The Supreme Xwantian discovered that after reaching the Tao integration realm, a cultivator's strength was almost entirely dependent on the world itself. Those who have attained the Tao control the laws, and the strength and level of these laws directly depend on the world's energy level. After the world is upgraded, the laws shift. While cultivators at the Dao integration realm need time to adapt to the new legal environment to recover and improve their strength, in other words, the stronger the world, the stronger the Dao integration realm cultivators will be. However, if a cultivator is not ambitious enough, and their mental state cannot keep up with the pace of the world's advancement, they will be swallowed up by the powerful laws of the world and directly transform into the Dao. This can be considered a combination of danger and opportunity. However, it cannot be denied that those cultivators who had already reached the Dao integration realm or even higher before the world's ascension truly enjoyed the enormous benefits brought by the world's advancement, essentially winning without effort, and may continue to benefit in the future. For the vast majority of cultivators who failed to achieve Dao integration before the world's ascension, the world's laws became more powerful and complex after the ascension, making Dao integration exponentially more difficult, and the path to enlightenment even more arduous. And normally, the world's energy level increases slowly and with difficulty. Cultivators strive to break through their cultivation realms to transcend the world's limitations in order to become stronger. And now, with your help, the Xuantian realm's world energy level is skyrocketing, and the traditional system can no longer keep up with this rapid development. Therefore, the Supreme Xuantian's modification of the cultivation system was not to create more new realms, but to directly combine the mind cultivation system with the cultivation system, fundamentally altering the very foundation of the cultivation system from the Qi refining realm. A quarter of an hour later, the time you stopped accelerated. Countless years have passed in the Xuantian realm at this point. The current Xuantian realm is vastly different in scale and grandeur compared to when it was first upgraded to a lesser thousand world. Laws form a net, Daoist principles a sea. Countless beings exist and civilizations flourish. Aside from its profound foundation, its size is comparable to the ultimate space. The cultivation system of the Xuantian realm, after countless years of development, still follows the same progression from Qi refining to Mahayana, and the names of each realm have not changed. However, the strength possessed at each level is immeasurably greater than at the initial stage. It's a fundamental difference. And nowadays, beings in the Xuantian realm no longer need spiritual roots or cultivation aptitude to enter the Qi refining realm. All they need is a heart yearning for the Dao. In the mortal stage, one must extensively study the classics of Taoism, comprehend the profound principles of heaven and earth, reflect on one's own nature, and undergo the refinement of worldly life. Once the mind is clear and the belief is firm, a spark of inspiration can be ignited deep within the soul, giving birth to a wisp of primordial energy. This Qi is born from the union of mind and nature with the Tao, the starting point of the resonance between the origin of life and the laws of heaven and earth. Only with this can one formally step into the Qi refining realm and begin the path of the Tao. After being perfected by the Supreme Xuantian and countless wise men of later generations, this introductory method has become universally applicable. Any living being in the Xuantian realm, as long as they are determined to pursue the Tao, can condense innate Qi. It is no longer the privilege of a select few. Based on your rough comparison, in the current cultivation system, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage is already comparable in strength to a true immortal in the real world, possessing combat power at the level of a single universe. The void refining realm represents a multi-level progression, corresponding to the range from ordinary immortal king to top-tier immortal king. Reality and illusion shift, and existence and annihilation occur in an instant. The Dao integration realm expert is capable of contending with immortal kings, their body merging with the great Tao, and the laws governing them, Those at the tribulation transcending realm are even more formidable, comparable to supreme giants like immortal kings. They condense Tao principles, and their physical bodies and primordial spirits undergo qualitative changes. The Mahayana realm then becomes the realm with the greatest scope and the most profound mysteries. The strength of cultivators in this realm varies greatly. Those who have just entered the Mahayana stage are roughly equivalent to immortal emperors and are able to make initial inroads into the river of time and space, traversing the past and future. Having immersed himself in this realm for countless years and forged a unique path, his peak Mahayana cultivation is comparable to that of an immortal emperor. He is unique in the past and future, and his every move can influence the birth and death of the world. Moreover, each Mahayana practitioner's path is unique, and its strength depends on the breadth and depth of their path. And because of your arrival, the Supreme Xuantian possessed an essence beyond that of an immortal emperor. After so many years of cultivation, he has successfully reached the peak of the immortal emperor level in terms of strength, and has progressed extremely deeply on the path of the mind. Actually, if the Supreme Xuantian hadn't been determined to forge his own path, you could have instantly elevated him to the peak of the immortal emperor realm with just a single empowerment. However, in that case, the identity of Xuantian Supreme is essentially useless, no different from a clone. After stopping the time acceleration, a mark swirling with endless mysteries appeared on your palm. It is precisely the manifestation of the transcendence mark that, with a gentle press, imprints it deep within the soul of the Supreme Xuantian. In an instant, a hazy halo enveloped the Xuantian Supreme, then vanished, revealing that the Xuantian Supreme possessed the ability to be unaffected by the void and to traverse it. The second true spirit projection you encountered when you crossed the void with the Supreme Xuantian was the heavenly martial emperor. The one the protagonist was the emperor in the first simulation. Then you followed suit, first resurrecting the heavenly martial emperor, and then accelerating time in the great Xia world. The world churned and changed dramatically, and the sparks of civilization burned and transformed wildly in the torrent of time. Having undergone countless trials and tribulations, Emperor Tianwu indeed lived up to expectations, that over the long course of time, he comprehended the true meaning of the universe, integrated all laws, and finally broke through the shackles to ascend to the peak of the immortal emperor realm. He stood at the edge of time and space, behind him appearing countless phenomena of multiverses submitting, each wisp of his aura enough to cause an entire multiverse to tremble. At this moment, the great Xia dynasty, amidst the torrent of technology and martial arts intertwining, has transformed into a magnificent civilization of science and martial arts. The towering star energy towers stand alongside ancient martial arts stealth forests. Intelligent light shuttles traverse the floating city, martial artists clad in nanotech armor, yet their palms circulate ancient Kai. The powerful martial arts cultivators can pluck stars from the sky with their bare hands, sever galaxies with a wave of their wrist, and even control time-space engines to pursue the true essence of the great Tao in the gaps between the past and the future. Here, science and mythology resonate, machinery and flesh coexist, and an unprecedented, vast era is ushered in by the resurrected heavenly martial emperor. Of course, this is not entirely due to the achievements of Emperor Tianwu. To be honest, what you might not expect is that the great Xia world miraculously completed 2 leaps without any external intervention. Breaking through its boundaries from a small world, it successfully ascended to a vast and boundless universe, evolving into a brand new universe filled with dazzling stars and complete laws. What will surprise you even more is that the great Xia dynasty was neither replaced nor submerged by the successors that emerged after the world's upgrade, nor was it overthrown by a new dynasty. Instead, with astonishing adaptability and pioneering spirit, they planted the banner of civilization across the galaxy, relying on technology ahead of their time and wisdom deeply ingrained in their blood. Step by step, they achieved colonization and integration of the entire universe, allowing the great Xia's systems, language, and culture to take root and flourish in countless star systems, building a well-ordered interstellar empire spanning light years. You don't know if this is because of the world's favoritism, or because Emperor Tianwu's policy of dividing the world into fiefdoms had an effect, keeping the spoils rotten in the pot. It was precisely because of this foundation that Emperor Tianwu, after his resurrection, delved deeper into this area, thus successfully creating that powerful scientific and martial civilization. The third is Zhuanhuang Tianzun, the one known as floating life Zhuanhuang Tianzun in the second simulated world. Perhaps because time is extremely disordered in the void, when you arrived in this world, less than 10,000 years had passed since its ascension. During these seemingly short but actually turbulent 10,000 years, thanks to the presence of the Xuanhuang Celestial Venerable overseeing the universe, the world order did not experience drastic upheavals, and the human race maintained a superficial balance. Is that the number of Daoist companions by Xuanhuang Tianzun's side has quietly increased to over 100. Each of them is a person of unparalleled elegance and profound Daoist wisdom, who often accompanies him in comprehending the true meaning of Xuanhuang and jointly creating the universe. To be honest, you're even a little jealous of this kid. He's living a really comfortable life, benefiting from the enhancement of his essence beyond that of an immortal emperor. The Xuanhuang Celestial Venerable finally advanced the Xuanhuang Great Tao he wielded to the immortal emperor level, and continued to refine it until he reached the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm. At this moment, he was surrounded by the primordial energy of Xuanhuang, embodying the image of the beginning of chaos and the mother energy of all things. Every move he made resonated with the origin of the world. The boast made during a past discussion of the Tao of Xuanhuang is the beginning of heaven and earth, the mother of all things. It opens the sun and moon to illuminate mountains and rivers. Xuanhuang will never perish, and heaven and earth will endure forever, is now no longer an empty promise. Beneath his feet, the primordial energy condensed into a long river, flowing through the past and future. Above his head, the illusory image of the world flickered with his breath, and the mountains and rivers revolved and circulated because of his single thought. The Celestial Venerable stood at the end of time and space, seemingly becoming a symbol of the eternal and indestructible nature of this world. The profound and yellow Taoist essence permeated every inch of the void, truly confirming the supreme realm of the Tao achieves immortality and is revered by heaven and earth. But afterwards, you and the three projections of true spirits found the primordial heavenly emperor, the one who devoured the primordial world in the fourth simulated world, in the void. At this time, the primordial heavenly emperor, having devoured the eternal silent space and transcended the primordial world, had been wandering in the void for an unknown period of time. His eyes were as deep and unfathomable as the void, as if he had witnessed the birth and annihilation of countless worlds. Simply by standing still, the surrounding nothingness subtly distorted, as if he were about to devour even nothingness itself. However, this is only the surface. At its core lies a perpetually upward path of evolution. At this time, the primordial heavenly emperor had already entered the realm of immortal emperor. Without words or pleasantries, in the instant of your meeting, your Taoist principles resonated with each other, As if this convergence across time and space had been preordained, the you and the three true spirit projections each unfold your origin Tao, with the primordial heavenly emperor standing in your center. The devouring Tao, like an awakened behemoth, begins to slowly operate. Time is accelerating millennia, tens of thousands, millions of years, compressed into a dazzling trail of light within the scale of nothingness. Your power, like a cascading galaxy, is systematically absorbed and refined by the vortex of devouring. The figure of the primordial heavenly emperor gradually blurred and then became clearer. With each alternation between reality and illusion, his aura rose by one level. He is using your power to validate his path of devouring and to perfect his concept of evolution. An hour later, all the radiance collapsed inward. The primordial heavenly emperor opened his eyes. He had successfully pushed both the path of devouring and the path of evolution to the peak of the immortal emperor realm. Then the five of you arrived at the void, where the celestial venerable of limitless creation resided. You see the celestial venerable of limitless creation, seated upon a lotus platform, condensed from pure Tao principles, his body surrounded by boundless creative energy that flows and circulates, evolving into the vast spectacle of creation and the birth of all things. As your figure appeared at the edge of this pure land, the celestial venerable of creation slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes, initially filled with an age-old indifference, seemed to shatter some long-sealed shackle the moment they met yours, unleashing an endless light of enlightenment. He looked at you, his face displaying a complex expression of understanding mixed with emotion, and nodded slightly, everything understood without words. You step forward and sit opposite this celestial being. Through a deep exchange of thoughts, you learn that the other party only realized their true nature after seeing your true form. Before this, he and you were both above the level of immortal emperor, yet he was completely unaware of your existence, nor could he detect the other true spirit. Projections scattered throughout the void, you don't even need to think to know that this is definitely the simulator at work. Even if you reach the level of an immortal emperor, you still won't be able to see through the simulator in the slightest. After reuniting with the celestial venerable of limitless creation, you all arrive together at the territory of the God of Light, the current God of Light, by virtue of the game administrator privileges he obtained during the world's ascension. In this unique world composed of countless data streams and rule codes, he seized unimaginable power and authority, successfully ascending to the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm. As the six of you descended upon the core of the divine realm, into the supreme temple, the figure seated upon the throne of endless light slowly rose, and under the light, his face was exactly like yours, and upon seeing you, his eyes also shone with a radiant light of complete enlightenment. At this point, you and all your projected true spirits have finally come together. Even though you don't know just how powerful the various celestial level forces in the void truly are, but with two of you at the peak of the immortal emperor level and five of you at the highest level, you can certainly be considered a powerful force. The boundless void, enough to occupy a place in the vast expanse of nothingness. So you clapped your hands and decided to create a superpower spanning all the heavens and worlds. Using this as a platform and fulcrum, we can systematically collect and integrate crucial intelligence regarding the power structure, strength distribution, and hidden history of the major forces in the void, filling the gaps in your understanding. On the other hand, this vast network can be used to proactively search for traces of the Dark Alliance. You must avenge those two sword strikes, no matter what. However, to be honest, although you are now confident in defeating, or even crushing, the Master of the Black Sword Light, you are not truly confident that you can kill him with 100% certainty. Defeating or even defeating someone is a completely different concept from completely kill him. The deeper one progresses on the path of cultivation, the more resilient and indestructible one's essence becomes, and the more numerous and troublesome the means of preserving life and resurrection appear. Even for cultivators at the immortal emperor level, it is extremely difficult to truly eradicate them within their original world of birth, or the core world closely connected to their Tao fruit. The immortal emperor's Tao fruit has permeated the past, present, and future of the world, imprinted upon the fundamental laws of the world. As long as there is even the slightest trace of him in the world, the celestial emperor can return from the past with a single thought, even if several immortal emperors of the same level joined forces to attack. They could at most severely injure and seal it, or significantly prolong the period of its return from time. To achieve complete annihilation of both body and soul, and the eternal destruction of the Tao fruit, one would need either an absolutely overwhelming higher-level power, or the ruthless determination to destroy the very foundation of the world upon which the Tao fruit resides. Otherwise, within their own world, the immortal emperor is practically invincible. The reason Di Kang fell from grace was because that drop of black blood contained a higher level of power, and those above the immortal emperor level are even harder to kill. Cultivators above the immortal emperor level have undergone a complete transformation in their cultivation path, making them top-tier powerhouses even in the entire void. To kill someone above the level of an immortal emperor, one must completely obliterate their great Tao and all traces of them in the void. However, setting aside the fact that they are both above the immortal emperor level and their Tao cultivation is difficult to distinguish, it is extremely difficult for one person to completely obliterate the foundation of another's Tao. It often requires the erosion of a long period of time and the cooperation of specific conditions. For example, those above the immortal emperor level have already reached the great thousand worlds, and are even considered among the most powerful figures in those worlds. In this vast world, they may have left behind important traces, legacies, incarnations, or even, like the sages of the primordial era, entrusted a part of their true spirit to the heavenly Tao of this world. If the Lord of the Black Sword Light truly left such a profound resurrection anchor in some unknown vast world, then killing him would no longer be a simple contest of strength. Furthermore, you don't know if the Dark Alliance to which the other party belongs only has the Master of the Black Sword Light, a being above the immortal Emperor level. All of this is shrouded in mystery. You know that, with severely insufficient intelligence, rashly launching a full-scale war against such a mysterious and powerful organization would be unwise. Therefore, you decided to prioritize gathering information. If the Dark Alliance truly only has one person above the immortal Emperor level, the Master of the Black Sword Light, then don't blame you. Capture the Dark Alliance and refine them instantly. At that time, even if we cannot completely kill the Master of the Black Sword Light, we will at least render his countless years of planning futile. On the 10th day after merging with all the projections of the true spirits and unifying their thoughts, the 7 of you joined forces, using that mysterious chip of shrouded origin as the core element, emerge all the diverse and potentially powerful systems in your redeemed system gift pack, along with the other Shore Divine Weapon Heavenly Tao Golden List, into a single refinement. On the 7 vast and boundless forces flow within it, evolving according to the way of limitlessness. They shape its form with the power of creation, establish its order with the principles of light, solidify its foundation with the wonders of time and space, endow it with spirit with the power of the mind, and permeate its entirety with the mystery of reincarnation. After countless years, forging and fusion under accelerated time, amidst the resounding roar of endless Tao principles, an ultimate creation surpassing the levels of all previous components was born. It is no longer merely a chip or system, but an ultimate core integrating information processing, rule parsing, task issuance, resource integration, time-space travel, causal concealment, power bestowal, and potential activation. Its essence is half physical and half conceptual, formless and shapeless yet capable of taking on countless forms. Its level is half a grade higher than the previous mysterious chip, truly possessing the immense power to support the long-term operation of a force spanning all heavens. Afterwards, using the ultimate core as your foundation, you created a celestial-level power infinite paradise. The purpose of Infinite Paradise is to face the endless and diverse worlds within the void, recruit individuals with special potential, strong will, or unique destiny trajectories, and bestow upon them the identity and mission of infinite apostles. You personally took action, using your own fundamental Tao of limitlessness as the source, to condense the seed of limitlessness, which contains infinite possibilities. Each chosen apostle, upon joining paradise, receives a seed of limitless essence, bound to their true spirit. This allows an infinite number of apostles to cultivate and integrate with. Any cultivation system whose origin level does not exceed yours without hindrance. Whether it's magic, martial arts, cultivation, technology, superpowers, or faith, all can be embraced and possess unlimited potential to break through to higher levels. This is both a gift to the apostles and fundamental to ensuring the diversity and inclusivity of Paradise's power system. These countless apostles, scattered throughout the myriad realms, became the most sensitive tentacles and eyes and ears of the infinite paradise. They travel between different worlds, carrying out various tasks issued by the park's core, exploring unknown worlds, gathering resources and intelligence, resolving global crises, spreading specific ideologies, etc., i.e. the massive amount of information they brought back, after being collected, analyzed, and refined by the core of the park, is continuously flowing into your intelligence network, helping you quickly sketch out a fictitious power map. Meanwhile, the apostles' trials, growth, and breakthroughs in countless worlds, the battles they experience, the laws they comprehend, new skills they create, and even the failures and confusion they encounter. All this data and experience will be fed back in real time through the hidden connection between the seed of limitlessness and the core of the paradise. These sparks of wisdom and attempts at different paths from life, forms of different systems, civilizations, and dimensions are invaluable resources for you and all the projections of true spirits. You can use this to observe the evolution of all paths, deduce the fusion of rules, and even draw inspiration from it to perfect your own path, and even explore the mysteries beyond the immortal emperor level. 10,000 years passed quickly. For mortal civilizations, this was enough time for countless cycles of rise and fall. For immortals and gods, it was perhaps just a slightly longer period of seclusion. But for a newly emerging celestial-level power, these 10,000 years are a crucial period for laying the foundation. Developing. Today, Infinite Paradise is well on track and thriving. Its structure became increasingly sophisticated, with 9 levels of apostle spaces, each designated for apostles of different ranks. The apostle space contains an arena for apostles to duel, a shop with an endless supply of items, and a divination space for predicting one's own cultivation path. In short, you copied all the functions of various paradises, spaces, and supreme gods from your previous life's novels and added them to the infinite space. The term, infinite apostles, has become synonymous with mystery in many worlds. Over the past 10,000 years, you have entrusted most of the daily management, resource allocation, and apostle training of the infinite paradise to the 6 other true spirit projections, including the creator of limitless heaven and the god of light. Each of them has been a world ruler and has management experience. They are more suitable than you to manage infinite paradise. And you, on the other hand, devoted your main energy to another practice that was crucial to you personally and had a profound impact on your future strategy, spreading the other self. Thanks to the enhancement of the characteristics of your one life system, when you achieved the Tao fruit, you are now able to transcend the void and generate other selves in the infinite worlds within the void. You discover that for those large and small worlds and microcosms that are numerous, have relatively simple laws, and have weak world barriers. From the moment you attained the Tao and the boundless Tao of creation radiated outwards, those naturally attracted and resonating with your Taoist aura began to autonomously and slowly generate a projection of their own self that conformed to the background and rules of that world. These projections might depict an ordinary farmer, a disciple newly entering the immortal realm, or a rising hero. They carry some of your essential imprint, living naturally in their own worlds, growing alongside the world's progress, silently accumulating your sense of presence and informational anchors in that world. However, the situation is quite different for those middle 1,000 worlds and even great 1,000 worlds that have perfect laws, profound foundations, incredibly strong world barriers, and even powerful native cultivators protecting them. The middle 1,000 worlds are all right. Your level is far above them. However, in the most advanced worlds of the vast universe, the rules are extremely exclusive, and there is a natural and powerful resistance and filtering mechanism against the infiltration and projection of external paths. To successfully cultivate another self in such a world, one can no longer rely on passive resonance with Taoist principles. You must actively expend considerable effort to carefully manipulate the rules of the world, seeking suitable moments and gaps in fate to plant the seeds of our connection and ensure that it can be successfully born and integrated into the world's causal chain without causing a strong backlash from the world's consciousness. The importance of these other selves, distributed across different levels of the world, is self-evident. First, the success and growth of each other will nourish your true self, enhancing your understanding and control over the corresponding world laws, subtly but continuously increasing the breadth and depth of your power. Secondly, they are your most direct and covert information gathering terminals, capable of providing deep intelligence from an internal world perspective that is difficult for external apostles to access. After all, those celestial level forces will definitely have some influence over those great worlds, and as a local, you'll have a better understanding of this information. Finally, and most importantly, every single one of us is your resurrection point. As long as one of them remains, you have the opportunity to return instantly, using him as a base. Therefore, although spreading oneself to others, especially infiltrating the world, requires continuous expenditure of mental energy, you still list it as one of your highest priority spiritual practices. In the void filled with the unknown and dangers, having another me, especially another me, in this vast world, means having more strength, more eyes, and more escape routes. 1000th year since the founding of Infinite Paradise, in its endless expansion and exploration, its influence has finally reached other interdimensional forces void. You calmly observe these neighbors you're meeting for the first time, assessing their capabilities. As you predicted, the power levels and resources of the various celestial forces within the void vary greatly. The most glorious achievements of the forces, that the infinite apostles first encountered were merely the control of several or dozens of world clusters, and the strength of their founders, or supreme rulers, only reach the level of immortal kings. They may be supreme deities within their own territories, their words carrying absolute power, and in the eyes of countless beings, in your view, the true scale and depth of their power are still rather shallow. Even within paradise, even those apostles who are not specialists in warfare, if they exerted their full strength, could completely erase such a force from existence, leaving no trace. This discovery further confirms your belief that beings at the celestial emperor level may not be as rare as they seem in the void. On the bot, individuals who can truly cross this insurmountable barrier and reach a realm above the immortal emperor are extremely rare, even in the boundless void. This inevitably brings to mind the owner of the black sword Lin Yu encountered the previous 2 times. It seems that you've encountered such an opponent so soon after coming into contact with the forces in the void, which is indeed an extremely low probability event. But afterwards, you didn't directly suppress these celestial forces. After all, one shouldn't easily make enemies in the void, since no one knows what powerful figures might be behind the other side. The void is vast and unfathomable. A seemingly weak force may be entangled in unimaginable ancient karma, or intricately connected to some unassuming supreme being. Making enemies rashly is like lighting a torch in a dark forest. It may invite unforeseen scrutiny and retaliation. Unless the existence of the other party itself, or the Tao it possesses, creates an irreconcilable conflict with the fundamental path of the infinite paradise, threatening the foundation of your great Tao. Faced with such a colossal entity as infinite paradise, most of the forces that initially made contact chose cautious observation and limited communication. Paradise, in turn, maintained a restrained stance, establishing information bridges at its borders. Besides the various celestial forces that infinite paradise came into contact with, your other selves also came into contact with many celestial forces, some of which even possessed multiple immortal emperors or higher. You've constructed a vague, unsubstantiated framework using information gathered from these examples. The first thing that has been clarified is the strength classification system that you are most concerned about. It turns out that in the void, from an unknown ancient era, there existed a hierarchical system recognized and used by almost all large-scale celestial forces. This system is simple yet brutal, encompassing everything that exists: living beings, creations, magical artifacts, elixirs, and even conceptual rules within a framework ranging from the 1st to the 12th order. A rank became the absolute standard for measuring all value and power. The limit that a small world can accommodate is 2nd order, the limit that a medium world can accommodate is 4th order, and so on. The limit that a great world can accommodate is 12th order. A 1st order signifies transcending the mundane. Here, mundane specifically refers to the ordinary life forms that can naturally arise in a small, basic world with limited resources. Taking Earth as an example, only thermal weapons capable of easily and efficiently ending apex life forms like blue whales can meet the 1st order standard. The 2nd tier represents the limit of power that a small world can contain. A being at the peak of the 2nd tier possesses the terrifying power to suppress all resistance forces in the entire small world and cleanse the surface ecosystem single-handedly. In a planetary context, this means they can ignore all existing human weaponry, remaining unscathed even at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion or under the immense pressure of the deep sea, and possessing corresponding destructive capabilities. Of course, this is under the condition that the planet is a small world, meaning that the resources available to the people on that planet are limited to the planet they are on, stars and other planets are merely projections. If the second tier is about cleansing the surface, then the third tier possesses the power to reshape the surface and even destroy the continent with a single strike, mountains, rivers, and the Earth's crust, within a radius of hundreds of miles, will be reduced to dust, and the energy released will be enough to trigger a global climate catastrophe. As for the fourth tier, they have truly entered the realm of laws. Beings or creations at this level begin to involve the fundamental rules governing the universe in their core power, and their combat strength spans a vast range, from being able to shatter planets to being able to destroy star systems. But this is precisely the upper limit of power that a medieval world can withstand. The fifth tier represents a deepening and expansion of the power of the laws, whether it's a fifth-tier cultivator or a fifth-tier divine artifact or elixir. The power of laws they contain or manipulate far surpasses that of a fourth-tier cultivator in both quantity and quality. The scope of its influence extends from star systems to entire galaxies, and it can even initially interfere with the gravitational structure and space-time curvature of galaxies. Upon reaching the sixth rank, one begins to touch upon and attempt to control the more expansive and fundamental rules of the world. At the pinnacle of this level, the power can cover an entire single universe, touching the edge of its cycle of birth and death. This can be called the cosmic structure level. The seventh rank represents a true, qualitative leap on the path of power. Infinity became the key word for this realm. Seventh-order beings possess infinite power, enough to completely overturn and reshape an infinitely vast single universe. In the real world, those true immortals in the immortal realm belong to this rank. Starting from the seventh rank, the difference between each minor realm is like heaven, earth. A lower-level player can only challenge a higher-level player if they possess an overpowered cheat. For example, extraordinary innate treasures, systems, cheat codes, etc., or an absolutely unique personal path. Otherwise, it would be impossible. The eighth rank is the limit that a minor world can contain. Even within the vast middle thousand worlds, an eighth-tier being is undoubtedly a powerful figure, capable of dominating a region. They are able to touch and briefly intervene in the space-time of their world, glimpsing fragments of light and shadow from the past and future. The path they cultivate can cover and influence the evolution of countless universes. In most mid-thousand level worlds, the ninth rank already represents the pinnacle of existence. Because not all middle thousand worlds have sufficient resources and opportunities to nurture a 10th order being. Compared to the 8th tier being's ability to interact with the river of time, 9th tier powerhouses can already roam the river of time to a certain extent. While they cannot arbitrarily alter major historical events, they can guide branching paths to some degree. Its power can influence an infinite number of nested, complex multiverse models, making it a truly multiverse-level existence. The 10th rank corresponds to the Celestial Emperor in the real world. This is the ultimate that the middle thousand worlds can give rise to. It is the supreme being standing at the pinnacle of infinite space and time. Their very existence permeates the past and future, becoming unique, indivisible, and indelible across all timelines. Below the immortal emperor, all are but ants. If a 10th tier immortal emperor were to truly unleash his fury, a mere wisp of his aura or a single glance would be enough to reduce swarms of 9th tier powerhouses to nothingness. His power cannot be negated by sheer numbers. The 11th rank, which is above the so-called immortal emperor. In the vast, empty canvas, they were already at the pinnacle of power, a level of existence that ordinary cultivators, and even many immortal emperors, could not truly comprehend. Possessing the terrifying power to easily destroy a middle thousand world, Its Tao is so profound and far-reaching that it can even forcibly invade, cover, and assimilate the foundational Tao of other immortal emperors, achieving essential suppression and seizure. As for the 12th rank, that is legendary, the theoretical pinnacle of the vast world, and even considered by many to be the ultimate power within the entire unknown realm of nothingness. Based on the information you've compiled, a cultivator at the 12th level is nearly an embodiment of the Tao, capable of traversing the void with their own immense power without relying on a transcendence mark, and spreading their Taoist lineage throughout all the heavens and myriad worlds. From a certain perspective, the transcendence mark, this wondrous, ethereal object that has helped countless beings traverse chaos, inherently possesses some characteristics of a 12th-tier being. If we regard nothingness itself as the great Tao, then the mark of transcendence might be that one that has vanished, that it is the great Tao of nothingness that grants those extraordinary beings born in lowly worlds where laws are absent and spiritual energy does not exist, a slim chance to break free from fate and climb to the pinnacle. Because, under normal circumstances, the probability of a being reaching the 12th rank through its own interaction with the world is countless times lower than the probability of obtaining a transcendent mark in a lower-level world. In the void, the number of vast worlds is pitifully small. The vast majority are those tiny worlds that float like drifting waters, born in the morning and dying at dusk, lacking complete rules. Even if one is fortunate enough to be born in a vast world, not all vast worlds possess the ultimate foundation and opportunity required for the birth of a 12th-tier being. Without a shortcut to transcending imprints, a civilization in the void would be extremely closed off. Beings whose world level does not reach that of a great thousand world are almost destined to be trapped and die within their own worlds, until they perish along with their worlds. Those peerless geniuses capable of leading the world to an advanced level are already extremely rare, let alone those unparalleled figures who can elevate the world all the way to the great thousand realms. That's even more difficult than achieving the 12th rank. The existence of the transcendence mark shattered this barrier of despair, giving geniuses from lower-level worlds the opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate. This enabled the exchange of knowledge, power, and traditions across world barriers, thus giving rise to numerous vast forces, organizations, and alliances spanning the heavens. It is a key catalyst for the exchange of civilizations and the birth of powerful beings in the void. In the current void, the number of the 12 supreme beings known and confirmed by numerous forces across the myriad realms is less than 10. Each of them is a living legend, an embodiment of the Tao itself in some aspect. Some of them are people you are very familiar with. The Supreme Lord of Morality symbolizes the foundation of existence and the wonder of non-action. His Tao encompasses the natural laws of the universe's generation and evolution. Countless worlds and enlightenments regarding the Tao bear his subtle shadow. Yuanshi Tianzun represents the beginning of creation and the cause of all things. He is regarded as the source, ultimate basis of many creation myths, and symbolizes the origin and authority of all things. A Lingbao Tianzun symbolizes the end of the world, the extreme of manifestation and change, and governs calamities and the beginning and end of evolution. He is the symbol of the final calamity of the world. These three supreme Taoist deities from Earth's mythology appear frequently throughout the myriad realms, because their Taoist teachings are widely applicable to all stages of the world's cycle of birth, existence, decay, and emptiness. They have countless avatars, and their Taoist lineages are spread throughout the universe. Nuwa was one of the key founders of the foundation of humanity in all the heavens and myriad realms. Not all humans originated from her creation, but in countless myths of human origins across the worlds, she appears to have molded humans from clay and mended the sky with stones. She is one of the highest symbols of humanity's destiny. Her compassion and divine creativity are deeply imprinted on the origins of many civilizations, revered by humans as the Holy Mother and the Primordial Mother. Goddess Ada, the Jade Emperor, is considered by many cultivation forces to be a spirit of the heavenly Tao from an ancient era in a vast world. It is the ultimate symbol of order, destiny, and the heavens. He, revered as the great celestial venerable, is often regarded as the embodiment of the authority and order of the heavens. The Buddha attained the Mahayana heaven and the liberation heaven. The Mahayana heaven represents the pinnacle of Mahayana, where wisdom pervades all heavens. The liberation heaven represents the ultimate liberation, transcending countless eons. He is the theoretical and practical source of all Buddhist lineages, pure lands, and teachings of compassion throughout all realms of existence. The ultimate enlightened one who encompasses all Buddhist wisdom. Its name may differ in different worlds, but the ultimate state of enlightenment and liberation it represents is universal. Its fundamental concepts such as cause and effect, reincarnation, and nirvana have penetrated the barriers of countless worlds, evolving into the myriad forms of Buddhism. These supreme beings of the 12th rank have all endured unimaginable ages. Their aliases, incarnations, manifestations, and projections are found throughout the heavens. Their traditions, legends, and influence have permeated the underlying rules and cultural genes of countless worlds. In almost any world of any significant size, traces of their existence can be found, whether as direct beliefs, variant myths, or the origins of a system of thought. They themselves may already constitute part of the most fundamental network of rules and causal threads within nothingness. A single thought, a single move by them, could determine the rise and fall, the survival and extinction of countless civilizations and beings in the infinite worlds below. From this information, you deeply understand just how profound the pool of nothingness truly is. However, it's worth noting that the true forms of these beings haven't appeared for countless years. In the present state of nothingness, as long as one doesn't intentionally offend the projections of these beings, an 11th tier being is more than capable of running rampant. And within the void, besides the progressively layered system of power divisions, another thing that will capture your attention is the unified chronology that permeates the void. This era is not based on a prosperous civilization or a powerful individual, but is rooted in a vast and unique world, even an anomaly, deep within the void. This world is known as the Eye of Annihilation by the powerful beings in its vicinity. It is unlike any known world. There are no stars, no floating continents, and not even the most basic particles of matter. It was an absolute dead zone. Yet not truly nothingness, for it was filled with chaotic energy that defied conventional logic. These energies are exceptionally violent and primal. Their constant tearing and annihilation create terrifying energy storms capable of distorting the very foundations of space-time, shattering the laws of physics, and even engulfing and utterly destroying abstract concepts. Any being that attempts to peer into or enter this place, even an 11th tier powerhouse, will have its very existence instantly disintegrated into nothingness by these storms, becoming part of this desolate world. Yet, it is precisely this absolutely silent, desolate world, filled with destruction, that has become the yardstick for measuring the endless void of time. Because as it follows an absolutely precise periodic change, at fixed, long intervals, the endless chaotic energy within the Eye of Annihilation undergoes a massive energy breath. That, the moment of breathing, even in other worlds far removed from it in the void, one can vaguely sense a slight tremor of some kind of rule, and the interval between the two expansions has never deviated from the slightest since the earliest records began. Therefore, in an era so distant as to be untraceable, those who first perceived this phenomenon, the forces standing at the pinnacle of nothingness, and the ancient 11th tier cultivators. The complete cycle between these two energy expansions is defined as a void year. A virtual year is roughly equivalent to the time it takes for the Earth to orbit the Sun 10,000 times. From the perspective of mortal civilization, this has been a period of profound change, with countless dynasties rising and falling. But in the void, this is merely a basic time scale. 1.226 billion void years converge into an even more vast univ. Time, the void era. This number was not chosen arbitrarily. In the deduction of the underlying laws of the vast universe, it often coincides with a certain cyclical or periodic number. And 100,000 void eras constitute one void kalpa. The passing of each eon signifies the immeasurable birth, prosperity, decline, and annihilation of worlds. It signifies the epic rise and fall of countless civilizations. It signifies the rise and fall of unimaginable powerful beings. And for this reason, this vast world was officially named the Time Origin Realm, from the moment this universal calendar system based on the Eye of Annihilation was established and gradually spread throughout the unknown realms of nothingness. Until now, it is the end of the 13th kalpa. There are still 3,000 eras until the 14th kalpa. You can't help but place your own experiences within this vast scale of time to measure them. According to the age of the Earth, I am only a little over 110,000 years old. This number is already considered immortal in the history of human civilization. But if converted to a virtual year, it is only a mere 11 years. A slightly absurd thought popped into my head. If we calculate according to the standard of the void year, am I still considered a minor? Indeed, at your current age, even among 7th tier beings, you're still considered young. Could this be what they mean by arriving at only 18 years old and one chaos realm being 1 year? Of course, the age comparison brings more of a cognitive shock than your real focus. But what you're most concerned about is, within this almost infinite timeframe measured in calamities, how many exceptionally talented and historically unparalleled powerhouses will be born in that infinite world of nothingness? Those 11th tier powerhouses who reached their peak in the earliest void tribulations, or even perhaps from the very beginning of the establishment of the chronology system. How many worlds have they witnessed birth and death? How many changes in rules have they seen? Just how profound and terrifying must their accumulated knowledge and understanding of the Tao be? You have never become blindly arrogant because of your achievements, not to mention that you are very clear about where you got these abilities. For example, even if your Tao Fruit Realm attainment isn't at the bottom of the 11th rank, but rather ranks in the upper middle range due to your unique foundation and potential. However, there is a fundamental and immeasurable difference between the 11th and 12th orders. That's not a simple increase in numerical strength. There's a fundamental difference, a difference in the level of one's Tao. Of course, even with a significant difference in skill level, the concept of instant kill no longer applies between 11th tier players. Once one steps into the 11th rank, their own Tao has undergone a fundamental leap. Those at this level have already subtly transcended conventional logic and are no longer bound by realms. In certain vast worlds with peculiar rules or extreme development, there may be several different realms between the 10th and 11th orders, each requiring a long period of time traverse. But within the current understanding of the vast universe, it corresponds to a realm above the 11th rank. Usually there will only be one, and only one, equivalent to the 12th level of the Supreme Realm, or perhaps there is no clearly defined higher realm at all. The 11th level is simply the end of that path. Ahead lies an unknown fog. This structure creates a unique position for 11th tier powerhouses in the void. In some special, vast worlds, there are instances where the number of 10th tier beings is immeasurable, and they are reduced to high-level canon fodder. But once you reach the 11th rank, there's absolutely no possibility of becoming canon fodder. Each 11th rank individual is a manifestation of a unique path. It is a walking miracle, a powerful force, and a vital pillar of the world. They may be defeated, injured, or sealed away. They may fight endlessly due to conflicting ideologies or interests. But to annihilate them in droves like ants would require either touching the immeasurable power of the 12th order or encountering a devastating catastrophe on the entire scale of nothingness. This is why there is saying in the void that the 12th rank never appears, while the 11th rank roams freely. This does not mean that the 11th order can act recklessly without any restraint. Instead, it emphasizes the existence of this level, which already possesses the qualifications and strength to explore, compete, strategize, and even establish a certain degree of nihilistic structure within the endless void. In the 1,370,000th year since the founding of Infinite Paradise, you have finally found traces of the Dark Alliance. After observing for a period of time, you've figured out the Dark Alliance's strengths. The Dark Alliance is not considered an established power in the void. It was founded during the 12th calamity. The Alliance's structure is more like a hierarchical, centralized system built around an absolute power, rather than a vibrant, bottom-up, organic civilization. Like Infinite Paradise, there is only one 11th tier being in the faction, namely the Lord of the Black Sword Light. You've decided not to take action yourself. After all, what if you scare them away, and the Dark Alliance can serve as a whetstone to train your infinite apostles? Calm yet supremely authoritative command, transmitted through the information channels of the infinite paradise that spanned countless worlds, reached the depths of the minds of every infinite apostle. There you have issued conquest missions to all the infinite apostles, missions that come with generous contribution points, unique privilege unlocks, and paths to higher levels of knowledge. Initially, only some low-level infinite apostles took action, causing destruction in the worlds within the Dark Alliance wars. The invasion of countless worlds under their control by unknown forces naturally could not be kept secret from the Dark Alliance. The first batch of infinite apostles to carry out the mission inevitably suffered casualties when they encountered a powerful counterattack. But the Infinite Paradise's mechanics now revealed their cruel yet efficient side. The fates of fallen apostles, combat data, and opponent intelligence were shared back to the Paradise in real time. This was followed by an influx of apostles, many times, even dozens of times greater. Though once a war begins, it follows its own inertia and begins to snowball. Time slipped away amidst the friction between the two sides. As 8th and 9th tier cultivators joined the battlefield, its scale gradually expanded, drawing countless worlds from the void into the fray. The foundation of the Lord of Black Sword Light, or rather the Dark Alliance, is clearly not as deep as yours. Despite the short development time of your Infinite Paradise, excluding 10th tier powerhouses, its overall strength surpasses that of the Dark Alliance. Countless infinite apostles, like a colorful tide sweeping across the void, fight to sustain themselves, using the worlds they conquer as new bases for advancement, frantically eroding the seemingly stable territory of the Dark Alliance. The higher-ups of the Dark Alliance, those 10th tier beings, initially thought this was just a large-scale riot. It wasn't until their core forces were all deployed, and they continued to suffer heavy losses on all fronts, that they were horrified to discover that their opponents' war potential and strength far exceeded their expectations. A panic began to fester. They knew that if they stood by and watched the Alliance's foundation crumble, leading to a significant decline in their power, they would be in serious trouble. That high and mighty Lord of Darkness, their sovereign, will not lightly forgive their dereliction of duty. Under immense pressure, the 10th-tier powerhouses of the Dark Alliance could no longer remain aloof. They rose from their secluded cultivation realms and their thrones of dominion. Carrying an overwhelming aura of darkness, he personally stepped onto the battlefield, attempting to reverse the tide of battle with overwhelming power. However, the cornerstones of the infinite paradise, those 10th-tier, infinite apostles who have undergone countless missions and honed their own DAOs across myriad worlds, are already poised for battle. As the oppressive aura of the 10th rank of darkness descended upon the battlefield, beams of light, equally dazzling and powerful yet distinct in their aura, shot into the sky from the direction of infinite paradise to meet it. Your 5. True spirit projections are also mixed in with them. Boom. 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 Dozens of 10th-tier powerhouses clashing simultaneously. It was a collision of rules against rules, a battle between the great DAOs. The battlefield expanded infinitely in an instant. The previously scattered battle lines seemed to be connected and merged by an invisible force, forming an ultimate battlefield that covered the entire territory of the Dark Alliance. A terrifying torrent of energy, shattered fragments of rules, and dissipating power illuminated this once silent void with the blazing intensity of a supernova explosion. As the aftershocks spread, countless weaker worlds vanished, like bubbles, before they could even utter a cry of despair. Furthermore, some celestial forces that happened to be located near this void suffered an undeserved calamity, being easily wiped out in the aftermath of the war between the two behemoths, Infinite Paradise and the Dark Alliance. At the heart of the battlefield, the scene was even more horrifying. The celestial venerable of the floating life and profound yellow was surrounded by endless profound yellow mother key, the primordial power from the beginning of creation. He raised his hands in a gesture of reverence, and primordial energy surged and evolved, instantly constructing a vast, real, and tangible world of boundless primordial chaos, encompassing endless mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars. In this vast world, carrying the immense power to suppress all heavens and restore the origin, relentlessly crushed towards the two 10th-tier beings of the Dark Alliance, leaving darkness behind and the void solidified in its wake. The heavenly martial emperor, behind whom emerged a vast and boundless phantom of a divine dynasty, the Great Xia dynasty, under his rule. The faith, will, vitality, and flame of civilization of trillions of people converge at this moment. He didn't use any special weapons. He simply clenched his fist and placed it at his waist. And what is gathered on the fist is not destruction, but boundless vitality, indomitable will, and the flame of inheritance, united as one. The fist of fire, a warm yet incredibly resilient golden fist-shaped light tore through the cold darkness, representing the rebirth and continuation of civilization. In the heart of the supreme Xuantian, a spark of spiritual light magnified and sublimated infinitely at this moment. He cultivates the path of the mind, firmly believing that if the mind is limitless, then power is limitless. When he opened his eyes, what was reflected in them was not the enemy before him, but the birth and death of the universe and the boundless sea of his mind. Boundless mind. Annihilation. Formless, intangible light of the mind, disregarding all matter, energy, and rules, suddenly erupted from his center. The opposing dark powerhouse, skilled in manipulating souls and creating despair, had his prized soul sea defense, along with the billions of vengeful spirits within, instantly melt away like snow meeting the blazing sun under this pure, ultimate light of mental annihilation. The primordial heavenly emperor's aura continues to rise and transform, seemingly without end. He walks the path of evolution and devouring. At this moment, he pushes these two great paths to their current limit, achieving ultimate fusion and sublimation. Ultimate sublimation. Devouring the heavens, he clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and a tiny, pitch-black dot, seemingly empty, appeared in his palms, which he then thrust out forcefully. This point rapidly expanded, transforming into a terrifying void capable of devouring the very concept of rules, sweeping forward and leaving nothing but emptiness in its wake. The god of light, who was originally in a perfect state of genesis, was enveloped in omniscient and omnipotent radiance, seemingly the embodiment of all positive concepts. However, at this moment, he deliberately reversed this state, and the brilliant light quickly transformed into a deep, chilling gray. Genesis, reversal. Heaven and earth fall. The power of omniscience and omnipotence is reversed, transforming into a denial of existence itself, and the ultimate disintegration of order. A dark ripple spread outwards. Wherever the ripples reached, countless powerful figures of darkness, no matter how they tried to defend themselves, crumbled and sank silently like weathered sand sculptures, returning to primordial annihilation. With the combined efforts of your 5 true spirit projections and the cooperation of the other 10th tier apostles, even though the 10th tier powerhouses of the Dark Alliance fought desperately, they suffered heavy casualties. For the first time, despair appeared in the eyes of the remaining powerful warriors. Their complete annihilation seemed imminent. Just as the outcome was about to be decided, without warning, a sword light slashed out from the deepest part of the Dark Alliance. It was as black as the deepest night, pure and without any impurities, and its speed exceeded the reaction limits of all the 10th level powerhouses present. Where the sword light passed, there was no great momentum, but rather an extreme stillness and nothingness. Even the rules that were clashing fiercely, and the surging energy briefly disappeared in its path. It wasn't attacking any particular infinite apostle, but rather striking directly at the core of the entire battlefield, intending to interrupt Infinite Paradise's offensive in the most direct and domineering way, and even annihilate all 10th tier apostles in one fell swoop. My wait was worthwhile. I finally made my move. With a flick of your wrist, the black sword light, seemingly capable of severing everything, even cause and effect and time, vanished silently, like morning mist meeting the rising sun. Immediately afterwards, you and the celestial venerable of limitless creation beside you simultaneously unleashed your power. A vast and boundless force, like the most intricately woven net, instantly spread, permeated, and solidified. The entire space-time confines to the grand battlefield. Everything is absolutely frozen in an infinite fraction of a second. This is not a simple constraint, but rather a temporary stripping of this area from nothingness, transforming it into an eternal painting. The will and power projected by the one who had just unleashed the sword light, hidden behind the endless dark dimension, were instantly frozen for a moment by this space-time freezing power that stripped away all things. This instant, fleeting as a flash in the eyes of mortals, is in the struggle between 11th tier beings, a flaw powerful enough to decide life and death. Damn it, we've fallen for their trap. A divine thought, filled with shock and anger, fluctuated violently even in the frozen space-time. The Dark Lord was genuinely panicking now. None of the countless possibilities he had anticipated matched. In his mind, This move was merely a routine show of force and a test. If this so-called infinite paradise wasn't backed by an entity of equal rank to him, then his sweeping away of that area and all its inhabitants with a single sword strike from afar would be as insignificant as brushing away speck of dust. Afterwards, there might be some regret, lamenting that yet another rising force was too arrogant and provoked the dark forces it shouldn't have. However, if the other party truly possesses a powerhouse of equal strength, then according to his understanding of the unspoken rules, among 11th tier beings, the other party should have blocked the attack, and then their thoughts would have intersected remotely with either cold questioning or calm negotiation, clarifying the cause and effect of the conflict between their subordinates. In the end, most likely both sides compromise, or he pays a token price and the matter is considered closed. After all, at the 11th level, one has long transcended ordinary grudges and affections. What one seeks is nothing more than advancing further on the great Tao or establishing one's own immortal foundation. And unless it involves a fundamental conflict or an irreconcilable feud, who would easily break ties with an equal for the sake of trivial gains or losses. It would be a losing proposition. Only at this moment, when time and space were completely frozen and his projected power and will were trapped like amber, did the Dark Lord suddenly realize what was happening. This was clearly a meticulously planned trap, a deadly snare waiting for him to walk right into it. The other party's goal from the very beginning was him, but why? Amidst shock and anger, boundless confusion welled up in the Dark Lord's heart. His divine sense moved with lightning speed, frantically retracing the endless river of memories from countless past years, from the very beginning of his intelligence born from the source of darkness. Through step-by-step conquest, absorption, and fusion, he ultimately transcended the middle 1,000 worlds, ascended to the 11th rank, created the Dark Alliance, and dominated a region of nothingness. And in this process, he made countless enemies, eliminated numerous geniuses with astonishing potential, and destroyed many civilized worlds, but after much thought, he couldn't recall ever offending two beings of the same rank simultaneously, especially given the current situation, a deep-seated, irreconcilable feud. The 33 Heavens creation divine fist, just as the Dark Lord's thoughts were racing in disbelief, even considering whether he should immediately back down, send a message to apologize, and find out the reason first. Yu and the celestial venerable of limitless creation didn't give him any chance to communicate at all. In that instant when the Dark Lord was still frozen in time and space, his power stagnating, your auras completely connected, and your Taoist principles perfectly merged. Without probing, without holding back, they unleashed a combined punch, striking with tremendous force. The target was directly the core of the Dark Sovereign's will, frozen within the scroll of time and space. The moment the fist strikes, heaven and earth reverse, and the Milky Way hangs upside down. An indescribable, dazzling light erupted from his fist. It was not merely the radiance of energy, but a manifestation of the very concepts of creation and opening up. A deafening roar, capable of shaking the heavens and earth throughout eternity, and seemingly capable of reawakening chaos, erupted, not through the air, but directly reverberating at the very depths of the minds of all beings and non-beings. 33 layers of majestic and vast celestial palace phantoms, containing endless mysteries, unfolded and manifested from the fist's edge. Each level of heaven is a manifestation of a new set of rules and principles. Each level of barrier is a boundary between life and death. The heavenly gates rise in layers, suppressing eternity. The surging clouds sweep across all existence, with each illusory image of the heavens appearing. A lament and collapse of a spatial structure arose, as if it could no longer bear the weight of this supreme fist intent. The chaotic energy flowed like dragons and pythons, coiling around the earth-shattering fist's aura. The Taoist principles of creation permeated the air, as if at the very beginning of creation, the pure and the turbid separated, yin and yang reversed, and the order of life and death was broken and reconstructed. This punch seemed to carry the creative power of the beginning of all realms, and also contained the power of the final destruction of all things, contradictory yet unified, endlessly regenerating yet severing everything. When the fist strikes, the laws of the heavens are thrown into chaos, the structure of space-time tilts, as if the sky is collapsing and the earth is cracking, all stable order down to the source of this fist intent. As the fist's intent landed, countless cries of agony arose, as if they had finally seen their own master. Though whether it be the path of light, the law of darkness, the foundation of the five elements, or the principle of time and space. Before this pure, domineering, and all-encompassing true meaning of creation, they all lose their former majesty and can only tremble, retreat, and submit. The illusory images of the 33 heavens trembled in unison, emitting the resounding voice of the great Tao. Boundless divine power of creation poured down from each heavenly palace, converging into a golden fist imprint that was dazzling to the extreme and glorious to eternity. A massive fist-shaped gash, spanning the ages, was forcibly carved into the void. The unstoppable golden fist imprint struck directly at the core of the Dark Lord's frozen will, aiming to trace it back to its source and annihilate its true spirit. Oh, what grudge, what grievance, what cause and effect cannot be stated beforehand. Why such a decisive and deadly move upon first meeting? Could it be a mortal feud I unintentionally formed countless years ago, one that I myself have forgotten? This was the last, absurd, and resentful thought of the Dark Lord's will before he received that devastating fist wound on his face. He didn't even have time to make any effective defensive or escape attempts, because the freezing of time and space, combined with this premeditated killing blow, worked flawlessly, completely depriving him of any chance to react. Then, boom, boom. The immense, powerful fist intent, imbued with the dual meanings of creation and destruction, completely overwhelmed the frozen will of the Dark Lord. This wisp of the Dark Lord's will, along with a portion of its primordial power, was instantly refined and completely dissolved, returning to the most primordial nothingness, leaving not even a trace of its existence. However, the attacks did not stop. The true terror of the 33 heavens creation divine fist is now fully revealed. The destructive force of the fist and the divine light of creation did not dissipate after obliterating the target before them. Instead, following the inextricable and mysterious connection between the Dark Lord's will and his true spirit, it instantly spread into the endless depths of nothingness, penetrating through layers of dimensional barriers, tracing back to the countless avatars, clones, and projections of the Dark Lord existing in all the heavens and infinite space-time, as well as his meticulously planned resurrection contingency, i.e. at this moment, in countless worlds, whether bright or dark, large or small, all beings directly connected to the Lord of Darkness faced annihilation. Some weaker avatars, without even sensing the source of the crisis, were silently annihilated in the golden light of creation that appeared out of nowhere, as some stronger clones might be able to hold out for a moment, letting out terrified roars or desperate curses, but they were quickly overwhelmed by the inexhaustible, seemingly emanating power from the level of supreme laws. This punch directly wiped out more than 2/3 of the Dark Lord's avatars, clones, projections, and secondary resurrections scattered throughout countless worlds. These parts, completely erased, are like cuts from all timelines and all possibilities, leaving no possibility of revival. However, the Dark Lord is, after all, an 11th tier being standing at the pinnacle of the void. Having stood here for countless years, their survival skills and profound knowledge are truly extraordinary. And although the combined power of your and the celestial venerable of limitless creation's ultimate punch was awe-inspiring, and your methods of tracing cause and effect and erasing traces were unparalleled, it still failed to achieve complete success. The remaining third of the celestial imprints, though severely damaged and greatly weakened by the impact of that time-traveling fist intent, were ultimately not completely annihilated, but especially the dominant consciousness of the Dark Lord located in its stronghold. The Dark Lord's stronghold is a unique world, completely permeated with the purest and most refined power of darkness, its rules leaning towards darkness and corruption. And when the domineering power of creation and light of the 33 heavens creation, divine fist traced back to this realm, attempting to invade it and obliterate the most crucial Tao imprint it had left here. It encountered the autonomous, yet fierce resistance and attrition of the dark rules of entire world. Two diametrically opposed, yet equally supreme, laws of law collided and annihilated silently at the edge and core of this dark world. A golden light intertwined with black mist, devouring and neutralizing it, ultimately, after piercing through countless dimensions and obliterating numerous avatars, the power of the creation god fist was exhausted and weakened layer by the dark rules that had the home field advantage. The most crucial mark left by the Dark Lord deep within the core of this vast world, bearing a portion of his true spiritual essence, remained fundamentally undamaged except for a slight dimming of its light. At this very moment, in that vast, dark world, a figure condensed from pure darkness, its aura countless times stronger and more profound than the extinguished will of the past, slowly emerged on the great path of that dark world. This is the true form of the Dark Lord. His gaze pierces the barrier of the world, fixed on your direction, filled with shock, rage, resentment, and a hint of lingering fear and savagery. Very well, very well. No matter who you are, this feud is irreconcilable. Each word resonated with the rules of the vast, dark world it belonged to. Within its endless territory, trillions upon trillions of dark beings simultaneously prostrated themselves in trembling, as if the world itself were emitting an angry wail. However, just as the Dark Lord was consumed by rage and murderous intent, frantically devising a revenge plan, and even beginning to mobilize the world's essence at any cost to strengthen defenses and create war artifacts, you were also planning how to completely annihilate him. For you, from the moment the Dark Lord revealed himself, there was no escape, now, through the causal trace of that earth-shattering punch, you have firmly locked onto the trajectory of the Dark Ruler's destiny and anchored his position in that vast world. Even though both are at the 11th rank, and the opponent has home field advantage, and is using all their resources, it's indeed difficult to instantly kill them. However, not being able to kill instantly doesn't mean it's truly unkillable. In the vast dark world where the Dark Lord resides, he is the only 11th tier being, which means he has no other allies. You have 2 11th tier opponents on your side, which gives you an advantage. Even if the opponent has a great 1,000 world as their backing, you can still wear them down little by little. Afterwards, you and the Celestial Venerable of limitless creation discussed it, and one of you went to that great 1,000 world to block its entrance. The other person went to sweep away all traces of the Dark Lord in the void, except for that vast world. When your majestic figure truly descended, standing tall in the void beyond the crystal walls of that vast, dark world, the entire world seemed to tremble. From within came the Dark Lord's roar of shock and rage, and the violent fluctuations of the world's rules being fully activated, forming layers upon layers of dark barriers. You did not rush to attack, but stood silently, your aura locking down all external channels of the world, whether material, energy, or informational. Your gaze seems to pierce through the thick barrier of darkness, revealing the Dark Lord within, frantically gathering power, filled with astonishment and uncertainty. At the same time, the celestial venerable of limitless creation acted with extremely high efficiency, as sweeping away the void was like plowing a field and sweeping away a hole. In less than a minute, it wiped out the remaining third of the Dark Lord's avatars, excluding the Dark Great Thousand World. Her research has revealed that the great Tao of the Dark Ruler has merged with this vast world. When the Supreme Celestial Venerable finished his cleansing and joined you outside the Dark Thousand World, the Dark Ruler inside already sensed that all his avatars had been wiped out, realizing he was completely trapped. Over the next period of time, through observation, you discovered that the great Tao of the Dark Ruler had completely merged with this vast world, becoming an existence similar to the Dark Heavenly Tao. To completely eliminate the opponent, one must first separate their Tao from the rules of the universe. You and the Celestial Venerable of limitless creation exchanged a glance, then joined forces again, first breaking through the Dark Lord's defenses and then suppressing the Dark Lord's true consciousness, preventing him from acting personally. Afterwards, you will have the remaining true spirit projections lead the infinite apostles into the interior of the world to sort out, purify, and reconstruct the rules of heaven and earth that have been distorted by the long-term influence of the Dark Lord's great Tao. The plan is progressing smoothly. Initially, the Dark Lord's resistance was fierce and frenzied. The Dark Lord mobilized the power of the entire world, unleashing a dark tide that gave birth to countless terrifying dark monsters, even going so far as to burn his own essence to unleash a curse. With your and Wuji Tianzun's absolute power advantage and exquisite teamwork, these resistances were all dissolved. The Dark Lord felt his connection to the world being severed bit by bit. The feeling of power draining and his foundation crumbling made him increasingly aware of the threat of death. As time passed, 1,000 void years quickly went by, and the roars of the Dark Lord gradually changed from anger and resentment to terror and wailing. When more than 30% of his great Tao was stripped away, and his control over the origin of the world significantly weakened, this once domineering Dark Ruler, who viewed all living beings as ants, finally experienced a complete collapse of his psychological defenses. Stop. Stop now. His thoughts were filled with desperate pleas, devoid of any trace of the arrogance and tyranny of his former dominance. Fellow Taoists, I am willing to relinquish the authority of the great Tao. I only ask that my true spirit be spared. The voice came through the barrier of the world, mournful and humble. However, faced with this belated pleas for mercy, neither you nor the Celestial Venerable of boundless creation showed any emotion. You didn't even bother to respond. The 11,300th year of the suppression of the Dark Lord, that dark path that once shrouded countless worlds and made all living beings tremble, has finally been completely stripped from the foundation of this vast world by you. The great Tao of the Dark Ruler, like a black dragon stripped of its spine, coils and hisses helplessly in a void cage, no longer able to resonate with the rules of the vast world. Next, all that's needed is to obliterate the Dark Lord's Tao, and then we can completely annihilate him. Although this process takes even longer than separating the opponent's Tao from the world's rules, the Dark Lord now has no chance of turning the tide unless you suddenly die. However, gazing at that dark path still surging with profound power, a sense of regret rises in your heart. After all, he was a powerful expert who had reached the 11th level. His Tao was the culmination of countless eras of understanding and accumulation. To simply obliterate it would be a terrible waste. Therefore, in the time that followed, you used supreme magical power as a furnace and the boundless Tao of creation as fire to gradually forge and reshape the great Tao and the will of the Dark Ruler. This is an extremely delicate and cruel process. The Dark Lord's core consciousness is constantly torn apart and reassembled during the refining process. It has vanished countless times, yet it has repeatedly struggled and risen from the depths of its great path, uttering silent roars and curses, but your heart remains as still as water. Finally, after hundreds of void years, an 11th-tier supreme treasure was born, and it was named the Dark Monument. The scale is 9 zhang, 9 qi, and 9 kun tall, its entire surface resembling the deepest night sky, with dark, powerful patterns flowing across its surface. Seemingly capable of swallowing all the heavens and myriad worlds, as an 11th-tier magic weapon, it naturally possesses powerful control and confinement abilities, enough to seal off a small, weak world. Furthermore, for all cultivators below the 11th rank who practice the laws of darkness, shadow, and annihilation, the Dark Monument is an unparalleled sacred object for enlightenment. By getting closer to it, one can more clearly perceive the patterns and essence of the laws of darkness, greatly alleviating cultivation bottlenecks, and may even be able to comprehend one's own unique path of darkness. This undoubtedly provides infinite paradise, with a strategic asset for cultivating future leaders in related fields. The moment the magical artifact was fully formed, the last vestige of the Dark Lord's unwillingness vanished into eternal silence. Its core consciousness is forever sealed within the monument's core. As long as the Dark Monument remains unbroken, it will never awaken. While you were focused on dealing with the Dark Lord, the sophisticated and efficient machine of infinite paradise did not stop operating. It swiftly seized the vast legacy left by the Dark Alliance, and as for the members of the Dark Alliance, they were naturally crushed by you. These legacies include not only over 1,000 medium-sized worlds, tens of thousands of small worlds, and countless large and small worlds that remained intact after the battle, but also a vast amount of resources and treasures. More importantly, there's the intelligence about the surrounding void, the maps of power distribution, and various forbidden knowledge. Meanwhile, Infinite Paradise, controlling numerous worlds within its sphere of influence, initiated a massive world relocation project. Countless worlds, directly or indirectly controlled by the Paradise, are slowly drawn by powerful spatial and temporal forces, gradually converging and gathering towards the void region where the original Dark Thousand Worlds were located. Your intention is to use this purified and transformed original Dark World as the core to create a truly eternal base for the Infinite Paradise. A celestial-level hub integrating domination, communication, defense, and research. Furthermore, with the fall of the Dark Alliance and the digestion of its legacy, the tentacles of Infinite Paradise are spreading into the more distant void at an unprecedented pace. The Apostles of Paradise travel through unfamiliar worlds, establishing connections, spreading ideas, and integrating resources. At this rate of expansion, the boundaries of Infinite Paradise soon came into contact with several other powerful forces, each also possessing an 11th-tier expert. These forces, each ruling over vast territories, possess deep-rooted power and influence. Your previous confrontation with the Dark Lord, though under your control, was minimal. However, the subtle ripples originating from the collision of 11th-tier Great Daos were still keenly sensed by the nearby experts of the same rank. They may not have been able to see the specific details of the battle or your true methods, but the aura of the Dark Lord went from being active to being suppressed. and finally to being completely silenced. They were aware of this process. The EA force capable of suppressing, or even potentially dealing with, another 11th tier being is enough to arouse their utmost vigilance and apprehension. Therefore, as the tentacles of the infinite paradise spread out, these forces, which were originally related in some way and others in others, and even competed with each other, began to subtly converge. It gives the impression of banding together for mutual support and jointly confronting an unknown, powerful neighbor. You don't care about this. You understand the mindset of these 11th tier powerhouses. They fear becoming the next dark alliance, worried that their hegemony and independence are threatened, and therefore instinctively seek unity in the face of such threats. However, such an alliance is fragile and fraught with suspicion. Unless you proactively display clear aggressive intentions or rashly launch an attack on either side, the inherent contradictions, conflicts of interest, and distrust between them make it impossible for them to truly become a monolithic alliance. No one wants to be the first to pay a heavy price for a potential common threat, and they are even more worried about being betrayed by their allies in a united front. Their grouping together is more of a defensive posture and a bargaining chip for testing each other. And aside from the Dark Lord, you certainly wouldn't target other powerful individuals of the same level without a reason. The development model of Infinite Paradise doesn't require conquering many worlds. A basic base is enough. Right now, the most important thing for you is to get the other 5 true spirit projections to advance to the 11th rank. The remaining 5 true spirit projections, as long as they don't die, will inevitably break through to the 11th rank over a long period of time because they are all special beings forged by simulators, although they walk their own paths of cultivation. They share your essential origin, which has already reached the 11th level. This advantage is even more pronounced than that of ordinary 11th tier cultivators who are undergoing retraining. They do not need to rediscover the fundamental mysteries of the 11th tier. They only need to accumulate power and verify their achievements over a long period of time, and they will eventually succeed naturally. Once they all reach the 11th rank, it will not only bring about a qualitative leap in the high-end combat power of Infinite Paradise. For you personally, this is a crucial transformation, but currently, your only 11th tier true spirit projection is the creation limitless celestial venerable, and the 11th tier strength you currently possess originates from his feedback and sharing, because they originate from the same source, the great Tao of creation, which is governed by the celestial venerable of limitless creation, overlaps with your great Tao. While the combination of the two can solidify your foundation, it is difficult to bring about an explosive improvement. The other 5 projections, however, were different. Each of them was comprehending a completely different Tao. When these heterogeneous Taos successively break through to the 11th level and complement, resonate with, or even merge with your Tao, it will unleash power far exceeding your current level. At that time, you might truly be considered invincible at the 11th rank. After that, the next step is to search for worlds with the conditions for advancing to the 12th rank, and to plan the path to the 12th rank. Maybe after reaching level 12, you'll be able to break out of the simulation and teach that stinking beggar a lesson. Oh my god, I'm a beggar? And so are you, aren't you? Can't we too, the second brother and the eldest brother, talk about how good we are? Lin Yu was speechless. If anyone was going to complain, it should be the projections of the true spirits. How could the simulated Lin Yu have the nerve to say such a thing? The 53 millionth year since the founding of Infinite Paradise. Nourished by the ever-flowing essence of the paradise, the Lin Yu team has finally welcomed the birth of its third 11th tier member. Surprisingly, The first to break through was neither the renowned, heavenly martial emperor, nor the deeply entrenched god of light, but rather the most unassuming Xuantian supreme. The supreme being of the mysterious heaven cultivates the great path of the mind, a path that is ethereal and solely based on the mind, not emphasizing material accumulation, but seeking only enlightenment through a single thought. His breakthrough came without warning. That day, he simply opened his eyes during his daily meditation and murmured to himself, "So that's how it is. I understand." As he finished speaking, no earth-shattering aura erupted from his body, nor did any extraordinary phenomena occur. Only a gentle, jade-like radiance of his spirit emanated from between his brows, silently permeating the entire secret realm. Where the light reached, the rules spontaneously reorganized, lotuses bloomed in the void, and an 11-tiered staircase, purely constructed of mental power, naturally appeared beneath his feet. Yi took that first step and ascended the 11th step. Upon witnessing this scene, Emperor Tianwu, the god of light, and others almost simultaneously fell into a brief state of stunned silence. The scene completely stunned Emperor Tianwu, the god of light, and the others. "Hey buddy, we're in the same avatar, so why are you so awesome? You broke through with just a, 'I've realized it'? Is the path of the mind really that unreasonable?" At the moment of your breakthrough to the supreme Xuantian realm, a brand new 11th tier power surged within you, a pure and vast spiritual power. This power, upon encountering the boundless Tao of creation that you already possessed, did not repel you. Instead, it rapidly merged like two complementary rivers. You can clearly feel that your perception has been greatly expanded, allowing you to see a more distant void and a deeper destiny, and more importantly, the fusion of the two great paths allows your control over power to reach a whole new level. But you are certain that if you were to face the Dark Lord again now, you wouldn't even need to use your full strength. A casual palm strike would be enough to annihilate all his avatars and suppress his true form. Either the time required to eradicate its fundamental principles will also be greatly reduced. What else is there to say? You couldn't help but chuckle. The simulator is awesome. The 78 millionth year since the establishment of Infinite Paradise. At this moment, you and your companions stand before the dark monument of Infinite Paradise. Are you sure you want this? You ask solemnly, looking at the figure beside you enveloped in soft light. If you follow the proper steps, you can accumulate experience for a maximum of 3 million years and still achieve a natural breakthrough. Why take this risk? The Dark Lord is, after all, an 11th tier being. Even if his consciousness has just been reawakened, it could still have irreversible effects on you, the creation limitless celestial venerable said in a deep voice. If something unexpected happens, even if we join forces, we might not be able to bring you back in time. The god of light simply smiled calmly, a rare sharp glint in his eyes. I was already standing on the edge of the threshold. Although the Dark Lord is only at the 11th rank, I am not inferior to him. He paused, then looked at you all. Besides, aren't you all here? You paused for a moment, then finally nodded. Since your mind is made up, we will certainly help you. Emperor Tianwu grinned and patted the god of light on the shoulder. Don't worry, brother, if you really pass away, we'll remember to light incense on your grave every year, and we'll definitely use the most expensive incense. The celestial venerable Xuanyuan and the primordial heavenly emperor shook their heads and chuckled, while the supreme celestial venerable Xuantian closed his eyes and concentrated, already mobilizing his mental power in preparation for intervention at any moment. Let's begin. You take a deep breath and raise your hand, pressing forward as if to strike. In an instant, boundless and unparalleled power of creation surged forth, transforming into a gigantic hand of law that covered the entire forbidden area, gripping the dark monument tightly. The monument trembled violently, countless fine cracks appeared on its surface, and then it exploded with a deafening roar. A dense torrent of dark energy surged forth, from which a grotesque, twisted black phantom emerged with a piercing scream, the awakened consciousness of the Dark Lord. But however, before it could even utter a few words, its main consciousness was completely obliterated by this supreme attack, leaving only the most primordial imprint of the Dark Tao wailing in the void. Now, Xuantian Supreme opened his eyes, his spiritual radiance transforming into invisible shackles that instantly bound the dark path, forcibly suppressing its activity. The celestial venerable of limitless creation then invoked the river of creation, confining the erupting dark essence within a certain range. And you, in conjunction with the combined forces of the two, constructed a triple suppression barrier, greatly slowing down the awakening of the Dark Lord's consciousness within the great Tao. The figure of the God of Light vanished at that moment, voluntarily transforming himself into the purest form of the path of light. A dazzling stream of light, like the rising sun, surged into the source of darkness, and light and darkness immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The hissing sounds of erosion mingled with the booming crashes, as if transporting us back to the chaotic battlefield at the dawn of the universe. Just as the God of Light was refining nearly half of the dark essence, the Dark Lord's consciousness finally broke through some of its suppression and fully awakened. Insects. How dare you lay a finger on my origin? A furious roar echoed across the great Tao, as dark consciousness transformed into countless sharp spikes, piercing fiercely into the stream of light. The consciousness of the God of Light also manifested, meeting the attack with pure light. The two engaged in a fierce tug-of-war in the long river of the great Tao. Although the consciousness of the Dark Lord had just recovered from annihilation, it still carried the suppression of its 11th tier status. Although the God of Light has not yet broken through, his consciousness has become incredibly resilient due to his long-term exposure to the 11th tier threshold. Coupled with the continuous mental support from you and the Supreme Xuantian, he is not at a disadvantage for the time being. As the two became increasingly entangled, the very essence of light and darkness began to permeate and merge with each other in a bizarre way. The dissipated energy, carrying fragments of the dark monument, spontaneously condensed and compressed in the void, ultimately transforming into a gigantic cocoon of infinite height, its surface shimmering with chaotic hues. The giant cocoon floats silently, its interior sometimes radiating a blinding white light, sometimes filled with pitch-black mist, as if it is nurturing some unknown entity that transcends light and darkness. You did not leave, but took turns guarding the giant cocoon. Soon, 100 void years passed. On this day, the chaotic air currents on the surface of the giant cocoon suddenly began to spin at an accelerated pace. Cracks spread from the top, and what emanated from within was no longer the restless turmoil of light and darkness, but a harmonious, profound rhythm, like the first heartbeat at the beginning of time. You seem to sense something, look up, and a smile unconsciously spreads across your face. Ijan. As soon as the words were spoken, giant cocoon burst open with a deafening roar. A gentle yet vast stream of chaotic energy swept across the land, repairing broken rules wherever it passed, and even giving rise to wisps of primordial spiritual energy in the void. At the center of the air current, a figure slowly emerged, still bearing the appearance of the God of Light, but the aura flowing around him had completely transformed. That was no longer pure light, nor darkness, but a primordial essence encompassing both light and darkness, giving rise to all things. He opened his eyes. His left pupil was as bright as day, his right as dark as night, and where their gazes met there was only a clear, chaotic void, the 11th level. The primordial great Tao, he murmured to himself, then looked at you, smiled, and nodded. I have not failed you, the god of light, or perhaps now should be called the primordial god. You feel the newly added third 11th tier great Tao within your body. The primordial power, the boundless power of creation, and the power of the mind intertwine, as if opening a brand new door. Yes, the day when the remaining 3 projections break through to the 11th rank isn't too far off. The path to the 12th rank no longer seems so unattainable. The day I brutally defeat my true form seems just around the corner. In the 83 millionth year since the creation of the infinite paradise, the primordial heavenly emperor broke through to level 11. The path the primordial heavenly emperor is filled with the ultimate colors of dominance and evolution. Through the long course of time, he came to realize that predation is the beginning of evolution. He perfectly integrated the way of devouring with the way of evolution, comprehending a unique and profound truth, using the devouring of all things as fuel, and aiming to propel the infinite sublimation of his own life essence. He embarked on a path of devouring and evolution, ultimately, with this supreme concept of devouring all things and evolving oneself as its core. He condensed a great Tao of returning to nothingness, powerful enough to cause all paths to fall and all heavens to fall into silence. Once this path was achieved, his body seemed to transform into a moving, ultimate black hole, or perhaps the end and beginning of the cycle of all matter, energy, and rules, endlessly devouring and evolving, each breath causing the very foundations of the surrounding world to tremble. 91 millionth year since the creation of infinite paradise. At the Xuanwang Heavenly Venerable's headquarters, in the center of the Xuanwang Great World, which bears the primordial energy of all things and is infinitely vast, an aura of profound and boundless power surged into the sky, cleansing the universe. The celestial venerable Xuanhuang has broken through to the 11th rank. He did not merge with the myriad paths like the primordial heavenly emperor, but instead chose ultimate purity and single-mindedness. He devoted his entire life's energy and wisdom to the Tao of Xuanhuang, constantly tracing its origins and deepening its profound meaning. His breakthrough was not simply a matter of accumulating strength, but more like a return to his essence. When he took that final step, his name became completely aligned with the fundamental concept of Xuanhuang, and his body transformed into the flowing, infinitely possible source of Xuanhuang itself. From then on, wherever the radiance of its great Tao reached, all concepts related to Xuanhuang, whether the profound earth energy that sustains mountains and rivers, or the primordial chaos energy that nourishes all living beings, became part of it. Or perhaps it symbolizes the primordial substance that forms the foundation of the universe, all of which regard him as the sole source and master. He is Xuanhuang, and Xuanhuang is him. His words become law, and his thoughts give rise to the Tao. When the principles of the great Xia civilization materialized, Emperor Tianwu naturally broke through to the 11th level. Around the same time, in the territory of the great Xia civilization, which shone with the brilliance of reason and order, a silent yet far more magnificent transformation was unfolding. Although Emperor Tianwu cultivates a scientific and martial arts system, he seeks an unprecedented path to civilization. Yi did not focus on the unlimited enhancement of his personal martial prowess, but rather closely linked his own fate with that of the great Xia civilization, guiding it from ignorance to enlightenment, from weakness to prosperity. He witnessed and participated in the formulation of laws, construction of ethics and morality, the flourishing of science and art, and the sublimation of spiritual beliefs, in the infinitely diverse Great Xia civilization. He internalized every advancement, every setback, every moment of brilliance, and every profound reflection of civilization as part of his own spiritual path. As the Great Xia civilization endured countless calamities and triumphs, its accumulated wisdom, its cohesive will, and its followed principles became the intangible principles of civilization. When it finally became so substantial as to interfere with infinite space-time and condense into a dazzling river of light, Emperor Tianwu's breakthrough came as a natural consequence. He did not surpass civilization in strength, but rather became the highest embodiment and guardian of the principles of civilization. As long as civilization endures, the imperial way will prosper forever. These three true spirit projections successively broke to the 11th level. Three distinct yet equally powerful secondary Tao forces, each reaching the 11th level, were suddenly injected into the already vast and boundless sea of power within you. The devouring and evolving power of the great Tao of returning to nothingness, the primal governing power of the great Tao of profound yellow, and the power of order sublimation of the principles of civilization. These three forces are not simply added together, but under the control of your origin, they begin to resonate and merge with other great Taos in a profound and mysterious way. They are like three pillars running through your cosmic essence, supporting and inspiring each other, causing a fundamental leap in your entire form of existence. You feel your senses expanding infinitely, able to simultaneously perceive the end of the void, the birth of the primordial chaos, and the rise and fall of civilizations. Your will has grown ever stronger, capable of influencing countless paths with a single thought. Your level of power has risen to a level that you yourself could not previously comprehend. A powerful sense of abundance, enough to support boundless ambition, swept over every inch of your consciousness. As you carefully experience this perfect, flawless power emanating from within, and through repeated weighing and deduction, an understanding becomes incredibly clear in your mind. In the vast and boundless 11th level, you might not dare to claim absolute invincibility, because the void is infinite, and there are always unknowns and unforeseen events. However, looking at the boundless void that breeds countless possibilities, cultivators who can reach your level at the 11th rank are extremely rare, practically non-existent. And you believe that there is almost no existence that can completely surpass you and suppress you. This confidence does not stem from blind arrogance, but is built upon a clear understanding of one's own strength. In your opinion, the simulator's level must be at least 12th level. Otherwise, how could it simulate the entire void? Without the power of a simulator, it would be impossible for anyone else to simultaneously cultivate so many great Taos at the 11th level. You have already reached the pinnacle of the 11th step, the 390 millionth void year. An infinite paradise, this colossal structure founded by the seven of you, is entering an unprecedented period of expansion as you all reach the 11th level. The tentacles of infinite paradise spread outwards like the roots of a giant tree, merging with the weaker void realms and transforming desolate wastelands into the territory of paradise. The expansion proceeded swiftly and methodically, like a silent tide, drowning out all resistance in its path. Each successful acquisition strengthens the park's foundation and deepens its unfathomable resources. Of course, the path of expansion is never smooth sailing, and conflicts naturally arose with other 11th tier beings along the way. However, before absolute power, all obstacles seem futile. The infinite paradise didn't even need to mobilize its entire force. The celestial venerable of limitless creation wields the great Tao of limitless creation, with a wave of his hand, causing all things to arise and perish. The supreme venerable of profound heaven's power flows, severing cause and effect and destiny, and with one of your avatars standing silently in the void, a power beyond the comprehension flows from your fingertips. The three of them, forming in an array, swept away all enemies. Wherever they went, all realms bowed in submission. That's right. Your strength has undergone several transformations. You've discovered that you can separate the power of the great Tao within your body and evolve it into an avatar. You can create 6 avatars, all of which have reached the 11th level. You, along with 6 true spirit projections and 6 avatars, totaling 13 11th tier combat power, plus your own superhuman strength. Tell me, who else can compete? If it weren't for the existence of a 12th tier. Being within the void, you could shout, from now on, the void belongs to the Lin family. Either the third void era created by infinite paradise. The river of time continues to flow, and the territory of the infinite paradise has expanded to an extent that is difficult to describe intuitively. The world's civilizations and races that have arisen within it are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. Centered on the vast universe, it forms an extremely complex yet orderly super-diverse world complex. The park's expansion has never stopped, like a perpetually moving behemoth, continuously devouring and digesting everything in its path. But in the middle of this third era, the seemingly unstoppable expansion of the infinite paradise crashed into a truly indestructible wall for the first time. No matter from which dimension or in what way the amusement park attempts to infiltrate or break through, it will encounter an equally powerful and highly organized force that will intercept it. That power was not mere brute force, but rather contained a highly ordered, task-driven system of rules that precisely and efficiently thwarted every attempt the park made. Even though you sent 2 more avatars, bringing the number of openly 11th tier members in Infinite Paradise to 5, you still haven't solved the roadblock. And this force that's hindering the expansion of Infinite Paradise is one you're very familiar with, or rather, you've heard of it. Intimately, that's the main god space. Either the god realm you've encountered this time is a colossal organization that spans countless worlds, weaves quests, and commands reincarnators. At this moment, it stood blocking the way, guarded by 5 11th tier powerhouses. One of them, clad in a robe of stars and wielding a compass of destiny, possessed strength that subtly surpassed that of the creation limitless celestial venerable. The clash of the great paths created endless ripples of nothingness at the boundary, resulting in a prolonged stalemate where neither side could advance even an inch further. Of course, if the main god space were only like this, you'd be confident you could flatten it in one go. But there's someone behind the main god space. Based on the information you've gathered, this god realm is not without roots. Its creator, or rather, its true ruler, is an ancient being standing at the 12th tier supreme realm, the Lord of Chaos. The Lord of Chaos is the mortal enemy of the Jade Emperor, symbolizing change, chaos, and disorder. His favorite thing to do is to bring disorder and chaos to the world. This ancient being of the 12th rank is the mortal enemy of the Jade Emperor, symbolizing the origin of change, chaos, and disorder. He relishes sowing seeds of chaos in an orderly world, watching civilization reshape itself in madness, and the world rebuild itself from collapse. The main god space is just one of his forces. Alongside it are the Hall of Chaos, which spreads pure chaos, and the City of Disorder, which contains the paradoxes of the heavens. Furthermore, a rumor circulating among extremely high-level beings adds an even deeper layer of mystery to the image of the Lord of Chaos. It is said that the Lord of Chaos also has a well-known, or rather deeply hated, alias the Lord of the Abyss, that endless abyss, permeating the depths of countless worlds, exuding an aura of endless chaos and depravity, attracting and devouring the souls of all things. Its source is the Lord of the Abyss. What you're currently worried about is that, since the Lord of Chaos can possess the identity of the Lord of the Abyss, does he also have an identity called the Supreme God? After all, within the void, there truly exists more than one organization claiming to be the main God space. While their styles may differ, their core models are strikingly similar. Is the main God at the core of this godlike space, which stands in opposition to the infinite paradise, a facet of the Lord of Chaos, or perhaps the source of the elusive concept of God behind all the God realms is intricately connected to this chaotic supreme being. Though once this conjecture is formed, it's like a persistent, intractable disease, difficult to eradicate. If we rashly resolve this main God space, will we be directly confronting the 12th Order Lord of Chaos, known for his chaos and unpredictability? Even if the other party is unable to act directly due to certain restrictions or higher-level strategic maneuvering, they still have considerable forces under their command. And you can't expect the other party to be very compliant with the rules of the strong and not bully the weak. When faced with an ancient 12th order being named disorder, any deduction based on common sense could have disastrous consequences, i.e. the other party's behavioral logic may be completely incomprehensible using the thinking of the ordered world. What if your opponent suddenly has a free moment and attacks you out of the blue? Wouldn't you be gripping your hand until it goes numb? Do you think it's best not to rashly destroy this God space before investigating the situation thoroughly, and instead let this struggle remain in a stalemate? That thus, in the third void era created by the infinite paradise, a seemingly calm, but actually turbulent confrontation between superpowers began in a vast region of the void. On one side is the emerging infinite paradise, renowned for its high degree of unification and terrifying number of incarnations. On the other side is the ancient God realm, with its unfathomable background, where reincarnators are driven by quests with severe punishments. And above them, perhaps, are the idle 12th order beings, watching with keen interest this collision that could potentially cause even greater turmoil, the fifth void era created by infinite paradise. In the void, the concept of time has long since blurred. Only the markers of changing eras can barely record the shifts within this boundless silence. For years you've been searching for a vast world that meets the conditions to break through to the 12th rank. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find it. You wouldn't say you were particularly disappointed by this. Because, according to the information you have, these kinds of vast worlds conceal their location, and even 12th order beings cannot find their location. After all, if breaking through to the supreme 12th rank were such an easy matter, then how could this boundless void, which has given birth to countless worlds, produce only a mere dozen or so beings standing proudly at the end? That's right. As the infinite paradise expands, you'll naturally acquire more and more information about the void. The number of beings you now know who are suspected to be at the 12th rank has increased from less than 10 to over 10. However, even if it reaches double digits, it is still pitifully small in the entire void realm. Furthermore, no one knows whether any of these suspected 12th tier beings are the same person holding two identities. Of course, even if it's difficult to find, you won't give up searching for this kind of world. After all, you only have two paths to break through to the 12th rank now. One option is naturally to find a special world with the necessary conditions, and then compete with the chosen one of that world for a slim chance to advance to level 12. This second is a clumsy, but also more solid path. That is to rely on the help of the infinite paradise to accumulate wealth over a long and desperate period. Using immeasurable resources, boundless wisdom, and endless time to build and solidify the foundation, They forcefully used their sheer size to fill the chasm that had blocked countless 11th-tier powerhouses. The advantage of this path is its clear direction. All that's needed is continuous accumulation. But its disadvantage is equally fatal: time. That's a terrifying timescale measured in units of annihilation kalpas, enough to cause countless worlds to reincarnate 10,000 times. Some exceptionally talented individuals at the peak of the 11th rank, driven by unwavering conviction, began this process of accumulation. They survived 1 void tribulation, 2 void tribulations, 10, a dozen void tribulations passed. Their power may have increased countless times, but that final barrier remained unbreakable. And moreover, once a bottleneck is formed, it may truly trap one for life, and one may not see the dawn of a breakthrough until the legendary Great Tribulation of Return to the Void arrives. The Great Kalpa of Illusionary Return, also known as the Great Kalpa of Illusionary Cycle Return to Tranquility. This name carries a suffocating heaviness even within the highest echelons of existence. This is said to be a hypothesis of an ultimate catastrophe covering the entire void dimension, derived by several ancient 12th order beings through joint deduction of the fluctuations of the void's origin. When the great calamity arrives, the existing order will come to a complete end. In the void, regardless of the size of the world, the brilliance of civilizations, the power of individuals, or even the rules, principles, and concepts that form the foundation of everything, all will be pulled, shattered, and reduced to nothingness by an irresistible force, returning to the most primordial and lifeless state of nothingness, though even for the 12th order beings, who have transcended concepts and are the only immortal beings, it is estimated that their survival rate would be negligible under such a wave of total annihilation. That would be an end game with no winners, only utter annihilation. After the calamity, there is not eternal nothingness. After an immeasurable period of silence, nothingness will awaken again, and from nothingness will a new something. New rules will be established, new world embryos will sprout, and a new cycle of myriad realms will be reborn from the ruins, repeating itself endlessly. However, for you, the shadow of the great tribulation of the void return, though terrifying, is far too distant. So distant that it can almost be ignored for the time being. Based on the deductions made by the 12th order beings involved in the simulation, the time when the great calamity will descend is at least 100 million void eras away. If calculated in terms of eons of nothingness, then it would be approximately 100,000 eons of nothingness. What an incredibly long span of time this is. In comparison, all the years you've experienced since your birth don't even amount to a single complete eon of nothingness. Given such a stark contrast in timescales, the great cataclysm of false return seems more like a background noise existing at the limits of theory, rather than an imminent threat. You are very clear-headed. Distant threats remain distant, while the immediate hurdles must be overcome. Your current goal is to break through to the 12th level. After all, regardless of whether the Great Tribulation of the Void is real or not, only those who truly step into the 12th rank possess the qualification to engage in equal dialogue with those ancient beings and even participate in deducing the fate of nothingness. Only then will you have the ability and the qualifications to deeply consider how to face the Great Tribulation of the Void. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk. The 10th Void era created by infinite paradise. Time flows silently into nothingness. The span of 5 eras represents yet another profound accumulation of the infinite paradise's heritage. Meanwhile, the infinite paradise and the main god space have been locked in a silent standoff spanning several void eras, probing, attrition, and infiltration of each other. After a long period of observation, You have confirmed that the Lord of Chaos has not left an avatar in the main god. Space. After confirming there was no threat, you launched a surprise attack on the main god space. Finally you extracted and seized God core flowing with brilliant golden light and containing endless quest flows and world coordinates from the god space. You have no longer placed your hopes of breaking through to the 12th rank on finding a special great thousand world. You've decided to stick to the path of building a solid foundation and then unleashing your potential gradually. For the next 100 epochs of nothingness, infinite paradise became extremely low-key. During this time, you have been gradually dealing with the stolen core of the Supreme God. Within the core structure and rule system of the main god, there are inevitably residual information imprints and potential influence channels related to the concept of the Lord of Chaos. Even the slightest connection could become a fatal flaw in the future. You personally oversaw the process, mobilizing the root algorithm of infinite paradise and combining the power of all of you to conduct a long and meticulous cleansing and reforging of the core of the main god. You separate, annihilate those fragments of rules that are chaotic, random, and uncontrollable. Only the most refined structural elements, such as the task generation and execution system, the cross-world teleportation and resource allocation mechanism, and the reincarnator enhancement and potential activation module are retained. Then, you carefully, using the Great Way as a guide, weave it into the core of the infinite paradise itself. However, after incorporating the core of the main god, the rule system of infinite paradise became more complex and efficient, and completely eliminated any possibility of external will reversal and contamination. Before plundering the core of the main god, you had already decided on the 12th tier path, which is the path of infinity. The way of infinity is the ultimate path that encompasses all things and gives rise to endless possibilities. It can encompass all the fundamental principles of time, space, matter, energy, life, and destiny, allowing them to interact, iterate, and evolve within an infinite framework. Its all-purpose nature perfectly complements the complex and diverse power of the great Tao that you possess. And first step in practicing the way of infinity is to upgrade Infinity Paradise. You need to acquire more high-concentration rule aggregates similar to the core of the main god. Each of these items will provide a key module for upgrading the core of the infinite paradise and will provide new rules and energy levels for the derivation of the infinite path. This makes it a near-living, self-evolving, infinitely expandable supersystem progressing towards the 12th order. You will build a vast ecosystem centered on the infinite paradise with countless worlds as its branches and endless network of apostles. Every connected world will become a day node and experimental field for deducing the infinite path. The growth, trials, and breakthroughs of each apostle, along with the resulting data, insights, and even fluctuations in their destiny, will all converge into torrent, providing endless variables and nourishment for the path of infinity. The 14th tribulation of nothingness. Over the years, you have quietly plundered quite a few rule cores similar to the main god space. You infiltrated the Samsara Palace, the cities of all heavens, and other forces one by one, ultimately stripping them of their core, the core of the infinite paradise. Through this long process of gradual encroachment, constantly devoured and merged, gradually evolving within it billions of overlapping dimensions of rules. Each dimension is like a miniature universe endlessly regenerating and cycling. Its brilliance grows ever stronger, even gradually surpassing your current level. However, even the most careful person can get their shoes wet, no matter how meticulously they plunder. They employ countless methods to conceal their tracks, even grafting some of the evidence onto other 11th-tier powerhouses. But you still underestimate the abilities of the 12th-tier beings. While they may not be omniscient or omnipotent in the void, very few things can escape their notice. On this very day, the void surrounding the headquarters of Infinite Paradise seemed to freeze. There was no sound, no light, only a sense of arrival that transcended all concepts. Immediately afterwards, an indescribably enormous hand reached down from the highest, empty void. It is not composed of matter or energy, but is the manifestation of infinite rules. The lines of the palm flow with the imagery of the world's birth and death, and the fingertips linger with the serene stillness of the complete end of cause and effect. This hand traversed an infinite distance, yet it seemed never to have moved. It was meant to be there, directly above the infinite paradise. A bang, a crisp, clear sound, like glass shattering. Infinite paradise, that creation that consumed countless efforts of yours, a culmination of the essence plundered from the core of numerous rules, along with its layers upon layers of defensive arrays, conceptual barriers, and space-time labyrinth, all crumbled like punctured bubbles under the gentle press of this giant hand, instantly disintegrating into the most basic conceptual fragments and scattering into nothingness. A destruction did not stop at paradise itself. The colossal hand carried an immense power of absolute annihilation. The creator of limitless heaven, residing in paradise, had his 36 layers of divine light of creation surrounding him extinguished in an instant. The Supreme Swantian attempted to infinitely divide the light of the mind, but still could not escape the power of annihilation. And your several avatars, without even a glimmer of resistance, vanished completely, like ink erased by an eraser. Then, this power traces back along the causal line between you and your avatar. In an instant, all the other selves, scattered throughout the myriad realms, the marks and avatars you left in different worlds, all froze, dimmed, and turned to ashes at the same moment. The Xuanhuang Great World, under the management of the Xuanhuang Heavenly Venerable, has long since been upgraded to a great thousand world, with a thick world membrane, stable laws, and countless living beings. At the very moment the infinite paradise was destroyed, the celestial venerable Xuanhuang was expounding the great Tao of Hunyuan in the purple cloud palace above the 9 heavens, with celestial lords as numerous as clouds beneath him, the sound of the Tao swirling around him, and golden lotuses springing from the earth. Suddenly, Xuanhuang Tianzun's words came to an abrupt halt, and extreme astonishment and bewilderment appeared on his majestic face. Immediately his figure, along with the futon he sat on, the platform in front of him, and even the primordial energy surrounding him, vanished into nothingness in an instant, leaving no trace. The power to obliterate the Xuanhuang Heavenly Venerable not only destroyed the target, but also affected the entire Xuanhuang world. The laws of heaven and earth, which had been stable for countless eons, began to twist, collapse, and clash wildly, and the earth's fire, wind, and water elements spiraled out of control. Pure and turbid energies surged wildly. Stars fell like rain. Continental plates cracked. Living beings wailed and were annihilated under the combined impact of countless calamities erupting in an instant. The great calamity. The calamity of the end of Dharma, the calamity of inner demons, and the calamity of return to nothingness. The once bustling world has been transformed in an instant to a graveyard of rules, with apocalyptic scenes pervading every corner. Though afterwards, the primordial heavenly emperor, the heavenly martial emperor, the primordial gods, and the primordial heavenly court, the great Xia civilization, and the primordial divine realm they ruled were also silently erased. This precise annihilation, spanning infinite time and space, was ruthless, efficient, and left no room for retreat. However, you did not truly die. Your true form is hidden extremely well. You have concealed your core true spirit and consciousness within a self-constructed layer of absolute nothingness, completely isolated from all external cause and effect. Furthermore, your strength is at the pinnacle of the 11th rank, or even exceeds the scope of the 11th rank. The force of annihilation encountered strong resistance, misdirection when tracing your location, and ultimately failed to pinpoint it completely. It only caused your physical body to suffer severe shock and damage, dimming your true spirit and shaking your foundation of the great Tao. But ultimately, you survived. The one who made the move was none other than the Lord of Chaos, who had freed himself from the chaos. Most of the cores you plundered were forces created by the Lord of Chaos. This single blow shattered not only an infinite paradise, but also your painstaking efforts over countless eons, the accumulation of resources, the network of influence, and the system of avatars. Billions of years of hard work, almost all gone to waste. However, after the intense pain and anger came extreme calm. You had long anticipated your current predicament. From the moment you embarked on this path of plunder, you understood that unless you advanced to the 12th rank extremely quickly, this was your inevitable fate. You just didn't expect the blow to come so quickly. However, as long as your physical body remains and your true spirit is not extinguished, there is always a possibility of starting over. This is merely a severe setback on your long journey, not the end. And in the time that followed, you became unusually low-key, completely cutting off all proactive contact with the outside world. By minimizing the fluctuations of the main body and repairing itself, it begins to gradually revive the remaining true spirit projections. Using your own true spiritual origin as a guide, you mobilize the characteristics of the infinite Tao within your body to simulate the possibilities that those projections once existed, and then slowly nurture and cultivate them with boundless creative energy. But this process, if handled carelessly, could trigger the lingering causal connections of the Lord of Chaos, or attract the attention of other beings. Unfortunately, these true spirit projections were created by simulators, so even if the Lord of Chaos personally intervened, he could not eliminate possibility of their resurrection. With unparalleled patience, in absolute silence, you reassembled one projection after another of the creation limitless celestial venerable, the mysterious heavenly supreme venerable, the primordial heavenly emperor, and the mysterious yellow celestial venerable. When all the true spirit projections returned, you began the next phase of your plan. You realized that going it alone and stealthy plundering are ultimately too risky under the watchful eyes of a 12th-tier being. You need a larger, more systematic, and more covert and growth-oriented tool to continue practicing your path of infinity, while accumulating the resources to reach higher levels. This time, you learned from the lesson of Infinite Paradise's swift collapse, and instead of pursuing extreme power from a single core, you constructed a loose, distributed, and highly decentralized network of interdimensional forces. It has no unified name, no fixed headquarters, and not even a clearly defined supreme ruler. It permeates and connects countless worlds through forms such as contracts, transactions, information sharing, and task assignment. Some nodes manifest as mysterious systems, some as spaces in the style of a supreme god, and others as low-profile guilds or intelligence organizations. They operate independently, yet are interconnected through a highly secretive underlying protocol and sharing resources and information and growing together. This network, like mycelium in the void, spreads silently, absorbing nutrients from all realms and nourishing you in return, while simultaneously permeating your influence like mercury seeping into the ground. Day the 19th Kalpa of nothingness. After a long period of accumulation and dormancy, you feel that the infinite Tao within you has reached its current state of perfection. As several different Taos within you have also deeply merged with the infinite Tao, forming a unique, inclusive, and evolving composite Tao foundation. Then, accumulation of resources, insights, and strength seems to have reached a critical point. A strong urge and premonition tell you that the time has come, and you can't wait any longer. Although deep down you still have a slight worry about your lack of foundation, you've reached your current limit and can no longer accumulate more. You chose a relatively secluded, empty area, and in meditation, you abruptly triggered an opportunity for breakthrough. The breakthrough from the 11th to the 12th rank is essentially an ultimate leap in life form, level of existence, and fundamental principles of the Tao. In that instant, your perception is infinitely elevated and broadened, piercing through layers of illusory illusions, touching the ultimate background that sustains the existence and operation of all realms, the root of nothingness. What you saw was not emptiness, but the great Tao Mother Ocean, containing all possibilities, the source of all rules, and the intertwining of all existence and non-existence. And you witnessed the birth of the first worlds. From nothingness, saw the initial form of nothingness, and felt the primordial stillness and restlessness before the birth of all things. Are the Taoist principles within you guide you. Next, you must elevate the infinite Tao you have condensed, as if lifting a majestic divine mountain from the ground, pushing it towards the highest point of all rules, concepts, and laws in all the heavens and myriad realms, and ultimately, it deeply imprinted the mark of the great Tao into the void source, thus existing alongside the source, eternally indestructible, truly becoming a part of the rules of all heavens and myriad realms, wielding corresponding authority. The great way ascends, begins. Your infinite path manifested its brilliant light, rising from above your head, first like a stream, then like a river, and finally transforming into a magnificent pillar of light piercing through nothingness, steadfastly ascending upwards. Within the pillar of light, the scenes of countless worlds arising and ceasing flowed, and billions of low runes rose and fell, emanating an unparalleled aura of domination, inclusiveness, and evolution. This process cannot be stopped, cannot be retreated, and cannot be delayed or wavered in the slightest. Once it begins, one stakes everything on the table, completely binding the great Tao and the true spirit. If the ascension is interrupted or fails, it signifies the collapse of the great Tao, the dissipation of the true spirit, and the complete erasure of all traces of your existence from its very source. At that time, even if you still have avatars or projections existing in other places, they will be annihilated simultaneously due to the complete destruction of your origin. There will be no exceptions. As your great Tao pillar of light continues to rise, the Taoist aura and oppressive power it emits begin to influence the vast surrounding void. Many 11th tier experts who had been cultivating here were awakened. They were horrified to discover that the great Tao they cultivated had become stagnant and trembling, as if they had encountered a natural superior and were being suppressed by an invisible force. Some were filled with suspicion and uncertainty, observing from the shadows. Others were overcome with greed or fear and began to stir with restless intent. As your pillar of light rises to approximately 2/3 its height, its momentum remains fierce, but your heart grows increasingly heavy. You clearly feel that the foundation of your own Tao is beginning to show subtle cracks under such high pressure. The accumulated strength is being rapidly consumed, and your remaining power is becoming insufficient. As you previously worried, your foundation is still not very solid. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A vast, chaotic, and terrifying force full of destruction and reorganization descended without warning. It didn't come from the 11th tier beings spying from the surroundings, but rather pressed down directly from the highest point of nothingness, precisely enveloping your pillar of light. All this power is all too familiar to you, the Lord of Chaos. He has struck again, and normally, there will be a tribulation hindering your path when advancing from the 11th to the 12th rank. However, normally, this tribulation should be caused by other beings at the 11th rank obstructing your path. But now, the Lord of Chaos, relying on the karma between you and him, has personally taken action. A normal 11th tier opponent still offers a glimmer of hope, a chance to fight or contend. But a 12th tier opponent personally intervening is like a strong adult strangling a baby learning to walk, essentially a crushing defeat at the level of rules. At the moment the power of the Lord of Chaos descended, you understood that advancing to the 12th rank was hopeless. Even without him, given your own lack of foundation, the success rate is extremely low, but at least there's still a sliver of hope for transformation through struggle. And now, even that sliver of hope has been ruthlessly extinguished. I despair, perhaps. But more than anything, it was a raging, all-consuming fire of anger and madness. Since the path to destruction and death are inevitable, and since this old scoundrel is so ruthless, let's settle both old and new scores today. Since I'm destined to die, I'll just blow you up, you nope. Longer attempt to maintain the ascent of the Great Tao. Instead, you actively reverse the process, forcibly reclaiming, compressing, and igniting the rising pillar of light of the Great Tao. At the same time, the 6 true spirit projections of the creation limitless, immortal, venerable transformed without hesitation into 6 dazzling white lights, traversing time and space to merge into your true form. The power, insights, and even the very essence of their existence, they carry become the first fuel for your final outburst. Then, you emptied your coffers of the immense creative energy you had accumulated over countless years through the infinite paradise and that distributed network. This incredibly pure energy has been poured without reservation into a deep, previously unactivated red term within your body, the boundless potential of creation. An unprecedented brilliance erupts from within you. The true value of the red attribute given by the simulator is on full display at this moment. Under the infusion of near-limitless creative energy and the catalysis of your unwavering will, the power of the limitless creation attribute has been completely ignited and sublimated. It transformed into a miracle force that propelled all possibilities towards their ultimate potential. Your power, your Tao, your very existence, under the blessing of this miraculous force, began to surge exponentially, instantly breaking through the 11th level limit and climbing towards an unimaginable temporary height. Your body begins to dissipate, transforming into the purest Tao runes, completely merging with the infinite Tao, which has been compressed to its extreme and infinitely amplified by the boundless power of creation. At this moment, you are no longer just a person, you are the Tao itself, the ultimate manifestation of the concept of infinity in this very instant. In that instant when your breakthrough failed, your great Tao was about to completely collapse, and your true spirit was about to be annihilated, you locked onto the source of the power that brought forth the Lord of Chaos, and his great Tao essence suspended somewhere at the source of nothingness, symbolizing disorder and chaos. Transform into the infinite great Tao, carrying all your accumulated power, all your anger, and the unconventional destructive energy born from the boundless power of creation. You are like the first ray of light at the beginning of the universe, and like the last flicker at the end of all things, sending forth an ultimate collision transcend time and space, transcending causality, transcending life and death towards the great Tao of the Lord of Chaos. Buzz. There was no sound, yet all beings who sensed this scene heard a humming sound as if all the heavens and the myriad realms were trembling simultaneously. There was no physical scene, yet it reflected in their Tao hearts a terrifying image of two ultimate Tao powers clashing. The greatest sound is silent, the greatest form is formless, the infinite and the chaotic, creation and destruction, two fundamental principles of the Tao, collided most directly and violently at the level of nothingness. The aftershocks of the collision are not a storm of matter or energy, but rather ripples of the great Tao and vibrations of concepts. It spread silently throughout most of the known void, causing a brief disruption to the laws of countless worlds. Countless powerful beings felt a chill run down their spines, looking up into the depths of the void, utterly bewildered. Even the ancient being, the Lord of Chaos, is likely momentarily stunned. He never imagined that an 11th tier ant, who hadn't even broken through to the 12th tier and whose advancement was already doomed, could unleash such an unbelievable power at the last moment, almost reaching the threshold of the 12th tier. This power did not originate from any level of cultivation, but rather from a miraculous outburst and an unwavering will that he could not comprehend. At the center of the collision, infinite light and chaotic disorder intertwined and annihilated each other. Your path is burning, bursting forth with its final and most dazzling brilliance, and the great Tao of the Lord of Chaos, under the relentless impact imbued with the power of boundless creation's miracles, was actually torn open with a deep wound. That is damage to the very essence of the great Tao, a temporary loss of authority. For a 12th order being, while not fatal, it is an extremely serious injury that will require a very long time to repair. Just as the Lord of Chaos's path was torn apart, and his power was briefly stagnant and disordered due to the injury, another vast, majestic, grand, and terrifying force, imbued with a sense of dominance and order, from another direction of nothingness, it descended with overwhelming force, seizing the fleeting opportunity and ruthlessly suppressing the damaged Tao of the Lord of Chaos, the supreme God of heaven. This supreme being, also ranked in the 12th order, and whose ideals differ greatly from those of the Lord of Chaos, has chosen to intervene at this moment. Your self-destruction has severely damaged the Lord of Chaos. The suppression by the Jade Emperor completely exploited his period of weakness. Under the combined effect of the two 12th tier forces, the Lord of Chaos's great Tao was forcibly suppressed and sealed, plunging him into deep silence. Perhaps, in the next hundreds or even thousands of eons of nothingness, this Lord of Chaos, who once shattered your infinite paradise with a single blow and blocked your path, will be suppressed by the Jade Emperor and unable to cause any trouble. And you, the figure that ignited everything, that transformed into the great Tao and crashed into the enemy, have completely vanished in the most dazzling light. The radiance of the infinite path gradually fades, and the mark of your true spirit returns to nothingness. Throughout the myriad realms, traces of your existence are rapidly fading. This fierce battle of cultivation, in which you at the 11th level severely injured a 12th level opponent and indirectly led to their suppression by another of the same level, ultimately ended in your demise. The simulation has ended. Damn the Lord of Chaos. The hatred for those who obstruct the path is irreconcilable. Sooner or later, you and the Lord of Darkness will meet the same fate. Although it was Lin Yu in the simulator who first provoked the Lord of Chaos. Moreover, Lin Yu knew that even without the intervention of the Lord of Chaos, his chances of breaking through to the 12th rank in the simulation were very slim. But that doesn't stop him from turning the Lord of Chaos into a magical artifact in the future. He's just a hypocrite. Brother, rest in peace. I will avenge you. Simulator, receive memories. As a burst of white light enveloped Lin Yu, a vast amount of memories containing boundless Taoist principles suddenly poured into Lin Yu's body. Simulator, receive memories. As a burst of white light enveloped Lin Yu, a vast amount of memories containing boundless Taoist principles suddenly poured into Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu's body trembled slightly, and visible ripples appeared in the space around him. As a vast amount of memories were gradually absorbed and integrated, his aura began to rise steadily. Then, several auras of the great Tao slowly emerged from his body. The aura of the spiritual path is a gentle radiance that sees through the emotions of all things and illuminates the true nature of reality, as if it can soothe everything and illuminate the infinite. Immediately afterwards, the atmosphere of the Guixu Avenue spread out, carrying the profound tranquility of the end of all things and the return to nothingness. The surrounding light seemed to collapse slightly inward, as if pointing to the ultimate destination. Then, the waves of civilization began to surge, and countless sparks of wisdom, historical scrolls, technological pinnacles, and spiritual inheritances swirled and evolved around him, as if a condensed epic of diverse civilizations was silently unfolding. One powerful and profound aura of the great Tao emerged one after another, each shining brightly yet echoing one another, until a certain moment, all the Taoist fluctuations reached a critical point and began to converge and collapse towards a more fundamental and transcendent core. Finally, an aura that was difficult to describe precisely rose slowly from Lin Yu's body. It is formless and imageless, beyond form and appearance, without beginning or end, transcending time, infinite and boundless, encompassing all things, without limit, pervading the universe. This is precisely the infinite path nearing the 12th level in the simulator. The infinite great Tao is like an infinite collection, integrating and encompassing all the great Taos, whether manifest or not, such as the mind, the void, and civilization, and endowing them with the possibility of infinite expansion and deepening. At this moment, Lin Yu's aura was elevated to an unprecedented extreme, as if he had become an anchor point for infinite concepts in the dimension of reality. Although there was no terrifying energy burst from his body, he naturally exuded an absolute sense of presence that made all things tremble and overturned the structure of space and time. A minute may pass briefly in the real world, but in the depths of Lin Yu's consciousness, it felt like he had experienced countless reincarnations and epiphanies. As the white light surrounding him receded like a tide, he slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes seemed to reflect an endless ocean of nothingness and possibility. Their gaze seemed to penetrate the veil of reality, directly gazing upon the underlying logic of the world and the countless worlds floating in that endless void. As expected, at this level, even inheriting memories can greatly increase my strength. The core of the memories inherited this time is Lin Yu's profound understanding and integration experience of various great Taos in the simulator. These insights acted like the most efficient catalysts, instantly igniting and optimizing his existing foundation, thus enhancing his overall strength and the depth of his control over the rules. And his understanding of the essence of infinity has almost leaped to a level close to that of Lin Yu in the later stages of this simulation. This saved him countless years of arduous cultivation. Most importantly, if my true spirit projections were to cultivate to the 11th level in reality, would my strength increase again on that basis? Lin Yu felt that the chances were very high, even though he now possessed the great Tao he had cultivated when he was at the 11th level of true spirit projection. In reality, if these true spirit projections were to cultivate to the 11th level again, the feedback they would give him would not result in a dramatic improvement. But it will definitely solidify his foundation in the great Tao, allowing his strength to rise to another level, and it is very likely that he will reach the strength of Lin Yu in the simulation before he was about to break through to the 12th level. Is this the charm of stepping on your right foot with your left? It seems that to become truly powerful, you still need to cheat. Lin Yu felt that if other 11th level experts knew about his rapid increase in strength, they would definitely be green with envy. Okay, now apart from those 12th tier beings, no one in the entire void can threaten me. I've waited for several years, and now it's time to go and rescue my other brothers. Lin Yu cast his gaze into the infinite void. His body remained still, yet he seemed to merge with the space itself. The next moment he pierced through layers of nothingness like a stream of light and appeared silently outside the Xuantian realm. The world before my eyes is like a frozen ink painting. Mountains and rivers are still, life is silent, and even time seems to be asleep. After gazing intently for a moment, Lin Yu's mind raced as he recalled what he had done in the time simulator. He slowly exhaled a breath of primordial energy towards that still realm. The aura was initially like smoke and mist, but the moment it touched the Xuantian realm, it transformed into countless threads of law, intertwining and merging, and disappearing into the core of the world. The next moment, the entire Xuantian realm trembled slightly, as if awakening from a long hibernation. The earth's veins extended, the Taoist principles in the sky reorganized, spiritual energy surged forth from nothingness, and the boundary expanded outwards amidst a humming sound. In just a few breaths, the once silent world came back to life, its laws were complete and its space was stable, leaping from a great world to a small world with nascent creation. At the center of the world's ascension, a phantom figure gradually solidified. The supreme being of the mysterious heaven, his true spirit reunited and his physical body reshaped, slowly opened his eyes. A trace of confusion first flashed in his eyes. Upon seeing Lin Yu standing smiling outside the boundary, memories flooded back, instantly transforming into a long sigh and a sense of kangai, Genki deep emotion. After the two discussed for a while, Lin Yu gently raised his right hand, and the great Tao of time flowed in his palm in a circle. He gently pushed towards the Xuantian realm, and an invisible ripple of time spread out, enveloping the entire world. In an instant, the scenery within the realm began to shift at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The withering and flourishing of vegetation happened in a flash. Mountains and rivers shifted like shadows passing by, civilizations rose and fell, and generations changed like a fleeting glimpse of flowers. 10 years, tens of millions of years, hundreds of millions of years rush by in this accelerated torrent. In this long yet fleeting acceleration of time, the Xuantian realm continuously devours the surrounding void energy and absorbs chaotic matter. Within the realm, living beings evolve, powerful figures emerge in great numbers, and the world's level rises steadily. From the lesser 1,000 worlds to the middle 1,000 worlds, and then breaking through the bottleneck, finally, with a roar that pierced through time and space, the rules were perfected, and a self-contained cycle was formed, thus ascending to a vast and boundless great 1,000 world containing infinite possibilities. Xuantian Supreme also gained an astonishing improvement during this earth-shattering transformation. Lin Yu did not directly infuse power, but instead transformed the insights and mental evolution of the 11th level breakthrough of the Xuantian Supreme from the simulator into a wisp of Taoist divine thought and transferred it into the primordial spirit of the Xuantian Supreme. With this level 11 understanding of the great Tao, Xuantian Supreme broke through from the 7th rank all the way to the 10th rank, stepping into the ranks of 11th rank powerhouses, his whole body and mind radiating light. The instant the Supreme Xuantian broke through, Lin Yu clearly felt that the great Tao of the mind within his body had become more complete and vast due to the feedback from the Supreme Xuantian's breakthrough. Lin Yu looked thoughtfully at the figure standing in the clouds within the realm and understood. Simulations are ultimately just deductions, while reality is full of variables and uniqueness. Xuantian Supreme broke through his limitations through the insights gained in the simulation, but he also incorporated his own unique experiences and temperament into his real-world cultivation, making the spiritual path he achieved even more profound and vibrant than what was presented in the simulator. This unique spiritual path not only made the Xuantian Supreme's strength far exceed expectations, but also nourished Lin Yu's own Dao origin, making it increasingly perfect and powerful. Is that so? Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. It seems that the path of reality always brings more surprises than simulation. Xuantian has returned. Next, it's time to go find the others. Qiming Academy, the third star sector of the Great Xia world. This is an institution that blends ancient charm with cutting-edge technology. The classroom walls are made of programmable, smart materials, and at this moment, pale golden light patterns are slowly flowing, simulating the scene of spiritual energy described in ancient books. Suspended in mid-air, the holographic whiteboard displays seal script characters interspersed with data streams, telling an epic tale of civilization spanning tens of thousands of years. Outside the window, anti-gravity vehicles glided silently by like fish, while in the distance, the eaves of towering classical pavilions shimmered with the faint light of energy shields. Technology and antiquity are not contradictory here, but rather interwoven like lines of latitude and longitude, forming the unique character of the Xia civilization. History lecturer Chen Wenyuan stood in the center of the circular lectern, wearing a dark blue antique-style long gown. Chen Wenyuan's gaze swept over the nearly 100 young faces below. These students came from various star sectors within the Great Xia territory, and some even had fine scales on their foreheads or unusual eyes, making them outstanding individuals among the civilizations that had submitted to him. His voice resonated clearly and powerfully in every corner of the classroom through the amplification array. Dear students, Chen Wenyuan's voice rose slightly, carrying the passion unique to historians, a passion that attempts to transcend time. Looking back on our magnificent history of civilization, one fundamental question has always lingered in our minds. How did our Great Xia, a civilization that started as a remote corner of Earth, break free from the gravity of its home planet, traverse the vast universe, and eventually establish this immense nation that spans hundreds of star systems and governs countless races? He paused for a moment, allowing the star map on the holographic whiteboard to expand rapidly, evolving from a blue planet into a dazzling territory that now spans the virtual starry sea. The answer begins with one person, someone who is deeply ingrained in the genes of our civilization. Chen Wenyuan's gaze deepened, as if piercing through the mists of history. I imagine that from the very first day you began to learn to read, this person's name has accompanied you every step of the way as you grow. That's right. That person is the founder of our Great Xia civilization, the beginning of an immortal legend, Emperor Tianwu Lin Yu. A slight, respectful commotion arose in the classroom. Even in this era of highly developed rationality and technology, Emperor Tianwu remains a cultural symbol representing supreme glory and wisdom. Emperor Tianwu rose to power amidst chaos, unifying the world with unparalleled martial prowess and wisdom that transcended his time. Chen Wenyuan waved his arm, and the blackboard displayed a magnificent scene of clashing swords, weapons clashing, and blood flying everywhere. Although this scene seemed extremely primitive and backward to these students who had seen the world, it did not stop them from feeling passionate upon seeing it. He was not simply a conqueror. The great Xia dynasty he established was the first to achieve standardization of writing, cart axles, and military origins, laying the foundation for the unification of civilizations. Chen Wenyuan then pulled up a complex political structure diagram in which the multi-court system of the modern Great Xia parliament and the central structure of the ancient imperial dynasty had a clearly discernible line of inheritance. Look, the consultative function of the Senate in our parliament today, and the parallel checks and balances between the Academy of Science and Technology and the Academy of Martial Arts, can all be traced back to the 10 policies for governing the country and the theory of the universe by Emperor Tianwu. Then Chen Wenyuan's tone took on a scholarly tone of both banter and rigor. Of course, history is always accompanied by myths. Regarding the emperor's fate, the official history records that the emperor died in the capital, and heaven and earth grieved together. But the unofficial histories and anecdotes are quite interesting. Images of ancient scrolls and exaggerated murals appeared on the blackboard. Some say that the great emperor was the reincarnation of an ancient true god. On the day his merits were perfected, the sky opened up, and divine light enveloped his body, allowing his soul to ascend to the higher realm of gods. There is even a saying that our great Xia civilization has always been able to turn misfortune into good fortune and escape danger in the face of major crises over the past million years, because the spirit of the great emperor has been protecting his people and guarding the country he created. He smiled, picked up the water glass on the podium, and took a sip of the specially made calming tea. These legends are perfectly fine as topics of conversation or material for artistic creation. He put down his water glass, his expression proud, his eyes revealing the arrogance of the great Xia civilization. But please look at this from a scientific perspective. In our great Xia dynasty, martial arts masters can traverse the void with their physical bodies, and technological creations can modify physical constants. In the process of exploring the endless sea of stars, how many so-called gods have we encountered and brought back to the Academy of Sciences for research? Deep space gazers, ancient beasts, civilization devourers, these beings, revered as gods by primitive races, were ultimately proven to be nothing more than cosmic creatures with unique life forms and higher levels of power. We respect power and explore the unknown, but we will never blindly follow myths. He cleared his throat, preparing to move on to the next chapter, about the interesting stories of Emperor Tianwu in his youth. Just then, an arm was raised in the back row of the classroom. The arm belonged to a handsome human boy with black hair and black eyes, whose eyes gleamed with a sharp and persistent light that seemed out of place for his age. His name is Lin Feng, and he is somewhat famous in the college for his love of studying obscure historical materials and asking tricky questions. Chen Wenyuan was slightly surprised, but maintained his composure. Lin Feng, do you have any questions? Lin Feng stood up. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to everyone's ears. Teacher, I have a somewhat immature conjecture. He paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully. Is it possible that Emperor Tianwu did not truly die back then? The air in the classroom seemed to freeze for a moment, then low murmurs arose. This idea is so audacious that it almost directly challenges the established conclusions of official historiography. Chen Wenyuan chuckled and shook his head, his tone gentle but firm. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Feng, your spirit of exploration is commendable, but you must respect scientific conclusions. The Joint Research and Life Science Group of the Great Xia Academy of Sciences has already released an authoritative report based on the average spiritual energy concentration, genetic technology level, and resource conditions of the era in which Emperor Tianwu lived. combined with the physiological data models he left behind, we conducted billions of simulations to reach this conclusion. Although the great emperor was exceptionally talented, possessed profound martial arts skills, and was unparalleled in wisdom, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through the constraints of his environment at that time and reach a realm sufficient for immortality. His lifespan was the peak that could be achieved in that era, but in the end, he could not escape the passage of time. This answer was reasonable and well-founded, and many students nodded in agreement. However, Lin Feng did not sit down. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the smart dome of the classroom, looking out at the sky, and said blankly, "So, teacher, if the scientific conclusion is correct, then what's going on?" "What did you say?" Chen Wenyuan was taken aback, not understanding what Lin Feng meant. "What's outside the window?" Besides the usual campus scenery and the flying machines shuttling back and forth, what else could be outside the window? Lin Feng did not answer, but simply pointed to the huge viewing window on one side of the classroom. Chen Wenyuan subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction the man was pointing. The next second, the erudite and usually calm history lecturer's pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes behind his smart glasses widened instantly, and he froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. The first thing that caught his eye was the towering statue of Emperor Tianwu, standing 1,000 meters tall, in the central square of the academy. This statue, cast from high-strength shape memory alloy and active nanomaterials, is solemn and dignified on ordinary days, serving as a spiritual symbol of Qiming Academy and even the entire planet. But right now it's glowing. It was a gentle, pure golden radiance that emanated from within, seemingly containing endless vitality. The light was not dazzling, but incredibly solid, as if coating the entire statue with a flowing liquid halo. The emperor's sword in his hand and his face gazing into the distance were brought to life in this light, adding a touch of holiness to his majesty. This is... Chen Wenyuan's throat went dry. His first thought was that the academy was testing some new holographic projection, or that some powerful martial arts expert was playing a joke. However, as if to shatter his hopes of explaining it scientifically, his gaze was involuntarily drawn upward by the light, directed toward the boundless sky in front of the statue. Then, he saw a sight that he would never forget, a sight that could even overturn the entire understanding of the great Xia civilization. Above the azure sky, the clouds seemed to be smoothed and dispersed by an invisible force. It wasn't just above Qiming Academy. As far as the eye could see, the entire sky was covered and filled with an indescribably enormous phantom. The outline of that phantom was exactly the same as the statue of Emperor Tianwu in the square, but magnified 1 billion times. He wore an imperial crown and an ancient yet majestic imperial robe, on which phantoms of stars rising and falling and mountains and rivers changing seemed to flow. His face was clearly visible, sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and firm lips. It was the face that all the people of Daxia were familiar with from textbooks, videos, and countless works art. Emperor Tianwu. But this phantom is not still. He seemed to be composed of the purest light and some kind of energy beyond matter, flowing slightly, his gaze lowered, looking down at the vast and boundless planets, galaxies, and even the entire great Xia world. That gaze pierced through the atmosphere, through the buildings, through all barriers, as if landing directly in the depths of the soul of every person who looked up at it. "This is impossible, this range," Chen Wenyuan murmured in disbelief, his smart glasses automatically switching to astronomical observation mode. The feedback data sent chills down his spine. This phantom was not just an optical phenomenon confined to the atmosphere. Its energy signal appeared directly outside the geosynchronous orbit, and its scale was simply immeasurable by conventional physical units. It seems to exist simultaneously in the real world and in some higher dimension, so that no matter where you are in the entire Great Xia territory, you can see it as long as you look up. This is not a spectacle of one planet. This is an anomaly that envelops the entire civilization. Buzz, a deep, resounding sound, seemingly originating from the beginning of the universe, reverberated directly in the hearts and minds of all the people of the Great Xia. The sound carried an indescribable rhythm, like a mother's gentle call, or like the horn of a king's return. Immediately afterwards, an invisible yet clearly discernible wave spread out gently and irresistibly from the illusory figure of the great emperor in the sky. It swept across the stars, across the fleets, across cities and plains, across every citizen of Great Xia, whether human or of any other subjugated race. In an instant, a strange feeling gripped everyone. It was a stirring deep within our blood, a dormant resonance awakened within the fabric of our civilization. Warmth, intimacy, peace, pride, belonging, countless positive emotions surged into my heart like a spring tide, dispelling my initial shock and confusion. It was as if a wanderer far from home heard his mother's call, or a lost traveler saw a guiding lighthouse. Many people's eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. They didn't understand why, but they felt that a void in their souls had been quietly filled. Then, that voice rang out. It resonates in the sea of consciousness of all living beings, using the purest and oldest Daya language. Each syllable is as weighty as a history book, as clear as a whisper, carrying an unquestionable majesty, yet containing a deep affection for its people. My people, the brief pause felt as if time itself had condensed here. The sound echoed, and all was silent. I'm back. The moment Lin Yu awakened the heavenly martial emperor, the entire Xia world seemed to be completely activated from its slumber. Under his will, the river of time accelerated its flow, and years passed in the blink of an eye, with billions of years slipping by. Standing outside the world, Lin Yu transformed the wisdom of civilization he had accumulated in the simulation into billions of streams of knowledge, scattering them to every corner of the Great Xia world. This knowledge is not simply imparted, but rather integrated into the consciousness of all beings in a resonant way. The farmer suddenly realized the profound meaning of ecological cycle while working in the fields. The craftsman glimpses the essential structure of the material during the forging process. Scholars, in their contemplation, have grasped the underlying principles of the universe. The entire civilization is transforming at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the leap in civilization level, the very origin of the Great Xia world is also undergoing a qualitative change. Spiritual energy gradually transforms into higher dimensional rules, and the barriers between worlds are continuously reinforced and expanded. Ultimately, the Great Xia world successfully advanced from the lesser thousand worlds and middle thousand worlds to the Great Thousand Worlds. The moment it became the Great Thousand World, heaven and earth rejoiced, all paths resounded, and the entire world was shrouded in a faint golden glow, which was the material manifestation of the principles of civilization. Emperor Tianwu stood atop the rebuilt imperial palace, feeling the vibrant life of the world beneath his feet. He closed his eyes and immersed his mind in the insights Lin Yu conveyed, which were about the essence of rules, the intertwining of the great Tao, and the path to the transcendence of the true spirit. With the support of the new, resilient, and creative principles of the Great Xia civilization, the long-dormant martial arts essence within Emperor Tianwu began to boil, reorganize, and sublimate. After countless transformations, he finally succeeded in ascending to the 11th level, becoming a supreme being who ruled over a vast world. Afterwards, Lin Yu successively found the Chuanwang Heavenly Venerable, the Primordial Heavenly Emperor, the Creation Limitless Heavenly Venerable, and the God of Light. With the help of Lin Yu, Xuanhuang Tianzun shared the Xuanwang Great Tao, and ultimately, just like in the simulation, he once again condensed the Xuanwang Great Tao that carries all things and gives rise to creation. He advanced to the 11th rank with an incomparably powerful aura. The primordial heavenly emperor, amidst the void, comprehended the principles of devouring and evolution, and the Tao of returning to nothingness, as demonstrated by Lin Yu. He successfully transformed into the returning to nothingness and advanced to the 11th rank. The most unique of them all is the God of Light. In the simulated trajectory, he must devour the Lord of Darkness to achieve ultimate sublimation. However, in reality, with Lin Yu's help, he ignited an indelible primordial light in absolute nothingness, defining existence itself, thus condensing the primordial Tao and advancing to a more essential primordial God. His radiance no longer merely dispels darkness, but becomes the first ray of light at the birth of all things, defining the boundary between existence and non-existence. Lin Yu himself mainly endured massive feedback during the successive advancements of his true spirit projection. The infinite Tao within him was like a never-ending furnace, completely melting and unifying the profoundness of the Xuanhuang Tao, the beginning and end of the Guixu Tao, the origin of the Yuanshu Tao, and the many laws that he had already contained. The light of the infinite great Tao became increasingly restrained, yet also more profound and unfathomable. Lin Yu sensed the surging power within his body, a power that seemed capable of defining reality at will, and was certain that he was now comparable to or even surpassed his state before he fought desperately against the Lord of Chaos in the simulation. Afterwards, Lin Yu did not immediately choose to create infinite paradise, but instead prepared to deal with the Dark Lord first. With his mind made up, Lin Yu took a step forward, ignoring the layers of space-time barriers and dimensional obstacles, and directly descended into the core territory of the Dark Overlord. That dark, vast world, permeated by the pure laws of darkness, which devoured the light of countless worlds. After Lin Yu arrived here, he immediately pressed down with a palm. This palm strike, though seemingly slow, contains boundless profound meaning. Power can be infinitely superimposed, its scope can be infinitely covered, and its concepts can be infinitely implemented. Wherever the palm strike reached, the darkness that was thought to be eternal and indestructible melted and disintegrated as if it were frost and snow encountering boiling oil, emitting a silent, mournful shriek. The rules that carried darkness were forcibly rewritten, and dark matter was reduced to the most basic energy particles. Countless imprisoned and corrupted remnants of the world were released at this moment, releasing a faint, but pure last ray of light. The vast, dark world trembled violently, and a roar of extreme shock and rage came from its core. The Dark Lord, an existence that was integrated with the dark rules of the world and was nearly immortal, was forcibly separated from its fused state by this infinite power. Who? How dare you? Before the Dark Lord's thoughts could be fully transmitted, Lin Yu had already stretched out his other hand and made a grasping motion in the air. The infinite power converged into a single point, ignoring all defenses and evasions, and precisely grasped the core consciousness of the Dark Lord. With a shattering sound that only beings of higher dimensions could perceive, the Dark Lord's main consciousness collapsed. The great Tao of infinity transformed into layers of seals, suppressing and shrinking the origin of the great Tao that ruled over darkness, ultimately turning it into a crystal that continuously flowed with an inky luster, yet could not dissipate even a trace of darkness. As the Dark Lord's main consciousness shattered, an infinite power, following countless causes and effects, instantly crushed all of the Dark Lord's avatars, clones, and projections in the void. At this moment, the vast Dark Alliance was still unaware that the end was nigh. This vast organization, entrenched in the shadows of the heavens, has a highly structured organization. The lower and middle-level minions, like greedy locusts, still swarm towards one marked world of light or neutrality after another, carrying out orders of erosion and plunder. They revel in the thrill of destruction and conquest, fantasizing that one day, under the Dominion's leadership, they will devour all light. Meanwhile, in the hidden dimension at the core of the Alliance, those powerful individuals who reached the 10th rank through the dark gift or their own plundering are all in seclusion. They yearn to one day glimpse the threshold of the 11th rank and become beings on par with the Dark Lord. They sensed violent tremors and abnormal fluctuations in the aura of the sovereign from the direction of the Dark Thousand World, but most of them assumed that the sovereign was conducting some kind of deep cultivation or experiment. Some were even secretly pleased, thinking that the chaos was a ladder to advancement. However, all their thoughts and actions came to an abrupt halt the next moment. Without warning or any prelude, while suppressing the source of darkness, Lin Yu subtly released the infinite power to erase the cause and effect of the Dark Ruler. It accurately covers all members of the Dark Alliance who have a direct causal bond with the Dark Lord and are deeply sinful. Whether they are the lowest-ranking Dark Servants or the 10th-rank giants in seclusion, whether they are at the Alliance headquarters or fighting on the front lines, at this moment, infinite power defined their non-existence. Silently, all members of the Dark Alliance were completely annihilated at the same time, leaving no trace of their existence. Only those worlds that they had corrupted, but were not yet completely corrupted, suddenly found that the oppression had disappeared, the darkness had receded, and they were bewildered as they welcomed an unexpected new life. Dark Alliance destroyed. After destroying the Dark Alliance and suppressing the great Tao origin of the Dark Ruler, Lin Yu, together with the other 6 true spirit projections, directly refined the Dark Lord into a magical artifact. Under the forging process, the destructive and chaotic will within the Dark Origin was completely refined and purified, leaving only the purest concept of darknessness and the vast power of laws. Afterwards, Lin Yu added a lot of materials he had scavenged from the Dark Thousand World. Ultimately, the Dark Lord was forged into Dark Monument. The reason it wasn't devoured by the God of Light like in the simulation is, this is because the current God of Light, with Lin Yu's help, had long ago condensed the primordial Tao and become the primordial God. On this basis, the Dark Lord's dark path is merely icing on the cake for him. The Dark Monument, an 11th tier magic weapon, will be of great help to the infinite paradise that will be created later. After refining the Dark Monument, Lin Yu did not stop. He took advantage of the momentum and combined the power of 7 11th level beings to create an enhanced version of Infinite Paradise. Perhaps because of this refining process, Lin Yu and the 6 true spirit projections are much stronger than in the simulation. The newly created Infinite Paradise is already almost as powerful as the Infinite Paradise in the simulation before it was shattered by the Lord of Chaos. Newbie Zone No. 27556616698. Newbie Trial World No. 186 in Infinite Paradise. The stench of decay, like a viscous liquid, clung to every inch of the air. This is a street abandoned by time and calamity. The crooked buildings on both sides resemble the skeletons of giant beasts, and behind the broken glass windows lies bottomless darkness. The asphalt road surface is cracked and sprawling, with withered and tenacious wild grass sprouting from the cracks. Further away, shadowy figures wandered aimlessly through the gray fog, emitting meaningless hoarse moans, the eternal lament of zombies. In the center of this dilapidated scene, a hotel called Twilight stands like a final tombstone. Its former neon sign has long since faded, leaving only a rusted skeleton, and the marble columns of the porch are covered with cracks and dried stains. On the third floor of the hotel, in a banquet hall, dust swirled in the dim beams of light streaming in through a broken window. Buzz, a soft yet irresistible white light suddenly appeared, instantly filling the entire space before quickly receding. After the light faded, 3 figures appeared out of thin air on the cold marble floor. They were enveloped in a nearly transparent, pale golden light shield, the surface of which was covered with subtle, incomprehensible runes that isolated them from all external sounds and smells. On the cold floor, Li Wei slowly opened his eyes. I never thought I'd still be alive. Li Wei is the chief researcher at the Spark Gene Research Institute on Blue Star. His last memory was of the laboratory, where he was adjusting gene editing sequences when the equipment suddenly overloaded, followed by a blinding white light. He thought he was going to die, but who would have thought he would suddenly appear in such a strange place? Woke up? A voice came steady and calm, with a peculiar rhythm. Li Wei's figure sprang up instantly, revealing the immense power brought about by gene enhancement. He quickly looked around. Inside the light barrier, besides himself, there were 2 other people. The speaker was a young man, probably in his early 20s, but he possessed a calm demeanor beyond his years. He was wearing a simple blue Taoist robe, the fabric of which seemed ordinary, but under the dim light it had a soft, flowing sheen. His long hair was tied into a topknot with a simple ebony hairpin. He had a handsome face with broad eyebrows and wide eyes, especially his eyes, which were deep and unfathomable, like a calm ancient well. He stood there casually, yet he seemed out of place in the dilapidated surroundings, as if he possessed his own tranquil world. Another person, a young girl, was leaning against a broken decorative pillar not far away. She has a rare short, silver-white hair, neatly styled, and her left eye is covered by an exquisite black mechanical eye patch with a faint blue indicator light flashing regularly along the edge of the eye patch. Her exposed right eye was a clear, deep blue, and it was calmly scanning the environment outside the light barrier. She wore a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her agile figure. The shoulder armor, arm joints, and calves are inlaid or covered with streamlined silver metal structures. These structures are not bulky armor, but rather a kind of highly integrated, technologically advanced auxiliary device or interface. The details are already in your mind, the man said calmly. Li Wei was taken aback, then focused his attention. This was as if a switch had been flipped, and a vast and unfamiliar flow of information surged into the depths of his consciousness, like a flood bursting its banks. There was no pain, only a feeling of being forcibly filled and bloated. Welcome to Infinite Paradise. You have been selected to become a new player in the park. Ye current location, Newbie Zone No. Semi 7568566166698, Newbie Trial World No. 186 in Infinite Paradise. A new player world name. Zombie Rise. Who world background summary. The T-Abyss virus was accidentally leaked, and over 90% of the global population mutated into zombies, walking corpses. Within 72 hours, only capable of devouring living beings. The remaining humans struggle to survive amidst the ruins. World order has collapsed, and civilization has entered a dark age. A main quest: survive in this world for 3 years, Paradise Standard Time. A mission reward: unlimited Apostle Official special status permissions. Seed of Limitlessness X1, S-Side, Quest 1, Slay the King of Zombies. A top-tier individual within the zombie horde, born from natural evolution or mutation, possessing the ability to command zombies and drive mutations. Further details require exploration. A task reward: 1,000 Paradise Coins, 1 Foundation Enhancement Opportunity. Other side mission 2, eliminate zombies, save humanity. calculated based on the number and quality of zombies killed, as well as the effectiveness of rescuing human survivors. A task reward, 109,000 paradise coins. Depending on contribution, a hidden route mission, completely eradicate the zombie horde, purify the T-Abyss virus, and restore world civilization to its former glory. This mission is extremely difficult. Thorough preparation is recommended before attempting it. A task rewards 1 Tier 7 Transcendent Cultivation Method, tailored to players' preferences, 10 Infinite Enhancement Stones, significantly boosted initial world overall rating. A special rule for beginners. Players are prohibited from harming each other in any way, directly or indirectly. Violators will be immediately eliminated. Initial safety shield remaining duration, 9 minutes and 43 seconds. 42 seconds. The information feed not only includes the tasks, but also provides a basic introduction to Infinite Paradise. The description states that Infinite Paradise is a colossal entity whose existence is incomprehensible, spanning countless worlds, dimensions, and timelines. It selects countless apostles from countless worlds and sends them to various worlds for trials, missions, and even wars. Rewards include, but are not limited to power, knowledge, lifespan, and contain infinite possibilities. As he processed this mind-blowing information, Li Wei took a deep breath and suppressed the turmoil in his heart. He looked at the Taoist-robed man and the silver-haired girl, his voice regaining the calm of a researcher. So, you two and I are not from the same world? Indeed, the man in the Taoist robe nodded slightly. I am Xuan Chen, from the world of cultivation, a cultivator seeking the Tao and truth. Li Wei then realized that Yun Chen's voice and lip movements did not match, but he could still hear what the other party was saying, which meant that the paradise provided some kind of basic communication. Guarantee. The girl leaning against the wall raised her head, her azure right eye looking at Li Wei, and her voice rang out, carrying a unique, slightly cold, electronic synthesized quality. Codename, Silverwing, affiliated with the Human Union Defense Force, Level 2 mech pilot. She spoke concisely and clearly. Li Wei rubbed his temples, which were still throbbing slightly, and forced his mind to race. Li Wei, Chief Gene Researcher at Spark Gene Research Institute, whose research focuses on gene editing and directed evolution of higher life forms. He specifically pointed out his expertise, emphasizing that in such an environment, any piece of valuable information could affect cooperation and survival. His gaze swept once more over the clearly listed side quests in his mind. Whether it's killing the Zombie King or eliminating zombies to save humanity, the mission descriptions all indicate that rewards are distributed based on contribution. In particular, everyone will receive a reward once the final route mission is completed. In addition, there's that bright red newbie protection rule with the word erasure on it. The existence of this rule greatly reduces the trust costs of initial cooperation. The park's intention was clear, to encourage them to stick together rather than fight amongst themselves at this critical start. Of course, Li Wei's rationality was also on high alert. The rules only prohibit harm, but they don't prohibit concealment, exploitation, or failing to help someone in distress. Is the information revealed by Xuan Chen and Yin Yai true or false? How much of it is withheld? Without verification, we can only leave it as a question for now. But at least before the protective shield disappears, they have a common and most urgent goal: to develop a preliminary survival strategy. It seems that Paradise wants us to cooperate for the time being, Li Wei said, his gaze sweeping over Xuan Chen's calm face and Yin Yi's semi-mechanical face. Surviving for 3 years is the bare minimum, but the rewards from side quests, especially the Foundation Enhancement and Paradise Coins, are likely to be crucial to our early development, not to mention the amazing rewards from the route quests. Cooperation is fine, but my strength relies on spiritual energy. I don't know if spiritual energy exists in this world, just don't blame me for holding you back, Xuan Chen said calmly. Silverwing's mechanical goggles flashed slightly faster as it calmly analyzed. Based on the initial information, this world's technology tree may partially remain, but the main civilization has collapsed. My exoskeleton armor has complete conventional weapon modules, but it lacks intelligence. Support from this world, making it impossible to assess the strength of high-level zombies. It is recommended to prioritize the collection of local technology data and energy supply point information, and to establish temporary security outposts. Li Wei nodded, adding his perspective. I am a genetic researcher, the T-Abyss virus. This is clearly the root cause of the world's anomalies. If we can obtain virus samples, or even samples from the Zombie King, for analysis, we might be able to find the virus's weaknesses, mutation patterns, and even directions for its exploitation. This will greatly help us accomplish our root cause task. The three exchanged words quickly, and time ticked away as the protective shield countdown began. They were all once elites in their respective worlds, possessing adaptability and judgment far exceeding that of ordinary people. Soon, a preliminary consensus was reached. Initially, they acted separately and developed their own businesses. The reasons are very valid. First, the three individuals have vastly different abilities and resource requirements, and grouping them together might actually hinder each other's efficiency. Of course, the most important factor is that the three of them do not trust each other. Secondly, spreading out allows for faster and wider collection of intelligence from different areas of the world, leading to a more comprehensive understanding of zombie distribution, the condition of human survivors, resource locations, and other factors. Third, and most importantly, they need to personally assess the level of danger in this world, especially just how powerful the Zombie King, the objective of that side quest, really is. Without sufficient intelligence and strength, rashly forming a team to challenge a boss-level monster is tantamount to suicide. Then let's agree on a preliminary time and method for our reunion. Li Wei proposed. After the protective shield disappears, let's use this hotel as the starting point and each choose a direction to explore for a period of 1 year. We'll meet at the designated place after 1 year. We can also share a major discoveries made during this time through the park's chat channel. Xuan Chen and Yin Ye agreed to Li Wei's plan. After the three of them discussed and agreed on the plan, the countdown came to an end. Countdown to the shield disappearing. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. The three of them stopped talking at the same time, quickly checked their own condition, and turned their attention to the deadly and dangerous world outside the light barrier. Xuan Chen channeled his inner power into his feet. Silverwing's body sank slightly, and the mechanical structures at its joints emitted an almost inaudible hum of charging. Li Wei quickly scanned the banquet hall, ready to mobilize his genetic power at any moment. 3, 2, 1. The pale gold protective shield shattered and dissipated silently like a bubble. Buzz. The moment the isolation disappeared, a strong stench of decay hit us. The distant roars of zombies, the whistling of the wind blowing through the holes, and even the faint sound of dust settling to the ground instantly flooded my ears. The icy air clung to my skin, carrying a sense of threat that penetrated to the bone. On the street outside the hotel, several wandering zombies seemed to sense something, their heads stiffly turning towards the hotel, their turbid eyeballs slowly moving in their sockets. The three people from different worlds exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Xuan Chen's figure swayed slightly, His footwork was mysterious and difficult to describe, and his whole body was like a wisp of green smoke being blown by a breeze, drifting towards the huge glass viewing window on the other side of the banquet hall that was completely shattered. Reaching the window, he didn't hesitate. He touched the cracked edge of the windowsill with his toes and leaped out of the window like an arrow. His figure made an incredible turn in mid-air, landing lightly as a feather on the flat roof of a neighboring, low building. After a few more leaps, his figure in the Taoist robe blended into the thick shadows cast by the distant buildings, as if he had never been there. Almost at the same moment, Silverwing lowered his body even further, sliding silently like a ghost towards the half-open, heavy banquet hall door leading to the inner corridor. She stopped abruptly in the shadows by the door, raised her left arm slightly, and a cold blue scanning beam flashed across the edge of her mechanical goggles, quickly probing the corridor outside the door. At the same time, the armor on the outside of her right forearm silently slid open, and a multifunctional detection ball the size of a fingernail was ejected, hovering at a very low height as it flew out of the door. Seconds later, the goggles returned a clear thermal and acoustic image of the corridor, along with the safe paths and potential threat points marked by the detection ball. The instant she finished processing the information, she transformed into a blurry gray shadow, darting out at an astonishing speed along the inner wall. In the blink of an eye, her figure disappeared into the stairwell leading downstairs at the other end of the corridor. Li Wei, who remained at the back, took a deep breath in the face of the impending threat. The surging genetic power within him did not erupt outward, but rather rapidly contracted inward with exquisite control. The color in his skin quickly faded, turning into a deathly gray, and his breathing became long and weak, almost non-existent. The heart rate dropped sharply, the body temperature quickly became the same as the environment, and even the life magnetic field became so weak that it was difficult to detect. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a vibrant person into a corpse that seemed to have been decaying there for a long time, standing lifelessly in place. Just as a few zombies, attracted by the noise, stumbled into the banquet hall and began to scan the area with their muddled senses, Li Wei made a move. He took a step, his movements stiff and slow, no different from the wandering dead around him, brazenly standing there in the chaotic gaze of several zombies who barely paid him any attention. Step by step, he walked steadily out of the banquet hall, disappearing into the deeper darkness of the outer corridor, 3 blocks away from the Twilight Hotel. At the corner of an abandoned commercial street, Xuanchen stood in the middle of a messy street. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood. Several mangled zombies lay beside a shattered shop window. Xuanchen swiftly formed hand seals, his fingertips glowing with a faint, dark red light, as he softly chanted an ancient and obscure incantation. Immediately afterwards, wisps of visible blood-red mist were forcibly drawn from the remains of the zombies, gathering and swirling in mid-air, gradually condensing into a red pill the size of a cherry. The pill's surface was as smooth as a gate, but inside it seemed as if blood was flowing, emitting a strong bloody aura and a faint, sweet, fishy smell. The zombie corpses that had their blood drained shrank and withered at a visible rate, eventually turning into skeletons covered with grayish-white skin. Xuanchen held the blood pill in his palm, feeling the life energy surging within it. He activated his cultivation technique, and the blood pill instantly transformed into a stream of heat, flowing along the meridians in his arm into his dantian. The previously stagnant magical power within his body fluctuated slightly, like a clear spring being poured into a dried-up riverbed. Although the increase was not significant, it was clearly perceptible. A smile played on his lips, and his eyes flashed with a mixture of excitement and contemplation. Ha ha ha, it works. It really works. My path is complete. But soon, his expression returned to calm, even with a hint of regret. It's a pity that these zombies don't have any souls, so their value is reduced by half. However, the blood energy inside these zombies is abundant and of much higher quality than that of livestock. I really don't know whether these zombies are considered dead or alive. The zombie virus is actually quite a science fiction thing. To be honest, I originally thought I was the protagonist or a supporting character in an urban cultivation novel, but who would have thought I would directly transition into an infinite flow novel? Xuan clenched his head self-deprecatingly and walked towards an abandoned convenience store on the street corner. He needed to find a relatively safe place to sort out his thoughts and plan his next move. Xuan Chen, or rather Wang Xuan, did not actually come from the world of cultivation, but from a planet called Blue Star. Wang Xuan was different from others from birth. He was naturally intelligent, could recognize 1,000 characters at the age of 3, could read poems fluently at the age of 5, and had developed a strong interest in Taoist classics by the age of 10. People around him only thought of him as a smart child, but Wang Xuan himself knew that this precocity was more like an innate spiritual sense that gave him a vague feeling for the faint energy flow between heaven and earth. When he was 18, he was sorting through his grandfather's belongings in the attic of his old home when he unexpectedly discovered a hidden compartment. Hidden in the secret compartment were 3 ancient thread-bound books: Basic Breathing Techniques and Introduction to Talismans. The book is written in a mix of classical and vernacular Chinese and includes breathing diagrams and meridian pathways. At first, Wang Xuan thought it was a vernacular novel. However, the moment Wang Xuan tried to cultivate, his worldview was completely overturned. Wang Xuanzhen never expected that the cultivation technique was actually real. He was overjoyed and began to cultivate it secretly. However, reality soon brought a cold shower, as the spiritual energy of Earth was almost exhausted. He cultivated for a year, but only barely managed to reach the first level of key refining. However, Wang Xuan later learned through secret forums on the dark web that the first level of key refining was already considered a top expert. The forum is full of seekers who have cultivated their whole lives, but have only managed to cultivate a few strands of magical power, and have not even officially entered the key refining stage. The most numerous people on Blue Star are still ancient martial arts practitioners. Of course, even the most powerful ancient martial arts practitioners cannot match a cultivator at the first level of key refining. At the age of 23, Wang Xuan graduated from university and his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of key refining. At that time, Wang Xuan was already the most powerful cultivator on Earth. Wang Xuan's original plan was to secretly reach the foundation establishment stage first, so as to have the strength to contend with modern weapons. After that, he would sneak off to the neighboring island nation and have the islanders fund his ascension to immortality. The appearance of the infinite paradise caught him off guard. On that day, he was disguising his identity and preparing to find a wealthy person to sponsor his cultivation plan. Unexpectedly, he suddenly received an invitation from Infinite Paradise before he could even figure out what was going on. The next second, he felt as if his head had been hit hard by a hammer and everything went black before he lost consciousness. When I woke up, I found myself in a banquet hall with 2 people lying next to me. Upon learning that this world was a zombie world, Wang Xuan had a bold idea, but he didn't know if it would come to fruition. As the most powerful cultivator known on Earth, Wang Xuan secretly acquired many cunning cultivation techniques. Among them are many demonic cultivation techniques. Wang Xuan wanted to see if these zombies could serve as nourishment for demonic cultivation techniques, helping him improve his cultivation level. Surprisingly, it actually worked. With ample blood and energy, coupled with the awakening of my innate talent with the help of paradise, a year is enough for me to push my cultivation to the great perfection of key refining. Upon entering the infinite paradise, each newcomer has the opportunity to awaken their innate talent. His talent is called soul devouring, which increases the efficiency and purity of his absorption of various types of energy. This talent is a perfect match for demonic cultivation techniques, allowing him to focus on the impurities in his blood and ki. My other two companions are equally formidable. With the combined strength of the three of us, we might actually be able to complete the origin mission. I don't know exactly what level the 7th order cultivation method is. Judging from the usual style of paradise-style novels, I'm probably at the 1st level now. The 7th level should be beyond the Nas-Soul stage, right? Let's take it one step at a time. He put away the map and stood up. It was getting dark outside. The zombies seemed more active at night. Wang Xuan decided to hunt a few more waves before nightfall to gather more blood pills. He pushed open the door of the convenience store, and, at the end of the street, 5 or 6 zombies were wandering aimlessly. Wang Xuan held his breath and concentrated his magic power into a sword. His figure flashed out like a ghost, and the sword light drew several silver arcs in the air. Before the zombies could even react, their heads were already flying into the air. Wang Xuan made a hand seal with his left hand, and the 5 corpses simultaneously began to shrivel, their blood vapor gathering like smoke. While Wang Xuan was hunting zombies to improve his cultivation and gathering information, Yin Yi and Li Wei also finalized their own development direction. Based on the situation, they each analyzed the distribution of resources in this world, the evolutionary patterns of zombies, and the state of the remaining human forces. The final decision was to adopt a strategy of base development, resource integration, and targeted evolution. With its advanced technological knowledge, Silverwing plans to build a shelter centered on high-tech defenses and automated weapons. Li Wei plans to use his gene manipulation abilities to gradually modify the physical constitution of the survivors after taking control of a shelter, creating a new human army adapted to the apocalypse. Although the two never met, they exchanged information daily through the park's encrypted communication channel, and their development strategies were constantly refined through their interactions. 10 days later, the three were already thousands of miles apart. Wang Xuan had killed his way through and absorbed a large amount of zombie blood energy, and his cultivation was about to reach the 4th level of key refining. His route was not a straight line, but he deliberately avoided densely populated cities and chose wilderness areas with a moderate number of zombies. After each batch of zombies he killed, he would circulate his cultivation technique to refine the blood energy within the zombies and the deathly resentment permeating the air into pure magical power. By this time, Silverwing and Li Wei had each found a refuge in this world. Li Wei used his genetic abilities to hypnotize the leader of his shelter and successfully took over the shelter. It was a medium-sized settlement converted from an underground air raid shelter with about 2,000 survivors. The supplies were relatively plentiful, but there were many factions within the settlement, and the original leader barely maintained a balance through a combination of force and appeasement. Li Wei did not use direct violence, but instead used nerve-induced microparticles dispersed in the air in conjunction with a specific spectrum emitted by his eyes. Without anyone noticing, he subconsciously made the leader and several powerful figures recognize him as the supreme commander. The entire process was conducted silently, and the daily operation of the shelter was not disrupted in the slightest. Silverwing also used the same method to take control of the shelter where she was, but her hypnosis method used high technology. The location she chose was a semi-abandoned automated factory with an intact underground structure and a small Powell power generation unit. Using a technology similar to mind imprinting, Silverwing directly controls everyone in the shelter via brainwaves. The three encountered many evolved zombies along the way and communicated with them. The three have deduced the general evolutionary blueprint of zombies and named each evolved form of zombie. They discovered that the T-Abyss virus appears to possess extremely strong environmental adaptability and directed mutation characteristics. The evolution of zombies is not entirely random, but is influenced by factors such as their physical condition before death, the environment in which they die, and the type of biomass they consume, resulting in different evolutionary branches. Among them are hunters who focus on agility. These zombies are usually mutated from individuals who were slender and agile in life, with their limbs bent backward and their muscles streamlined and strengthened. Bone blades, comparable to alloys, emerge from their fingertips, reaching speeds of up to 100 meters in 5 seconds, and they excel at stealthy ambushes in complex terrain. They often act alone or in small groups, making them a nightmare for lone survivors. Some are heavily defensive, forming iron walls. These zombies are often transformed from individuals with large physiques or wearing protective gear. The skin is severely keratinized, and a hardened layer resembling rock or metal will form on some parts of the body surface, giving it extremely high resistance to conventional bullets. A few elite individuals can even create localized energy deflection fields on their body surface, requiring heavy firepower or special attack methods to break through. There are also giant zombies that emphasize strength. They are usually formed by the fusion and mutation of multiple zombies under the influence of a virus. They are huge, ranging in height from 10 to 30 meters, and have amazing strength, capable of easily destroying tall buildings. However, they are intellectually deficient and relatively slow-moving, and are often used as assault units within hordes of zombies. The most troublesome are the zombie leaders who focus on the mind and can command hordes of zombies to launch zombie hordes. These types of zombies are extremely rare, and they are usually mutated from individuals with high levels of brain development or special mental potential. They not only retain some of their intelligence from their previous lives, but they can also release a kind of mental fluctuation that can influence and even command the behavior of ordinary zombies and some evolved zombies within a certain range. They are often hidden deep within the horde of zombies, surrounded by numerous iron walls or hunters, and are the root cause of large-scale zombie hordes. Some evolved zombies were beyond the capabilities of even Wang Xuan, the strongest of the three in terms of overall combat power. Wang Xuan once encountered a shadow hunter that appeared to be a second-stage mutated form. Its speed far exceeded the speed of sound, and it could teleport within a short distance. Wang Xuan's attacks repeatedly missed, and in the end, he was only able to barely manage to severely injure and repel the enemy by relying on the trapping formation he had set up in advance combined with the area of effect Blood Flame spell. Silverwing's reconnaissance drone once captured images of a giant tank zombie that was over 30 meters long and covered with a crystallized carapace. The energy radiation it emitted caused the detector to overload instantly. After assessment, the three agreed that there was absolutely no chance of winning in a direct confrontation at this stage. According to the information they obtained, only 2 years have passed since the outbreak of the T-Abyss virus. In this situation, let alone finding and defeating the zombie king, if they don't find a way to improve their strength, given the zombie's evolution speed, even surviving for 3 years will be very difficult. Even more disturbingly, they speculated from some surviving military research data that the virus may still be mutating and that abyssal radiation zones capable of distorting the morphology of plants and animals have begun to appear in the environment. In some areas, anomalous phenomena that defy the laws of physics have even been observed. After calculation, the three concluded that without their arrival, humanity in this world would have perished a year later, following its original trajectory. The reason they perished so quickly was partly because the T-Abyss virus outbreak was too rapid, with over 90% of the world's population directly infected and turned into zombies. According to the investigation, the virus does not spread through the traditional air or contact, but rather through a bizarre diffusion method that combines quantum entanglement and biological pheromone properties. On the day of the outbreak, almost all densely populated areas around the world simultaneously showed symptoms of infection. This caused the global defense system to collapse instantly. The military, police, and government agencies were paralyzed within hours, communication networks were disrupted on a large scale, and most strategic reserves were lost before they could be activated. Fortunately, most people don't turn into zombies immediately after being infected with the virus. There's an average incubation period of 72 hours, which allows some sensitive people to realize what's happening. It was these precious 3 days that allowed some quick-reacting individuals, families, and small groups to escape into the mountains, underground facilities, or remote areas, preserving the last spark of humanity. Otherwise, the world might have been completely doomed the moment the zombie outbreak occurred. 6 months later, 3 large shelters rose up on this land. These 3 shelters are the Dawan shelter established by Wang Xuan, the Xinghuo shelter established by Li Wei, and the Renlian shelter established by Yin Yi. These are not simply gathering points for survivors, but unique fortresses that integrate the extraordinary powers and knowledge systems of the 3 individuals. The refuge of Asking the Way is located in a group of natural karst caves below an ancient battlefield site. Wang Xuan used formations to draw upon the remaining spiritual energy of the Earth's veins and combined it with the remains of zombies to construct a triple protective formation. The outermost layer is a maze of illusions that distorts light and perception, causing those who stray to unknowingly wander around. In the center is the blood fiend trapping array, which can unleash the ferocity of any zombies that enter, causing them to kill each other. The core area is a spirit gathering and purification array, which purifies the air and water, and provides a faint spiritual energy for those who follow Wang Xuan to cultivate. The shelter implemented a contribution point system to encourage residents to learn basic martial arts, participate in rune engraving and medicinal herb cultivation, gradually forming a semi-closed society centered on cultivation and weapon crafting. The Spark shelter made full use of the vast space of the original underground air raid shelter, which Li Wei transformed into a 3-dimensional biological, gene research and production center. He selected survivors with potential for genetic adaptation and gradually carried out low-risk genetic optimization to enhance their strength, reaction speed, or antiviral capabilities. At the same time, he established a live sample bank, captured various evolved zombies, extracted their special gene fragments, and attempted to cultivate controllable biological weapons and develop targeted vaccines. The shelter is divided into a citizen area, a research area, and a breeding area. The social structure is highly organized, and everything is aimed at genetic evolution and the continuation of the race. The Human Union Shelter is located in the automated factory and its surrounding expansion area, which Silverwing has transformed into a futuristic, high-tech city. She repaired and upgraded the factory's production line, utilizing nanotechnology, 3D printing, and raw materials recovered from the ruins. They produce exoskeleton armor, intelligent drones, energy weapons, and various automated defense systems. The shelter's energy comes from a repaired, small nuclear fusion reactor and a large area of solar thin films, achieving energy self-sufficiency. Residents live in a highly automated environment, operating various devices through brain-based voice commands. Social management is handled by ARC, an AI-assisted system designed by Silverwing, which is as efficient and fair. Silverwing also established a technology heritage academy to systematically teach survivors mathematics, physics, engineering, and other subjects, thus cultivating talent for the reconstruction of civilization. 10 months after the three arrived in this world, at the Starfire shelter. Inside a clean and bright laboratory, Li Wei and several researchers he had found were using special instruments to observe a deep purple medicine at a microscopic level. This instrument is a quantum resonance observation mirror modified by Li Wei by combining the remaining technology of this world with his own knowledge. It can display the dynamic changes of matter at the molecular and even atomic levels in real time. In their view, the inside of this medicine was like a miniature universe. Countless deep purple viral prototypes collided, recombine, break, and remerge with gene fragments from different evolved zombies in a certain catalytic medium, occasionally bursting out tiny flashes of energy. After about 3 hours, the potion finally calmed down, and the deep purple liquid in the test tube seemed to shimmer with a faint golden light. The originally violent microscopic movements inside transformed into an orderly spiral flow, radiating a stable and powerful wave of life energy. It should be successful. Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes gleaming with excitement and caution. Next, let me try it out and see how effective this special gene serum made from otherworldly materials and various evolved abyssal viruses is. That's right. The method Li Wei came up with to become stronger was in the area of genetics, which he was most skilled at. After 6 months of effort, he successfully utilized the world's instruments, along with the Abyss virus and the special genetic sequences within the zombies that had been modified by the virus. He created a special gene serum that was even more powerful than the most advanced gene serum in his original world. The main ingredients of this potion include the Hunter's speed-enhancing gene fragment, the Iron Wall's keratinized skin regulation gene, and the giant zombie's muscle fiber multiplication gene. And most importantly, a strand of nerve-enhancing factor extracted from the brain marrow of the mental zombie leader, which has undergone multiple weakening and purification processes. The auxiliary material is an extract from a radiation-mutated plant called starshine moss, which is unique to this planet. It can neutralize some of the virus's violent properties and promote gene fusion. Of course, if it were the original him, even if he was very confident in his skills, he would not dare to absorb this gene serum containing a special virus. The risks are too high: rejection by foreign genes, viral backlash, mental pollution, physical collapse. Any one of these could be fatal. However, the special talent that the park awakened him gave him this confidence. His awakened talent is called Perfect Body, the greatest function of which is that it allows him to adapt to almost all alien genes and to balance the power within his body to a great extent. This adaptation is not a passive acceptance, but an active analysis, optimization, and integration, perfectly embedding the advantages of foreign genes into one's own life blueprint while eliminating or suppressing harmful parts. Li Wei then loaded the drug into a specially made syringe with precise dosing and slow-release functions, and then plunged it into his neck. The icy liquid was injected into the body and instantly transformed into a scorching torrent that surged through the limbs and bones. He endured the intense tearing and reorganization sensations emanating from his genes and walked steadily into the cylindrical nutrient chamber that had been prepared long ago and was filled with highly concentrated nutrient solution and stabilizers. The hatch closed, liquid submerged the entire body, the assisted breathing system was activated, and various vital signs on the monitoring instruments began to fluctuate violently. Li Wei's consciousness gradually sank into the depths of his body, guiding the perfect body talent to operate at full power, beginning a world-shaking transformation of his life. At the same time that Li Wei was undergoing his transformation, ask about the underground shelter. There are no bright lights or sophisticated instruments here, only endless darkness, pervasive dust, and an overwhelming, lingering smell of decay. Wang Xuan sat alone in the center of a huge circular array drawn with blood mixed with some kind of mineral powder. The array's lines were twisted and complex, filled with unsettling malevolent energy and ancient runes, and its range almost covered the entire underground plaza. Around Wang Xuan, every node and every eye of the array, where the lines of the array extended, was piled up with zombie skeletons like small mountains. These skeletons were not randomly piled up, but arranged according to a certain pattern and orientation. Among them are the remains of giant zombies that are tens of meters tall and have bones as thick as beams and pillars, and the skeletons of hunters with streamlined bones and finger bones as sharp as knives. There are the remains of iron-walled zombies with unusually thick bones and tumor-like protrusions, as well as some rare evolved zombie remains with bizarre shapes, multiple limbs, or bone wings. All the skeletons had a deliberately treated grayish-white color with faint dark red energy patterns remaining on them. It was as if all the essence of flesh and blood had been drained away, leaving only the purest essence of bones and the ferocious aura they contained in their lives. Wang Xuan's eyes were closed, his expression solemn yet tinged with fanaticism. He moved his hands in front of his chest, constantly forming one mysterious and ancient hand seal after another. With his movements, the surging magical power of his key refining perfection realm was fully activated, surging out along specific meridians. In an instant, it transformed into a viscous, scarlet fire that emitted intense heat and a pungent, bloody odor blood flame demon fire. Crimson flames erupted from his palms, but instead of spreading unchecked, they were strongly restrained and guided by the ground formation. Countless streaks of blood-red flame, like living fire serpents, swiftly moved along the lines of the formation, igniting every node where zombie skeletons were piled up. In an instant, the entire underground plaza was illuminated by crimson flames, and countless skeletons crackled and popped in the blood-red flames. Instead of being burned to ashes, it began to melt and soften like wax. The mountain of corpses is the stepping stone, the demonic flames are the guide, and the bones of 10,000 are the foundation. Wang Xuan muttered incantations, his voice deep and penetrating, echoing in the empty underground space. He made hand seals faster and faster, and the blood flames around him grew stronger and stronger, almost enveloping his entire body, leaving only his eyes shining brightly in the flames. Sacrifice the white bone demon god. The final low shout was like a thunderclap. The entire formation shone brightly, and all the burning blood flames suddenly contracted inward, converging at the very center of the formation, right in front of Wang Xuan. The grayish-white bone fluid formed from the melting of countless zombie bones was forcibly drawn, compressed, and fused together by the power of the array and the burning of the blood flames. A massive, blurry outline began to slowly take shape amidst the boiling bone fluids and demonic fire, radiating a ferocious aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, deep within another massive human settlement, known for its sophisticated mechanical industry and rigorous order. Inside a gigantic assembly workshop with a ceiling height exceeding 100 meters and an area comparable to several football fields, the scene is completely different from that of Xingguo and Wendao. The place is brightly lit, with countless high-powered industrial lights illuminating every corner, as if it were daytime. The air was filled with a faint smell of engine oil, the unique odor of cut metal, and a faint, sweet, fishy smell, similar to biological culture medium. On the workshop floor, countless enormous parts were neatly arranged in categories, special alloy beams and armor plates gleaming with a cold, sharp light, thick hydraulic transmission rods wrapped with energy conduits, complex and precise gear sets and bearings. There are also various unknown functional modules flashing different indicator lights. In another specific area, numerous body parts of evolved zombies were neatly arranged. Massive limbs covered with thick layers of keratin, and mutated bones gleaming with a metallic sheen, still pulsating slightly. The powerful muscle bundles preserved in special containers, and even some well-preserved, uniquely shaped zombie heads or torsos. Occasionally, a lingering glint of menacing light or energy fluctuations can be seen in their eyes or wounds. In the heart of the ocean, amidst these parts and biological components, Silverwing is working intently. Through a control terminal that floats beside her and continuously projects complex holographic interfaces, she directs dozens of automated robotic arms and precision machining platforms of various shapes and sizes. These tools were all designed and built by her own hands over the past year using industrial machine tools left behind in the shelter and any materials she could find. There are laser etching machines capable of nanoscale engraving and biomimetic suturing arms with powerful precision down to the gram, capable of processing biological tissues. There are ultrasonic welding torches that can fuse special alloys with biological tissues at the molecular level, and scanning arrays that can analyze material stress and energy conduction in real time. Each tool represents her pushing mechanical engineering to new heights in the world. Silverwing's eyes were as calm as ice, his fingers flying across the holographic interface, swiping, clicking, and dragging, occasionally making subtle parameter adjustments. Under her command, the robotic arm worked with breathtaking precision and efficiency, performing high-temperature quenching and surface energy plating on a curved alloy armor plate. A leg bone from a giant zombie was decalcified, strengthened, and embedded into a preset energy circuit. A piece of still-active keratinized skin was bio-bonded and connected to the composite armor via a neural interface. A complex gear transmission system is dynamically coupled to modified tendon bundles derived from hunters. Her movements were fluid and graceful, as if she were not assembling a behemoth, but completing a fine work of art. From a perspective unseen by anyone but Silverwing himself, on his Infinite Paradise personal panel, in the Talents section, the two ancient characters, Tiangong, are becoming brighter and brighter with each of her operations, each successful integration and creation. The light resonated in a synchronized way with the heartbeat of the colossal object gradually taking shape inside the workshop. Time flew by as the three of them prepared in their own distinct yet equally focused ways. Soon, the one-year development period they agreed upon when they first arrived in this world came to an end. Li Wei had already successfully completed his genetic transformation and left the nutrient chamber 10 days ago. At this moment, he stood quietly in the shadows of the Starfire shelter exit, waiting for the appointed time. At this point, Li Wei's appearance underwent subtle, yet profound changes due to the genetic modification. His height seemed to have increased slightly, and his physique had become more balanced and perfect. Every muscle line seemed to have been calculated with the utmost precision, containing explosive power and ultimate coordination. Her skin was smooth and firm, with a subtle, healthy, jade-like luster. What is most striking about him are his eyes. Occasionally, a faint golden-purple light would flash through his deep pupils. When he gazes at someone, he gives them a strange sense of pressure, as if he can see right through them. The overall impression is one of transcendent, almost inhuman perfection, inspiring awe, and an irresistible longing. As agreed, he was the first to step out of the shelter and into the desolate wilderness outside. This place was once the edge of a city, but now only ruins and gray-black gravel remain. He looked up at the gloomy sky, a thought stirring in his mind. The next second, the clothes on his back bulged slightly and tore. Beneath the skin, bones proliferate and deform at a visible rate, covered with a pale, dense substance that is somewhere between biological keratin and some kind of crystal. Muscle fibers proliferated and wove wildly, forming a strong wing membrane and propulsion structure. With each breath, a pair of enormous wings, over 10 meters in wingspan, pale as bone, with sleek lines and exuding power, suddenly unfolded behind him. Each feather had sharp edges and shimmered with a metallic sheen in the dim light. Li Wei simply bent his knees slightly, and then his legs burst forth with astonishing power, propelling him into the sky like a cannonball. His pale wings flapped suddenly, creating a milky white shockwave that instantly broke the sound barrier. It left a brief sonic boom trail in the sky, speeding towards the agreed-upon coordinates at a speed far exceeding that of sound. The violent air currents roared around him, but they could not shake him in the slightest. His transformed body had perfectly adapted to this extreme environment. Because the agreed meeting point was the closest landmark to his Starfire shelter, the top platform of a half-collapsed radio tower, he was the first to arrive. Standing on the rusted steel platform, Li Wei's wings on his back slowly contracted as if they were alive, eventually merging into his back and disappearing, leaving only two shallow, pale lines. He waited quietly, his senses spreading outwards like an invisible radar, capturing the subtlest energy fluctuations and sounds in the air. About 15 minutes later, Li Wei seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up at the sky in the northeast direction. At the edge of the sky, a blinding streak of blood-red light ripped through the heavens at an incredible speed. 1 second it was on the distant horizon, and the next it appeared above the signal tower platform as if it had teleported. The blood-red light suddenly stopped and dissipated, revealing one of the figures, who landed lightly a few meters in front of Li Wei, without the steel platform making much of a sound. The newcomer was none other than Wang Xuan. His transformation was equally dramatic. His original Taoist robe was now covered by a simple, ancient-looking bone armor with a dark metallic sheen and flowing blood-red patterns on its surface. The bone armor seemed to rise and fall slightly in sync with his breathing. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes shone brightly, and deep within his pupils seemed to burn with a silent flame of blood. He was surrounded by a faint aura of malevolence and pressure, and compared to his former cultivator demeanor, he now possessed a more demonic and domineering presence. He looked at Li Wei, nodded slightly, and a subtle, enigmatic smile appeared on his lips. Li Wei, long time no see. It seems you've also made some progress. Li Wei nodded in response, his gaze scrutinizing and knowing. Likewise. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them almost simultaneously sensed something and turned their gazes to the due south. At first, it was just a small black dot on the horizon, but soon, the black spot expanded rapidly, accompanied by a deep, humming and increasingly loud engine roar, which seemed to be mixed with a deep bass sound like a biological roar. A huge shadow began to obscure the southern sky, approaching the signal tower at a seemingly slow but actually extremely fast speed. As the distance closed, the outline of the shadow became clearer, and the sense of oppression it brought increased exponentially. That was a giant. A colossal creature, hundreds of meters tall, formed from the fusion of metal and flesh. When it finally landed on a relatively open patch of ruins next to the signal tower, the earth trembled, and the dust it stirred up was like a small sandstorm. Only when Li Wei and Wang Xuan stood atop the tower could they truly feel its grandeur and terror. The overall silhouette of this 100-meter-long mecha presents a powerful combination of streamlined shape and solidity. Approximately 60% of the material is composed of a special alloy that shimmers with a dark blue or silver-gray hue. The armor plates are covered with complex energy patterns and heat dissipation structures, and the joints are equipped with sophisticated hydraulic and transmission systems. The remaining approximately 40% consists of living, wriggling, and robust biological tissue. Pale or dark red outer muscle bundles, covered with fine scales or hard keratin, are tightly wrapped or inlaid on the alloy skeleton. At some key energy nodes, you can see slightly pulsating, translucent bioenergy sacs. The mecha's hands are huge alloy claws, but extending from the fingertips are biological bone spurs that gleam with a cold light. Its head resembled a giant skull wearing an alloy mask, with two dark blue orbs of light, like the flames of a soul, flickering in its eye sockets. Flesh and steel, two substances that should be completely incompatible, are perfectly fused together here in a way that defies common sense. Far from appearing strange, it creates a striking and primal form that is both impactful and aesthetically pleasing. It stands there silently, like a war god emerging from the age of mythology, its silence containing the power to destroy the world. Immediately afterwards, a thick composite armor plate slid open like flower petals on the chest of the mech, revealing a cockpit filled with neural interfaces and pipelines. Inside the cabin, the walls of flesh and blood rippled, forming a passage. A petite yet graceful figure leaped lightly from the passage, landing on the giant outstretched hand of the mecha. With a few leaps, she arrived on the signal tower platform. It was Lin Yu. Her eyes were as sharp as ever. She swept over Li Wei and Wang Xuan, and nodded slightly. The timing is perfect. Thus concludes the story of three newcomers from Infinite Paradise, who have struggled to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, filled with zombies and crises for a full year. They successfully converged in their own distinct, equally astonishing ways and with their own remarkable achievements. During this meeting, all three saw each other's potential and believed that the other was qualified to be their teammate. Without many words, an absolute understanding based on strength and shared goals was achieved. In the days that followed, they used the three major shelters as a strategic triangle to launch a plan to clear out zombies from the entire continent. Li Wei, sitting in the center after deeply exploring his own abilities and further adapting to the gene serum, released exquisite mental waves, simulating the pressure and summoning fluctuations of a high-level zombie, or even a suspected zombie king. It's like injecting precise coordinates and instructions into the chaotic neural network of zombies, causing the zombie horde within a radius of hundreds of miles to begin to defy its instinct to roam and devour. Like a flock of sheep driven by an invisible whip, they converged in a mighty procession towards barren basins or abandoned cities far from any remaining human settlements, and where the terrain was conducive to annihilation. This is not just about clearing out criminals, but also about efficiently collecting resources. Although the zombies are also evolving, with more skeletons being strengthened, speed being specialized, and occasionally even second-tier evolved elite units appearing, they are causing trouble for the clearing forces. However, compared to the remarkable progress made by Wang Xuan and his two companions, the evolution of zombies seemed slow and feeble. After Wang Xuan commanded the demon god to devour a rare third-tier skeletal lord, his spiritual power finally broke through its shackles and he successfully established his foundation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured in, cleansing the physical body and soul. The white-bone demon god also resonated with it, his murderous aura surging and condensing into tangible black smoke, doubling his strength. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, it had been the second year since the three of them arrived in this world. At this moment, Wang Xuan was no longer the cultivator who had just mastered demonic arts. His white-bone demon god, through years of bloody battles and devouring, has expanded from its initial 100-meter body to a 100-sheng giant. The skeletal body, towering like a mountain, stands on the earth, each bone as thick as a palace pillar, covered with naturally formed eerie runes and bone spurs. His body was no longer simply filled with malevolent energy, but rather swirling with dark red blood flames, the product of the refinement of the remnants of countless zombie souls and their essence. The heat was accompanied by a bone-chilling cold. Ordinary creatures would freeze and lose their senses if they came within 100 miles. The two eerie green soul flames in the demon god's eye sockets acted like searchlights, and wherever they swept across, low-level zombies would often disintegrate instantly. It's truly as if a demon god has descended to Earth. Although the physical size of Silverwing's flesh and blood armored mech has not increased significantly, its internal structure has undergone a complete transformation. The mecha's outer shell is made of bioalloys extracted and synthesized from various defensive zombies, along with an energy-deflecting keratin layer, giving it extremely strong physical defense and energy resistance. The core power system has been upgraded to a hybrid system of biomimetic fusion and bioelectricity, resulting in powerful output. The weapon system is a masterpiece, with the left hand transforming into a city-burning cannon capable of firing ultra-high-temperature plasma jets, while the right hand is equipped with a high-frequency molecular oscillation blade. Combined with a swarm of miniature biological tracking missiles that can be launched from its back, it is a veritable mobile killing fortress. The mech and Silverwing are neurally linked and function as seamlessly as an arm and fingers. Livy's progress, however, was more subtle and profound. He not only collected a massive amount of genetic samples from evolved zombies, but also successfully captured and analyzed the complete genetic chains of countless second-stage, evolved zombies. In this world where the zombie virus originated, he used his talent to undergo a second, proactive genetic transformation. His mental power surged, covering a range of up to 100 miles, and his precise control ability was superb. He could even briefly possess low-level zombies or implant chaotic commands into the consciousness of high-level zombies. Their physical bodies have been strengthened to the point that they can withstand conventional missiles and can even mimic the physical characteristics of some powerful zombies in combat. Now that they felt they were strong enough, the three turned their attention to another continent across the ocean. According to the information gathered by the three, the zombie virus spread from that direction. There is a 90% chance that the king of zombies is on that continent. The expedition began. They utilized the resources they had gathered over the past year, along with Silverwing's futuristic technology and Wang Suan's weapon refining skills, to create 3 giant ground effect vehicles, the Arcs. Besides Wang Suan and his 2 companions, there were also a full 10,000 ultimate warriors accompanying them. These warriors were selected from among the millions of survivors in various shelters, chosen for their physical strength and willpower, and underwent injections of gene-enhancing drugs optimized by Levy. The armor is made of a full-coverage exoskeleton, designed and manufactured by Silverwing, and is enhanced by talismans such as Diamond Talisman, Swiftness Talisman, and Evil Slaying Talisman, personally drawn and mass-produced by Wang Suan. With this combination, each ultimate warrior is practically a humanoid fighter jet, with individual combat power easily surpassing that of a first-tier evolved zombie. The 10-person team works together skillfully, enough to suppress or even kill second-tier evolved zombies. It's important to know that level 2 evolved zombies can withstand most firearms and move at near-sonic speeds. They are sharp blades forged in the fire of civilization. After crossing the ocean, when the Ark fleet arrived at the coastline of the New World, a vast, decaying, and malicious spiritual pressure descended, like a dark cloud. The source pointed directly to the center of the continent. In the three's spiritual perception, it seemed as if a dark sun, constantly emanating filth and death, was lurking there. As expected, it's here. Silverwing's electronic voice carried a solemn tone. Without hesitation, after landing, the three commanded 10,000 ultimate warriors, using themselves as the vanguard, and adopted a steady and methodical strategy, starting from the coastline and advancing inland in a fan shape. While clearing out all the zombie hordes along the way and weakening the Zombie King's power, they resolutely closed in on the source of darkness. This continent truly lives up to its reputation as the origin of the virus. The level of evolution of zombies here is generally a notch higher than that of the old world, with second-tier zombies everywhere. However, all resistance was futile against the fully developed, heavily armed trio and their legion. The skeletal demon god led the way, and wherever the blood flames passed, hordes of corpses turned to ashes. Flesh and blood armored mechs scurried through, reaping the rewards and precisely targeting high-level enemies. Li Wei would sometimes use large-scale mental attacks to break down the zombie horde's formation, and at other times manipulate the affected zombies to launch a counterattack. The ultimate warriors formed battle formations, their talismans flashing, and guns and melee weapons intertwined to create a web of death, efficiently clearing away the remaining enemies. Advance, fight, correct, advance again. The expeditionary force, like the most sophisticated machine, rolled over the decaying Earth. A month later, they finally reached the edge of their ultimate goal. The scene before them exceeded everyone's expectations. It was not the nest or city as expected, but a slowly writhing carpet of flesh covering thousands of square kilometers. This fleshy blanket is composed of countless zombies, mutated creatures, and even decaying organic matter that has merged with buildings and soil. Its surface is covered with pulsating, vascular-like tissues and constantly opening and closing pores, secreting a viscous liquid that emits a strong concentration of viruses and radiation. In the center of the fleshy carpet, a colossal zombie, 500 meters tall, stood like a mountain. It had a humanoid silhouette, but the body seemed to be forcibly fused and piled up from countless zombies, with countless heads, arms, and legs struggling and writhing on its surface, and a huge main eye occupying half of its chest was tightly closed. With each slow breath, its fleshy blanket undulated, and an invisible abyss virus emanated from its body, spreading globally in a short time and providing power for the evolution of all zombies. The park gave a warning the moment the three of them saw the zombie. A dimensional contaminant detected. Abyssal Zombie King. This is the king of zombies. His aura is indeed terrifying. The pressure he exudes even in his slumber is enough to make one's soul tremble. Li Wei's expression was grave. His very genetic instincts were sending out warning signals. Wang Zuan looked at his 100-foot-tall demon god, then at the 500-meter-tall Abyss Zombie King, and said in a deep voice, "We must not underestimate our enemy. The ultimate boss in the beginner world must have some strange aspects. Although we are strong, we may not be able to defeat it easily." Silverwing's mech scanning system displayed a torrent of data on the terrifying scene ahead. A direct assault would likely come home at a heavy price. The three exchanged a glance, instantly reaching a consensus, and led everyone to retreat hundreds of miles away from the flesh carpet. Before it fully wakes up, let's give it a warm gift. Silverwing then entered a series of complex commands into the mech's cockpit. Even before the expedition, Silverwing used its hacking skills and the remaining global network to locate all the nuclear weapon silos left behind on the continents and in the deep sea from the old era that had not yet been launched or destroyed. At this moment, these long-dormant destructive devices were forcibly activated, with their target coordinates uniformly set to the location of the Abyss Zombie King. In an instant, streaks of deathly light, trailing flames, rose into the sky from all corners of the world, traversing continents and oceans, converging on the center of the new continent from all directions. The scene resembled a meteor shower after the apocalypse, but it was a harbinger of pure destruction. Soon after, the sky above the Zombie King was covered by countless suddenly lit, blazing orbs of light. A continuous roar, 1,000,000 times more violent than thunder, shook the heavens and earth. Mushroom clouds mixed with radioactive dust and fragments of flesh and blood rose into the air, and shock waves repeatedly flattened everything within a radius of hundreds of miles. Even Wang Xuan and the others, who were hundreds of kilometers away, could feel the violent tremors of the ground beneath their feet and the scorching storm rushing towards them. However, as the light and dust dissipated, the three people observing the battlefield through special sensory means felt their hearts sink. Their instruments detected that most nuclear warheads, upon entering the area approximately 1 kilometer above the human blanket, experienced a sudden decrease in speed, as if they had struck an invisible, viscous substance. Its internal precision electronic components were interfered with by some force, resulting in the failure of most of them, and even the chain reaction of the explosion was partially suppressed and distorted. Ultimately, the true power of the explosion at the core of the fleshy carpet is reduced to less than 1/10. Fortunately, the number of nuclear bombs that exploded was sufficient. The residual power of thousands of nuclear bombs combined still evaporated nearly half of that disgusting fleshy blanket, revealing the earth below, which had been scorched into a glassy state. The Abyss Zombie King in the center also seemed to have suffered some injuries. Many of the fused zombie bodies on its body surface carbonized and fell off, and its main eye trembled violently, as if it was about to awaken. Superior. A roar that defied description, a mixture of the agonizing cries of millions of living beings, came from the direction of the Zombie King. Its main eye on its chest suddenly opened. It was an eye without a pupil, filled only with endless, abyss-like darkness and vortexes. Looking directly at it, even light seemed to be swallowed up. The remaining parts of the fleshy blanket writhed wildly, and more tentacles and fused monsters crawled out from it. The Zombie King itself also began to move, and each step caused a small earthquake. Ultimate warriors, form a defensive perimeter and clear out the minions. Li Wei, disrupt its virus manipulation and regeneration capabilities. Wang Xuan quickly gave the order, and at the same time, his figure flashed, completely merging with the 100-foot-tall, white-bone demon god. The demon god roared to the sky, blood flames soared into the heavens, and brandishing a mountain-like bone blade, it charged first toward the Zombie King. The plasma thrusters on the back of Silverwing's mech were fully activated, transforming it into a blood-red comet that attacked the Zombie King's relatively vulnerable joints from the flank. Try this, the mech brought its arms together, and a thick torrent of plasma, crackling with high-frequency energy, shot out with a roar. Li Wei hovered in mid-air, his eyes turning silver-white. His unparalleled spiritual power transformed into countless invisible needles, piercing the connection point between the Zombie King's main eye and the core of the virus within its body. At the same time, it releases targeted gene interference waves, disrupting the regeneration of the flesh blanket, and the Zombie King's summoning of surrounding zombies. An earth-shattering battle has completely erupted. The Zombie King's power is beyond imagination. It possesses not only physical strength capable of destroying mountains and splitting peaks, its main eye can emit dark rays that disintegrate the structure of matter, and its fleshy tentacles can release highly corrosive and mentally polluting venom. It can even briefly manipulate the aura of death and radiation on the battlefield to launch a counterattack, It seems to be the embodiment of death and pollution on the entire continent. Wang Xuan's bone demon god clashed head-on with it. The bone blades collided with the zombie king's giant fist, and the shockwave leveled the hills. Blood flames scorched the zombie king's decaying body, and malevolent energy eroded its soul. Silverwing's mechs, leveraging their speed and penetration capabilities, continuously inflicted deep wounds on the zombie king and bombarded its vitals with various energy weapons. Li Wei's interference was crucial, repeatedly interrupting the zombie king's attempts to unleash a large-scale viral storm or summon more abyssal creatures. The battle affected a vast area, leaving a large part of the continent devastated, with mountains and rivers changing course and lakes drying up. The ultimate warriors fought a bloody battle on the outskirts against the surging flesh-covered monsters and summoned high-level zombies, with talismanic light and explosive flames flying continuously. This fierce battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, Wang Xuan seized the moment when the zombie king's main eye was briefly dazed due to Li Wei's mental shock, and Silverwing's full-force attack broke through its chest protection. He commanded the bone